Good morning, audience friends. Today's morning news includes: the Tiangang army successfully wiped out 2 goblin dens in the northern border yesterday and found traces of orcs. The random erosion of the reincarnation world is still difficult to completely eliminate. General Han Jie, the pioneer of the reincarnation world clearance, announced that several new reincarnation worlds have arrived, ranging from the 3rd to the 5th level. Fortunately, the erosion has not started so far, and it is not a big threat to the real world. At the dinner table, Suan, who was holding a bowl of rice, was thoughtful. For him who had just traveled through time for 2 days, everything was so unfriendly that he still hasn't come back to his senses. From an ordinary young man who loves watching movies, anime, and novels and comes from a peaceful world, he suddenly came to a world of fighting and killing, and became a senior high school student who was about to participate in the battle. The whole person feels completely uncomfortable. Fortunately, Suan is on vacation at home, not at school, otherwise he will be even more confused. This is a world completely different from the original Earth. The area of this world is about several times that of the Earth. Its name is the Blue Life Star, or Blue Star for short. About 100 years ago, one wonderful world after another began to contact Blue Star. After the wonderful world contacts Blue Star, various trial tasks will appear, and humans over 18 years old on Blue Star will be required to complete them. These wonderful worlds are called reincarnation worlds. Each reincarnation world has levels, from low to high, divided into level 1 to level 9, and they are all repeating a story. So far, only the 7th level world has appeared in the world, which is completely powerful beyond human imagination and completely subverts common sense. If the story is repeated too many times in the reincarnation world, the creatures, humans, monsters, and even certain rules in the world will be randomly released, causing distortion to Blue Star. This is the so-called erosion phenomenon. Until this story is completely solved and cleared, the random erosion brought by the reincarnation world will stop, and there is hope to completely eliminate it. Therefore, all countries are organizing their forces and doing their best to solve the reincarnation world related to their own countries. Because high school students happen to be eligible to enter the reincarnation world, before the college entrance examination, all high school students will be tested to screen the fighters who are eligible to enter the reincarnation world to fight. When fighters explore the reincarnation world, they will receive rewards for the trial missions in the reincarnation world, and bring the items in the reincarnation world back to reality. Even the skills and abilities learned in the reincarnation world can be used in reality. However, what Suan did not expect was that these reincarnation worlds that eroded Blue Star were completely literary, film, and animation works of the Earth humans from his memory and understanding. The reincarnation worlds that have been publicly cleared and will no longer erode Blue Star: White Horse Roaring in the West Wind, 7 Weapons, Han River Host, Train to Busan, The Richest Tomato, etc. These are all Earth movies or novels that Suan has seen or heard of. But even if these reincarnation worlds have been cleared, the fighters from various countries on Blue Star often do not understand the whole story. Every time they explore the reincarnation world, they risk their lives. However, Suan already knew all these reincarnation worlds well. The protagonists and villains in them were clear at a glance, and the key points and key characters of the plot were clear at a glance. Is the reincarnation world difficult? Is it difficult to become a combatant? After leaving the confusion of crossing at the beginning, Suan even felt a little impatient. With the advantage of knowing the plot in advance, he didn't have to worry about whether he could become a combatant. After eating and saying hello to his parents, Suan went to school. After leaving the community, a whirlwind suddenly flew in front of him. It was a low-flying car. Not far away, more flying cars were flying around like bees. Occasionally, someone even jumped from one rooftop to another. In the distant sky, someone also flew quickly on a flying sword. All this shows the difference and wonder of this world. After arriving at school, Suan just sat down in the class and heard his classmates talking about it. Have you heard? The reincarnation world we are testing today is the 3rd level. It's called Mr. Zombie. Why is it the 3rd level? Aren't they all 1st level, non-dangerous worlds in previous years? Last year it was a 1st level reincarnation world called the Shameful Iron Fist, but it was cleared by Major General Han Jie of the Reincarnation Department. That reincarnation world is no longer qualified to test combatants. Currently, the lowest reincarnation world in our country is only the 3rd level, so we can only switch to a 3rd level world. What are zombies? Are they dangerous? Hey, why are you afraid of them? Once you qualify as a combatant, quit immediately. If you can't qualify as a combatant, you will be judged as a logistics personnel and teleported out, and you probably won't have a chance to see a real battle. The students looked at each other and talked to each other. The first class passed in such a noisy manner, and there was no teacher to maintain order. When the second class was ordered to start, a bald man in a striped shirt walked into the classroom. Class 3 next door has already started the test. It will be our class in 20 minutes. Line up in order and follow me. This is how June, the head teacher of their class 3 and 4. The students quickly lined up and followed their head teacher How June to the school's spacious gymnasium. The atmosphere on the basketball court in the gymnasium was polarized. The students of Class 1 and Class 2 of Senior 3 were lining up to leave, and the students of Class 3 had just finished the test. Some were overjoyed and were surrounded by congratulations, while others were dejected and even had tears in their eyes. I'm a combatant. How could I be a logistics staff? How is it divided? I don't accept it. Seeing this scene, the students of Class 3 and 4 of Senior 3 couldn't help but become nervous and lined up one by one. How dangerous is the third-level reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie? Is it possible for them to become combatants? Only Suwon lowered his eyes with a smile on his lips. He knew this world completely. The head teacher Hao Jun stopped and said to the students, "Maybe everyone knows that it is a bit difficult to obtain the qualification of a combatant this time, because the test should have been conducted in the first-level world, but now there is no first-level reincarnation world, or even a second-level reincarnation world, so we can only change to a third-level reincarnation world." Facing the dangerous third-level reincarnation world, many people probably feel uneasy, but they can't give up. Once the test is given up this year, it is unknown how long it will take to wait for the next first-level reincarnation world. By then, it will be basically impossible to rely on the combined strength of the country in major groups to conduct the test for free, and the difficulty will soar by many times, making it almost impossible to pass. So, even if there is a dangerous third-level reincarnation world, you must take the test and try your best to obtain the qualification of a combatant. Many of the students turned pale. Hao Jun continued to exhort, "I need to emphasize again that no matter whether you can obtain the qualification of a combatant or not, the most important thing is to survive. The third-level world is extremely dangerous. You must not take risks, let alone stay. As people who enter the reincarnation world for the first time, you all have a temporary pass, which is also your greatest means of saving your life. It allows you to interrupt the test at any time and return to the real world urgently. Even if you cannot become a combatant, at least you must come back alive." He kept exhorting and arranging, and the students gradually regained their composure from tension. The staff in blue work clothes stepped forward to instruct all 48 people in the class to stand in a blue light circle. The blue light circle rotated rapidly, and after the world spun around, everything around them had become unfamiliar. The first time entering the reincarnation world, the current reincarnation world is the third-level world, Mr. Zombie. Temporary pass generated, Suwon, combatant identity, to be determined, comprehensive strength assessment, F, strength is assessed based on strength, speed, endurance, and agility, and other factors such as weapons, superpowers, and skills will be added. Charm assessment, E, charm affects luck and the attitude of the characters in the reincarnation world, and affects the starting identity. Finally entered the reincarnation world. Suwon looked up and looked around. The streets of the Republic of China era, the people who were in a hurry had pale faces, and few were confident. This is the street of Renjia Town in the world of Mr. Zombie. Based on the E-level charm identity generated, security team members Suwon temporary personnel verification task, find the real protagonist of Mr. Zombie within 1 day. Pass the temporary personnel verification task, and you can become a combatant. The real protagonist? Suwon couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. This problem is probably not easy for the Blue Star people. It is impossible to find the real protagonist from the thousands of people in Renjia Town. But for Suwon, this is also called a task? Can you become a combatant by passing this task? It's simply a free combatant qualification. Suwon, are you shopping? With a smile on his face, Suwon was walking on the street. Someone called out to him. Yeah, shopping. Suwon naturally didn't know the other person, so he agreed vaguely and walked slowly along the street, getting a clear understanding of the entire terrain of Renjia Town. Although Renjia Town is called a town, it has attracted a lot of people because of the constant wars outside. For a time, it presented a prosperous scene that was no less than that of a small town. In the middle of Renjia Town is a grand courtyard. It is not someone else's family, but the Rin family, the richest and most powerful family in Renjia Town. Almost everyone in the entire Renjia Town is closely related to the Rin family and Master Rin. In addition, what caught Suwon's attention was that the security team was less than 200 meters away from the Rin family. Rather than saying it was the security team of Renjia Town, it was better to say it was Master Ren's security team. The captain of the security team, Away, was Master Ren's nephew. The security team had more than 10 foreign guns, which further proved how Master Ren's family was an unshakable local tyrant in Rinjia town. On the streets of Rinjia town, general business matters were available, and there was even a Yihanuan and a coffee shop, enough to show that there were really many people in this town, and even such Western-style things could be opened, and they were full of guests every day, and reservations were required. A few miles outside Rinjia town is the charity cemetery where coffins are parked in Rinjia town. The charity cemetery is also where the main characters with abilities in the plot of Mr. Zombie, Joshu, Xiaoxing, and Wankai live. Among them, Joshu is the protagonist and the main force in subduing demons. Although Xiaoxing and Wankai are more capable than ordinary people, they are both naughty and often do unreliable things. No one knows whether they will assist their own people or accidentally assist zombies. After a circle, returning to the security team, Suan casually dealt with the greetings coming and going, touched his bed, and changed into a blue-gray security uniform. According to Suan's understanding, the first-level reincarnation world is at most boxing, murder, and fighting within the limits of the human body, and more of some emotions and life conflicts in ancient or modern times. The second-level reincarnation world is generally an ordinary gunfight world or a large-scale war in ancient times. The third-level world will have strong people who exceed the limits of human beings, superpowers, martial arts, energy, etc. Mr. Zombie is definitely a lot of dangers as a third-level reincarnation world. In this world with zombies and female ghosts, you still need something as proof of safety. Suan's eyes were on the foreign gun hanging on the wall. Just as he reached out to touch the gun, a man walked into the room and called him. "Who told you to touch the gun?" Suan turned his head and saw that the person who called him was a man wearing fake glasses and a security captain's uniform. "Captain Away!" Away shouted dissatisfiedly. "What are you calling me?" Suan was surprised, and thought about the name of Away by the security team in the plot, and straightened his body and shouted, "Brother Wei." "Yes, Brother Wei." Away smiled proudly. "You must be awe-inspiring when you are a man." "My brother Wei is the most awe-inspiring in the entire Rinjia town, ha 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 ha." After laughing proudly, he looked at Suan. "Okay, kid, isn't it your day off today? You came to the security team wearing a uniform and holding a foreign gun. What are you going to do?" Suan smiled. "I just feel unfamiliar with it, and I want to go to the shooting range to practice my shooting skills." Wei suddenly screamed, "Are you crazy, kid? Practicing shooting? My cousin's husband gave our security team a total of 200 yuan in cash. In addition to a pistol and 10 foreign guns, each person only had 10 rounds of ammunition. It's okay to scare refugees, but you still want to practice shooting? Who gave you ammunition?" Suan hurriedly smiled and glossed over the matter, saying a few nice words. Wei was also a person who liked flattery and was not very smart. He soon became proud and said with his head held high, "Suan, I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. Today I will open your eyes. Come with me, Brother Wei, to drink Western tea." "Drink Western tea?" Suan was stunned at first, and then realized that drinking Western tea means drinking coffee, right? At this time, Master Ren's daughter Ren Tingting came back, and Wei was drooling over Ren Tingting again. Of course, he wanted to find an opportunity to get close to her at all times. This cafe was the best opportunity. Wei changed into a suit and put hair oil on his head. He looked decent, but it was a pity that he ruined everything when he shook his head and shoulders when he walked. Because he was going to the coffee shop, Suan had to change back into his usual double-breasted clothes and follow him to see if he could meet Uncle Gio and his group. Before they even reached the coffee shop, they saw Ren Tingting in a pink dress walking angrily. Wei hurriedly went to meet her. "Tingting." Before he finished speaking, Ren Tingting ran over without stopping. Wei was puzzled and looked up. Not far away, Master Ren was talking to someone on the street, so he hurried over with Suan. Suan was also happy in his heart. The plot of Mr. Zombie was about to begin. It was Uncle Gio who was talking to Master Ren, and with him were Uncle Gio's 2 apprentices Qiu Shang and Wen Kai. Qiu Shang's aunt opened 2 stores in Rinjia town. One store was Yihanuan, and the other store was a rouge and powder store opposite Yihanuan. Xiaoshan usually sold rouge in the rouge store, and at night he would ride a bicycle from Rinjia town back to Yizhuang, or from Yizhuang to Rinjia town. Just now, Xiao Shang had misunderstood Rintingting, thinking that she was a young girl from Yihong courtyard, which made Rintingting slap him in the face and go home in a hurry. At this time, Xiao Shang and Wen Kai were staring at the place where Rintingting left, as if they could still savor the lingering fragrance of the beauty. "It's settled," said Master Ren. Uncle Gio shook his head slightly, his expression serious. "For things like moving graves, I think you'd better consider it carefully. It's better to stay still than to move." Away and Swan walked up and greeted Master Ren with a smile. Uncle, I saw Ting seemed very angry just now, what's going on? Master Ren was very perfunctory to Away and nodded casually. Nothing, you don't have to worry. He also asked Uncle Gio to ask his father, old Master Ren, to move the coffin and grave, and then left directly. At this time, Suan looked at Uncle Gio and said silently, this is the protagonist. Sensing his thoughts, the light screen immediately appeared and gave feedback. Correctly find the protagonist, complete the temporary personnel verification task, now take back the temporary personnel pass, obtain the combat personnel pass, and bind the user Suan combat pass, Suan comprehensive strength assessment, F charm assessment, E become a combatant and have a combatant pass. With just this step, Suan surpassed countless people and became a combatant picked out of 100. From then on, he had the privileges and status of a combatant in the real world. Suan also thoroughly verified his thoughts. The reincarnation world, which is extremely dangerous for others, is the biggest opportunity for him. You can now choose to end the temporary verification task and return to the real world. The task light screen of the reincarnation world prompted. Can you return to the real world so soon? What if you don't return now? Suan wondered in his heart. If you don't return, the plot will start next, and you may face the danger of fighting. Do you accept it? Suan did not hesitate, and then he decided to accept it in his heart. There will be ghosts and zombies next, and there is indeed danger, but since he knows the plot better than others and can quickly gain the first mover advantage, there is no need to give up his advantage and become a mediocre and ordinary person. Strong power also needs to be sought in danger. He must seize the opportunity to become stronger than others. On the street, seeing Master Rin leaving without paying any attention to him, Captain Away hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Hey, uncle, wait for me, I just want to talk to Ding Ding." Suan watched Master Rin and Away leave, and saw that Uncle Gio and Wen Kai were also leaving, and Xiao Shang was going back to the rouge shop to continue selling rouge, so he hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Gio." Uncle Gio was a very upright and serious person. When he saw Suan coming forward to say hello, he nodded and said, "Hello, is there anything I can do for you?" Suan nodded and said, "Uncle Gio, I have a distant relative who encountered something strange. I want to ask Uncle Gio if this is a curse." After that, he introduced himself again. "My name is Suan, and I'm a member of the security team." "Uncle Gio, just call me by my name." Uncle Gio asked, "What happened to your relative?" Suan quickly raised his hand. "It's not convenient to talk on the street. Why don't we find a place to sit down and eat and talk slowly?" Joshu said it was not necessary, but Wen Kai shouted from the side, "Let's eat something. The tea we just drank was sweet and bitter, so uncomfortable." Joshu looked at this useless disciple with displeasure, and finally nodded and agreed when he saw Suan insisted on inviting him. "Okay, Xiao Shang, you go back to the rouge shop, and we'll go eat," Joshu said. Xiao Shang was also smart. When he heard this, he quickly said that it was almost time for dinner, and no one would come to the rouge shop. He locked the door and wanted to come to eat with them. Joshu was even more helpless. There were two useless disciples. Sitting in the best restaurant in Rinjiao town, they ordered chicken, duck, fish and meat, 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetarian dishes. Xiao Shang and Wen Kai were a little restrained at first, but gradually they began to gnaw on chicken legs and duck necks. Their hands were greasy, and they ate in a hideous manner. They even pushed and shoved because of the fight, and their bodies were covered with oil. Uncle Gio also ate a little to fill his stomach. The bitter coffee he drank in the cafe before made his tongue numb, and the sweetness of the egg tarts soaked in milk almost made his teeth fall out. He felt very uncomfortable. He finally recovered after eating some real food. Tapping the table with his fingers, Uncle Gio majestically swept over the two unpromising disciples. Xiao Shang and Wen Kai immediately dared not to be presumptuous anymore. "Suan, what is the strange thing that happened to the distant relative you mentioned?" Uncle Gio talked about business. Suan looked serious and said, "It might be a female ghost." "Female ghost? What kind of female ghost?" "The female ghost is very beautiful and calls herself Dong Xiaoyu. My relative said that one day when he was riding a bicycle out of town, he accidentally saw a very beautiful the back seat of the bicycle. The girl was wearing a wedding dress and asked my relative to take her home. I don't know what happened, but my relative took her home in a daze, and then followed her into her room. It started to rain heavily when he was about to leave. He drank 2 glasses of wine and then had with the girl in a daze." The incident Suan described was exactly the process that the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu used to lure Xiao Shang into the trap in the future. Because he was familiar with the plot, he spoke in great detail. After hearing Suan's story, Xiao Shang took a bite of chicken nonchalantly and said, "Wow, there are such good things?" Wen Kai looked a bit old and wretched, and was less popular with women than Xiao Shang. He nodded repeatedly in envy, and unconsciously grabbed another piece of meat to chew. Uncle Gio snorted coldly. What do you know? Even if ordinary women ask for too much, it is a burden to men. Is a steel knife that scrapes bones? You must stay away from women to succeed in cultivation. If this girl is not a human but a female ghost, the vitality she absorbs can be fatal. Xiao Shang and Wen Kai didn't care at all, and continued to eat. Uncle Gio had long been accustomed to the lazy looks of the two of them. He shook his head helplessly and continued to ask Suan, the appearance of that girl is indeed weird. If your distant relative is free, he should be free after I move the coffin and relocate the grave for Master Ren's family. Then you can go to the charity cemetery to see me. Suan added, Uncle Gio, my distant relative has been seriously ill since then and is bedridden. He has been taken to the provincial capital for treatment. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back in a short time. Uncle Gio was shocked when he heard this and immediately confirmed, absorbed so much essence? It must be a female ghost. I just don't know where she is now. We must get rid of her as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very harmful. Suan also nodded repeatedly, and said logically, Uncle Gio, I was also scared by this incident. Now these ghosts are often heard. I wonder if Uncle Gio can teach me some self-protection skills? I am willing to worship you as your teacher. First, for self-protection, and second to protect my family and relatives. This. Uncle Gio was a little embarrassed. You are a member of the security team. If you are half-hearted about learning these methods from me, it is better not to learn. Uncle Gio, don't worry, Suan said with a smile, you can see whether I am really willing to learn skills. If Uncle Gio thinks that my identity as a security team member is an obstacle, I can now find the captain a way to resign. That's not necessary. Uncle Gio said, it's not easy to make a living now. Whether I will accept you as an apprentice in the future or not, it will not prevent you from continuing to work in the security team. Suan smiled, that's good, please wait and see, I will definitely perform well. Seeing that he was really sincere, Uncle Gio finally relented and asked him to go to the charity cemetery when he was free to see if he could learn skills. If he couldn't accept ghosts, corpses and other things, then there was no need to mention the matter of becoming a disciple. After dinner, Suan watched Uncle Gio take Wen Kai back to the cemetery. Xiao Shang went to open the rouge shop with a burp, and he also returned to the security team. That day, Suan brought some gifts and went to the cemetery to meet Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio asked him to follow Wen Kai to burn incense for the dead in the cemetery. Seeing that Suan did not reject the dead in coffins in the cemetery, he behaved very well and looked more sensible and stable than Wen Kai, and finally nodded. Suan offered him tea and changed his words to call Uncle Gio master. From then on, the two of them were master and apprentice, and Uncle Gio just called him on. Uncle Gio taught him a way to strengthen his body. Although it cannot deal with zombies and ghosts, it can make him strong and energetic. Only such blood can suppress evil spirits. After training to be strong and healthy, he can easily climb over walls and climb houses. Obtain the E-level skill Maoshan body refining technique taught by the characters in the reincarnation world. A light screen lit up in front of Suan, and then he quickly memorized the basic training methods and postures of Maoshan body refining technique. The light screen also lit up, and he had the first skill Maoshan body refining technique. According to Uncle Gio, Suan's Maoshan body refining technique cannot be rushed. It will take another year to reach the level of Wen Kai, and it will take another year and a half to reach the level of Xiao Shang. Things like strengthening the body can only be done slowly. Suan was not surprised by this. This must be a result that can only be obtained through sweat and hard work. It takes time to achieve something. A few days later, on a propitious day, on a barren mountain outside Rinjia town, the incense table and offerings were set, and Uncle Gio wore a yin-yang Bagua Taoist robe, waved a peachwood sword and chanted Taoist scriptures, stepping on the steps of Tiangang Beidou. When he put away the wooden sword and made a gesture, Master Rin and others came forward to burn incense. Afterwards, a group of strong men invited by the Rin family brought ropes and carried wood to move the coffin and grave of old Master Rin. Suan, Xiao Shang, and Wen Kai followed Uncle Gio and listened to his comments on this dragonfly-dipping waterhole. It was 3 feet long and 4 feet wide, and 3 feet wide. The coffin needed to be erected for burial, which was called legal burial. Master Rin was amazed. He didn't expect that Uncle Gio had only seen it once, and he had described the burial situation as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Suan interrupted and said, then the Rin family's business must be getting better and better? Of course it is. Do you need to talk nonsense? Awei, who was following Master Rin, flattered him, and you, little brat, you don't want to be a member of the security team, and you insist on going to the charity cemetery to become an apprentice. If you don't come back to be a security team member wholeheartedly, be careful of me. Master Rin, however, had a bad look on his face. He interrupted away and said to Uncle Joe, "I don't know why the Rin family's business has been getting worse and worse over the past 20 years. Away flattered the wrong person and his face turned red. Fortunately, no one paid attention to him at this time. Only Wen Kai and Xiao Shang winked at him and mocked him. Uncle Gio looked at the open grave and said in surprise, "Cover the dragonfly-dotted waterhole with cement and don't allow snowflakes to cover the top. This is deliberately harming your Rin family. When a dragonfly touches the water is wealth. If it can't touch the water, it can't touch the wealth. No wonder your Rin family's business is getting worse and worse." Master Run was a little embarrassed. The dragonfly-dotted waterhole was reserved for the feng shui master himself, but his father, Old Master Ren, used his official status to coerce it away. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if the feng shui master didn't harm their Ren family. Fortunately, he didn't do anything too extreme. He asked you to move the grave in 20 years. It only harmed you for half your life instead of your whole life, and only harmed your generation instead of your 18 generations. As he spoke, the coffin had been hoisted and placed firmly on the ground. Birds in the mountains and forests were startled and flew away. A cold and gloomy air swept past everyone present. The body of Old Master Ren, who was wearing the official uniform of the Qing dynasty, was not rotten at all. Instead, a blue-black air lingered on his skin. Everyone stepped forward to take a look and was shocked. Master Ren couldn't help crying and called himself an unfilial son. At this moment, a light screen appeared in front of Suan again. Trigger the killing mission. Kill Master Ren to get 300 points of reincarnation points. Kill the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu to get 200 points of reincarnation points. Kill Master Rin or any ordinary zombie to get 100 points of reincarnation points. Reincarnation points are obtained according to the evaluation level after each clearance of the world. They can be freely traded with other humans and can be used as a price to exchange items or stay time in the reincarnation world. Reincarnation points? According to Lan Xing, the official price for each reincarnation point is now 100 Huayuan, which is the safest, most reliable, and least profitable price. In private black market transactions, each reincarnation point is 500 to 1,000 yuan, but sometimes it becomes a trap. Going to an unsafe place to exchange points may be turned around and killed by others. Such reincarnation points can no longer be measured by simple money, especially when they can be exchanged for items and the time they stay in the reincarnation world. They are simply irreplaceable. During Suan's moment of thinking, Uncle Gio had already urged Master Ren to cremate Old Master Ren's body to avoid disaster. Master Ren was extremely filial and refused to agree to cremation, saying that the old master was most afraid of fire when he was alive and must not be burned. The dragonfly dipping water hole has been abandoned. In desperation, Uncle Gio can only do the job to the end, saying that he will send Old Master Ren's body to the charity cemetery first, and wait until a tomb is found before burying it. Master Ren nodded in satisfaction, and Rentingting, Away and others returned to Rinjia town. Uncle Gio led 3 disciples to deal with the matter at the tomb. And Xiao Shang, Wen Kai, the 3 of you prepare enough incense and burn a plum blossom formation. I want to see whether the incense is auspicious or not. Also, all the neighbors must also send incense. I disturbed you today. Suan quickly agreed with Xiao Shang and Wen Kai, and first set up the plum blossom formation and lit it. Then they each held incense and lit the surrounding tombs, that is, the neighbors around Master Ren's tomb. At this time, Suan stood in front of a tombstone and suddenly took 2 steps back. Xiao Shang, where is the master? The master just left with the coffin, didn't you see it? Xiao Shang asked curiously, and glanced at the tombstone in front of Suan, on which was a photo of a young beauty. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman died young and early, isn't it? Her name is Dong Xiaoyu? Why does it seem a little familiar? I saw it. I mean, if you call the master now, can he hear it? Suan said in a deep voice. Maybe he can hear it? They haven't gone far yet, probably less than a mile away. Xiao Shang said. Then call the master back. I have something very important to tell you. Suan said. Very important? What's very important? Xiao Shang disagreed, and couldn't help but glance at the photo of Dong Xiaoyu on the tombstone. Do you think this girl is very beautiful and it's a pity that she died at such a young age? Suan was very speechless, thinking, it's not for nothing that you are haunted by this female ghost. How could she not choose you as her bridegroom if you say such things to the female ghost? However, now is not the time to entangle this matter. Suan made a prompt decision. Remember the restaurant last time? Xiao Shang, call the master back. I will treat you to a meal. What? You want to treat him to a restaurant? Wen Sai's ears immediately perked up, holding incense in his hand, and asked. Yes, I said that as long as Xiao Shang calls the master back, I will treat him to a big meal at the restaurant, Suan said. Wen Cai's eyes immediately lit up, and he puffed out his chest and shouted, I'll do it, I'll do it. I have a loud voice. Okay, as long as you shout back, I'll treat you to a meal at the restaurant, Suan said. He was overjoyed and shouted at the bottom of the barren mountain with a hoarse voice, Master! Master! Something bad has happened! Something bad has happened! Uncle Gio had just walked to the middle of the barren mountain with the coffin. When he heard Wen Cai shouting, something bad has happened, his heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that it was noon, and the yang energy was the strongest. He was slightly relieved and pressed an apricot yellow cinnabar talisman on the coffin of old Master Ren. He told many laborers to be careful and quickly returned to the mountain. Master, something bad has happened. With the temptation of big wine and big meat, Wen Cai shouted especially hard. When Uncle Gio came to the top of the barren mountain, he was screaming. After seeing Uncle Gio, he immediately stopped talking and said with a smile, Master, you are here. Uncle Gio saw that Suan, Xiaoshang, and Wen Cai were all fine, so he was relieved. Then he was angry again and slapped Wen Cai on the head. What are you shouting about? What's wrong? Wen Cai felt a little wronged and looked at Xiaoshang and Suan. I paid a lot to have a big meal. Xiaoshang looked at the tombstone with the photo of the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu, and was a little dazed. Suan took a step forward and whispered, Master, don't blame Wen Cai for this. I asked him to invite you back. You? Uncle Gio was a little surprised. He knew that Suan had a calm temperament and was slightly knowledgeable in writing. He was completely different from Xiaoshang and Wen Cai, two impetuous disciples. Sometimes he even thought in his heart that maybe after 3 to 5 years, the one who would truly inherit his mantle would be Suan, the later disciple. And what's going on? Two strange things. Suan raised his hand. Master, look at the incense of the plum blossom formation. Uncle Gio took a look and frowned immediately. The incense is 2 short and 1 long. There is a death in the family. The Ren family is moving a grave and it will bring great disaster. Not only will old Master Ren become a zombie, but he will be an extraordinary zombie. The Ren family will be in great trouble. Wen Cai was a little surprised. Then should we notify Mr. Ren and Miss Ren? We are just people from the charity cemetery. We can help with things, but we can't make decisions for the main family. If Mr. Ren had listened to us just now and cremated old Master Ren, there would not be such a bad omen. Uncle Gio shook his head and said. Suan said again, there is another strange thing, Master, look. Uncle Gio looked in the direction of his finger and saw a tombstone with a photo of a beautiful it and Dong Xiaoyu's tomb engraved next to it. I seem to have heard this name before, Uncle Gio said, and suddenly looked at Suan, and, is your relative the one who was? Suan nodded quickly. In fact, he didn't have any relatives, but he knew the plot in advance, and borrowed the name of the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu, first to worship Uncle Gio as a master, and second to kill the female ghost at this time. Sure enough, the previous arrangements were immediately matched, and Uncle Gio immediately understood that there was a female ghost who harmed people here, and it was Suan who mentioned it before. And you are really careful. Uncle Gio praised Suan, seeing that Wen Cai still didn't understand what was going on and Xiaoshang was staring at Dong Xiaoyu's tombstone in a daze. He felt that these 2 apprentices were useless. Xiaoshang, bring the incense. Xiaoshang was at a loss. Ah, you little brat, you are bewitched. Uncle Gio scolded, snatched the incense from his hand, lit it and placed it in front of Dong Xiaoyu's tombstone. A gust of cold wind blew, and all 3 incense sticks were extinguished. Uncle Gio's face sank and clenched his fists. Ghost girl, you don't want to accept our incense, so you must make things difficult for us. Are you targeting Xiaoshang? A slight voice came from the tombstone. He praised me for being beautiful and it was a pity that I died. I want to be his bride. Uncle Gio glared at Xiaoshang, and seeing that he was still dazed, he slapped him to wake him up. Then, he took out a talisman sword from the belt around his waist. The ghost girl Dong Xiaoyu was a little surprised. What are you going to do? Deal with you. Uncle Gio said concisely, raised his foot to gather strength, and kicked the tombstone down with 1 kick. He opened his mouth and bit his finger, and the blood on his fingertips smeared the Fuqian sword, and the 2-foot-long Fuqian sword suddenly took on a golden light. After that, Uncle Gio pinched his left hand, swung the rune sword with his right hand, and was about to stab the soil under the tombstone. Master, let me do it, Suan said. Uncle Gio was a little surprised. You? Well, let you try your hand. In broad daylight, female ghosts dare not come out and act presumptuously. Suan took the rune sword, took a deep breath, and imitated Uncle Gio's left hand to pinch his left hand, and swung the sword with his right hand to stab into the soil. It was noon at this time, and the yang energy was the strongest. The ghost girl Dong Xiaoyu was touched by Uncle Gio. a master of slaying demons and exorcising demons, and her nest was touched. How could she be spared? Only a sharp scream was heard from the ear, and the cold air around disappeared. A wisp of green smoke rose from the grave and dissipated. Kill the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu and get 200 points of reincarnation points. Suan looked at the prompt and was secretly happy. He pulled out the Fujian sword that was buried in the soil. The golden light on it had dissipated. He returned the Fujian sword to Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio said with satisfaction, "Fortunately, Ian is more careful and found this female ghost who harmed people. Otherwise, I don't know how long she would have been a ghost bride and how many people she would have killed." Suan hurriedly said modestly, "It's all because of my master's good teaching. I just want to learn more skills from my master, so I am willing to learn and see more. Well, let's go. On the way, I will teach you some basics of Maoshan Taoism." Uncle Gio said. Suan followed Uncle Gio to the bottom of the barren mountain, listening to him talk about the basic knowledge of Maoshan Taoism while walking, and remembering it as much as possible in his heart. Behind the two of them, Wen Kai licked his lips. "Are you going to eat the big meal? Did he die just like that?" Xiao Shang glanced at the collapsed tombstone of Dong Xiaoyu and said reluctantly. As Uncle Gio walked and talked, Suan listened carefully. After they caught up with the delivery of Old Master Ren's coffin, Xiao Shang and Wen Kai sent the coffin back to the charity cemetery. When the coffin was placed, Uncle Gio stopped teaching, and Suan began to recall the Maoshan Taoist techniques he had learned. The light screen appeared again in front of him, and a new prompt appeared on it. The plot character taught you sincerely, and you obtained the D-level skill Maoshan Taoism and gained some insights because of the other party's generous teaching. Uncle Gio. Suan looked at Uncle Gio deeply, and was very grateful for his generous teaching. Originally, Suan was thinking about how to improve his self-protection ability, whether to leave the world of Mr. Zombie, exchange some weapons with reincarnation points, and then come back to continue to conquer this world. But Uncle Gio's sincere teaching immediately gave Suan a better choice. As Suan was taught and understood something in his mind, he gradually knew how to use many Maoshan Taoism. The light screen gradually dissipated, but Suan knew that his strength had changed dramatically because of this. He has the ability to open the yin-yang eyes and see through demons and monsters. He has the ability to use the blood on the tip of the tongue and the blood on the fingertips to stimulate the ability of Maoshan Taoism, the talisman sword, and the talisman paper, and then bind and harm ghosts and zombies. Possessing the ability to obtain other people's hair, wrap it with talisman paper, and form a tie-thread talisman or a heart-linking talisman. It turns out that the Chinese version of the plot uses Captain Away's hair to make a tie-thread talisman. Whatever he says or does, Captain Away can't help but say or do it. This is the power of the tie-thread talisman. As for controlling and driving away zombies, poisoning and cursing others, Uncle Gio himself did not learn the Taoist arts in this area, and he was upright and had a strong temper, and he disdained to learn the Taoist arts of poisoning and cursing, so Suan's Maoshan Taoist arts did not have this ability. When Suan came to his senses, Uncle Gio had already killed the big rooster, and mixed the chicken blood with glutinous rice, talisman paper ashes, and incense ashes to make a unique ink. After putting the ink into the ink fountain and giving it to Wen Kai and Xiaoxing, the ink line that looked like a fishing net popped out on the coffin of Old Master Ren was relieved. Then, Uncle Gio called Suan to his side and taught him the art of Taoism. Before, Suan only memorized by rote, but this time, he was able to fully understand the essence of it, nodded repeatedly, and even drew inferences from it and asked Uncle Gio more in-depth questions. Uncle Gio was gradually surprised, and then he rarely smiled. "An, I didn't expect you to have such a good brain. You actually understood everything I told you." He asked Suan a few questions, and Suan answered them fluently, which made Uncle Gio even happier. At this time, Xiaoxing and Wen Kai came over timidly and asked if Suan still wanted to treat him to a big meal. Uncle Gio looked at Xiaoxing and Wen Kai, two useless guys, and was furious. Compared with Suan, how could these two be so unreliable? After getting Suan's promise of a big meal, Xiao Shang rode his bicycle back to Rinjia town. Joshu will also take Suan and Wen Kai to the town tomorrow to talk to Master Ren about the follow-up matters of coffin placement and grave relocation. Nothing happened that night. Master Ren's coffin shook twice, but because of the restraint of the ink line, the zombie did not come out of the coffin. The next morning, Joshu brought Suan and Wen Kai to Ren's house in the town. Xiao Shang also changed into a shirt and a Western-style vest and followed him to Ren's house, but his purpose was Rintingting. Master Ren was drinking tea with Away. Away kept talking about how he wanted to marry Ren Tingting. Master Ren either ignored him or asked him to drink tea, ignoring what he said. Seeing Uncle Gio, Suan and others coming, Master Ren stood up to greet them and went to the study to talk with Uncle Gio. Xiao Shang, Wen Kai and Away were making a fool of themselves around Ren Tingting, and soon let Uncle Joe out to beat Wenkai up, and then the group said goodbye to Ren's house. Arriving at the restaurant, Suan fulfilled his promise and invited Uncle Joe, Xiao Shang, and Wenkai to dinner. This time was different from the last time. Suan, Xiao Shang and Wenkai were already fellow apprentices, so Uncle Joe did not restrain Xiao Shang and Wenkai from eating voraciously. After dinner, Suan said goodbye to Uncle Joe and went to the security team again. He was still a member of the security team, and now the town's expenses were all on credit because of this identity. After greeting the other members of the security team, Suan's eyes were once again on the rifle. "Can I hide the rifle and take it away as my own equipment?" The light curtain responded, "It will cost 100 reincarnation points." "So expensive? It's just a broken rifle that is seriously outdated." Suan gave up the idea of taking the opportunity to get a weapon, and first went to the rice shop to buy a bag of glutinous rice on credit, and watched the clerk pack the real glutinous rice with his own eyes, so as to prevent the treacherous rice merchant from mixing rice with it. In the original plot, this treacherous merchant caused Wenkai to be unable to remove the zombie poison and almost turned into a real zombie. After preparing for this, Suan thought to himself, the zombie transformed by Old Master Ren will break out of the coffin tonight when Uncle Joe is not in the charity cemetery, and then go to the Ren family to kill Master Ren. As long as the two zombies, Master Ren and Old Master Ren, are killed, the movie Mr. Zombie is equivalent to the end. Others would be fine, but when Suan thought of Uncle Joe's generous teaching yesterday, and the look of expectation that he would accept the inheritance of Ma Shan and glorify the family, he found it difficult to leave peacefully. Is this a master to say goodbye forever? Suan asked himself that he would never let down those who treated him sincerely, and he should never repay Uncle Joe's kindness in this way. What will you gain from clearing a world? Suan asked the light curtain. You will get the right to enter the world at any time. Anyone who enters the world must obtain your permission, and the reincarnation world will never erode the blue star again. The light curtain showed this. Suan was stunned at first. Are there no other rewards? Then he suddenly realized, entering the world at any time and being able to freely decide whether others can enter this world is the best reward itself. This basically means that you can enter the world indefinitely, establish a strong advantage in the world you have already cleared, and then master the abilities you have in this world more deeply, and also gain more abilities. In this way, it's okay. Suan decided that he would clear the reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie. It is not only to prevent Blue Star from being eroded, but also to prevent other people from entering Mr. Zombie from now on, so that Uncle Joe can spend his life in peace. In Uncle Joe's eyes, Suan will also be the best successor, so that he will no longer have the regret of only passing on all his skills to two living treasures. After this decision was made, Suan felt a lot more relaxed. He was worried before, mainly because Uncle Joe's sincere teaching made him feel that he could not repay the favor. Now that I think about it, this is the best way to repay the favor. That night, the night sky of Rinjia town was like a crescent moon. In the middle of the night, all the dogs in the town suddenly barked. Suan didn't sleep too deeply, and he was awakened by the barking of dogs in the town. Old Master Ren broke out of the coffin and came to the town to kill Master Ren. Walking out of the house, I saw Uncle Joe standing in the yard with his hands behind his back. Master, so many dogs barking, an evil thing has entered the town. Uncle Joe said, I don't know where it came from, and I don't know what kind of evil thing it is. These days, evil spirits are rampant and human life is worthless. It's good to be able to protect yourself. Suan pretended to think, and then said, Master, I suspect it's still the incident of Ren's family moving the grave. You also said that it was a bad omen. Let's go to Ren's house to take a look. Uncle Joe was a little uneasy at first, and after hearing this, he nodded directly. Take our things, wake up Xiao Shang and Wenkai, and let's go and take a look. Suan woke up Xiao Shang and Wenkai. When the sleepy two heard that they were going to Ren's house, they immediately became energetic. Go see Ting Ting. It's the middle of the night, she might be more beautiful in pajamas. Uncle Joe helplessly slapped them both to dispel their delusions. Suan asked Wenkai to carry the bag of glutinous rice that they had bought during the day. The group walked along the quiet and deserted street of Rinjia town. After they had walked a few steps, they heard a loud shout, Who is it? The security team leader Away came out with a group of security team members, carrying guns on their backs, holding a kerosene lamp, and shaking their heads. Walking closer, he yawned, I was wondering who it was. Uncle Joe and you little brat. Suan, where are you going so late at night? It's just a coincidence, I only follow a patrol once in a while and I met you today. Uncle Joe is not good at speaking and told the truth. Let's go to Ren's house and have a look. Ren's house? Wei screamed, What are you doing at Ren's house in the middle of the night? You are not going to propose to Mr. Ren, are you? It has been agreed in advance that Tingting is mine. Wen Kai and Xiao Shang immediately quarreled with him. What did you say? Tingting is not yours. What the hell is going on? In order not to hinder the plan to kill zombies today, Suan hurried forward and said, Brother Wei, this is what happened. The dogs in the town are barking tonight. There must be evil creatures entering the town. We are going to Ren's house to protect the safety of Mr. Rin and Miss Tingting. Ah, how can I believe what you say? Ah Wei shook his head disdainfully. You feng shui masters just know how to scare people. Suan, you have also learned this trick? As soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from the direction of Ren's house. Murder. The master is dead. Wei's face changed drastically. Ah! Jiu Shu shouted, it's too late, it's the Ren family. The coffin in the charity cemetery must have been broken open. He ran towards Ren's house at a fast pace, followed by Wen Kai and Xiao Shang. Suan and the security team Wei and others followed closely behind, but they couldn't catch up with them, especially when Xiao Shang was carrying a saddlebag and Wen Kai was carrying a bag of glutinous rice. They still couldn't catch up. It can be imagined that these two living treasures have practiced Maoshan body refining techniques for several years, and their bodies are so strong and agile. When Suan and others arrived at the door of Ren's house, Jiu Shu, Xiao Shang, and Wen Kai were fighting with an old zombie with wrinkled face and wearing official uniforms. Suan took a breath and was secretly happy. Uncle Jiu now had all the tools, including a bag of glutinous rice that he had prepared. The zombie of Old Master Ren had just broken out of the coffin and sucked his blood, but it had not yet become the strongest. Stopping Old Master Ren at this time is when the difference in strength between the two sides is not big. It is very likely that Old Master Ren's zombie will be solved directly tonight. After that, there will be no great danger in the plot of Mr. Zombie, the reincarnation world. Seeing Uncle Jiu fighting with zombies, Wei screamed, oh my god, there are ghosts. The other security team members were so scared that they couldn't even hold their guns steadily and retreated again and again. Suan didn't count on them at first. Ordinary firearms are useless against zombies. Not to mention Old Master Ren, even Old Master Ren who is transformed into a zombie is not afraid of muskets. Recalling the Maoshan Taoism that has been accomplished in his mind, while observing Uncle Jiu holding a peachwood sword and fighting with Old Master Ren, Suan took out 2 talisman papers from his waist to bind zombies and ghosts, bit his fingertips, smeared the blood on the back of the talisman paper, and was ready to cooperate at any time. The reason why Old Master Ren is so powerful is because the acupuncture points of dragonfly touching water seal the yin qi. The yin qi nourishes its body for 20 years, so it is obviously much stronger than ordinary zombies. Now that it has absorbed the blood of its blood relatives, its strength is gradually getting stronger even in battle. At first, it was afraid of the peachwood sword, but later it was no longer afraid of it and directly used its arm to block the peachwood sword. After that, it ignored the peachwood sword and raised its arm to knock the peachwood sword away amid the exclamations of Wen Kai and Xiao Shang. Wow! This guy is so powerful. Uncle Jiu also looked solemn and shouted, glutinous rice. Xiao Shang hurriedly picked up the bag of glutinous rice and threw it at Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu shouted helplessly, too much. Raising his hand to grab the glutinous rice bag, Uncle Jiu grabbed a handful of glutinous rice and threw it at Old Master Ren. Old Master Ren immediately growled in disgust and took a step back. And light it. Uncle Jiu saw that the glutinous rice was still effective and finally had some confidence, and shouted to Suan again. Upon hearing this, Suan hurriedly took off his coat, took the kerosene lamp brought by Wei, poured kerosene on his coat, and lit a fire. He also called out to the security team members, Rentingting, who was trembling and didn't know what to do, and the servants of the Ren family, come and help, light the fire, and burn the zombies to death. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized and hurriedly looked for wood and even furniture from all around. Some people even threw security uniforms and belts into the fire. Uncle Jiu originally wanted to light a fire and ignite the glutinous rice to cause greater damage to the zombies. Unexpectedly, Suan reacted so quickly that a fire was lit in a blink of an eye. In less than 5 minutes, the fire turned into a big fire, and he was overjoyed. Now he has a sure thing. Zombies hate glutinous rice, and they are most afraid of sunlight and flames. Raising his hand and sprinkling glutinous rice, he forced Old Master Ren back 2 steps. Uncle Jiu held a binding talisman paper and chased after him, trying to either fix Old Master Ren or force him into the fire to burn him to death. But Old Master Ren seemed to be wise. Seeing Uncle Jiu approaching, he no longer retreated, but jumped towards the door, preparing to escape. Suan pulled out a burning wood from the fire and threw it to the door of Ren's house. Old Master Ren stopped immediately, then turned around and jumped straight towards Suan. He felt that he could not escape, and wanted to kill Suan who stopped him. Suan's heart was beating violently, and his mind was as calm and clear as possible. In each of his left and right hands, there was a piece of talisman paper smeared with fingertip blood inactivated. His eyes swept the distance between himself and the fire. It only takes one chance, as long as Old Master Ren can be sent into the fire, everything is possible. Be careful. Uncle Gio jumped up from behind and kicked at Old Master Ren. At this moment, Old Master Ren turned around suddenly, gave up attacking Suan, and turned to attack Uncle Gio in midair. A pair of iron arms with sharp claws directly grabbed Uncle Gio's legs, leaving a long mark on Uncle Gio's legs. Suan saw this scene, and he was also ruthless. He found the right opportunity and rushed forward without taking any risks. He opened his left and right hands and slapped the talisman paper on Old Master Ren's body, then raised his foot and kicked at Old Master Ren. Old Master Ren was not at all, but only half. His body was still trembling and trying to attack Suan. Suan was ruthless. He gritted his teeth and kicked several times. Each kick seemed to hit a piece of iron, and his bones were about to break. Finally, he kicked Old Master Ren's zombie body, and it fell into the fire with a bang. He struggled fiercely for a few times, and then was burned to ashes. Kill Old Master Ren's zombie and get 300 points of reincarnation points. The light screen displayed the text to remind Suan. Suan ignored this scene and stepped forward to check Uncle Joe's injured leg. It was already black and blue due to the zombie's poison. "Master, if you hadn't saved me," Suan said with some emotion. In the original plot of Mr. Vampire, Uncle Gio had never been poisoned by zombies. He did not expect that he would be injured and poisoned in order to save himself this time. Although the zombie poison is not difficult to cure, this kind of heart makes Suan more certain that his previous choice was not wrong. The title of Master also becomes more sincere. Uncle Gio shook his head, signaling him not to worry. Standing up with a limp, Uncle Gio grabbed a handful of sticky rice and pressed it on the wound, using his internal energy to push it outwards, and the sticky rice immediately turned black and smelly. After repeating this 3 times, the sticky rice no longer turned black, and the wound began to bleed normally, and Uncle Gio finally breathed a sigh of relief. His cultivation was much higher than Wensai's, and it was easy for him to remove the corpse poison. In the original novel, the ridiculous appearance of Wenkai removing the corpse poison was purely a helpless act because he could not force the corpse poison out. You have been practicing for a short time, your strength is insufficient, you are careful and steady, and you have the potential to comprehend Taoism. Of course, I can't sit and watch you being killed by zombies, Uncle Gio said. In fact, he and Suan knew that he gave the zombies an opportunity because he was anxious to save Suan. If it were an ordinary person, Uncle Gio would not have acted so hastily. The fire gradually died down, and Rentingting came forward to thank him. "Uncle Gio, thank you for helping the Ren family kill that terrible monster and helping my father to get revenge." Wei appeared out of nowhere and said, Yes, thank you for helping our Ren family. Ting and I will be grateful to you in the future. The Ren family has something to do today, so we won't be entertaining guests. Tomorrow we will start the funeral for my father-in-law, Master Ren." As he spoke, he was about to grab Rentingting's hand. Rentingting's father had just died, and she didn't like Wei at all. She immediately slapped his hand away. "Cousin, don't do this." Xiao Shang and Wenkai both stood up and shouted at Wei not to bully Rentingting. These two funny guys stood up at the right time. Rentingting was alone and obviously couldn't keep the family business. If no one supported her, she might be swallowed up by Wei from today. Suan didn't want to get involved in the troubles of the Ren family, but just reminded them, Master Ren was bitten by a zombie and will soon become a zombie. "If you don't want to be in danger again, let me cremate Master Ren's body, right?" Rentingting was at a loss when she heard this and looked at Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio nodded and said, "And is right, it will be like this." "Then what should I do?" Rentingting said sadly, "My father is not here, I don't know anything." Wei hurriedly shouted, "There is still me, there is still me. It's because of you that Ting is afraid." Wenkai shouted. Suan spoke again, "Cream Master Ren first, and talk about the rest later. Let us help with the funeral. Miss Run, you should also find some trustworthy people to count the Ren family's assets and businesses. Losses may be inevitable, but at least they won't fall to the ground." After hearing this, Rentingting finally found her backbone and realized that among the 4 young men in front of her, only Suan was the most reliable. "Okay, I'll listen to you," and she didn't know Suan at all, and she followed Uncle Joe's way of calling him an, which made her seem particularly intimate. Wei was immediately dissatisfied and shouted, "Okay, Suan, you little brat, as a member of the security team, how dare you commit treason and steal my brother Wei's woman? Do you believe me?" After Rentingting had a backbone, she immediately spoke with confidence, "Cousin, don't make trouble, I am not your woman. If you make trouble again, the Ren family will not pay the security team next month." Hearing that the salary would be cut off, Away immediately lost his spirit, muttered and curled his lips. Ren Tingting inherited the position of the head of the Ren family, and it would never fall into his hands again. The next morning, seeing the dead Master Ren's fingernails growing longer, Ren Tingting had to accept the reality, and said to Suan with tears in her eyes, everything is up to you. Suan nodded. He was too lazy to care about other things, but he would definitely take care of this matter, and he would definitely burn Master Ren's body with his own hands. At noon, the fire was set to burn Master Ren's body, and a series of messages popped up on the light screen in front of Suan. Kill the zombie Master Ren and get 100 reincarnation points. Complete the clearance of Mr. Zombie. From now on, the space of Mr. Zombie's world is fixed and will no longer erode Blue Star. From now on, you can enter and exit the reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie without spending any money, and you can allow or prohibit any Blue Star people from entering the reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie. When combatant Suan clears a world, should he announce it to all combatants and logistics personnel who are in Mr. Zombie? Or choose to use a code name to make an announcement? Currently, there are 5,000 combatants, 500,000 temporary passers-by, and 35,000 logistics personnel in the reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie. The carrying capacity of the reincarnation world has been reached. Should we expand the list to process the entry permissions? This world has been cleared. Should we settle it immediately and return to Blue Star? A series of lists show the most satisfactory harvest. Suan smiled silently in his heart and looked at Uncle Gio. Master, I have an urgent matter to leave Rinjia town and will come back later. Uncle Gio was a little surprised. Before he asked, Suan left in a hurry. After Master Ren's death, the Ren family suffered a great loss, but fortunately, they were big and powerful, and under the leadership of Ren Tingting, they managed to hold on despite the pain. Rinjia town gradually returned to peace, and everything seemed to be back to normal. Suan did not leave Rinjia town, but found a secluded place, looking at the light screen of the reincarnation world to evaluate himself. Combatant Pass, Suan Comprehensive Strength Rating, F Charm Rating, D Owned Items, None Owned Skills, D Level Skill Mashan Taoism, E Level Skill Mashan Body Refining Technique. As a pure newcomer who came in with a temporary pass, Suan's gains this time are incredible: D Level Charm and 2 skills, 1 D Level and 1 E Level. Although the skills have not been fully transformed into strength, the strength is still F level, but his potential and future are limitless. More importantly, Suan has gained the right to enter and exit the entire Mr. Zombie reincarnation world. This fact made Suan extremely excited. As long as his plot profit advantage is brought into play, it is simply the biggest bug. He likes this bug. Now, Suan began to consider how to deal with the adventurers who are still adventuring in the Mr. Zombie world. Announce your real name and real strength to everyone? Suan is not yet impatient with living. But if we pretend that nothing happened in the world of Mr. Zombie and let others attack it, it would be impossible. Suan had already decided that Uncle Gio would have a real life and would never reincarnate in a plot again. Similarly, there were so many other reincarnation worlds waiting for them to conquer, and there was no need to stay in this world. So, Suan made a decision after just thinking about it. With his decision, the announcement spread to all the combatants, logistics personnel, and temporary passers-by who were adventuring in Mr. Zombie. The reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie has been cleared by the codename Miluo. Regardless of whether the mission is completed or not, please leave this world within 5 minutes. Please leave this world within 5 minutes, and you will be forced to leave after 5 minutes. You can enter the reincarnation world again only after you get the invitation or permission of Miluo, otherwise you will never be able to enter this world. More than 500,000 adventurers were all stunned and looked at the light curtain in front of them in disbelief. Some of them had already found Uncle Gio and figured out the context of the matter, some were fighting zombies, and some were fighting with the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu at night. Many more were still wandering around Renjia town, preparing to complete their tasks. Before they could find a clue, they were suddenly startled by the reminder of the light curtain. How come? This world was cleared? Who is Miro? How come it was cleared? Suan smiled, silently calculated all the gains, and left this world. The light curtain showed the final reincarnation points gained from entering the reincarnation world this time. In addition to the skills, kill the powerful zombie Old Master Rin and get 300 reincarnation points. Kill the zombie Master Rin and get 100 reincarnation points. Kill the female ghost Dong Xiaoyu and get 200 reincarnation points. Clear the world of Mr. Zombie, have the right to decide when to enter and exit this world, enter this world freely at any time, and consume 100 reincarnation points for each day of residence. You will get 20,000 reincarnation points for clearing the world, a total of 20,600 points. As a reward for clearing the world, you can choose to learn 3 skills in this world directly, or upgrade the skills learned in this world 3 times. The final reward for clearing the world is richer than he imagined. 20,600 reincarnation points can be used for future exchange, and there are 3 opportunities to choose any skills in the world of Mr. Zombie. What skills should I choose? Suan fell into deep thought. Suan has already learned Uncle Jio's Mashan Taoism and Mashan body refining, and can take this opportunity to upgrade these 2 skills, or take this opportunity to learn the spells of driving corpses from Uncle Jio's junior brother, Taoist Simu. Driving corpses is too obvious and too inconvenient to act. It is better to master the existing skills thoroughly. Suan pondered for a moment and made a choice. Mashan Taoism, I want to upgrade twice. The body is the capital for using spells. If the body is not vigorous, then all spells will not work. So Suan added, I want to upgrade my Mashan body refining technique. The first thing that reacted was the improvement of the Mashan body refining technique. Suan clenched his fists and felt that his muscles were much stronger and his blood and essence were much more vigorous. The Mashan Taoism taught by Uncle Jio has a strong body as the foundation. Vigorous blood and essence can play a more powerful role and greatly enhance control. This Mashan body refining technique is specifically used to strengthen the body. After upgrading once, Suan can run like Shou Sheng and others with a bag of rice on his back, climb over the wall and climb the house, and react quickly. Although this does not exceed the human limit, it is generally the result of many years of hard training for ordinary people. Some people who are born clumsy and weak will never reach this level in their entire lives. Immediately afterwards, Suan's Mashan Taoism was upgraded twice in succession, and he immediately upgraded to a level where he had a deep understanding and could use it in his heart. The yin-yang eyes can be used more freely and can be used without pinching the formula. He can read feng shui fortune, make talisman money swords, talisman paper, and ink to ward off evil spirits, set up incense arrays, invite ghosts and gods, and kill evil spirits. By obtaining other people's blood and hair, he can control them or communicate with them through their hearts. If he knows their real names and birth dates, he can hinder their future luck or even kill them. Uncle Jio never uses this method to harm people. Now that Suan has achieved some success in Taoism, he understands that it is not that Uncle Jio does not have the ability to harm people, but that he has no intention of harming people, only the intention of saving people. The right use of these Taoist arts is that Uncle Jio follows the rules and is admirable. In Suan's hands, with just a slight change, inviting ghosts and gods can become a ghost-raising technique, or it can become a ghost exorcism and murder, and the string talisman can also turn the other party into a puppet. This made him even more glad of his choice. With such a high level of Mashan Taoism, one can understand the mysteries of other Taoist arts by analogy. If he had learned Uncle Jio's Taoism and then aspired to practice Taoist Simu's corpse driving technique, he would end up knowing only 2 things but not being proficient in either, and not being able to exert much of his abilities. The improvement of Mashan Taoism and Mashan body refining technique is very obvious, and the comprehensive strength assessment is extremely reliable. As Suan's physique improves, his Mashan Taoism can exert more and stronger strength, so he finally gets an E-level evaluation in the comprehensive strength assessment. Comprehensive strength E-level, charm D-level. This time, the world of Mr. Zombie has gained a lot, and Suan can be sure that the future will only be more worth looking forward to than now. As he finished the settlement, the light emerged faintly, and he was finally leaving this world and returning to the real world. In the real world, in the gymnasium of Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School in Xiagua, the principal, the dean of teaching, and the head teachers of the senior class are all nervously waiting for the results of the first reincarnation world test of the senior class 34. The previous 3 classes actually had only 8 combatants in the end, which was not good news for Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. There are 15 classes in the senior year, with nearly 1,000 senior year students. If there are 80 or 90 students who can become combatants according to the normal probability of 85%, it is normal for 3 classes to have at least 18 to 20. But now there are only 8. Although this year is the 3rd level of the reincarnation world, there should not be so few combatants. If there are too few combatants in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School this year, the principal and the dean of teaching will be directly responsible and will be held accountable by the higher level education department. Even the head teachers of each class are very likely to be stripped of their teaching qualifications and will never be qualified to teach students again. Finally, the first student of the senior year 3, class 4 came out. The head teacher Hao Jun hurriedly stepped forward. Yuan Jia, are you a combatant or a logistics staff? What mission did you encounter? Yuan Jia shook his head in frustration. The reincarnation world didn't issue me any mission at all. I just walked for a long time in a very shabby town that seemed to be more than 100 years old. I don't know why I became a logistics staff. The principal and the dean of teaching were not surprised to hear this. There are too many people without potential, and they don't even have the opportunity to get a test mission. Today is the day for all the senior high school students in Xia country to take the test together. With so many people entering the reincarnation world for the test one after another, many mediocre people with low potential will certainly get nothing. The appearance of this student named Yuan Jie seemed to be a start. Then more than a dozen male and female students quickly appeared in the blue halo. They all had the same experience as Yuan Jie. They neither saw the task nor triggered the task. They just became logistics personnel in a daze. The face of the head teacher Hao Jun was heavy, and the faces of the principal and the dean of studies became uglier. It's not good. There are too few combatants this year. The third level of the reincarnation world is really difficult. Even if they are not punished by the education department, I am afraid they will be dismissed. After another half an hour, someone finally appeared in the blue halo. This time it was finally a combatant. Then more than a dozen students came out, 6 of them became combatants, and the rest did not become combatants. In this way, 7 of the 48 students in Class 4 of Senior 3 have become combatants, 23 have been eliminated as logistics personnel, and 18 have not come out in the reincarnation world. Hao Jun was completely relieved. This is already qualified. I can hand in the job. The principal and the dean of teaching showed a little more expectation on their faces. The previous 3 classes had too little harvest, and finally there were no unexpected situations in Class 4. If 7 or 8 of the remaining 18 students in Class 4 can become combatants, it would be great. And according to the rules, the later you come out, the more test tasks you receive, and the more likely you are to qualify as a combatant. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed and disappeared in an instant, and 15 students appeared in front of everyone at the same time. The principal, the dean of teaching, Hao Jun and others looked at the people in blue work clothes. What's going on? Is there a malfunction? The staff were also surprised. They came forward in surprise and said, "What's going on? How come we have never seen this situation before?" A tall woman in a tight leather jacket walked over quickly and said loudly, "Don't panic. This is not a bad thing." The principal asked hurriedly, "Miss Mu, what's going on?" "Nothing. The reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie was cleared by a person named Manhwa, and everyone was driven out of this reincarnation world by Manhwa." Miss Mu said, "The latest news is that all high school tests in Shagwa have been interrupted. The more than 100 reincarnation department personnel who were trying to get through Mr. Zombie have also been driven out. Of course the test of your Jiangchang No. 1 middle school has also been interrupted." "Ha?" The principal's eyes widened in surprise. The reincarnation world has been cleared? This is a big deal. Isn't it the team of the National Reincarnation Department who did it? Yes, the Reincarnation Department failed this time. I don't know which giant company trained the strong man to take the lead in clearing the world. Miss Mu said, "But it's a good thing after all. No matter who it is, they deserve the results that can solve the erosion of the reincarnation world for us." As she spoke, her eyes fell on the 15 students who appeared at the end. At this time, 2 more people appeared one after another. One is a white-skinned, proud girl with long hair, and the other is a smiling, calm boy. These 2 people were born in wealthy families and received elite education since childhood. Although they don't look so arrogant, they have a temperament that is superior to others. This senior class 34 is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are 2 people like this who have become combatants? Mu Qingling said with some emotion. The principal nodded. These 2 are the son of the Changqing group and the daughter of the giant group. They are all outstanding people. He smiled and nodded to the confidently smiling boy and the girl with long fair hair, and asked the other 15 students together, "What happened today was sudden. I wonder if any of you classmates have become combatants? It doesn't matter if you don't pass this time. As long as you are still temporary passers-by and your identity is not confirmed, you can still enter the reincarnation world for testing next time." The confidently smiling boy said, "Uncle Zhao, I have become a combatant." "Oh," Principal Zhao Dekai smiled kindly, "it's Ming Yuan." He introduced to Mu Qingling, "This is Qin Ming Yuan, the son of the Changqing group. Ming Yuan, this is Miss Mu Qingling who holds an important position in the National Reincarnation Bureau." Qin Ming Yuan greeted with a smile, and Mu Qingling nodded slightly in response. "I have become a combatant too," said the long-haired girl. "It's not difficult for me. This kind of thing can only stump ordinary people. How can it stop me, Jiang Lin?" Zhao Dekai introduced to Mu Qingling again, "This is the daughter of the giant group, Jiang Lin." Jiang Lin looked around as if no one was around. She asked, "Don't you know me, Luo?" Mu Qingling and Zhao Dekai didn't know. Qin Mingyuan smiled and said, "This must be a secret expert trained by an unknown group. He is really amazing. Thanks to him, the students who came out at the same time as us are miserable. They should not have become combatants. Hearing him say this, Mu Qingling didn't agree. This Qin Mingyuan really underestimated civilians. Could it be that there would be no combatants among the civilians at this critical moment? Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he looked at the place covered by the blue halo. A handsome boy with a plain expression was standing in the middle of the halo. He came out a few minutes later than everyone else. Why did he come out at this time? Is he much stronger than other students? Moreover, the strength information revealed by this Mu Qingling silently said in her heart, Earth Demon Eye, open. Her eyes instantly turned blue, and after just a glance, they quickly closed their eyes. Sure enough, he was not a Class F combatant, but a higher Class E strength. Class E strength, and he can stay longer than others in the third-level reincarnation world, especially under the premise of being driven away by Miro. I have met a treasure. Mu Qingling remained calm and suppressed the ecstasy in her heart. What's your name? Principal Zhao Dekai, class teacher Hao Jun, Qin Mingyuan, Zhang Lin and others followed her question and looked at Suan who had just appeared. Is there anything special about this boy? Suan said, and took a step to leave. Suan, are you a combatant now? Mu Qingling asked. Yes. Suan frowned slightly. He didn't want to attract attention. Why did this woman target him? Great, you are also a combatant. The class teacher Hao Jun said happily. In this way, there are actually 10 combatants in our entire class, which is really great. Zhang Lin snorted and said disapprovingly, is it so worth being happy? I think it's very simple. Qin Mingyuan frowned slightly. Isn't Suan the most bullied guy in the class? With his weak and bullied character, can he also become a combatant? This was a bit beyond Qin Mingyuan's expectations. In addition to him and Zhang Lin, among the remaining students who were driven out of the world of Mr. Zombie by Miro, Suan, the coward who was least likely to become a combatant, actually became a combatant. Mu Qingling stepped in front of Suan. You just became a combatant today, right? Yes. Suan said briefly, and everyone could hear the impatience in his tone. Zhang Lin glanced at him in surprise. Is this guy who is usually bullied so bold? Qin Mingyuan was disdainful in his heart. Civilians are civilians, and they don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is when they have a little power. Hey, how can you talk like that, classmate? What's your attitude? Zhao Dekai said hurriedly. Mu Qingling raised her hand to signal him to be quiet, and continued to say to Suan, have you ever thought about joining the National Reincarnation Department, serving the Xia Kingdom, and resisting the erosion of the reincarnation world? If you are willing to join the Reincarnation Department, you will be my direct subordinate now, and you can follow me now, enjoy the country's third-class salary and benefits, and the country will solve all your food, clothing, housing, transportation, and future problems. Zhao Dekai and Hao Jun looked at Suan in surprise, and Qin Mingyuan and Zhang Lin also looked at Suan curiously. What is so special about this Suan that Mu Qingling values? Currently, there are 4 classes in the 3rd year of high school who are undergoing tests, and there are still 17 other combatants. Even if Qin Mingyuan and Zhang Lin are not counted, there are still 15. What is so eye-catching about Suan compared to these 15 combatants? It can't be just because of his good-looking face, right? What surprised them even more was Suan's answer, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm not planning to join the National Reincarnation Department at the moment. Mu Qingling smiled and said, do you know what the third-class salary of the country is? And how much is the monthly allowance for food, clothing, housing, and transportation? After becoming a fighter, are these things important? You can exchange or sell your reincarnation points for money, and you can have as many of these things as you want. Suan said, Ha! You're so arrogant at such a young age. How many people would really exchange them for money? I have promised you a lot now. If you enter those giant groups, the third-class salary is equivalent to that of their elite-level samsara fighters. It's not that easy. Zhang Lin couldn't help but said, the salary of the National Reincarnation Bureau is indeed high. Anyone who joins can enjoy the 4th-class salary. The 3rd-class salary you promised is even more preferential. But Miss Mu, why don't you tell me the most important rule of the National Reincarnation Bureau? Mu Qingling was a little annoyed. Little girl, are you going to undermine me? No, I just can't stand it. Zhang Lin raised her head, clasped her hands to her chest like holding the mountains. The money of the National Reincarnation Bureau is earned with lives. When the samsara world is seriously eroded and monsters are leaked, the members of the National Reincarnation Bureau have no right to refuse to be transferred. They must go to fight after being dispatched. Even monsters from the 5th-level samsara world are the same. Suan, you have no advantages except that you are handsome, and you are usually spineless, but after all, we are classmates. I advise you not to be deceived by a woman in leather jacket and lose your life. Mu Qingling took a deep breath. Little girl, you'd better be careful with your words. Those who resist the erosion of the reincarnation world for Xiagua and the world are all heroes. They are not deceived. Humph, only you believe it. Jiang Lin said, others don't know, but I know. Suan, how about joining the giant group? At least I guarantee that you will no longer be bullied in school. When Mu Qingling heard this, she shook her head slightly. Little girl, you know how to take the opportunity to people. After that, she took a deep look at Suan, pulled out a business card with body temperature from her leather jacket, and stuffed it into Suan's hand. If you want to join the reincarnation division, call me. After that, she turned around and called the staff in blue work clothes to pack up the equipment, and left like a gust of wind. After Mu Qingling led the people away, Jiang Lin looked at Suan and said, come with me to the giant group. Suan said, no need, I'd better go home. Jiang Lin was a little unhappy, snorted softly, and raised her head again. It's up to you. Is there anyone else willing to come to the giant group? 15 students who had just become combatants hurriedly stepped forward. Jiang Lin waved her hand unhappily. Stay away from me, where is Manager Sun? Come here to recruit people. A manager of the giant group hurriedly stepped forward with a smile. Classmates, I am the manager of the giant group. My name is Sun Xiachuan. Qin Mingyuan also said when he saw this, Evergreen group also needs combatants, and the treatment is not bad. The men of the Evergreen group also hurriedly stepped forward to recruit, and the other two groups also stepped forward to recruit combatants. Faced with these groups, the 15 students hesitated and could not make a decision for a while. Suan ignored them and walked out the door. Qin Mingyuan's heart moved, and he said, Suan, come here. Suan stopped and looked at him, looking at him strangely. Who is this guy? Memories came to Suan, and he remembered Qin Mingyuan, the second son of the Changqing group, a celebrity in the class and school, and the existence he looked up to in his original memory. The original Suan was always bullied in the corner of the class. At that time, he thought it would be great if he was like Qin Mingyuan, and he would never be bullied again. So, Qin Mingyuan naturally called Suan, thinking that Suan had no choice but to come over obediently. What's the matter? Suan certainly didn't have much respect for him. It was true that he had the Changqing group, but Suan was not afraid of it. Qin Mingyuan was unhappy. He was just surprised at Suan's change before, but now he felt that this kid didn't know what was good for him and really dared to take a stance against him. Join the Evergreen group, and I will guarantee that nothing will happen to you in school. You can follow me. No need. Suan walked out without stopping. Otherwise, it may not be possible. Qin Mingyuan said this with a cold look. Suan looked back coldly, and Qin Mingyuan looked at him. In just a moment, Suan walked out again. Retracting his gaze, Qin Mingyuan dealt with the principal Zhao Dekai, the head teacher Hao Jun and the classmates with a polite smile, as if nothing had happened. But in his heart, the anger had been suppressed. Just you also cooperate with me for tat? Suan, I will make you kneel down and beg me to join the Evergreen group. Thump, thump. Mu Qingling, wearing a tight leather jacket, stepped hard on the floor with her high heels. She came to the office of the director of the Jiangchang Reincarnation Department. Director, the equipment has been taken back. Which reincarnation world needs to be debugged to continue to be the test world for senior high school students? Director Zhou Bo is a middle-aged man holding a teacup. He always laughs before speaking. It's good to take it back. We will debug it after the headquarters makes a decision. After all, the decision-making power is not in our hands. It's already exaggerated to use the third-level reincarnation world for combat qualifications this year. It's not like we have to use the fourth-level and fifth-level reincarnation worlds. He asked again, did you find any good seedlings when you went to Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school this time? 1. Mu Qingling immediately became energetic and said excitedly. 1. Are you talking about Qin Mingyuan from Changqing Group or Jiang Lin from Giant Group? Zhou Bo asked. Neither, Mu Qingling said, they are both carefully cultivated flowers. They look good and are more prepared than others, but it is impossible to expect them to become real strong men in the future, and they will never join our Samsara division. That's right, Zhou Bo said. Is it a student with no background? Yes, he has no background, and he is very powerful and opinionated. I just found a treasure. No one in Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school has noticed it yet. I must take him down as soon as possible. Mu Qingling said. That's good. We will have successors after all. Those groups are getting bigger and bigger, and more people choose to evade responsibility. Hey! Zhou Bo held the teacup and drank a sip of tea, shaking his head helplessly. Mu Qingling's excitement slowly dissipated, and she remained silent. The situation is getting worse and worse. This time, Miro, who connected the Samsara world, is not a member of the National Samsara Division. The giant groups will only become more and more arrogant and rampant. The reason why the National Samsara Division has become weaker is because it has to protect the country and resist the erosion everywhere. Talents are hard to come by, and that Suan is an unusual person, so we have to find a way to get him to join the Samsara Division. What they don't know is that at this moment, the headquarters of the Samsara Division in the capital, the headquarters of the Changqing Group in Jiangchang, and the Giant Group, all major groups across the country are gathering together for a meeting to find the Miro who passed Mr. Zombie. The top leaders of the country and the top leaders of various groups are therefore suspicious of each other. Miro must not be one of ours. Which force has cultivated this strong man? Who cultivated him, and who lied? Back home, both parents hurriedly got up from the sofa and asked, "How was the test today? Did you not encounter any danger?" Generally, temporary passers-by will not be in too much danger. Are you okay? Are you a combatant or a logistics staff? Suan nodded. It's okay, I'm a combatant. Oh, combatant. Father Su Zhangshan breathed a sigh of relief. I won't have to worry about my income in the future. Mother Chinron was a little worried. Combatants are good, but they are also dangerous. The National Reincarnation Department has many casualties every year. Even those large groups are not safe, and there are casualties every year. Su Zhengshan shook his head helplessly. That can't be helped. The reincarnation world is like this. If you go in to get benefits, you may lose your life. After all, combatants have a high status and high income, so it's still good. As he spoke, his interest became high. Make some side dishes and take out my wine. Suan, you should drink with me too. From now on, you are an independent adult and a combatant. After his mother finished cooking, the family had a slightly rich meal together, and Suan returned to his room. Enter the reincarnation world. Suan muttered to himself. The light curtain suddenly unfolded, and then Suan disappeared on the bed. Combatant pass. Suan successfully entered the world of reincarnation. Now you can stay in the center of reincarnation or choose to enter the world of reincarnation immediately to adventure. The Center Forum, Center Trading Center, and Center Square are open to combatants for free. Do you choose to enter? Enter the Center Forum. As Suan silently chanted in his heart, his body arrived at an open place, and a forum with a simple page and different sections appeared in front of him. Some people posted videos in the video section, and many people chatted in the discussion section. Some people disclosed some information about the current exploration of the world. Some people said how pitiful they were and urgently needed reincarnation points. Some people wanted to buy reincarnation points, 2,000 yuan for one reincarnation point. Obviously, there are all kinds of people on this: liars, beggars, show-offs, and people with ulterior motives. There are many, many people. Suan was very skeptical about how many people on this forum were sincere and how many had ulterior motives. However, after a careful look, he found a pattern. The discussion posts or videos marked in blue by the Center Forum of Reincarnation are relatively safe and reliable. Most of them seem to be non-fraudulent and have substance, rather than posting meaningless content. The red mark is a request for help that offers a reward of reincarnation points. Just click in and reply, and you can get the reincarnation points given by the poster according to the content of the reply. Of course, you must really help the other party, otherwise it is impossible to get reincarnation points. The bright red and shocking post at the top of the forum is, a reward of 1,000 reincarnation points, looking for Miro. Suan clicked in and took a look. The first few people replied with questions. Who is Miro? 1,000 reincarnation points, equivalent to nearly 1 million yuan, looking for one person? Who is this person? At this time, it is obvious that they did not know that Miro had cleared the world of Mr. Zombie. But then the replies below became, exclamation point, and other shocking replies. What a fierce man this is, clearing the third level of the reincarnation world alone. It's not a team that cleared the world, just him? Is he a human? Where did this strong man come from? Does anyone know? It's a bit too fierce. There were even a few foreign languages mixed in, such as Holy. However, because there were many people in Xia country and the language barrier was huge, they basically ignored the speeches of these foreigners. 1,000 reincarnation points, to find my whereabouts? Suan looked at the reward post and smiled slightly. Although the price was not small, it was obvious that Miro was still regarded as a strong man trained by a certain group, and it seemed that it would not be difficult to find out. 1,000 reincarnation points, 1 million huayuan, it was a bit too much to underestimate Miro. With this idea, Suan opened the Reincarnation Central Trading Center, which was something like an online mall, but it was all traded by the fighters in the reincarnation world. Not only were the prices high, but they were not good items. A gun, a poison cold weapon, and an evil repelling talisman all tried to sell for hundreds of reincarnation points. This kind of high-priced and low-quality items has been slow to be purchased. It is estimated that if there are really items and skills with the right price, they will be bought immediately. It seems that this kind of transaction is also a matter of luck. Suwon took a look at the reincarnation points he had. 20,600 points, undoubtedly surpassed the fighters who had experienced many reincarnation world adventures. At present, there is no need to buy anything from this trading center. There is also the central square of the reincarnation world, which gathers fighters from all over the blue planet. For Suwon, who has just experienced a reincarnation world, it is too early to deal with all kinds of people. After a quick look around, Suwon asked, what can be exchanged directly from the reincarnation world with reincarnation points? The screen displayed, it takes at least 2,000 points to exchange to enter the reincarnation world you have already experienced, and at least 100 points are required for each day you survive. Combatant Suwon, codenamed Miro, does not need any points to return to the world of Mr. Zombie, and has control over entering and exiting the world, and only needs to pay a cost of 100 points per day. Combatants returning to the reincarnation world can apply for treatment with more than 100 reincarnation points, and treatment will be provided based on the severity of the injury and the chosen treatment direction. Please note that not all injuries can be repaired, and not all injuries require 100 reincarnation points. Reincarnation points can be used to choose items to take out of the reincarnation world, and at least 100 reincarnation points are required based on actual use. If you have experience secrets, skill books, or cultivation books, you can use at least 1,000 reincarnation points to learn the skill. Reincarnation points can be freely traded and given away. You can buy items sold by others through the central trading center, or trade items and reincarnation points with others face-to-face through the reincarnation central square. The role of reincarnation points is really great. No wonder it is so easy to exchange Huayuan and currencies of various countries. However, returning to the original experience world requires at least 2,000 reincarnation points, and learning skills through skill manuals requires at least 1,000 reincarnation points. I guess not many combatants will make this choice, unless they are people like Suwon who have gained a lot or have abundant reincarnation points. Return to the world of Mr. Zombie and stay there for a while. How long will it take in the real world? The default time is 3-1, consuming 3,000 reincarnation points to restore the time comparison during the previous mission. Another 3,000 reincarnation points if only about an hour has passed during the mission like before. The time is about 100-1, and another 3,000 reincarnation points will be paid. Suwon smiled. In this way, it will be more difficult for other combatants to enter the reincarnation world to practice, improve their strength and gain opportunities. For Suwon, the time exchanged in this way is the best way to improve strength and become familiar with combat. He has enough points, and it does not take 2,000 reincarnation points to enter the reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie. Choose to stay in Mr. Zombie for 10 days, and compare it with the time when the mission is in progress. Deduct a total of 4,000 reincarnation points. The light screen showed there are still 16,600 reincarnation points left. A ray of light flashed, and Suwon entered the world of Mr. Zombie. As a combatant, he no longer had to enter the reincarnation world through the country's special device as before. Reappearing outside Renjia town, Suwon identified the direction and rushed to Renjia town first. He first quietly met Rentingting, the current head of the Ren family, and then stayed for half a day, and then returned to the charity cemetery with gold, silver, and oceans. For Rentingting, those shops that took advantage of the death of Master Ren to break their promises and set up their own businesses would of course be best to take back. If they cannot be taken back, destroying them is much better than watching these traitors be complacent. Coincidentally, Suwon, who possesses Maoshan Taoism, has enough skills. In just half a day, it is not difficult for Suwon to use the string talisman to make the other party do absurd things and say absurd words, destroy the other party's shop or return the shop to the Ren family. Therefore, Rentingting was overjoyed and not only gave him a generous reward of money and property, but also hinted intentionally or unintentionally that she was alone and helpless and needed a reliable man to support the entire Ren family. Suwon waved his hand directly. Rentingting began to have the bearing of the head of the family, and was not ready to give up the Ren family at all. She wanted to marry into the Ren family and have her child named Run, so forget it. Besides, Suwon never thought that a life with a wife and children would give up all his ambitions. And, didn't you say you had something to do? Why did you come back so soon? At the gate of the charity cemetery, Uncle Gio asked in surprise when he saw Suwon again. Suwon said seriously, Master, I want to inherit your Taoism. Uncle Joe was a little stunned, and then smiled. In the future, you will be accompanied by corpses and ghosts, live in seclusion, have no wife and children, and even shorten your lifespan. Child, are you really willing to do this? Really willing, Suan said firmly. What Uncle Joe said was the treatment he suffered in this Republic of China period, and it was also a unique experience in this world. The cultivator shortened his lifespan and was lonely, and only his fellow disciples could provide some comfort. But for Suan, these were just small problems. Seeing Suan so determined, Zhou Shu was inexplicably relieved. From today on, I will be stricter with you. That's what he said, but just one day later, Zhou Shu felt that he was not teaching a human, but a monster. Suan's Mashan body refining technique, which had been improved once, was not obvious, and the Mashan Taoism, which had been improved twice, was just like the Taoism that he had practiced for 20 or 30 years. Drawing talismans, opening eyes, looking at feng shui, inviting ghosts and gods, pulling strings, and connecting heart talismans were all easy, without any stagnation. Even if you have learned it, you shouldn't be so familiar with it. Zhou Shu simply couldn't understand it, but he did make Suan more strict because of this, worried that Suan would be proud and complacent and die young. In the next few days, he, Xiao Shang, and Wenkai would practice with Suan from time to time. Xiao Shang and Wenkai were no match for Suan in a one-on-one fight, but when they joined forces to attack, even if Suan was familiar with their fighting style and routines, he still had to deal with it. Needless to say, sparring with the experienced Uncle Joe was just feeding Suan with moves. Uncle Joe acted decisively. Once he attacked Suan, he would immediately throw a talisman, followed by fists and kicks, and after those fists and kicks, there were magic swords, wooden swords, and talisman money swords. During this sparring process, Suan also understood more deeply how to use the abilities he controlled, and how to quickly find the methods in Taoism to get rid of difficulties or kill demons and monsters even if he was at a disadvantage, just like Uncle Joe. In the last 2 days, Suan bought a lot of cinnabar, yellow paper, and 7 or 8 cages of roosters, and began to draw talismans. Although Uncle Joe didn't know why he spent so many evil-repelling talismans, exorcist talismans, fixed-body talismans, thread-pulling talismans, and heart-linking talismans, he helped him draw some when he saw that he was working hard. Suan drew 20 of each of the 5 talismans. Because they were items he created himself, the reincarnation world did not charge too many reincarnation points, that is, 100 talisman papers were counted as a stack of ordinary yellow paper, and a total of 100 reincarnation points were collected. Suan also specially collected a set of the rest of the items to prevent the same items from the outside world from being used in his Mashan Taoism: ink fountain, cinnabar pen, peachwood sword, sharp sword, bagua mirror, talisman money sword, and a box of evil-repelling blood ink. Finally, there is a pistol from the Republic of China. It takes a total of 1,500 reincarnation points to take these things out. Suan considered that the Taoist materials were useful in the reincarnation world, and it would also be useful to take them out. If he bought roosters from the farm outside to make his own blood ink to ward off evil spirits, then who knows if it would be useful. As for the pistol, after all, it is a weapon that can kill people from a distance, and it may also be useful to Suan. There are still 15,000 reincarnation points left to be used, and Suan's harvest is rich enough. 10 days finally reached the limit, and Suan found an excuse to go out and return to the reincarnation center. 2 hours passed, and the real world time was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the world of Mr. Zombie, Suan not only did not feel tired, but was extremely energetic. Are there any hidden or concealed packages? Suan asked. He brought a wooden sword and talisman paper, and anyone who was not stupid could see what kind of skills he had. This was not a good thing. After all, Suan's comprehensive strength was only at present, so it was best not to expose his skills too much. Do you need 10,000 reincarnation points to open a 2 cubic meter portable storage space? Note that this space is valid in the Reincarnation Center and the Reincarnation World, and cannot be used in the real world. The light curtain asked. 10,000 reincarnation points. The price is really expensive. Suan hesitated for a moment and chose to open it. 2 cubic meters of storage space is equivalent to a relatively spacious wardrobe, which can hold a lot of things. It can keep Suan's identity and abilities secret, and the identity of Miro will be even more impeccable. Moreover, even if Suan opened this storage space, he still had 5,000 reincarnation points left, which was still enough. After opening the storage space, Suan began to choose the reincarnation world for adventure. The lowest level world that Xiaogua has not yet cleared is the 3rd level reincarnation world Resident Evil 2. Then there are the 4th level world and the 5th level reincarnation world, both of which have not been resolved. This is why Suan saw in the news that Xiaogua used the army to clean up monsters such as goblins and orcs. Choose to enter Resident Evil 2. Note that combatants are no longer temporary passers-by. They do not have the special ability to act alone and will meet other combatants. Do you want to enter now? Yes, enter now, Suan said. The light curtain trembled slightly, and a ray of light swept across. When Suan opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the roof of a tall building. There were 9 people standing around. 2 of them had serious expressions and wore black leather jackets. Their style was similar to Mu Qingling. They were obviously from the Xiagua Reincarnation Division. The other 5 were all wearing cyan clothes, with steel plates hanging on their waists, with Changqing and numbers on them. The other 2, one was a high school student who was obviously inexperienced and looked around. Perhaps, like Suan, they all obtained the qualification of combatants during the day. The other was a beautiful woman with her hair in a ball, wearing rimless glasses and a blue windbreaker. After everyone glanced at each other, Suan's main focus was on the 5 people in green, followed by the 2 people from the Samsara division. The high school boy began to sneak a peek at the beautiful woman in a blue windbreaker with frameless glasses, a graceful figure, and a calm and rational temperament. There was also a wretched man among the 5 men in green, who whistled at Lon. "Hey, you're lucky this time. 5 people from the Changqing group. You don't want to do anything illegal in front of the Samsara division, do you?" said the man from the Samsara division with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His words also verified Suan's guess that these 5 people were the combatants of the Samsara world trained by the Changqing group. The wretched man immediately sneered. "The Samsara division is still in the mood to go out on missions and care about our Changqing group? Shouldn't they just go find Miro who can pass through the 3rd-level world?" The thick-browed and big-eyed man from the Samsara division stared at him, but his handsome colleague next to him said, "From what you said, you know the news about Miro? Maybe Miro was trained by your Changqing group?" Upon hearing this, the 5 people from the Changqing group suddenly changed color. The wretched man no longer dared to mock, and said directly, "If the Samsara division can't find the person, don't throw dirty water on us. Our Changqing group has never trained such a strong man. If their Changqing group really has this Miro, that's fine. But if they don't have a Miro but are believed to have one, which attracts the covetousness of the Samsara division and major groups, that is really not worth it." During their conversation, the woman in the blue windbreaker said, "Miro may be more different than you think. As far as I know, the Samsara division and the major groups don't seem to have such a strong man, and there is no sign of other foreign forces intervening. Perhaps he is not a strong man cultivated by a big force, but a member of a small team or even a lone strong man." "Is it possible?" said the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes from the Samsara division. The man with delicate eyebrows and eyes asked, "This gentleman has extraordinary knowledge. I haven't asked about his origins yet." "Lotus," the woman in the blue windbreaker said, and walked towards the stairs of the rooftop. The wind blew up her clothes, making a whirring sound. The wretched man from the Evergreen group was shocked and speechless. "Lotus? You are that Lotus? Shouldn't people like you be in the 4th or 5th level world? Why are you in this world?" "Because, I also want to do what Miro can do." The woman in the blue windbreaker stood at the stairs, chuckling and walking downstairs. "That's crazy. Crazy." The wretched man grabbed his hair in shock. "Lotus actually wants to clear the 3rd-level world alone? She wants to be like Miro?" "What's even more unbelievable to me is the news she told me," said the handsome man from the Samsara division. "As a sea-level expert in comprehensive strength, Lotus is at the forefront in Xia country and even the world. What she said about Miro was not trained by a big group, it must be true. Miro was actually born in a small team, and may even be a lone traveler. This is the most incredible thing." The 5 people from the Evergreen group and the 2 people from the Samsara division were all shocked for a long time, until a violent crash was heard from below, and then a thick smoke rose from the downstairs. "The mission has begun. I almost forgot that this is the 3rd-level Resident Evil 2 world." The 5 people from the Evergreen group and the 2 people from the Samsara division quickly came to their senses, first glanced at the task on the light screen, and each showed a relaxed smile. "Just kill 10 zombies? This task is very simple." "Zombies? What are those?" The high school boy who had secretly glanced at the Lotus asked puzzledly. "Hee 2 rookies, you are really brave." The wretched man from the Evergreen group looked at Suan and the puzzled high school boy, and saw their origins from their immature faces. "Do you really think that every world has a Miro clearance world? In Mr. Zombie's reincarnation world, you new combat members didn't know what a real battle was, and now you have entered the 3rd-level world alone without the guidance of an old hand. You really don't know how to write the 2 words seeking death." After saying that, he sneered, as if he wanted to see Suan and the others panic. "You are indeed too reckless." The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in the reincarnation division said, Without anyone to help you, it is impossible for you as novices to complete the mission of the third level world, even if the mission this time is just to kill 10 zombies. You don't know how to fight, you don't even know what zombies are, how can you fight? Then what should I do? The male high school student cried with a sad face. Join the reincarnation division. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes suggested, we will tell you the answer, and help you complete the mission and get through the most difficult novice period. The male high school student hesitated and didn't answer. Obviously, he knew what the reincarnation division was, and he also knew that the reincarnation division sometimes had to protect the people, and was far less free than the big groups. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes smiled, pulled him to the edge of the roof, and motioned him to look down. Look, this is the world of Resident Evil 2. We don't know what story the world of Resident Evil 1 tells, nor do we know how everything happened. We only know that everyone in this world has turned into zombies, living dead and monsters. You two's mission goal should also be to kill 10 zombies, right? Can you really do it without our help? Let me say this cruelly first. If you make the wrong choice and refuse to join the Samsara department, you will bear all the consequences yourself. We will not save a person who is useless to the country and the Samsara department for nothing. The high school student only took a look. The people below were crowded and in chaos. The whole city was full of smoke, a complete disaster scene. Some people turned into zombies, holding down the people around them and starting to bite them. Some people panicked and were hit by equally panicked cars and flew more than 10 meters away. Most of the living humans are like headless flies, in constant panic and panic. More and more humans begin to bite other people. They become them, zombies, dead people who can move. I joined the Samsara division. The high school students shouted repeatedly. The thick-browed and big-eyed man of the Samsara division laughed and looked at Suan. What about you, young man, are you joining the Samsara division too? Suan looked downstairs quietly, got up and walked towards the stairs. I don't need to, I wish you all a safe journey. The thick-browed and big-eyed man was speechless. Dare to refuse the invitation of the Samsara division in this situation? Want to survive alone? Are you really not afraid of death? Ha? Did you make a mistake? Isn't this a novice? The delicate man of the Samsara division said to himself in surprise. The 5 people of the Changqing group were too lazy to care about the Samsara division recruiting 2 rookies. Seeing that Suan actually refused this matter, they also looked at Suan strangely. Is there such a person? The wretched man who led the group suddenly called out, wait a minute, that student kid, are you a student of Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school? Suan stopped and said, yes, what's wrong? As far as I know, there are less than 20 combatants from Jiangcheng No. 1 middle school this year, and most of them have joined the big groups. There is only one person who has not joined the big group or the Samsara division. His name is Suan. Is that you? Said the wretched man. Suan stood at the door of the stairs and looked back at them. You seem to have some problem asking this? What a coincidence. This afternoon, Master Qin Mingyuan just notified us to pay attention to this little rookie. When we meet him, we must treat him well, so that you can recognize the power of the Changqing group and kneel down to beg him to join the Changqing group. The wretched man chuckled and said, it seems that my luck today is really good. Not only did I meet the legendary sea-level strongman Lotus, but I was also able to complete the small task assigned by the master by chance. I guess I can also get the master's reward for this. No wonder the second young master specifically asked to deal with him. Brothers, finish your tasks. I will do the young master's task first and teach this kid a lesson. The wretched man said. He chased after Suan, and the other 4 people from the Evergreen group responded. The 2 people from the Samsara division looked at each other helplessly. They couldn't control this situation. The arrogant young man was probably going to be humiliated, and he might even die in this third-level reincarnation world, but he was not a member of the Samsara division, nor was he willing to join the Samsara division. The Samsara division really didn't deserve to risk saving him. Don't worry about them for now. This matter has nothing to do with us. The handsome member of the reincarnation division said to the confused male high school student, as for this Resident Evil 2, what we know is that the biochemical crisis has broken out in the entire city, and most humans have turned into monsters like zombies. The most troublesome thing about monsters like zombies is that we don't know where the vital points are. It's useless to chop off its hands and feet, pierce its heart, or cut it in half. Chopping off its head doesn't count as a kill, because it's still alive with only a head left. The male high school student was horrified. Can't be killed? Then what should we do? Use a gun or some weapon to penetrate its head, which is where the human brain used to be. That's the only vital point of the zombies. The handsome man said, I don't know what the plot of Resident Evil 1 is, and it has never appeared. We only know that this Resident Evil 2 is about killing zombies in a world full of crises. Some tasks require you to kill 10, some require you to kill 5, and some require you to kill 20. According to our speculation in the reincarnation division, perhaps we can complete the game by killing all the zombies in this reincarnation world. At this point, he looked at the 4 people from the Evergreen group. The 4 people didn't say anything when they heard this. They just took out their silenced pistols and daggers and walked towards the stairs. After all, that was the only way down from the rooftop. The 2 people from the Samsara division and the high school student who had just joined the Samsara division also walked and talked as they walked down. The movie Resident Evil 2 takes place a few days after Resident Evil 1. In Resident Evil 1, the virus weapon T-Virus made by Umbrella Corporation in the underground Beehive building leaked, and all the personnel died and turned into zombies, and there were also a large number of zombie dogs and lickers. The heroine Alice survived with great difficulty, but was captured by Umbrella Corporation. Originally, the T-Virus was still locked in the Beehive, but Umbrella Corporation insisted on sending people to investigate the situation in the Beehive again, so they were wiped out by the lickers, and the T-Virus spread throughout Raccoon City. This is the beginning of Resident Evil 2. Now zombies have appeared in the city, which means that Umbrella has opened the hive for more than 10 hours, and the T-Virus has leaked. In more than 10 hours, at dawn tomorrow, Umbrella will use nuclear bombs to try to wipe out Raccoon City. The entire Resident Evil 2 takes place from this time to dawn tomorrow, and the heroine Alice and her new companions are on an adventure. As Suin walked down the stairs, he recalled all the plots he knew. First, he recalled how to pass the level, and secondly, he recalled what benefits he could get from this world. As for the light screen showing that he could leave this world after killing 10 zombies and completing the task, this was not even considered by him. "Boy, stop!" A shout came from behind, and the wretched man from Chongqing Group quickly caught up with him, holding a silenced pistol in his hand. Suin stopped and turned to look at him. "Suin, right? Since the young master wants us to deal with you, it means that we have to grind away your arrogance. Come on, kneel down and kowtow to me until the wretched man said with a smile. Before he could finish, Suin's body suddenly moved, stepped forward and pressed his palm, twisted his wrist to take the silenced pistol, and turned the muzzle of the gun back to him. "Good stuff. In this world, silenced pistols can reduce a lot of trouble," Suin said. Facing the silenced pistol, the wretched man dared not move, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This kid is not an ordinary person at all. I'm already at the top of the F class, having completed 10 missions and am about to reach the E class comprehensive strength, but he actually took away my gun. Even if I was careless, that's not something an ordinary student can do. "What's your name?" Suin asked. "Li Chao." The wretched man replied. "What about the other 4 people? What are their names and what are their strengths?" Suin asked again. Li Chao didn't dare to lie, and quickly said the names and strengths of the other 4 people. In fact, they are all similar. They are veteran members of the Evergreen Group, but their strengths are relatively weak and have not yet entered the E-Class. The main combat members of the Evergreen Group are hundreds of E-Class members, more than 20 D-Class combat members, and the most important trump cards are 2 combat members with a comprehensive strength of C-Class. As for the combat members with a comprehensive strength of B-Class, they have not been disclosed worldwide, and no one knows whether they exist. Suin heard this and smiled. How could it not exist? The real crocodiles are generally lurking underwater. The combat members with a comprehensive strength of C-Class only get a false name. The real strongest combat members possessed by various countries in the real world are not known to ordinary people. Without saying anything more, Suin reached out and pulled off a few strands of Li Chao's hair and held them in his hand. Then, holding the silenced pistol, he turned and left. The wretched man Li Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Suin was a rookie and didn't know the principle of rooting out the weeds. If it were me, I would have shot and killed the enemy long ago. Is that what you think? At the corner of the stairs, Suin put the silenced pistol into the storage space, crossed his hands, and pinched a hair of Li Chao in his palm. The Maoshan Taoist magic Lianqing Fu was used by Suin at this moment, just like examining the heart. Li Chao was caught off guard. Before he understood what was going on, his true thoughts were asked. Of course, if I had known Suin was so threatening, I would have shot him to death, and by the way, used the power of the Chongqing Group to wipe out his entire family. This is called cutting the grass at its roots. What a good one, cutting the grass at its roots. Suin said lightly, "Thank you for giving me a reason to cut the grass at its roots, which made me make up my mind and no longer hesitate about your people from the Chongqing Group." What are you going to do? Li Chao finally reacted and screamed, "Who are you? Are you Suin? What are you going to do?" No one answered him, and he shouted at the air like a madman. Suin walked quickly down the stairs, and after going down a few floors, he found a secluded and safe place. He flipped his hands, took out the talisman paper, put another hair of Li Chao in the talisman paper, folded the front side twice and the back side 3 times, and then put his hands together to burn the talisman paper to ashes. The good show was about to begin. On the other side, the 4 people from the Evergreen group just walked into the stairs and heard Li Chao shouting. One of them asked curiously, "Brother Li, what's wrong?" Li Chao shouted, "That's Suan. There's a problem." He's not a simple dash at this moment. His shouting stopped abruptly, and he made a puzzled sound. Huh? Brother Li? The man from the Evergreen group was a little uneasy, and turned his head to ask his companion, "Isn't this what it looks like to become a zombie?" Brother Li said, "Suan has a problem." "What can be the problem? Isn't he just a novice?" The 2 people from the Samsara division and the high school student also walked into the stairwell. They were also a little surprised to see the 4 people from the Evergreen group stop and the wretched man Li Chao tilting his head and moving his hands and feet. "What happened to you guys?" "I don't know." Brother Li said something was wrong with Suan. He was yelling like he was possessed. The man from Chongqing group said as he held up a silenced pistol and stared at Li Chao. Li Chao was moving his body without saying a word, and he looked more like he was possessed. "Zhen Haiyang, what are you doing?" Li Chao said with a smile, "Don't you recognize me? You're pointing a gun at me?" The 4 people from Chongqing group breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Li, you looked like that just now. I thought you were bitten by a zombie." "That's right, Brother Li. What's wrong with Suan you mentioned? He's just a rookie. How come he's not simple?" Li Chao smiled a little stiffly, and walked over slowly. "The reason why he's not simple is that," he suddenly roared, pulled out a dagger and swung it towards the one closest to him. The man from Chongqing group was stunned, subconsciously pulled the muzzle back, and pulled the trigger. After a muffled sound, the bullet from the silenced pistol pierced through Li Chao's body. Brother Li, the 4 people from the Evergreen group looked at each other in bewilderment. What on earth is going on? Is it related to Suan? Isn't he just a senior high school student and a novice? Is that possible? Seeing with their own eyes that Li Chao, who was shot, was already dead, several people were puzzled and felt that this matter was extremely strange. Li Chao's strangeness was completely unreasonable. He simply ran over to die, but to say that this matter was related to Suan, a novice, they felt unbelievable and unbelievable. "Where is his gun?" someone suddenly asked. Several people were all stunned, feeling a chill rising along their spines. Is it really Suan? Who is he? The handsome man from the Samsara division coughed lightly. "Don't think too much, everyone. This matter is not too related to the student named Suan. Don't forget that not long ago, there was also a sea-level strongman named Manhwa. She should be the one who can do this, right?" The 4 people from the Evergreen group suddenly realized, that's it. It's no wonder that this happened when a strong man with comprehensive strength of sea level took action. However, our Chongqing group has never offended Lianhua, right? Li Chao's previous whistle-blowing teasing, "Hey, Brother Li, it seems that your death is not unjust at all. You are really courting death by teasing the sea-level strongman Lianhua." The 4 people from the Chongqing group felt that they had figured it out, and quickly ran downstairs to complete the task. It turned out that it was Lianhua who took action. The man from the Samsara division with thick eyebrows and big eyes also realized it. The handsome man smiled and thought to himself, if Lianhua took action, why would she use Suan, a student, as a cover, and why would she take away something like a silenced pistol? Fortunately, she was there, so I got away with it. It's hard to say too clearly now. This Suan's methods are cunning. As a novice, he actually has such methods. He is definitely a talent. When we return to the real world, we must find a way to recruit him into the Samsara division. The matchmaking talisman has completed its last use value, and Li Chao died. Suan stopped the Maoshan Taoist magic and walked downstairs from another staircase. Traffic accidents have occurred frequently under this high-rise building. There are crashes, screams, and cries, and there are more and more meaningless zombie roars. Woo! Just as he reached the 3rd floor, a zombie with gray skin and a twisted neck suddenly rushed towards Suan. Suan raised his hand and pulled the trigger, shooting the zombie in the chest. After all, he had never practiced shooting, so it was good enough to hit the first shot. The first shot was a headshot, which was simply funny. You still need to practice shooting. As he said this, Suan stepped forward and kicked the zombie to the ground, quickly tied it up, and then began to study it. Zombies are not zombies. Zombies are formed after dead bodies absorb the yin qi from the ground, but zombies are the result of the T-virus, driven by bioelectricity, and only have the instinct to eat. So Suan wants to try whether Maoshan Taoism has an effect on zombies. The immobilization talisman, when pasted on the zombie's forehead, really works. The zombie really calms down and doesn't care about the outside world. As long as it is pasted on the zombie, it can dispel the bioelectricity of the zombie and make the zombie die immediately. This zombie is completely dead. There is no need to try the 3 talismans of Ghost Exorcism Talisman, String Pulling Talisman, and Heart Connecting Talisman, Peachwood Sword, and Blood Ink to exorcise evil. Since Maoshan Taoism can dispel the bioelectricity that is the most fundamental driving force of the zombie, then they are indeed classified as evil objects. The Ghost Exorcism Talisman, Peachwood Sword, and Blood Ink to exorcise evil must have the same effect. Forget about the Heart Connecting Talisman. Does the Heart Connecting Talisman listen to the zombies shouting Waby Babu, ABA ABA? The String Pulling Talisman is actually similar to the corpse driving technique that drives zombies, but Suwon has not learned the corpse driving technique. Maybe he can use the String Pulling Talisman to control a zombie at a critical moment, but it is unlikely. He became a disciple of Uncle Gio and inherited his uncle's legacy. Although he did meet Taoist Simu, who was good at corpse driving, in the charity cemetery, it was impossible for him to learn his uncle's signature skills. This is the rule of inheritance between uncles and disciples. Even if Uncle Gio and Taoist Simu are brothers, they cannot teach each other privately. In this way, as long as you are careful and don't fall into the zombie group, there will still be no big problem. Suwon whispered to himself and walked down one more floor. Swish! A light sound entered his ears first, followed by a dull crash. What came into Suwon's eyes was a swarm of zombies and a blue figure in front of the zombies. Lotus with frameless glasses pursed her red lips and was fighting the zombies with great concentration. She held a sharp sword in her hand, flying up and down like a blue butterfly, and every sword she swung would pierce a zombie's head. Even so, the zombies still continued to pour in. Whenever they got closer, Lotus would kick down a few zombies to reduce the number of zombies she faced. Suwon looked at this scene and shook his head helplessly. This woman, killing zombies, only attracted more zombies. Now the exit of this building is blocked. How can she get out and pass the level? Suwon, who was not familiar with the gun, would only cause trouble if he fired rashly at this time, so he did not take out the silencer pistol, but took out the Peachwood sword, and smeared a little black and red evil-repelling blood ink on the tip and edge of the sword. As if they smelled the smell of blood, more than a dozen zombies rushed towards Suwon with a woohoo cry. It was also at this time that Lotus noticed that someone came down from upstairs, a high school student with a wooden sword in hand. Did he think this was a joke? Or did he think this was a temporary pass test, and he could easily leave the reincarnation world? Go back, it's dangerous. Lotus kicked a zombie back into the zombie group, scolded and kindly reminded. Suwon just responded with a smile, swung a sword, and wiped the 4 zombies in front of him. The 4 zombies were silent, and their heads did not explode, and they died directly and completely. Ah! Lotus almost froze. Was I dazzled, or was I dreaming? That high school student killed 4 zombies with a wooden sword. After just a moment of distraction, more zombies rushed forward. Lotus felt incredible in her heart, and hurriedly concentrated as much as possible to deal with the zombies in front of her. She pierced the heads of several zombies with her sharp sword, and Lotus could not help but turn her eyes back and glanced at the direction where Suwon was. After seeing this, she almost couldn't hold the sword steadily. Suwon's steps were easy and not too strenuous. He just swung his sword and chopped. As long as the zombies were touched a little, they would fall to the ground and could never be resurrected again. He was just like the legendary fierce general who could defeat thousands of people, and he was as relaxed and casual as a scholar. In front of Suwon, there were already 20 or 30 zombies piled up and completely lost their bodies. This is simply outrageous. Are zombies so easy to kill? I am a sea-level comprehensive strength strongman, and I killed dozens of zombies carefully. How much effort did it take? You, a high school student, are you really behaving like this? This classmate. An idea came to her mind, and Lotus couldn't help but said as she approached Suwon, "What's wrong?" Suwon asked. "You should know my current goal," Lotus said, kicking a zombie back into the zombie group. As she talked to Suwon, the zombies heard the sound and surged up like a tide. They looked more excited, which made Lotus fight more carefully, for fear of being bitten or scratched by them. "How about we work together to pass the level?" Swinging the sword to chop off the heads of several zombies, Lotus and Suwon stood side by side and expressed their thoughts. "Is this necessary?" Suwon swung the Peachwood sword. Even if it only touched the zombie's skin, the power of exorcism and demon killing would defeat the zombie's bioelectricity, causing the zombie to fall to the ground immediately. The whole scene was like a certain Tai Chi master performing a fake fight, and the zombie collapsed at the touch and fell to the ground at the touch. "It's necessary." Seeing Suwon killing the zombies so quickly, Lotus stood aside to help Suwon clean up the fish that slipped through the net, and explained, "I have put a lot of effort into this world, and spent 2,000 reincarnation points to collect all the information, with the goal of clearing it like Moreau. But once the battle started, I realized how difficult it was, and it was simply impossible to accomplish. So far, I have killed 45 zombies, and all the zombies in the entire city are likely to be more than 10,000 times this number. This world is completely different from the world of Mr. Zombie. The miracle of Miro's single-player clearance is no longer replicable. I no longer hope to catch up with Miro in this matter. Let's join forces and find a way to clear this world. Suan remained silent, with Lotus protecting his back and sides, and the peachwood sword in his hand just swung forward, and the zombies fell to the ground one after another. Compared with before, killing zombies is indeed a lot less troublesome and labor-saving. As he killed a large number of zombies, the light curtain was also displayed at the same time. Complete the mission and kill 10 zombies. You will get 200 reincarnation points. You can leave this world now. Or you can leave this world freely within 2 hours. If you want to stay after 2 hours, you need to use 100 reincarnation points to exchange for 1 day. During the stay, you may encounter new tasks, please choose carefully. Currently, a total of 43 zombies have been killed, and 86 reincarnation points have been obtained, and no other tasks have been triggered. Each zombie has only 2 reincarnation points. For other combatants, it is undoubtedly not worth risking their lives to kill zombies. But for Suan, it is the type of large quantity and fullness. As long as he is willing, he can kill quickly in exchange for hundreds or thousands of reincarnation points. However, his goal is of course to clear this world. The rewards of clearing a world are really rich, and it can solve the problem that this reincarnation world may erode the real world once and for all. Especially the T-virus in the zombie world, once it leaks to the real world, it is a world-destroying level of harm. Shagwa Reincarnation Division should not have thought that the most dangerous and most urgent world to clear is such a third-level reincarnation world. After all, they don't know the follow-up movie of Resident Evil, which is directly about the destruction of the world and few survivors. They probably just think that this is a residential crisis in a city. Considering this aspect, Resident Evil 2 has indeed reached the point where it has to be completed as soon as possible. Once it affects the real world, it will be the worst situation. How is it? How is your thinking? Lotus pierced a zombie's head and asked Suan eagerly. Suan was about to answer, but raised his hand to put away the wooden sword and took a step back. Standing behind Lotus, a sound of footsteps came. First, it was 4 people from the Evergreen group, followed by 2 people from the Samsara division and a high school student who had just joined the Samsara division. Lotus. Zhang Haiyang from the Evergreen group stopped and looked at Lotus vigilantly. Lotus saw Suan stop and quickly swung his sword to chop the zombies. He had no time to pay attention to them, and naturally he didn't care about the expressions on their faces. But she still warned, people from Changqing group had better follow the rules. Killing zombies is fine, but if you dare to point your gun at me, be careful that your whole family will be in danger. The people from the Samsara division didn't need her to warn them. After all, the Samsara division was an official agency of Xia State, and generally speaking, they would not attack other combatants. The 4 people from Changqing group cursed in their hearts, you killed one of us, and you warned us to follow the rules. Isn't that too overbearing? How is it? What do you think? After chopping 2 zombies and kicking them away, Lotus asked heroically. The 4 people from Changqing group and the 3 people from the Samsara division felt puzzled. What does Lotus want Suan, a novice, to consider? Wait a minute. Suan said, I still have some troubles to solve. It doesn't matter, I'll help you solve it. Lotus patted his chest and took the responsibility. This tone made him think about it. Could it be that Lotus saw that Suan was handsome and wanted to think about that? It seems to be like this. Several men licked their lips at the same time, looked at the Lotus who was both seductive and rational, and thought, choose me, I will definitely come at your call without hesitation. Can you help me solve it? Suan smiled, Evergreen Group, can you help me solve it? This Lotus hesitated for a moment, and told the truth. I am not sure about dealing with the entire Evergreen Group, but if I can help you deal with these people, I can do it. Well, they are pretty annoying anyway, so there is nothing wrong with them. As soon as Lotus finished speaking, the 4 people from the Changqing group shouted, Lotus, don't go too far. Yes. Don't go too far. We from the Changqing group are not easy to mess with. You killed one of us, and we haven't pursued the matter yet, and you still dare to do it? Lotus was a little surprised. She took 2 steps back to avoid the swarming zombies. After swinging her sword and slashing, she said, when have I ever killed anyone from the Changqing group? Are you referring to the wretched man just now? Seeing that it was not easy for her to face so many zombies, and the task required killing zombies, the handsome man from the reincarnation department said, "Sir Lotus, we will help you resist the zombies, and leave after completing the task, okay?" "Okay." Lotus turned her eyes and saw that the 4 people had quietly pointed their guns at herself and Suwon intentionally or unintentionally, and she was immediately angry. "Don't do it yet, it's too dangerous now. According to the information I know, these zombies are not good at climbing stairs. Let's retreat to the 5th floor in one go. There will be much fewer zombies on the 5th floor." She shouted to the 3 people from the Samsara division, then stopped and called Suwon to rush upstairs quickly. As she retreated, a large number of zombies roared and rushed towards everyone in a blink of an eye. The 4 people from the Evergreen group who were originally preparing to launch a sneak attack were also caught off guard. Facing the large group of zombies rushing up, they also wisely chose not to stay where they were, and rushed to the 5th floor together. Before, Lotus could deal with zombies by himself, but these zombies couldn't rush over. Although the 4 of them had silenced pistols and had specially practiced shooting, they didn't have such a quick and precise reaction. Once they were in a hurry, all 4 of them would die. Although the zombies were crazy, they were undoubtedly not as flexible as humans. Half of them were left from the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor. From the 3rd floor to the 4th floor and then to the 5th floor, there were not many zombies following them, only more than 10, which could be easily dealt with. As soon as she reached the 5th floor, Manhwa turned around and kicked a member of the Evergreen group several meters away, kicking him into the zombies behind her. Then she swung her sword and killed another person directly. The other 2 members of the Evergreen group immediately raised their silenced pistols and pointed them at Manhwa. Manhwa felt her hair stand up and a sense of crisis came over her. She ducked and ran to the nearest person, pierced his lower abdomen with a sword, and raised her hand to grab his silenced pistol. She really couldn't take care of the last person, but judging from her many years of fighting experience, the other party was unlikely to have such a quick reaction and such accurate shooting skills. The other party did not shoot. When Manhwa got up, she saw that the last person had been pressed to the ground by Suwon, with a pistol pointed at his head. "Thank you," Lotus said. "It seems that our cooperation is indeed a very good idea." Suwon looked at her quietly, with a bit of scrutiny in his eyes. "What's wrong? You won't shoot?" Lotus asked. "Are you killing them to cooperate with me?" Suwon asked. "Not only that, they wanted to shoot just now, so I moved to the 5th floor and got rid of them while there were not many zombies. If I was trying my best to kill the zombies just now and they opened fire, I would not be able to withstand such a plot. After all, a group of zombies is not easy to deal with, and it requires me to use up all my strength." After Manhwa explained so sincerely, Suwon finally understood and nodded. "Okay, then I can cooperate with you this time. If you kill people from the Changqing group just to cooperate with me, this kind of decisive and ruthless character will be counted out by you in the end if you cooperate with me. Since the people from the Changqing group brought about their own death, it is not your fault." Manhwa laughed. "So you think of me as a female devil who kills innocent people? You must know that in the world of reincarnation, except for the people from the reincarnation department who are slightly trustworthy, the rest of the people are likely to plot against you at any time. Even the reincarnation department cannot be fully trusted." He asked again, "Did you kill that wretched man before?" "Yes, I killed him." Suwon pulled the trigger and killed the last living person of the Evergreen group. The one who was kicked into the zombie group before was besieged and killed by the zombies. The 3 people from the Samsara division were dumbfounded by the series of killings, actions, and conversations between Manhwa and Suwon. They were surprised at Manhwa's decisive action against the 4 people from the Evergreen group, and also surprised that Suwon's strength in killing 2 people from the Evergreen group was completely unlike that of a senior high school student. What surprised them even more was that the 2 of them had a completely equal attitude in communication. Suwon, Manhwa, you dash, the thick-browed and big-eyed man from the Samsara division said involuntarily. Lotus said calmly, "From the Samsara division, I believe you will not meddle in this matter and leak it to the Evergreen group, right?" "Yes." The handsome man said, "To be honest, I was the one who covered up the fact that Suwon killed Li Chao of the Evergreen group. I don't think we need to cover up anything from each other or be vigilant about this matter. We will complete the mission and leave, and at the same time, we sincerely invite Suwon and Lotus to join our Samsara division." When he said this, Lotus and Suwon's expressions softened a lot. The Samsara division was indeed well-intentioned and at least harmless. "What if we don't join?" Suwon asked. "We sincerely hope that you can join. If you don't join, I hope we can see fate in the future," the handsome man said. "Then we'll see what fate has in store for us." Suwon said, "And the high school student over there who just joined the Samsara division, can you confirm his identity?" Do you want me to help you to avoid any mistakes? The handsome man felt a little disappointed when he heard that he still refused. As for Lotus, the sea-level expert, he was just trying it out casually and didn't hold out any hope. Don't worry about that, he said. We in the Samsara division have ways to investigate the other party's real name and identity. If you lie and conceal in this regard and have ulterior motives, you are an enemy of the country. The measures we take are not something that a simple individual can resist. That's good. I hope you three can keep the secret. Changqing Group tried to do something to me because of a small matter of their second young master. This matter is probably not over yet. Please don't interfere with the Samsara division and try to please the big group. The big group is getting more and more rampant. It has been more than a day since they ignored the Samsara division. How can we please them? The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes said, and then reported the names of the three people to Suan and Manhwa. The two sides trusted each other a little more. The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was called Lu Dahai, the delicate man was called Lu Yu, and the high school boy who just joined the Samsara division was called Du Yuxuan. If the Changqing Group got the news, it must have been leaked by one of them, and they would find them at that time. Lianhua asked the three of them to stand on the fifth-floor stairwell to complete the task of killing zombies. After that, the three chose to leave. Suddenly, only Suan and Lianhua, two combatants from the Samsara world, were left in the building. Suan also took out the peachwood sword again and killed the zombies with Lianhua. When they returned to the safe place upstairs to rest again, the zombies from the fifth floor to the third floor had been cleared. Suan killed more than 300 zombies and obtained more than 600 reincarnation points. Lotus also killed more than 100 and obtained nearly 300 reincarnation points. The sky gradually dimmed and night was about to fall. Lotus sat next to Suan and said, "Do you want to hear the information I got?" A light fragrance mixed with the smell of blood came to the nose. The beautiful woman codenamed Lotus was not only beautiful in appearance, but also had a special temperament. Especially when her bright eyes looked at her through the frameless glasses, she was more intellectual and heroic, which made Suan excited. Go ahead. As far as I know, in the reincarnation world of Resident Evil 2, there are more than just zombies. There are also zombie dogs, zombie cats and other zombies transformed from animals, which are also very dangerous and deadly. There is also a monster called a licker, which is extremely agile and can climb and shuttle back and forth at an extremely fast speed. What all these monsters have in common is that they have poor eyesight, but are extremely sensitive to sound and blood. They also have some instinctive perception of living humans, but it's not strong. Other than that, it's very difficult to survive until tomorrow. I've inquired about the news, but no one has ever said what the world will be like tomorrow. I think if we choose to stay today, maybe we won't do anything, and being able to survive until tomorrow may be the way to the end. Lotus said this information, and also observed Suan's expression. Seeing that Suan just smiled and said nothing, she had more guesses in her mind. After finishing the information, Lianhua said, "Suan, what do you think of this information?" Suan responded, "It's superficial, just talking about monsters." "You're so arrogant." Lianhua smiled and turned sideways, looking at Suan, their faces only 10 centimeters apart. "You're really worthy of it." Suan looked at her, and their eyes stared at each other. "Did you figure it out?" Suan said. "First, the Taoist magic from Mr. Zombie is beyond the reach of ordinary combatants to your level." Lotus said, "Second, I was reluctant to open the storage space that is unlocked with 10,000 reincarnation points, but you just passed the test to become a combatant today, but you were able to open it. You are not Miro, who is it?" Suan looked at her calmly. "Yes, I am Miro. Who are you? What are you going to do next? Tell others about it, or exchange this information for 1,000 reincarnation points? Ha ha. How is it possible?" Lotus laughed. "Suan, no one knows what kind of strong man Miro is, but no matter how hard they think about it, they can't imagine that this strong man has just obtained the qualification of a combatant. He is just a genius among geniuses, a terrible novice. Knowing this, all my reluctance disappeared, and I admire you, my little brother. It is impossible for anyone else to pass the reincarnation world in the temporary test to obtain the qualification of a combatant. Others who were well prepared could not do it, and even the first level of the reincarnation world was difficult to clear. Only you directly passed the third level of the reincarnation world, which is extremely dangerous for novices." Suan saw that she was getting more and more excited, and even had a flush of excitement on her face. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Do you need to be so excited? Do you need to be so exaggerated?" "Yes, it is necessary. It is too necessary." Lotus shouted, "You don't know what kind of miracle you have done. It can be said that with your genius and strength, as long as you persist, everyone will understand what kind of genius Miro is, a miracle that they will never be able to surpass. You may be about to push open the door and start a new era. Opening her arms towards Suan, Lotus said, I am so excited, Suan, I just want to hug you. Suan raised his hand to stop her, that's not necessary. What's your real name? My name is Lan Rushin, Lotus said. I used to be a nobody in the giant group, but later because of some things, I became a lone fighter. I know you don't trust me, but I'm not far from Jiangcheng now. I can go to Jiangcheng to find you tomorrow, then we can talk in detail, okay? Why do you want to talk? Suan asked. Because you may continue to create miracles. Lan Rushin, codenamed Lotus, said, I want to watch you create miracles. Maybe you are also the real hero I'm looking for, a hero who can save many people. That's not enough reason. Suan said. Miracles, heroes, hope and the like sound good, but if someone really says you are a hero, so I want to be friends with you and follow your footsteps, anyone will feel empty and powerless, not very credible, right? Then how about this? Lan Rushin opened her hands, threw herself on Suan's neck, and then lifted her blue windbreaker to cover her in Suan's upper body. The blue windbreaker trembled slightly, and a slight sound like a cat drinking water came from inside. After a while, Suan opened his windbreaker with one hand, and his expression was a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that you were so inexperienced that you almost bit my lips. Lan Rushin's cheeks flushed, and her eyes wandered a little. She was just impulsive just now. She was obviously just excited in her heart, and wanted to hug Suan to show her excitement, just like the normal foreign etiquette of hugging. How come the two of them? I'm already 22 years old, is this considered eating young grass? It's so embarrassing. Especially being evaluated by Suan as inexperienced. Lan Rushin. Suan finally has more trust in her. The behavior of the two just now also shows that Lan Rushin is really optimistic about Suan. After learning that Suan is Miro who has passed the reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie, she is really excited and excited. In addition, Lan Rushin has no power behind her, so Suan thinks he can be less suspicious of her. When she really arrives in Jiangcheng in the real world and finds Suan, she will be able to confirm whether she is really trustworthy. Well, I'm here. Lan Rushin touched her lips, stood up embarrassedly and walked to the side, looking at the streets outside. There is no beautiful scenery, the sunset outside is blood red, the streets are full of zombies, and there is thick smoke. But her heart is in a mess. These messy things are not as ups and downs as she is trying to hide in her heart. Continue the topic just now. The information you have obtained is all superficial. A reincarnation world, without the core of the story. Can you pass the level by killing monsters all the time? Where is the protagonist? Where does the story unfold? Suan said. When Lan Rushin heard this, all the thoughts in her heart were suppressed, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, it's true. We only noticed that the whole city is full of zombies. Killing some monsters can complete the task and leave this reincarnation world. We never thought that this reincarnation world should have a protagonist and a story to unfold. No, maybe someone has thought of it, but with so many zombies and a vast sea of people, how can we find the protagonist in the entire city? Find the context of the whole story? He looked at Suan with some joy. My choice is indeed right. Suan, you are a real genius. It doesn't matter whether you are a genius or not, what we have to do is to pass through this reincarnation world as soon as possible. Suan said. You tell me. Lan Rushin said, your ability to deduce is much better than mine. I will do whatever you say. As for the matter of clearing the world, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let Miro take the spotlight again. She said this, of course, because once Miro and Lotus join forces to clear this reincarnation world, no matter how stupid the people in the reincarnation department are, they can think that Suan is Miro. There is Suan in the world of Mr. Zombie. Miro cleared Mr. Zombie. This time Suan and Lotus are together. Miro and Lotus join forces to clear Resident Evil 2. This kind of coincidence does not need any evidence at all. It seems to be true at first glance, so it is enough to be regarded as really true. Lan Rushin's choice is to cut off the possibility of such association, so that others can't think of who Miro is, and protect Suan's safety. Suan felt her intention and nodded to her slightly. Let's go. If we want to find the protagonist and the story, how can we not go out of this building? Lan Rushin had no objection. The two of them recovered their strength and slowly walked downstairs. This time, Suan was in charge. He held a peachwood sword in front of him. When he encountered a zombie, he would sweep or stab it, using the power of exorcism to disperse the zombies' bioelectricity and turn them back into corpses. Lan Rushin stood beside him. With the comprehensive strength of sea level, she held a sword in her right hand and a silenced pistol in her left hand, and killed any zombies that tried to approach her with agility and precision. The two slowly moved downstairs. The zombies heard a slight sound and still surrounded them. This was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Suan turned his eyes and pointed to a window on the second floor to signal Lan Rushin. Lan Rushin suddenly realized and nimbly kicked a zombie away and ran over. He opened the window, and the two jumped down from the several-meter-high building and came to the open space below. Because the zombies around the building were almost all attracted before, Suan and the others really didn't notice them after they landed. After being easily killed by Suan with the peachwood sword, the two walked quickly along the street. The two quickly found a set of protective equipment from the police who had turned into zombies on the street. Apart from being too large, this protective equipment had no disadvantages. A bulletproof vest could defend against sneak attacks from others, and a flashlight on the shoulder could illuminate. These two things met the current needs of Suan and Lan Rushin. As for the others, there was no need to be demanding for the time being. It was already dark, and Lan Rushin followed Suan and walked slowly. There were not many zombies on the street, because there were still many gunshots in the streets and alleys of the city, and the zombies were attracted by these sounds. Among these gunshots, there were gunshots from the Eagle Head Country Police, the Eagle Head Country Special Reaction Force, and more gunshots from armed civilians in the Eagle Head Country. The more they shot, the more zombies gathered, and basically there was no way to survive. Suan and Lan Rushin were actually much safer because of this, and they only had to deal with a small number of zombies. The intelligence has never provided information on this aspect. Almost everyone talks about the zombies in this world. There is no special indication other than that. Lan Ru thought to herself, and looked at Suan again, feeling a little unspeakable in her heart. Why was he so impulsive before? Perhaps he just couldn't help himself after seeing this miraculous genius. Just thinking about it, Suan stopped. Lan Rushin was a little surprised. Have you found the protagonist? Be careful, these two are not easy to deal with, and they can't be killed with a pistol. Suan raised the flashlight on his shoulder and pointed it at the dark wall in the night. There were two particularly hideous monsters with tangled muscles lying on the wall. Liquor! Lan Rushin immediately clenched the sword in her hand and prepared to fight with all her heart and soul. Whoosh! With a sound of wind, two liquors rushed down. Suan took a step forward and responded with the peachwood sword. Almost instantly, the liquor let out a roar and shrank back, as if there was something on the peachwood sword that could hurt it. At the same time, the peachwood sword in Suan's hand was also hit and floated high, almost slipping out of his hand. This kind of monster is not just a simple bioelectric control of the body, but all the bones and muscles have been regenerated, becoming a new species that only knows. Although this species is still classified as an evil creature, its strength and resistance to the evil repelling power of the peachwood sword are no longer comparable to those dull zombies. Suan was not surprised by this. He quickly pinched his fingers and pasted 3 talismans, the evil repelling talisman, the ghost exorcising talisman, and the immobilizing talisman, on the peachwood sword one after another. He bit his finger and squeezed out the blood from his fingertips and smeared it on the peachwood sword. Suddenly, the peachwood sword was filled with mana, the power of the talisman paper, and his blood and chi. Ordinary zombies and ghosts would die immediately if they were hit. The liquor roared again and rushed over. Under the illumination of the flashlight, all its actions were clear. Suan swung his sword again and hit the liquor's claws head-on. This time, it was very different from before. As soon as the liquor's body touched the peachwood sword, it was fixed in place, and then the power of exorcism was activated, directly piercing through the liquor's claws and sinking into the liquor's head. Kill the liquor and get 100 reincarnation points. Suan glanced at the prompt and looked at the battle of Lan Rushin beside him. Lan Rushin and the liquor were in a stalemate. The main reason was that the liquor didn't care and attacked frantically, while Lan Rushin needed to worry about not being hurt by the other party even a little. Therefore, although Lan Rushin was stronger than the liquor, and even cut off one of the liquor's claws with a sword, she still didn't kill the liquor. Some zombies heard the fighting and gradually gathered. Suan no longer hesitated, stepped forward, and pierced through the body of the liquor with quick eyes and hands. The liquor was immediately unable to move and was easily killed by Suan's sword again. Let's go! Suan and Lan Rushin killed several zombies and left quickly to avoid being surrounded by zombies again. Suan, what is your overall strength rating? Lan Rushin asked curiously. E grade. How can your strength be considered E grade? Lan Rushin asked in surprise, is the rating wrong? Suan shook his head slightly. If I face normal human enemies, I have no advantage at all, but I have an advantage against evil creatures. So that's the case, but even so, being able to exert the comprehensive strength of E level to this extent, Suan is worthy of being a miracle genius who can pass the 3rd level reincarnation world as a newcomer. Only he can be relied on and become the real hope in the future. Just thinking about it, the public telephone booth on the roadside suddenly rang. Lan Rushin looked over in surprise. Why would someone call at this time? We have touched the thread of the story, Suan said, walked over quickly and answered the phone. Hello, I'm Professor Ackford, the director of Umbrella Corporation's Virus and Gene Research Department. A tired middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Because it was a reincarnation world, although the story took place in the Eagle Head country, which was dominated by blonde hair and blue eyes, there was no barrier to communication between the two sides. Hello. Suan responded calmly, you look like an important person and know what happened. Yes, I know what happened and what is about to happen. Professor Ackford said, time is running out, so I will omit a lot of unnecessary causes. In short, the virus that is currently raging throughout the city was researched by me. The current situation in the entire Raccoon City is completely out of control. Except for a few normal people who are still able to move, I have no way to ask anyone for help. I hope you can do something for me. In return, you will have the opportunity to leave Raccoon City alive before tomorrow. Suan pondered for a moment, looked at Lan Rushin who was listening attentively, and said, you'd better explain the cause and effect clearly. You should have seen our strength very clearly through the surveillance cameras. If there is anything we need to do at the moment, it's best to be honest. We still have plenty of time. You just need to spend a few more minutes to explain the ins and outs, don't you? If you really want to listen, I'll start from the beginning. Professor Ackford talked about how he started his research on the virus to restore his paralyzed daughter's mobility, and he also explained in detail the cause of the virus leak and what Umbrella was going to do next. What I want you to do is to go to the Umbrella Foundation Elementary School in Raccoon City, find my daughter Angela and bring her back. You'd better complete it and evacuate before 5 in the morning, because the 5,000-ton tactical nuclear warhead has been scheduled for precise launch, and the media has prepared a news release about the nuclear power plant leak. I hope you don't joke with your life. Pick up Angela and go to the roof of the city hall, where there will be a helicopter transport plane. In addition, there are other people, and I will arrange for them to go to the school to pick up Angela. I hope you will work together to complete this task. After hanging up the phone, Suan and Lan Rushin left the range covered by the surveillance camera. So that's how it is, no wonder no one can live to see tomorrow. Lan Ru suddenly realized inside, under the coverage of nuclear bombs, even those with comprehensive strength of D or C level will find it difficult to survive. She did not hide her joy at all. Suan, you are really awesome. Now we can figure out the direction of the story. And we have received unprecedented missions. It seems that finding Angela and leaving Raccoon City safely is the real way to pass the level. No matter how many monsters and zombies we kill, we will eventually be bombed by nuclear bombs and will not be able to pass the level. It seems that is the case. Suan looked at the task displayed on the light screen in front of him, find Angela, protect her to see her father alive, and get a reward of 500 reincarnation points. In his heart, he felt more convenient. With Professor Ackford's explanation over the phone, he didn't have to explain to Lan Rushin why he knew so much about the plot, which he couldn't figure out by guessing alone. The two searched for a while, killed dozens of wounded people, and found a rough map in a place. It's about 5 kilometers from here. Suan looked around, stabbed the peachwood sword into a car, killed 2 zombies trapped in the car, and then signaled Lan Rushin to drive the car to the school according to the map. The car started, attracting many zombies to rush to the road, but the roads in Raccoon City are really wide, and the zombies didn't form an obstacle at all, so they were easily gotten rid of. When Suan and Lan Rushin arrived at the school, gunshots and screams were coming from inside. Suan and Lan Rushin looked at each other and walked quickly into the school. As soon as they walked in, 2 black shadows rushed towards them. Suan flicked the peachwood sword, and 2 zombie dogs fell from the air and immediately became real corpses. Zombie dogs. Lan Rushin raised her alert and said to Suan, this school must be crazy, transporting so many dogs to the school. Suan just responded and shone the flashlight around, be careful, there are zombies all around. Several faculty zombies and a group of child zombies were slowly approaching them. Seeing this, Suan couldn't help but sigh that Umbrella was doing evil. So many innocent children became zombies. But even so, he would never show mercy. He and Lan Rushin teamed up to clean up all the zombies and came to the first floor of the school. Who is it? A beam of light came over, and Suan and Lan Rushin stopped and looked across. There were 2 men, 2 women, and a little girl coming from the opposite side. One man was wearing the clothes of the special rescue team, holding a gun with infrared aiming, very capable, and the other was wearing a loose suit and was a black man. One of the 2 women had blonde hair and sharp eyes, and the other had black hair with soft lines that were obviously mixed with Chinese. The 8 or 9-year-old girl had long blonde hair and freckles, a standard blonde and blue-eyed white girl. Angela? Suwon asked. The people on the opposite side immediately let down their guard. Are you also sent by Professor Ackford? Suwon nodded. She is Angela. We are preparing to go to the top floor of the city hall to rob the transport helicopter. This is our only chance to survive. The blonde woman said, extending her hand. My name is Alice. Suwon shook hands with her, showing that there was no hostility between them, and got to know the others. Carlos from the Special Rescue Team, the black man Louis Jackson, the black-haired woman Jill, and the little girl Angela. Their team members originally also included the female reporter Terry and Carlos' teammate Nicola, who are now dead on the second floor of this school. The 5 of them were also put together temporarily. At the same time, the 5 of them also met Suwon and Lan Ruxin. The team of 7 got on 2 cars and rushed to the city hall. The 7 people got out of the car not far from the city hall. Lan Ruxin took a quick look and whispered to Suwon, we should be 1 step away from passing the level. But the other side has arranged troops with guns to guard the area. The threat to us is far greater than that of zombies. The danger is not small. Suwon nodded and looked at Alice and others. At this time, the heroine Alice should show something. These are not difficult, Alice said confidently, and began to discuss with Carlos, Lan Ruxin, Jill, and Suwon how to start. Not difficult? Lan Ru thought, this woman is really arrogant. How can you feel that it is not difficult with so many fully armed soldiers holding modern guns? You are responsible for dealing with some people on the periphery. I can feel that there are people guarding here, and there should be snipers on the roof. Alice pointed to several places in the night and said, you feel it? Lan Ru was even more surprised. Yes, I can feel it. This is my ability to not turn into a monster after being infected with the T-virus. Alice said. Lan Ru was shocked. This Alice is very special. She is definitely a very important character in the story. In particular, her ability seems to have exceeded the limit of ordinary people. It is simply superpowers. The comprehensive strength is at least D level, or even higher. Next, listening to Alice's arrangement, Lan Ru was even more surprised. Alice was going to run to the roof as quickly and secretly as possible within 2 minutes. After solving the sniper, she would use the auxiliary rope to run straight down from the roof to solve the largest group of soldiers. This strength, I am afraid it is really no less than myself, reaching the level of sea level. Swan, Louis, keep an eye on Angela, we will act immediately. Alice said to Swan, mainly because she saw Swan holding a wooden sword and Louis was unarmed, and it was obvious that the 2 of them could not participate in this raid. Swan nodded and watched Alice take the first step, followed by Lan Ruxin, Jill, and Carlos. About 10 minutes later, Alice, Lan Ruxin, Jill, and Carlos returned one after another, and the 7 of them reunited. Alice is really amazing, Lan Ruxin said with some amazement. You are also amazing, Alice was even more surprised. I can feel that you are not infected by the virus, nor have you been transformed by Umbrella Corporation. How did you do it? Both of them were shocked by the other's agility and reaction that was obviously beyond the ordinary. They didn't expect that there was such a strong person besides themselves. Okay, if you have anything to say about praising each other, let's leave here. What we have to do now is to get on that plane and leave this city. Jill interrupted the 2 people's mutual admiration and said. At this time, Suwon said, maybe things are not that simple. As soon as he said this, Alice and others looked at him. Suwon, what do you know? Alice asked, are you also related to Umbrella Corporation? No, I just feel that the logic is not making sense. Professor Ackford should have told us that he is the head of the virus and gene department, right? Suwon said lightly, then why can't he call a helicopter to pick us up, but let us rob Umbrella's helicopter? Who does he need to worry about? Who does he need to hide? In Raccoon City, he is obviously not the one with the highest decision-making power. Alice's expression became a little more confused, and Jill and Carlos seemed to be thinking about it. Lan Ruxin couldn't help but ask, Suwon, this matter doesn't prevent us from robbing a helicopter and escaping Raccoon City now, right? What I'm worried about, Suwon said, is that the head of Umbrella knows about this? Alice, can you feel the situation around you? Is there anything unusual? Alice took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and opened them again with a look of surprise on her face. Suwon, you are right. I feel that there are about 30 humans waiting for us to go to the roof and surround us, and there is also an extremely powerful virus-infected body. I have fought with this infected body before. It is equipped with Umbrella's weapons, and I can't beat it. So, can we only watch the helicopter fly away, or go to the roof to die? Carlos gritted his teeth and shouted, you deal with the 30 humans, and I will deal with the infected body. Suan said. You? Alice couldn't believe it. What you hold in your hand is not even a weapon, but a wooden sword for children to play with. Suan smiled and slowly pointed the wooden sword at her. Maoshan Taoism, do you want to know? Maoshan Taoism? Alice was half believing and half doubting. She reached out and grabbed the tip of the mahogany sword. Suddenly, she felt her body stiffen. Two forces hit her one after another. When she came to her senses, she had already kneeled on the ground in a mess, tears flowing out of her eyes, and she was murmured in pain. What kind of hell is this, Maoshan Taoism? She gritted her teeth and stared at Suan and shouted. No surprise, you are all evil creatures after all. Maoshan Taoism defeats your bioelectricity as evil creatures, not your human bodies. Suan said with a smile. So that monster like the goddess of vengeance is left to you? Alice asked. Suan smiled and said, okay, but just in case, each of you will give me 2 hairs. Hair? What do you want this kind of thing for? Alice was very surprised. Use my Taoism to the extreme. Suan said. Lan Rushin cut off a small strand of hair and gave it to him first. Suan looked at her and nodded. Knowing that she had Taoism and guessed that what she was going to do with her hair was extraordinary, she was willing to choose this way. Suan temporarily recognized this teammate. Lan Rushin couldn't help but recall what happened under the blue windbreaker before, and embarrassedly shifted her eyes to the side. Why did I do that kind of thing in excitement? Lan Rushin took the lead, and Alice and others hesitated for a moment, then cut off a little hair and gave it to Suan. Even Angela pulled a few strands of hair with a serious face and gave them to Suan. What a cute little girl. It's a pity that Suan can't ask her for the antidote to the T-virus at present, nor can he tell her that the next plot is that her father is about to be beaten to death by the head of Umbrella in Raccoon City. Because in the eyes of Alice and Lan Rushin, Suan should not know these things. Suan pinched his hands, first wrapped Alice's hair with the Lianxin talisman, clamped it between his hands, and held it in one hand. Next, start the action. Alice, after killing those Umbrella soldiers, follow my command. Alice looked at Suan in surprise. She noticed that no one else heard Suan's voice, and her expression was a little dull, but she nodded. Maoshan Taoism, magical magic, how did this happen? Suan did not answer, watching Alice, Lan Rushin, Carlos, and Jill rush to the top floor of the city hall again. He followed closely with Angela, and the black man Louis followed at the end with a nervous expression. 10 minutes later, when Suan, Angela, and Louis arrived at the top floor, the scene had become a stalemate. A well-dressed man held a pistol and pointed it at Professor Ackford, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Alice, Lan Rushin, Carlos, and Jill were confronting him. The Umbrella soldiers around him had all turned into corpses, leaving only a hideous giant about 2.5 meters tall holding a rocket launcher in his right hand and a machine gun in his left hand, pointing the gun at Alice and others. Angela! Professor Ackford saw Angela and shouted excitedly, regardless of the fact that he was being threatened by a gun. Angela was also very excited and wanted to run over to hug him. Dad! Suan quickly grabbed the little girl. On the other side, the well-dressed man, the head of Umbrella in Raccoon City, also smiled coldly, and hit Professor Ackford's nose with a pistol, knocking his glasses off and bleeding all over his face. Angela screamed Dad. Professor Ackford reluctantly raised his hand to wipe the blood and comforted his daughter. I'm fine. Angela, baby, Dad is fine. Very good, the chips in my hand are more useful. The person in charge sneered and said, it can be seen that he loves his daughter very much. You don't want me to kill him in front of his daughter, right? Alice and others were silent, and Lan Rushin was also a little angry. She didn't expect that the villain in this story would be so unscrupulous. You are a despicable, shameless, and filthy. Yeah, you are a. The black man Louis beside Suan couldn't help it. He opened his mouth with a melody, gave the person in charge the middle finger, and swayed his head to rap. Your mother is so hot and, yeah. That day we were on the sofa in your house, and she said I was hot and too, yeah. Suan almost laughed out loud. The racial talent is really not a lie. He can rap as soon as he opens his mouth, and it's even with a HD version of the plot. The person in charge of Umbrella gnashed his teeth and roared, shut up. You want me to shut up? I'll make your mother unable to close her mouth. Yeah. That's how I feel. The black man Louis continued to confront him, and the person in charge was so angry that he saw stars in his eyes. Kill him for me. The ferocious giant roared, aimed at the black man, and prepared to shoot. At this moment, Suan used the power of the Lianxin talisman. Alice, tell him to stop. Alice took a step forward. Stop. The person in charge let out a long breath, and then realized that what he needed to do most at the moment was to provide imaging data to the head office, not to rap with a black man. Alice, one of our most precious experimental subjects. The person in charge regained his composure and said coldly, "Do you want me to stop?" "Yes, I hope you can stop and let all of us go." Alice followed Suen's request and said something she didn't believe in herself. Umbrella, a black-hearted company that eats people without spitting out bones, would let herself and others leave safely? It was simply a dream. Unless this person in charge and the monster called Goddess of Vengeance are completely killed. Okay, I can promise you. Alice didn't believe what the person in charge said at all, but she knew that Suen must have said it on purpose and pretended to believe it. But I hope you can leave here after completing a small challenge. What challenge? Fight with another important experimental subject of the company to let the company know what path to choose next. The person in charge said, "Have you noticed? The T-virus has different reactions between you and it. We hope that through your fight, we can compare the advantages and disadvantages of each other and choose the direction of virus evolution." Scum, beast. The T-virus turned hundreds of thousands of humans into zombies, and Umbrella Company was still carefully selecting how to make the virus evolve. This level of cold-bloodedness was unbelievable even to Lan Ruxin, not to mention Alice, the victim. In anger, she almost immediately wanted to refuse. However, Suen asked her to make another choice. "I can fight," Alice said according to Suen, "but the experimental subject is carrying weapons and armor. Is this also part of strength? If so, I don't think there is any need for a competition. Your umbrella nuclear bomb is enough to destroy the human world once. You can call yourself the strongest." "Of course not, Alice, thank you for your cooperation." The person in charge smiled and said, "Of course I will cooperate with your actions and let you fight the most directly. Remove all weapons and armor," he shouted at the hideous giant. The ferocious giant threw away his rocket launcher and machine gun, took off his sensor helmet, and tore off his thick protective armor, revealing his horrible body with blood and flesh squirming. "Now, can we start fighting?" "No, wait a minute, we need someone to check whether all the weapons have been removed," Alice said, and Suen walked quickly towards the ferocious giant with a peachwood sword. After walking around the giant, Suen stopped and got a few drops of blood. "Alice, it's okay," he said to Alice in his heart, "prepare to rescue Professor Ackford, I'm going to take action." Alice nodded and looked at Lan Ruxin. Lan Ruxin also knew Suen's plan. Since Suen was about to take action against the Valkyrie of Vengeance, their mission was of course only one, to save Angela's father, Professor Ackford. "It seems that you have no problem, so let's get started." The person in charge had a happy look on his face. But it was not Alice who responded to him, but Suen. The peachwood sword in Suen's hand suddenly burst into golden light and pierced into the side of the ferocious giant. The giant roared and hit Suen. Suen retracted the peachwood sword and jumped away, thinking to himself, "This Valkyrie of Vengeance is really powerful, not weaker than the powerful zombie of Old Master Rin." Fortunately, the speed was not too fast. After Suen jumped away nimbly, he directly used the blood he had obtained to activate the string charm. The giant's body stiffened and slowly stopped moving with difficulty. "What are you doing?" "You, the person in charge of Umbrella Corporation," shouted angrily. "I mean the experimental subject, Alice, not you," the guy holding a toy wooden sword. A flash of cold light flashed, and Lan Ruxin had sneaked up without knowing when. With a sharp sword, she chopped off the arm of the person in charge, and then pierced his head with another sword. Angela rushed up and hugged Professor Ackford. Alice also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the battle between Suen and the Valkyrie of Vengeance. The string charm could not control the Valkyrie of Vengeance, but it could give Suen a chance. His peachwood sword carried the power to ward off evil spirits. After stabbing the body of the hideous giant several times, the giant finally became obviously weak and stretched out his palm towards Alice. "Alice, Alice dash," it called indistinctly, and tears appeared in its eyes. Alice stiffened when she heard it calling her name. She clearly felt that it seemed to know her. "Suen, who is he?" Alice shouted. "Who is the Valkyrie of Vengeance?" Suen did not hesitate to answer this question, and responded, "His name is Matt." Valkyrie of Vengeance is the term that immediately came to Alice's mind when she saw the hideous giant. She is not a naming enthusiast, and she would not think of the Valkyrie of Vengeance in the myth. It's just because the code-named Valkyrie of Vengeance was given to this hideous giant by Umbrella. However, when Alice learned from her mouth that the name of this hideous monster was Matt, she couldn't help but scream and burst into tears on the spot. Matt was the last survivor in the first Resident Evil movie, and was captured by Umbrella like Alice. Alice never thought that he would be transformed into this kind of inhuman appearance by Umbrella, and his codename was still Valkyrie of Vengeance. "I can fly a plane, we need to leave here quickly," Jill shouted. Alice woke up from her grief and took another look at Matt wrapped in hideous flesh and blood. "Alice!" Matt yelled again, and rammed his head against Suen's peachwood sword. Because his bones were too hard, he failed, and was ready to hit it again. Matt. Alice turned away and couldn't bear to watch. The first thing Matt did when he regained his sanity was to commit suicide. He was alive now, but he had become a monster and suffered endless torture. Suan also felt his determination and said, "I will send you off for the last time." He sprinkled the blood from his fingertips on the peachwood sword again, and pierced the giant's head that no longer resisted, then shook it again before pulling out the peachwood sword. Complete the mission. Angela meets her father and gets 500 reincarnation points. Kill the Valkyrie of Vengeance and get 500 reincarnation points. Complete the mission. You can leave the reincarnation world, or choose to continue. The light screen appeared. Suan looked at Lan Rushin and used the Lianxin talisman. Would you like to join us? Get on the helicopter and leave Raccoon City, and you should be able to get through this world of reincarnation. Lan Rushin smiled, shook her head, and disappeared from her original place. She chose to leave the world of reincarnation now. Due to the role of the world of reincarnation, Alice and others seemed to be unaware of her departure. It seemed that Suan was the only one who appeared from the beginning, and everything seemed to be taken for granted. This was another move by Lan Rushin to prove her sincerity. At this point, Suan had already believed that this sea-level powerful and charming woman did not have any other intentions. Jill sat in the cockpit. Alice, Carlos, Angela, Professor Ackford, and Lewis got on the helicopter, and Suan also boarded the world of reincarnation. 2 minutes after the helicopter took off, a call came from the communication station, asking the person in charge of Ambrata Company to answer. Alice responded directly with a swear word and hung up the communication. Just a few minutes later, a ray of light broke through the sky. The nuclear bomb hit directly. A prompt appeared on the light screen in front of Suan. The world of Resident Evil 2 has been cleared. Do you want to choose to announce it? So far, there are 130 combat personnel and 2 logistics personnel in this world. You can choose to expel or retain them. In the future, you can control the entry and exit of this world. Unlike Mr. Zombie, the reincarnation world of Resident Evil 2 is very dangerous for novices and is not suitable for temporary passers-by, so only formal combatants or logistics personnel with special mission purposes will join. Compared with the situation in Mr. Zombie where hundreds of thousands of people are taking part in the adventure, Resident Evil 2 generally involves tens of thousands or thousands of people. Most of these people complete their tasks and leave after receiving the task of killing 10 zombies, and have basically not considered the huge difficulty of clearing the world. The more than 100 combatants left at present are all very capable and adventurous, trying to clear this world. There is no benefit in blowing them up. Suan still chooses to clear the world under the codename Miro and expel these people. After that, Suan also returned to the real world and did not stay there. After all, the nuclear bomb had begun to land with a roar. The next moment, it was as if the sun bloomed from the night, the shockwave swept everything, and the mushroom cloud slowly rose in Raccoon City. The transport helicopter spun and fell outside Raccoon City, exploding and dispersing, and Alice and the others were also dead or alive. There are still 3 hours until dawn. According to our previous experience, a nuclear bomb will fall by then, and the landing point is in the center of Raccoon City. In another reincarnation world of Resident Evil 2, in a remote corner of Raccoon City, a man with scars on his face said gloomily, "So far, we have not found any signs of passing the level. I don't want to be bombed by a nuclear bomb again, even if it's just the aftermath a few miles away." A woman said beside her, "To pass the level, we have to find out how the story happened. So far, we have been busy in this Raccoon City several times, but we haven't found out what's going on. Come in and kill zombies, and then there will be monsters everywhere, or wait until the time comes to be bombed by a nuclear bomb. Where can we find people?" This question stumped the others. They looked at each other and were confused for a while. No, there must be something that has not been discovered. The gloomy man said, "Killing zombies and then being bombed by nuclear bombs is definitely not the key to the problem. We can either prevent the occurrence of this biochemical crisis or be able to prevent the launch of nuclear bombs. We don't know where the real protagonist of this reincarnation world is, and why we have never seen him." As he was talking, a public phone in a telephone booth not far away rang. "Go and unplug the line." The gloomy man shouted impatiently, "This sound is likely to attract lickers or zombie dogs." A person nodded silently and walked towards the telephone booth. At this time, the woman suddenly said, "What do you think will happen if we answer this ringing phone?" "Who knows what will happen? What if there is danger?" said the gloomy man. "But we really can't find any breakthrough, so I think we'd better give it a try. After all, the group doesn't have much patience left. If there is no progress, we will have no chance to clear this world again," said the woman. The gloomy man didn't take it seriously. What's the point of being anxious? Can we be as lucky as Miro and pass through a third-level reincarnation world directly? In my opinion, Miro should not be very strong. At most, he is lucky. If we give him another third-level reincarnation world to try, he may not be able to pass it even if the whole world is corroded. The others nodded in agreement. The woman said, after all, luck is also a part of strength. There is nothing we can do about it. As she was speaking, the light screen flickered and a notice sounded in her ears. The reincarnation world of Resident Evil 2 has been cleared by codename Miro. Regardless of whether the task is completed or not, please leave this world within 5 minutes. Please leave this world within 5 minutes, and you will be forced to leave after 5 minutes. You can enter the reincarnation world again only after you are invited or allowed by Miro, otherwise you will never be able to enter this world. The gloomy man and his group were stunned and speechless. Another third-level reincarnation world was cleared by Miro. It's Miro again. The gloomy man only felt a burning pain on his face. After more than 10 seconds, he spat and uttered an unwilling curse. It's Miro again. The other fighters who were adventuring in the reincarnation world were simply going crazy. They haven't found the protagonist of this reincarnation world yet, and haven't figured out what the whole story is about. The whole world is actually cleared like this? It was taken into the pocket of Miro like this? Now, it is just a notice in the reincarnation world, and then the news will be transmitted back to the reincarnation center, and then it will affect the real world. If it was an accident before, a gust of wind called Miro set off a wave. Now everyone understands that Miro is a storm, a tornado, which is about to roll up wind and rain and affect all forces in the entire Xia country. Next, strong winds and huge waves are about to set off. Late at night, a phone call in the imperial capital woke up Major General Han Jia, who had just fallen asleep. What? Miro cleared the second third-level reincarnation world within 24 hours and held 2 reincarnation worlds in his hands? Yes, I know. I will report this to General Luo. He got up from the bed, straightened his body respectfully, and dialed another phone number. General Luo, yes, I am Han Jia. I am calling you late at night to report something urgent. Han Jia reported the news that Miro cleared another third-level reincarnation world to Lieutenant General Luo Hui, his direct superior in the reincarnation department, and then waited for his instructions. Although he was a pioneer in clearing reincarnation worlds in the outside world and was very famous, when he returned to the reincarnation department and his duties, he was actually just one of the important deputies of General Luo in the reincarnation department. Lieutenant General Luo Hui was obviously shocked by this incredible thing and was silent for a long time across the phone. After confirming the authenticity of the news again, he said, the Samsara division must find Miro, find the force behind him, and then negotiate with them. We must get control of at least one of the 2 Samsara worlds. Miro has made it through 2 Samsara worlds, which is a contribution to the country. The country will not treat those who have made contributions unfairly, and will give them generous rewards. Even if he is not from the Samsara division and is trained by a large group, this attitude should still be there. Han Jia reported seriously, regarding this matter, the subordinates of the Samsara division have reported. Lotus, who has sea-level strength, has analyzed and admitted to trying to track down Miro's news, and concluded that Miro is either alone or a small force, which basically rules out the possibility of being supported by a large group in Xia country. That's great! Lieutenant General Luo Hui said excitedly, stop any cost and bring Miro to our Samsara division. Yes, I know, this may be difficult to succeed. I can only hope that the other party will not be lured away by those large groups. Han Jia reported. I'll leave this matter to you. You must do your best. Lieutenant General Luo Hui said in a deep voice. Han Jia hesitated, then the invasion of goblins and orcs. I'll let Major General Mu Yulin take charge of the response. You can rest assured. Lieutenant General Luo Hui said. Han Jia replied, yes, I trust Mu Yulin's strength, but there is one key point I must tell him, that is, no matter when and where, goblins must be killed first. You have emphasized this point many times. We all know it in the Samsara division, and Yulin also knows it. Lieutenant General Luo Hui said. Then I'm relieved, Han Jia said. The two hung up the phone, and Han Jia began to arrange the handover work of fighting against the invasion of the Samsara world. Lieutenant General Luo Hui sighed, dialed the internal exclusive phone, and reported to his superiors. Throughout the night, several big figures in the imperial capital were awakened by the ringing of the phone, and more people received task arrangements and began to get busy. Not only the imperial capital, but also nearly 10 large groups in several large cities such as Jiangcheng, Linhaiqing, Guanglinqing, Yingcheng, etc. were alarmed and busy. This turmoil also spread to medium-sized and small groups. I don't know how many people were awakened by phone calls from late at night to dawn. Even intelligence agencies and political figures outside Shagwa were awakened by the news of Miro, and countless people began to investigate intelligence and were ready to take action. In Jiangcheng, at the headquarters building of the Giant Group, a gloomy man who had just come out of Resident Evil 2 and a combatant reported the situation to Jiang Yuetao, the head of the Giant Group, and were waiting for Jiang Yuetao's instructions. Jiang Yuetao was in deep thought, and his daughter Jiang Lin stood beside him. "Mr. Wu, have you found anything about Miro?" Jiang Lin asked. The gloomy man bowed slightly. "Yes, miss, after all, we are not in the same reincarnation world." He completed the clearance in another reincarnation world with the same plot. "We have no way to get any information. So, we have no way to find him." Jiang Lin frowned. "I would like to see who can clear 2 third-level reincarnation worlds in a day." "Shaolin, don't think too much. This Mi Luo is not simple. Maybe his comprehensive strength is not just C-level, or even higher." Jiang Yuetao finally spoke, first admonishing Jiang Lin, and then ordered his men. "At present, there are only 4th and 5th levels left in Shagwa's reincarnation world. The danger level is too high. We don't need to let our men go in and take risks. It is basically impossible to pass the clearance. Wait for the new reincarnation world to come. I will also find a way to contact foreign countries to see if I can go to foreign reincarnation worlds for adventure." "Yes, Mr. Jiang." The gloomy man and others responded together. Jiang Yuetao saw that they were still in a heavy mood, and couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry so much. What our giant group can't do, other groups can't do it, even the Samsara division can't do it. I have asked just now. Chongqing Group has 2 teams entering Resident Evil 2. One team didn't gain much, and a 5-person team was completely wiped out. Even the C-level strongman Lotus and the Samsara division returned without any gains. This Miro, who snatched food from the mouths of wolves, is not an ordinary guy." Everyone in the giant group felt relieved. The feeling of being completely crushed by Miro before was really terrible. Zhang Linji put his hands on his chest and thought, "They are all a bunch of trash. How can our giant group have a dazzling existence like Miro?" Also in Jiangcheng, on the other side of the city, a proud man in pajamas leaned lazily on the sofa, stirring a cup of hot coffee. Qin Mingyuan stood beside the sofa, watching his elder brother lazily and sleepily handling the urgent affairs of the Chongqing Group. The death of 5 people is not a big deal. Their strength has not reached E level, so they should be compensated according to the regulations. Qin Mingho said, "You didn't find any information about that Miro? He cleared 2 third-level reincarnation worlds in one day. Isn't he a well-known strong man in disguise?" The female secretary with gold-rimmed glasses reported, "According to our investigation, unless someone deliberately concealed it, Miro should not belong to any other large group, nor to the reincarnation department. He should be a strong man who has been hiding for an unknown period of time. After he possessed strong strength and confidence, he made a big splash and cleared 2 third-level reincarnation worlds in succession. Find him and win him over, even if he asks for a very high price." Qin Mingho put down the coffee and said, "Yes, young master." The female secretary with gold-rimmed glasses bowed and left after reporting something else. "Mingyuan, what was the most urgent matter just now?" After everyone left, Qin Mingho leaned against the sofa and asked with narrowed eyes. Dawn was awakened, and Qin Mingyuan was also sleepy and wanted to yawn, but in front of the increasingly majestic elder brother, he did not dare to relax at all, let alone sit on the sofa, and still stood as much as possible. "It's about Miro." "Yes, it's this Miro. A person cleared 2 third-level reincarnation worlds in one day, which is more amazing than what you have seen. It is an incredible miracle and has refreshed the record of clearing the world. Before this record was held by a guy named Keller from the Eagle Head country. He cleared a first-level reincarnation world and a second-level reincarnation world in one day, shocking the whole world," Qin Mingho said with narrowed eyes. "Keller now holds absolute power in the Samsara Affairs Department in Eagle Head country. He is not only a national treasure-level strongman, but also one of the most powerful people in Eagle Head country. Miro will grow into a person of this level in the future. If we can get him, the future of Chongqing Group will have infinite possibilities and hope." Qin Mingyuan listened and took a deep breath. Is he so powerful? Miro. Except for Miro, the rest are trivial matters that can be easily solved by the supervisors. There is no need to report in detail. It's just a little embellishment after I asked Miro, and it's also a way to see the group's reaction speed and intelligence collection capabilities. Qin Mingho continued. Overall, the reaction within Chongqing Group did not disappoint me. It was still quite good. No one slacked off in the middle of the night, or thought about sleeping first and reporting tomorrow. 1,000-mile embankment can be destroyed by an ant hole, especially since our father is currently abroad. I have to handle all the domestic affairs well and there can't be any mistakes. When you can be independent in the future, you have to do the same, understand? Yes, I know, big brother. Shin Mingyuan replied quickly. No? Shin Mingho shook his head. You ordered the combat personnel of Changqing Group below level D to torture a classmate named Suan if they met him, and make him kneel down and beg you to join the group. Is this behavior also called knowing? Brother, I was wrong. I will tell them not to do this tomorrow. Shin Mingyuan broke out in sweat on his forehead and quickly admitted his mistake. Humph, you don't even know how to correct your mistakes. Shin Mingho shook his head slowly again. Since you have already opened your mouth to deal with this Suan, then deal with him to the end. Unless he joins the Samsara division or expresses his loyalty to you, there is no need to keep him as an enemy. He is already a combatant. It is normal for him to die in the Samsara world. Do you understand? Shin Mingyuan suddenly realized, brother, I understand. As for you, don't make enemies if you can. It's not enough to be graceful on the surface, you also have to be able to advance and retreat properly in your heart. Shin Mingho said, and sighed, if you make an enemy, you must get rid of him, you can't keep him. He added, I'm tired, you should take a rest too. Shin Mingyuan responded, stood for a moment, and saw that Shin Mingho really fell asleep leaning against the sofa. He clenched his fists and stared at him, then walked out with gritted teeth. While many people were having sleepless nights, Suan had just finished his adventure in the reincarnation world and was counting his gains. After clearing the third-level world Resident Evil 2, he once again obtained 20,000 reincarnation points, and killed monsters and completed tasks to obtain a total of 2,000 points, and the total reincarnation points increased to 37,000 points. Not only that, he once again got 2 chances to choose the abilities of this world after clearing the world. Unlike the world of Mr. Zombie, this time the world of Resident Evil 2 has no skills to speak of. The main force of the battle is technological weapons, as well as the super-strong body and extraordinary telekinesis and induction power extended by the T-Virus. Suan can choose the perfect evolution of the T-Virus, or unilaterally improve physical fitness, or unilaterally have telekinesis. If Suan is just an ordinary person, choosing the perfect evolution of the T-Virus is the best choice, while taking into account the improvement of the body and telekinesis. But Suan is not an ordinary person, but a person with Maoshan Taoism, and he knows that T-Virus infection is classified as an evil thing. No matter how perfect the T-Virus evolves, it will also cause Suan's Maoshan Taoism to be abolished, which is not worth the loss. So he decisively excluded this item, and then chose to improve physical fitness and telekinesis without the influence of the T-Virus. The effect of this direct improvement is very obvious. When he returned to the reincarnation center again, he could feel that he could jump about 3 meters high on the spot, surpassing the human limit. At the same time, his speed and strength were greatly improved. According to the strength evaluation of the reincarnation world, he had already broken through the F level to the E level in terms of physical fitness. The newly acquired telekinesis has a weak range of influence and cannot kill people from a distance. It can only kill people immediately within about 5 meters. It can slightly control objects weighing several kilograms within 10 meters and can be used 3 times. At present, it has a significant effect. It is still very useful to obtain the enemy's hair and blood by surprise, or to kill the enemy quietly. Coupled with his skill Maoshan Taoism, Suan's comprehensive strength has directly increased again, reaching the D-level comprehensive strength evaluation. This speed of strength improvement made Suan very satisfied. Sure enough, if he mastered the plot, he would master the general trend, which could be quickly transformed into strength. However, when he sought his D-level charm, he couldn't help but wonder, my charm didn't come in handy this time? No suitable identity was assigned to me? The light screen displayed an explanation. When a single plot is carried out, the charm can be used to the maximum. When multiple combatants are carrying out tasks at the same time, the charm value will be reduced due to the conflict of identities in various aspects. However, it still has hidden effects, such as increasing the persuasiveness and trust of the characters in the reincarnation world. I see. Suan recalled the world of Resident Evil 2 that he had just experienced. For example, if he asked for hair, it might not be successful if it was someone else. This is a manifestation of persuasiveness and trust. Of course, it also has something to do with Suan knowing the plot and not offending the taboos of Alice and others. If he showed that he wanted to join the Umbrella Company, then no amount of charm could save him from this fatal mistake. Check the Samsara Central Forum. Suan said again. The forum list was expanded, and Suan saw the first fiery red bounty post. which was the one that offered 1,000 samsara points for news about Miro. Then there was another equally fiery red bounty post, 10,000 samsara points, a bounty for all news code named Miro. A bounty of 10,000 reincarnation points? This price is reasonable. Have you finally realized the true value of Miro? Suan thought with a smile. He first opened the post of 1,000 reincarnation points. The comments behind it have become, a bounty of 1,000 points for clearing 2 third-level reincarnation worlds? What are you dreaming of? 1,000 reincarnation points? No way? No one will really use this amount of points to reward Miro? I am so ridiculous, a bounty of 1,000 reincarnation points for Miro? The comments here have basically become a mockery of the person who offered the bounty. The comments under the bounty of 10,000 reincarnation points were all shocked, and some people said it was reasonable. Hiss! This big man Miro is so terrifying. 10,000 reincarnation points, how many times do you have to risk your life to get it? Just to ask for information about Miro? I wish I were Miro and revealed myself. Fool, when you are as powerful as Miro, 10,000 points are nothing. How could you be tempted by 10,000 reincarnation points? For a strong man like Miro, it is not surprising that information can be worth 10,000 reincarnation points. It is reasonable. However, up to now, no one has come out to tell us who Miro is? Or, at least someone should complete the bounty. Is it true that no one knows Miro? These comments are full of discussions, exclamations, and speculations. Leaving this bounty post, more posts outside are constantly refreshed like water, but because there are too many, there is basically no value in watching. Only a few blue posts are born, which are more credible and have not been wiped out by those messy posts. The information exchange and discussion of the reincarnation world of Resident Evil 2. In this post, Suan saw Lotus's message. Everyone who said the information in the world of Resident Evil 2 was cunning, did not show the content to the public, and said it vaguely. Lotus directly expressed his interest in this information and said that he could trade with reincarnation points. Suan nodded slightly. This is the preparation that Lotus made before entering Resident Evil 2, using reincarnation points to get information. Who is Miro? I'll make a bold guess. This is also a blue post, but the content is mainly to guess the identity of Miro. It's called a bold guess, but in fact it uses the method of elimination, first excluding the possibility of Shagwa reincarnation division, secondly excluding the possibility of foreign forces, and finally excluding the possibility of small forces and lone rangers. Because a strong man like Miro, without a large amount of reincarnation points from others and a large amount of intelligence collection, it is impossible to quickly pass through 2 third-level reincarnation worlds. At present, it is just that we don't know which large group has cultivated such a strong man. The person who posted the post finally came to this conclusion. Suan smiled slightly at this guess. The guess seems to be accurate, but the result is unreliable. That's right, they only rely on guessing, and they can only guess to this extent at most. Manhwa knows a little more than this person, and her guess is more accurate. It is estimated that the Samsara division and major groups will soon realize that Miro is actually a lone traveler. Are there any more valuable posts? Suan browsed again and was surprised to find a blue post, Terrible Resident Evil. This post was posted by a logistics staff member who used the only posting opportunity per day. Because the logistics staff member was not a combatant, he mainly focused on learning various knowledge and claimed to be a doctor of biology from Jiangcheng University. The virus transmission mode of the biochemical crisis is very scary for ordinary people. Up to now, more than 80% of ordinary people in our society have not become combatants or logistics personnel because of their age, life habits, or other reasons. With more than 10% of logistics personnel, the total number of combatants is less than 1%. And more than half of the logistics personnel will voluntarily give up entering the reincarnation world forever and refuse to take risks because they are not combatants. Although all countries are trying their best to increase the number of combatants and logistics personnel and cultivate them from the new generation, it is still difficult to increase them. And once the virus mode of Resident Evil 2 breaks out, it will be a fatal threat to our world and more than 80% of civilians. Because they have no ability to resist at all, once 80% of ordinary people are infected with this virus, it can basically be declared that our real world has been destroyed. So I think that once the third-level reincarnation world of Resident Evil 2 begins to erode, it will be a catastrophe for the entire real world. The poster's analysis is very good. As someone who knows the plot of the Resident Evil series, Suan knows that his consideration is correct. The T-virus in the Resident Evil cannot be completely eliminated by nuclear bombs. It is a fatal threat to ordinary people, and it is also a fatal disaster for ordinary people in the real world. However, such a post is full of sarcastic ridicule. You are just a logistics staff, what do you think of your horse? Liujiu, when can logistics personnel also post to teach our combatants a lesson? The Central Forum actually thinks he is more credible and reliable, and gave him a blue mark. It's really ridiculous. Logistics personnel, what the hell are you talking about? The last one is the latest reply. World-destroying disaster? Miro said he is the savior. Logistics personnel should just be logistics personnel. Don't think you can predict the powerful strength of our combatants. Miro has already passed the world-destroying disaster you mentioned, Resident Evil 2! Suan thought, these people only saw the identity of this logistics personnel, and subconsciously laughed and didn't believe it. In fact, this logistics personnel really analyzed it correctly. The doctor of biology from Jiangcheng University, he should be much more knowledgeable than these people who laughed at him. Just because he is not a combatant, he was laughed at by them. This kind of blindness is really ridiculous. Jiangcheng University? If I have a chance, I will meet this logistics personnel with a doctor of biology. After looking through the red and blue posts, Suan was about to exit the Samsara Center when he suddenly saw a post rising at a very fast speed, along with the red post offering a reward of 10,000 points for Miro's message. Lord Miro is invincible. If you agree with the post, you will automatically be awarded 1 Samsara point. There is such an operation? Suan's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suan clicked on the post, and all the comments were basically Lord Miro is mighty and invincible. Lord Miro is so handsome. Lord Miro, I want to give birth to a baby for you. That's right, a familiar taste, the feeling of a fan club chasing stars. Suan covered his forehead with one hand, thinking, I didn't expect that I would enjoy this kind of treatment one day. There are also some wanting to eat farts here. Lord Miro is mighty, but Major General Han Jie is also handsome. I don't know which one to choose for a moment. Looking at Lord Miro's mighty record, I can't help but drool. Lord Miro, will you eat dinner first, or eat me first? You should eat peaches first, you want peaches too much. Eat me, even though I'm a man, funny dog head. Lord Miro is not at my house, why did he go to your house? Questioning face, it's really unbearable to watch, especially when I watched it in person. The feeling is a bit like being held down and forcibly massaged, a little comfortable, but more uncomfortable. Suan wiped his sweat. After seeing thousands of replies, the post had ended its reply reward. In other words, the post spent thousands of reincarnation points in a short time, which was comparable to hundreds of thousands or millions of real currency. The person who posted the post was really rich. Just as he was thinking, a person codenamed Lotus suddenly replied to the post, Lord Miro is mighty. Suan was speechless. Lotus? You are a sea-level comprehensive strength, why are you following these people to join in the fun? Shaking his head, he exited the reincarnation center. It was getting dark outside. Suan stretched his body and took a nap to recover his energy. He had experienced a lot of things when he entered the reincarnation world last night. Even his strength was upgraded to D level, but he didn't rest much. When he woke up, it was already light. His father Su Zhengshan was watching the TV news. His mother Chen Rong saw him get up and brought out the food while asking him to wash up quickly. After dinner, Suan went to school. As soon as he walked out of the community, a black, slender, streamlined sports car stopped in front of him. The car window rolled down, revealing the face of Mu Qingling from Jiangcheng Samsara Division. Get in the car, I'll take you there. Suan looked at her calmly, and the two of them locked eyes. Facing Suan's scrutinizing gaze, Mu Qingling was sincere and frank, and indeed wanted Suan to become a member of Samsara Division. After opening the car door, Suan sat in the car, and Mu Qingling drove to Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. I took your car to go to school. Originally, I might have been able to join a large group, but now it's completely impossible, right? Suan said indifferently. Mu Qingling was silent for a few seconds and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, you are the best talent I have chosen. This kind of smart and mature reaction is not something that an ordinary high school student can do. How could they understand this? If you get in my car and go to other big groups, those big groups will think you are spies sent by the Samsara Division and will never take you in. If they do, they will definitely find an opportunity to kill you quickly. I'm sorry, I really want you to join the Samsara Division, so I came here to wait for you. If you really don't want to join the Samsara Division, you can get off here and you can still join other groups. No need. Suan said calmly. Mu Qingling was a little surprised. You choose to join the Samsara Division? No, I won't join the Samsara Division. The Samsara Division has too many rules and mandatory requirements. It's not suitable for me. I prefer to act freely? Suan said, it's just that you use the fact of picking me up to bring the color of the Samsara division to me, and I don't reject this. Compared with those big groups, the Samsara division is more trustworthy and reliable after all. I don't reject cooperating with the Samsara division even if I don't join it. Do you understand this attitude? I understand. Mu Qingling agreed and fell silent. When the sports car drove to the school gate, she said, are you going to be like Miro? But you have to know that Miro is just an exception, a miraculous exception. Every time we complete a mission, we have to benefit from the adequate preparation of the logistics personnel and the collection and summary of intelligence. It is impossible to last alone. As she spoke, she slowly drove the car into Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Suan didn't take her comments that she couldn't fight alone seriously. Thinking of the Lotus Lan Ruxin who was coming to find him, he thought, maybe I won't be fighting alone in the future. He reminded her again, we're at school. Mu Qingling stopped the car, turned around and smiled, yes, I know we're at school. Let's go. She opened the door and got out of the sports car. Suan glanced at her and saw that she was holding up her leather jacket with a smile on her face, as if she was expecting something. Did she have anything else to do at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School today? After walking 2 steps, she saw the school's bulletin board again, the following 18 students who have become combatants, please go to the large classroom on the 5th floor of the 3rd teaching building. The school and the National Reincarnation Department will provide combatants with basic education in the reincarnation world. National Reincarnation Department? Suan looked at Mu Qingling again. Mu Qingling smiled and nodded, indicating that she would be the one to provide basic education today. He extended his hand to Suan and invited him, let's go together. Suan smiled and said, I see. The two of them went to the 5th floor of the 3rd teaching building. Although the classroom was empty, it was very lively. Except for Suan, the 17 new fighters had already arrived. Qin Mingyuan, the second son of the Evergreen Group, was talking to several classmates with a smile on his face. Those classmates nodded repeatedly, obviously having chosen to join the Evergreen Group. On the other side, Jiang Lin had an arrogant expression. Several people around her who had just joined the giant group wanted to come forward and say something good, but they couldn't do anything. They were all a little embarrassed. Apart from them, there was only a girl with red and swollen eyes and tear marks, sitting in the corner of the classroom, not saying a word. Seeing Suan walk into the classroom, Qin Mingyuan frowned slightly, but then he set his eyes on Mu Qingling behind Suan. Suan chose to join the Samsara division? He didn't join yesterday, but chose to join today? It seems that he needs to confirm it. Jiang Lin also glanced at Suan, and then retracted his gaze. Okay, everyone go back to your seats. Mu Qingling glanced at the students and said, the 18 combat members are only temporary for now. They don't even fill 1/10 of the classroom. After all, the situation this year is special. One is that you caught up with the 3rd level reincarnation world, and the other is that you met Miro. The difficulty of becoming a combatant in the 3rd level reincarnation world is already quite high, and it was interrupted by Miro's clearance of the world. It can be said that a lot of manpower and material resources that our Xia country has prepared for a long time have been wasted. She acted like a teacher and talked about this year's situation, the reincarnation world, the erosion of the real world, and the severe situation facing Xia country. In the entire real world, some small countries have been destroyed due to the erosion of the reincarnation world. The situation in Xia country is not optimistic either, mainly because the 4th level world and the 5th level reincarnation world are too difficult to pass. The reincarnation department can only try to pass through on the one hand and resist erosion on the other hand, and the loss is huge. It is also for this reason that the domestic large groups that retain their strength are becoming stronger and stronger, and the strength of the reincarnation department is becoming more and more difficult to suppress the whole country. Up to now, even the students who have just become combatants know that joining the reincarnation department has many rules and great dangers, so it is better to join a large group. Mu Qingling also talked about the difficulties of the country and the reincarnation department, and the severe situation of the world. The students who have already chosen to join the Evergreen Group and the Giant Group obviously did not listen. They have heard about the difficulties and situations, but when it comes to their own safety, there are better choices. Why do they have to go to the reincarnation department to fight? Mu Qingling has seen many of these choices and didn't even sigh. The state and the school cooperate, and the combatants educated and selected by the state should all belong to the state reincarnation department. However, now the major groups can easily sweep away these combatants, leaving the reincarnation department in a dilemma where no one can be recruited. It can only look for training from the army and the state welfare institutions, and even the higher-ups have begun to consider whether to look for them from prisons. Why not restrict these large groups? That's because the big bosses of the large groups also have connections with some people above them. When they grow to this level, it is already difficult to control them. Now, I'll get to know everyone. Please tell me your name. Suan, Zhonglin, Qin Mingyuan and others stood up and introduced themselves one by one. It was the turn of the girl with tears on her face in the corner of the classroom. Mu Qingling looked at her and said, "That classmate, you can sit in front and tell me your name." The girl put on her framed glasses that were severely worn, and walked to Mu Qingling with her head down, as if she was being trained, or as if she was ready to be punished. Mu Qingling frowned slightly, stretched out her hand, and tidied her messy hair. "What's wrong, classmate?" "Your name Wu Wu." The girl burst into tears. Mu Qingling comforted her for a moment, but she still sobbed. "Tsk." Zhang Lin stood up impatiently. "It's so annoying to cry. Let me speak for her. Her name is Tang Yun. She was very happy to become a combatant yesterday because her father is a gambler. As long as she becomes a combatant, someone will pay off her father's debts, and her father can gamble freely in the casino. Of course, the price is that she must join the small company where the casino is located, called the Defugi Gambling Company. In the future, everything she gets from the reincarnation world must be handed over to this Defugi Gambling Company. This price is too high." Mu Qingling frowned and said, "She doesn't want to be sucked blood by casino vampires all her life, right?" Zhang Lin disagreed. "That's not the case. She originally thought so and felt pretty good. Unexpectedly, she was diagnosed with congenital heart disease. It is almost impossible for her to die after entering the mission world a few times. The Defugi Gambling Company disagrees with the deal. Her gambler father was beaten to death yesterday. Her mother seems to have run away a long time ago, but the casino still refuses to give up and insists that she and her sister sell themselves to repay the debts owed by the gambler. This casino is really lawless." Mu Qingling said angrily, "I will warn them once later, and things should be stopped at that point." "Really?" Zhang Lin folded her hands and raised her head slightly. "This is the industry of the Qinglong gang under the Four Elephants Group. It is not appropriate for the Samsara division to warn the people of the Four Elephants Group, right?" Mu Qingling was speechless and said nothing more. There are differences among large groups. The Changqing group of Qin Mingyuan's family and the giant group of Zhang Lin's family are the two largest group forces in Jiangcheng, and they are also among the top 50 in the country. The Four Elephants Group is an even more powerful behemoth. It is already one of the top 5 large groups in the country. It even has 2 industries monopolizing the country. Its power is no weaker than the Samsara division. Is it worth it to confront the Four Elephants Group for the daughter of a gambler? Is it possible? Can the Samsara division allow it? Mu Qingling knew the answer, and also knew that as the power of the Samsara division was consumed in resisting erosion and clearing most of the Samsara world, its deterrence was rapidly declining day by day. If it were in the past, how could the country allow them? Oh. Suan looked at this scene and suddenly thought of the somewhat sarcastic comment he had once made, "If this continues, the country will no longer be a country," which was extremely appropriate here. When the power of the Samsara division was consumed in protecting the country and the family, the big groups were gathering their strength. Now that the power has reversed, the big groups have shown signs of doing whatever they want and despising the country's laws and order. It is a daydream to expect them to have a conscience and morality to maintain order, or to fight bravely for the country. The country is really about to be no longer a country. Who are the bastards who watched these big groups grow up? The embarrassing situation of the Samsara division now is really hard to describe. Mu Qingling couldn't promise anything either. After crying for a while, Tang Yin realized that she had no choice. Sitting not far from Suan, he wiped his tears and was lost in thought, and the whole person looked a little dazed. After Mu Qingling finished a class absent-mindedly, she stopped talking to Suan and walked out of the classroom in a depressed mood. The Samsara division cannot save the people, and the Samsara division cannot even warn the big groups. How can such a Samsara division attract others to join? However, after a moment, she came in again. "Follow me," she said to Tang Yun. She called Suan to join her. "Come with you too." The 3 of them came to Mu Qingling's temporary office, and Suan asked in surprise, "Have you decided to intervene in this trouble?" "No, this is not intervention, but redemption." Mu Qingling said excitedly, "I almost forgot that I still have some money, plus the Samsara points. It should be enough." "Tang Yun, how much money does your father owe?" Tang Yun wiped her tears and said, 3 million. Mu Qingling laughed immediately. "This is easy, I can still squeeze out this money if I grit my teeth. I will go to redeem you and your sister today. This way, just think of it as being robbed by robbers. It's better to lose money than to suffer disaster. It doesn't count as offending the Four Elephants Group." Tang Yin was happy at first, with hope in her eyes, but then shook her head in despair. It's not enough. They charged usury. I had to pay back 10 million yesterday and 12 million today. Mu Qingling's smile froze on her face, and she whispered, is there no one who can control them? If there were only 3 million, Mu Qingling should be able to raise it by selling her sports car and borrowing some money from her brother. But 12 million is too huge, and she can't raise it today. If she can't raise 12 million today, tomorrow will be a new huge debt, 15 million, and the day after tomorrow may become 20 million. And looking at the despicable means of this casino, even if you bring money with you, you will definitely have to delay it until tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or even a week later, with excuses such as the finance department is not there or the transfer is unsuccessful. By then, not only will the money be given to them for nothing, but Tang Yun and her sister will also have no chance of being saved, because by that time, the amount will be a huge amount that cannot be paid off. Tang Yun nodded in despair. Yes, my father didn't owe 3 million in the first place, but they forced him to owe 3 million, and added a lot of interest every day, so we can't pay it off anymore. So, is there no one who can control them? Mu Qingling murmured. Suan looked at this scene and felt it was ridiculous. Shouldn't you know whether there is anyone controlling them? It seems that you don't know where to look for the answer. Mu Qingling shook her head disappointedly. She really didn't know. I was originally going to solve Tang Yun's problem and show the magnanimity of our Samsara division by inviting you and Tang Yun to join the Samsara division. I didn't expect that there was no solution. He forced a smile and said, having said that, I still have to try my luck. After all, I am from the Samsara division. I have to try my luck. Maybe it will be solved? You go back to class. After school at noon, Tang Yun and I will go to the Dafugi casino to see if the other party will stop harassing you two sisters for the sake of the Samsara division. Hearing this, Tang Yun felt a little hope in her heart. Although teacher Mu Qingling said to try her luck, if the other party really gave face to the Samsara division, wouldn't she and her sister be saved? However, he was a little uneasy. Teacher Mu, I have a congenital heart disease. Can I join the Samsara division in my situation? Mu Qingling smiled and said, don't worry, the Samsara division never rejects those who are willing to join, and even uses logistics personnel as combat personnel. I also want to see the Dafugi casino and the situation of the Four Elephants group. He suddenly spoke. Oh, I didn't realize that you are also very kind-hearted. Mu Qingling said, okay, let's go together when the time comes, and see the power of the big group, and you should understand what is going on. Back in the classroom, Mu Qingling talked about some well-known customs clearance deeds and examples of completing tasks. In general, it was information about the Samsara world and some cautious commonplaces. Qin Mingyuan and Jiang Lin had obviously received relevant education, so they listened absent-mindedly. Others might not know, but because they decided to join the Evergreen Group and the Giant Group, they thought they could get training opportunities in the future, and few of them took Mu Qingling's words to heart. When school was over at noon, a group of people surrounded Qin Mingyuan and left, and a group of people followed Jiang Lin. Only Suan, Tang Yun and Mu Qingling were left in the classroom. Mu Qingling looked at the empty classroom with some disinterest. She wanted to call all the classmates back and ask them one by one, is it so difficult to join the Samsara division and fight for the Xia kingdom? Is it so unworthy? However, she did not do so after all. She just took a breath and cheered up. Let's go! The sports car started, and the three of them left Jiangqing No. 1 Middle School, drove more than 10 miles, and arrived at a street full of lights and wine. It was daytime, and the whole street was lazy. It was not until the evening that all kinds of customers and glamorous women with powder would actively shuttle on this street. Not long after entering the street, two strong men walked out of a store. What are the people from the Samsara division doing here? A sturdy man asked carelessly. This is the territory of the Qinglong gang, you should know that. Mu Qingling's face was calm. We are here to deal with something. This little girl named Tang Yun has just joined our Samsara division. I heard that her father owes some gambling debts. Are you going to capture her to pay off the debts? Oh. The sturdy man took out his mobile phone and made a call. He walked aside and asked a few questions respectfully, then came back. That's true. So far, their family owes a total of 13 million to the casino. The amount is too large to be written off at once. Boss Lu has something to say. If the Samsara division can help her pay off the debt, just pay it back as soon as possible. If it can't help her pay off the debt, it's better not to interfere in this matter. After all, this stinky girl has a congenital heart disease. She can only be trained and given to nobles for appreciation. She is not of much use otherwise. It is impossible for her to really enter the Samsara world to complete the task. Mu Qingling's voice sank. She is already a member of our Samsara division. Are you going to forcibly abduct people from the Samsara division? The two sturdy men looked at each other and grinned, very slickly. We are all serious business, how could we do that? But their expressions were all, we just do it. What can you do about it? You guys. Mu Qingling gritted her teeth and finally lowered her attitude. I am Mu Qingling from the Samsara division. Let me meet your boss Lu. I don't want to conflict with you. Mu Qingling? Who? The sturdy man didn't care. Nothing, please leave. Mu Qingling, the sister of Major General Mu Yulin of the Samsara division. Mu Qingling gritted her teeth and said. The two sturdy men were immediately surprised and hurriedly called again. Tang Yun also raised hope again, and even Suan looked at Mu Qingling with some surprise. It turned out that she had a background relationship in the Samsara division. About half an hour later, a middle-aged man in a bathrobe, holding a prostitute, with a lipstick mark on his cheek, walked out lazily. Mu Yulin's sister? He looked at her for a while, staring at the black tight leather jacket, and swallowed his saliva. Okay, it's the first time I meet you. I'm Lu Bin, the leader of the water hall of the Qinglong gang. You can give me a nickname, Lu Wudao. Would you like to meet me and make friends? Mu Qingling reached out to shake hands with him, but Lu Bin grabbed her hand and opened his mouth to kiss her. What are you doing? Mu Qingling shouted. Kissing the hand, Lu Bin pretended to be surprised. This is the gentleman's etiquette for ladies in the white flag country. You guys from the countryside don't even know this? You are really making a fuss. You, the Qinglong gang under the Four Elephants group, is this how you treat guests? Mu Qingling stared at him and asked, but in return Lu Bin's frivolous smile. Suan stood aside, watching this scene, and immediately realized that these guys were low-class people with no moral integrity. With a thought, telekinesis took effect, and a few tiny hairs fell down, and fell into Suan's sleeves without a sound. Lu Bin, who was frivolous, frowned inexplicably and looked around uncomfortably. I always feel like I was spied on by someone just now. As a combatant of the samsara world with comprehensive strength of E level, this feeling should not be wrong. However, after careful observation, nothing was found. It seems that there is no need to talk anymore, let's go. At this time, Suan spoke. Mu Qingling sighed, and knew that there would be no good results between her and the gangster-like guy opposite. The other party would only push for more. Since he was not afraid of the samsara division at all, how could he let Tang Yun and her sister go? Tang Yun's eyes also quickly dimmed. Even if Mr. Mu of the samsara division stepped forward, he could not make the Qinglong gang retreat at all. The two sisters had no hope at all. There was no hope at all. When Suan spoke, Lu Bin immediately noticed him. Huh? Are you also from the samsara division? Suan looked at him strangely. Am I from the samsara division? Do I need to report to you? Lu Bin's face suddenly sank, and he pushed the prostitute in his arms away. Boy, how dare you talk to me like that? The burly man next to him shouted directly. Don't you want to live? Don't you know whose territory this is? Suan glanced at them and sneered. For Elephant's group and Qinglong gang, didn't you introduce it very clearly before? Do you need to emphasize it to me again? He said to Mu Qingling, let's go, they will never give in. The more we talk to them, the less likely we will get any results. How could Mu Qingling not know this? Looking at Tang Yun, whose eyes were dim and who was about to collapse in despair, she was filled with regret and reluctance. If the authority of the Samsara division was still there, if the authority of the Xia Kingdom's court was still there, how could such a scoundrel be allowed to openly harm the innocent people and dare to be so presumptuous to the Samsara division? However, since this matter has happened, how can we sit back and watch the tragedy happen? Mu Qingling embraced Tang Yun and said in a deep voice, let's go. Tang Yun was like a puppet, stumbling into the sports car. Suan sat in the front seat of the sports car with a cold expression, without any anger. Seeing his appearance, Mu Qingling was a little indignant. Suan, when you see this kind of thing, don't you sympathize with Tang Yun? Don't you feel angry? Suan's fingers were entangled with the hair of Lu Wudao Lu Bin. As long as he wanted, he could activate the tie-string talisman at any time to kill Lu Bin. But by then, none of the three of them in his group could get rid of suspicion, which would inevitably attract the investigation and surveillance of the behemoth Xishan group. Hearing this, Suan smiled and looked at Mu Qingling. At this moment, what classmate Tang Yun needs is sympathy and anger. If sympathy or anger can be transformed into power, it would be good. If it can't be transformed into power, it's just extreme anger, which is also impotent rage, hurting yourself mentally and physically. Mu Qingling was silent for a moment, and her voice turned cold. It seems that I was wrong to invite you to join the Samsara division. Our Samsara division doesn't deserve a cold-blooded and cruel person like you. You are mature and understand, but you don't have much humanity. Suan looked at her inexplicably and smiled. Mu Qingling's face became extremely cold to him. just as if he didn't exist, and asked Tang Yun, "Where do you live?" Tang Yun said the address of a dilapidated village in the old city of Jiangcheng, and the sports car went to that place. Just when she arrived at the door, Tang Yun took a look, as if struck by lightning, and fainted with her eyes rolled up. At the door of the dilapidated hut where she lived, bright red paint had just been sprayed, and it was "Pay your debts." The strong smell had not yet dissipated, and the door had been kicked open, and the inside was in a mess. Tang Yun's sister, Tang Shishir, had disappeared. Surprisingly, at this time, the Qinglong gang sent people to kidnap Tang Shishir. There is no doubt that Mu Qingling's visit not only did not achieve any effect, but also alerted the enemy. Lu Wudao made a phone call directly, and the thugs who were monitoring the Tang sisters kidnapped Tang Shishir. Suan reached out and groped Tang Yun, and Mu Qingling said angrily, "You still want to take advantage of me at this time? Are you a human being? Call the emergency number. What are you thinking?" Suan blared at her speechlessly, took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill, opened Tang Yun's mouth and slowly took it with mineral water. Mu Qingling reacted and blushed. Tang Yun is a congenital heart patient, it is impossible for her not to have a quick-acting heart-saving pill. Really, what did I think of? A few minutes later, Tang Yun slowly woke up, and seeing this situation, she was anxious again, and almost fainted again. "Let's go back and ask Lu Wudao for the person." Mu Qingling was furious. "I will fight him today even if it means risking my brother's reputation and the reputation of the Samsara division." After hearing Mu Qingling's words, Tang Yun felt a little comforted and managed to calm down. Suan frowned slightly when he heard this. This interrupted his plan. He had thought that it would be foolproof and no one would suspect him. He would quietly use the matchmaker to kill Lu Bin. As long as Lu Bin died, who would really care about the poor sisters who were blackmailed in the chaos? Do you really think that Tang Yun and her sister are worth 10 or 20 million? That was just a trick used by the gangsters to deliberately make them unable to pay back the money. In fact, as long as the Qinglong gang was looking for the cause of Lu Bin's death in the chaos, no one would keep an eye on the two sisters. The premise of this plan was that Mu Qingling took Tang Yun and her sister away, and it was estimated that the Qinglong gang was also ready to move. For a while, the two sides were deadlocked and could not act easily. Suan could calmly choose a time to come to the Qinglong gang to get rid of these scums. But that Lu Wudao was too cunning. He had kidnapped Tang Yun's sister Tang Shishir today. If Suan thought about it more, then they would torture Tang Yun and her sister to death. It was even possible that Tang Shishir would be sent out of Jiangcheng today, and the consequences would be irreparable. "What? Are you scared?" Seeing Suan frown, Mu Qingling's impression of him, which had just changed, took a sharp turn for the worse. "That's not the case." Suan smiled. "Let's go back to the street we were on just now. Perhaps from the beginning, I was destined to not be able to keep a low profile and endure." "You still have the courage to go back?" Mu Qingling finally sighed, and said, "Forget it, I'm just saying that to you in anger. After all, you are just a senior high school student. What's the point of following me? Instead, you will be in danger. How about this, I'll give you a task, take Tang Yun to the Jiangcheng Samsara division. The fact that you can do this and you two are safe and sound will be the biggest help to me, okay?" Suan shook his head slightly. "No. If I follow you, I'll be sending myself to death, and it's almost the same if you go alone. The Four Symbols Group is no longer afraid of the Samsara division, and your brother's title of Major General can't make them back down, which shows that they are daring desperados." Mu Qingling looked at him dissatisfied. "What kind of address is this? Although the matter is urgent and there is no way to argue at this time, you should call me teacher or at least call me sister. You are a senior high school student, are you my equal? Take me to that street and keep it a secret for me, okay?" Mu Qingling looked at him in astonishment. "Keep it a secret?" Suan nodded slightly. "Yes, keep it a secret. And Tang Yun, I will help you rescue Tang Shishir. You two sisters should be able to keep it a secret for me, right?" Tang Yun was so anxious at this time that she had no ability to think. She just nodded. Mu Qingling said dissatisfiedly, "What the hell? Everyone knows that you are a combatant. Who will keep it a secret for you? Why do you need to keep it a secret? Also, with your strength of just entering the reincarnation world yesterday and becoming a combatant, what can I keep secret from you? Keep it a secret that you were beaten to death by the Qinglong gang today, and keep your death secret from your parents? Believe me, I can do it," Suan said. Mu Qingling stared at him in a daze. His eyes were deep, his eyebrows were straight, and he looked confident. He had an inexplicable persuasiveness. He shouldn't be talking nonsense, right? Shouldn't he? Am I crazy? I actually believe that he can create a miracle. Take Tang Yun to the Samsara division. Mu Qingling finally chose to be rational. No matter how handsome a boy is, he can't create a miracle out of thin air. Suan shook his head and hugged Tang Yun in the sports car. Drive, Tang Yun is waiting to see her sister, and I am already very annoyed by those rubbish. Mu Qingling gritted her teeth. Are you serious? Suan nodded. Tang Yun raised her head and put her arms around Suan's neck. My sister and I are going to die together. Teacher Mu, send me there. You two little lunatics. Mu Qingling shouted in dissatisfaction, but her body involuntarily sat in the driver's seat. Today, I will go crazy with you guys. If we die, we will die together. The roar of the sports car exploded in the street, passing through the streets and alleys. Just 10 minutes later, it stopped again on the street full of lights and wine. Lu Bin, wearing a pajamas, had already placed a seat at the entrance of the street. He was slowly holding a cigar, and a woman behind him gently massaged him. Seeing the sports car roaring and stopping in front of him, he exhaled a large puff of white smoke and stood up with the cigar. Ha 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 ha, you look so familiar, Miss Mu Qingling, didn't we just meet half an hour ago? Yes. Mu Qingling said coldly, release Tang Shishir. Ha 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 ha. Lu Bin shook his head. Why? Let her go, who will replace her? Don't say Tang Yun was originally ours, and sooner or later she will not escape from our palms. Miss Mu Qingling, why don't you replace them? To be honest, I have never tasted the taste of a female official in the reincarnation department. You Qinglong gang are so evil. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Mu Qingling shouted angrily. Retribution? Lu Bin chuckled. How can there be retribution in this world? Suan, who had not yet gotten out of the sports car, sneered when he heard this. Today, your retribution is coming. Suan, should we go down? Tang Yun, who was weak all over and still felt the pain in her heart, and even felt dizzy, barely pulled herself together and said to Suan, thinking of her sister Tang Shishir, who was now in the hands of the Qinglong gang and whose life and death were uncertain, she had to get up and follow Mu Qingling to see the situation even if she was weak. However, since she was carried to the car by Suan just now, she had been leaning on Suan because she was not energetic enough. Now she stood up, and before she sat up, Suan felt a little itchy. No need to go down. Suan said in a deep voice, next, everything you see must be kept secret, and don't tell anyone else. Tang Yun couldn't understand it, but looking at Suan's deep and serious eyes, she nodded. Anyway, this matter couldn't be hidden from Mu Qingling and Tang Yun, so she simply stopped hiding it. Suan concentrated her mind, made a hand gesture, and put a strand of hair and a piece of talisman paper together in her palm. The most obvious thing about Maoshan Taoism is that the less skilled one is, the more details and rituals are needed. The more sophisticated the Taoism is, the simpler and more direct it is. For example, in the case of Wenkai and Xiaoxing, who are not very skilled, they must use the string talisman and hold the talisman paper in their mouths or swallow it. The person being stringed will do the same action as they do, and they cannot leave a distance of dozens of meters at most. The practicality is almost like a prank, and people often know that they are the ones who are making trouble. For people like Joshua and Swan, no matter what Taoism they use, it is basically a slap of talisman paper, and the blood from the fingertips is applied to activate the evil-repelling magic power, the talisman money sword, the sky eye and other abilities. Because their process is simple and effective, the practicality of Taoism has been greatly increased. Just like Suan using the string talisman at present, it is fine like this. As for controlling Lu Bin's actions, he does not need to dance with his hands. As long as his mind is moved, he can make Lu Bin unable to control himself unless Lu Bin's strength exceeds his. What is this? Need to be kept secret? Tang Yun leaned on Suan, watching his hands move, and wondered strangely. But then, she was stunned by the changes outside. After Lu Bin laughed twice, his face suddenly changed, his expression was a little strange, as if he was struggling to curse something, and finally became expressionless. Mu Qingling, do you know where my name Lu Wudao comes from? Mu Qingling didn't want to talk to him about this, and said directly, I don't know, and I don't want to know, let Tang Shishir go. Lu Wudao said, the reason why I am called Lu Wudao is because others can't kill me after slashing me 5 times. So, I will give you a chance today, and you can still slash me 5 times. If you can't kill me, you will follow me from now on. If you can kill me, you can take Tang Shishir away. Mu Qingling was a little dumbfounded. I slash you 5 times, and if I can't kill you with 5 slashes, I will follow you. If I kill you with 5 slashes, I can take Tang Shishir back? Then I won't slash you to death? Could it be that I will show mercy? After a second thought, he gritted his teeth again. Isn't this just being a rogue? If I kill him, the 4 Elephants group and the Azure Dragon gang will definitely not let me off. Not to mention taking Tang Shishir away, I might even have to pay with his life. And if I can't kill him, he'll take advantage of me. This is just betting that I don't dare to kill him. What Mu Qingling thought of, the men around Lu Bin could also think of, and they all started to make a noise. Boss is awesome. How dare she kill me? She will definitely be taken down by the boss tonight. Haha, the boss is still so powerful. Lu Bin had a blank expression on his face, raised his hand and said, "Come on, bring the knife." The men were a little stunned, thinking, is the boss serious? Seeing him stretching out his hand to urge, the men didn't dare to hesitate. A strong man opened his clothes around his waist, took out a dagger, and handed it to Lu Bin with both hands. Lu Bin handed the dagger to Mu Qingling with a blank expression. "Come on." Mu Qingling took a deep breath and said coldly, "Are you kidding me? If I kill you, how much trouble will it cause? How could I not know? Then you just be my woman obediently," Lu Bin said, and the men all laughed and made a noise. "That's right, being boss Lu's woman. Isn't that comfortable enough for you? He. Mu Qingling gritted her teeth and thought bitterly, this bunch of ruffians, I would rather stab this Lu Bin to death than suffer this humiliation. However, what should Tang Yun and Tang Shishir do? After hesitating again and again, they finally did not reach out to take the dagger in Lu Bin's hand. At this time, Lu Bin seemed to be a little impatient. "I asked you to stab me 5 times, are you going to stab me or not?" Mu Qingling did not answer, and Lu Bin took another step forward with a cold face. "Don't you know how to use a dagger? Don't you know how to stab people with a knife? Come on, I'll teach you." After saying that, he stretched out his arm from his nightgown, and stabbed his forearm with a dagger, and blood splashed on Mu Qingling's face. Mu Qingling trembled all over and took a step back involuntarily. This Lu Bin is really an extremely dangerous desperado. I can't beat him. Come on, I'll help you stab the first knife, and you can do the remaining 4 knives yourself. The dagger was stabbed in his arm, and Lu Bin shouted. The men beside him were also stunned, and then they cheered loudly, "Boss Lu is powerful. Let this woman see blood and know how powerful the boss is." Lu Bin remained calm and continued to look at Mu Qingling. Mu Qingling was really a little scared by him. The Qinglong gang, a subordinate of the 4 Elephants group, still has such a ruthless character who is not afraid of anything? He, Lu Bin, has been eating and drinking well for so long, and he can still fight like this. What kind of ruthless person is he? Pulling out the dagger, Lu Bin ignored the blood on his arm and said, "Why, do you need my help for the second cut? Let me make it clear first, I'm helping you. If I don't die after 5 cuts, you'll be mine." Mu Qingling shook her head. "I won't bet my life with you. You don't want to bet with me, but I have to bet with you. Watch out." Lu Bin shouted, "This is the second cut." The second cut pierced his left palm. Then he didn't stop and shouted, "This is the third cut." With the third cut, he pierced his lower abdomen directly. Mu Qingling was even more horrified, and Lu Bin's men were also panicking. "Boss, why did you stab the legs? Why did you stab the internal organs? He might die. Boss, are you okay?" Lu Bin waved his hand. It's okay, look, this is the 4th knife." Another knife stabbed his right abdomen, and blood spurted out. Not to mention Mu Qingling's horror, Lu Bin's men were also scared. "Boss, it's not that bad. "Yes, it's not that bad, isn't it just a woman? Boss, let's go to the hospital first. Hey, call the emergency number." Tang Yun was stunned in the sports car, looking at Lu Bin who was stabbing her crazily, and then looking at Suan who she was leaning on. Suan smiled and whispered, "The 5th knife." Lu Bin on the other side had a blank expression on his face. He pulled out the dagger, raised it high, and deeply pierced his chest at the heart position, and shouted, "The 5th knife." The dagger pierced through the heart, and Lu Bin fell to the ground and died. Mu Qingling and Lu Bin's men were dumbfounded watching this scene. "Ah, he's really dead. What is this? The famous Lu Wudao, performing a 5-knife suicide?" Lu Bin was lying dead on the spot, and everyone felt an indescribable sense of absurdity and ridiculousness. Mu Qingling's face was still splattered with blood from Lu Bin, and she was frightened by him just now. She thought at the time that such a desperate criminal would never give up until he achieved his goal, and it was obvious that she could not deal with him. Just 2 minutes later, Lu Bin performed a 5-knife suicide, and she almost screamed out loud, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What kind of magical performance is this? The last knife stabbed the heart? This guy is not only a desperate criminal, but also has a broken brain, right? With a light cough, Mu Qingling looked at the Qinglong gang members who were as stiff as wooden stakes, and said, "You saw it too. I didn't even touch him. This Lu Bin killed himself. Also, let Tang Shishir out for me. I will send you 3 million tomorrow, which is almost enough, so don't ask for too much anymore." The Qinglong gang members looked at each other, and they were all at a loss. Boss Lu killed himself. They all saw it with their own eyes. If it were an ordinary person, even if he didn't do anything, he would have to pay with his life. But this woman is from the Samsara division, and she is also the sister of Major General Mu Yulin. Boss Lu dared to offend him because he was sure in his heart. How could these unknown people be sure to offend the Samsara division? While he was hesitating, the prostitute who had massaged Lu Bin's shoulders before suddenly said, "Let's ask Sister Hong to come for this matter." Sister Hong is the deacon of the water hall and the person with the highest status here. Next, we have to ask her to make the decision. The others discussed it and nodded. The prostitute then made a phone call and told Sister Hong what happened here. He stabbed himself 5 times, one of which was in his heart. Sister Hong exclaimed in disbelief on the other end of the phone, "Is he an idiot?" The prostitute covered the receiver of my phone awkwardly. "Anyway, Sister Hong, can you come over and take charge of the situation?" The strong men looked at each other, all with embarrassed expressions. They shouldn't have let others say anything bad about Lu Bin, but looking at Lu Bin's body, which was already cold, they couldn't help but agree with Sister Hong in their hearts. "Boss Lu, how can you kill yourself like this? Are you an idiot?" After waiting for a quarter of an hour, a woman in bright red clothes led 2 strong men to walk quickly. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s, but the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes clearly showed that her age was much older than that, probably the result of careful maintenance. When she came here, she first looked at Mu Qingling, then leaned over to take a look at Lu Bin's body. Sister Hong said, "Tell me what happened." A Qinglong gang member stepped forward and whispered, starting from Tang Yun and Tang Shishir's gambling father, and all the way to Lu Bin's 5-knife suicide performance today. Sister Hong looked at Mu Qingling thoughtfully. "I heard that there are all kinds of strange methods in the reincarnation world, which are hard to guard against. I didn't expect that Miss Mu Qingling, who looks weak on the surface, actually has such a strange method and took the life of our Qinglong gang water hall master." "Really? It's amazing." Mu Qingling was stunned and waved her hands quickly. "I really didn't do it. Did you misunderstand something?" "Misunderstanding?" Sister Hong sneered. "Lu Bin is a pervert, just like a teddy dog in spring. If you give him a sewer, he can get into trouble there. For a guy like this, I believe you if he died for pleasure, but I don't believe it if he committed suicide." This. Mu Qingling gritted her teeth. "Are you Qinglong gang so good at framing people?" "I didn't kill Lu Bin, he committed suicide, and everyone saw it." Sister Hong didn't take it seriously, and snorted coldly. We have to wait for our Qinglong gang to check it out. Besides, Tang Shishir and Tang Yun, do you know how much profit we can get if we train them and give them to the noble? You want to take 3 million to take them away, I think you are dash." As she was talking, an old man's voice exploded in her mind. "Lu Bin is dead, do you want to die too?" Sister Hong's face suddenly turned pale, and she looked around in panic. Mu Qingling didn't understand, and her subordinates didn't know. There was a pair of young students in the sports car, and it was obvious that they were not the ones who warned him. "Don't say what you shouldn't say, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, your loyalty to the Qinglong gang is greater than your own life?" The old voice warned again. Sister Hong's face changed constantly, looking at Mu Qingling who knew nothing, guessing the identity of the old man and his purpose. Why did Lu Bin die? Because he coveted Mu Qingling, because he did not agree to Mu Qingling's request, because he imprisoned Tang Shishir and did not let go of the 2 sisters Tang Yun. I don't know which of these 3 reasons is the reason, but in short, it led to the old man's action, so he committed suicide and died. It is conceivable that if Sister Hong continues to offend, she will definitely die soon. Mu Qingling and the sisters Tang Yun are protected by a strong man. At present, it is not suitable to confront this strong man head-on. Although it is true, Sister Hong changed her words and tone, but Lu Bin is too lustful and too much. "Miss Mu Qingling, send 3 million tomorrow, and the matter of the Tang sisters will be written off." Mu Qingling was overjoyed. "Okay, thank you Sister Hong for your flexibility. The Tang sisters and I will be grateful to you." Sister Hong shook her head slightly, thinking, "It's fine if you don't want my life, and you are grateful to me? I have to take care of the funeral for Lu Bin's suicide, and I have to report to the gang leader and the 4 Elephants group, so I won't keep you here." Then Tang Shishir Walabeo. "Give Tang Shishir to them, and the matter will be over," Sister Hong said. A sturdy man with a leopard head tattoo answered the call and made a phone call. Someone then sent out a girl of 15 or 16 with tears in her eyes. Sure. Tang Yun opened the car door and ran out quickly. "Sister!" Tang Shishir also ran over. The 2 sisters hugged each other and cried. Suze watched this scene, slowly retracted his telekinesis, and rubbed his eyebrows. When Sister Hong appeared, it was too late to use the string charm and the heart charm temporarily. He had no choice but to use the telekinesis he got from Resident Evil 2. The effect was good, and it directly intimidated Sister Hong, but she was also a little tired, and indescribably sleepy, which was completely different from the easy feeling of using the Taoist Lianqing talisman. After all, Su Zhe had mastered the Maoshan Taoism, and he had just obtained telekinesis not long ago, so there was nothing he could do about it. After bringing the Tang Yin sisters back to the car, Mu Qingling thanked Sister Hong again with a happy face, started the sports car and left quickly. Sister Hong looked at this scene, squinted her eyes, and said nothing more. The old man's voice was right. Compared with the Qinglong gang, she really cared more about her life. In order to save her life, she was not going to tell anyone about this. The sports car stopped with roars. A group of 4 people got out of the car. Mu Qingling led Tang Yun and her sister to buy daily necessities. She now lives alone and has an empty room for Tang Yun and her sister to stay. After buying the things and returning to Mu Qingling's residence, Suan did not follow her upstairs, but said, "Since the matter has been resolved satisfactorily, I will take my leave." "Wait a moment." Mu Qingling put down the items in her hands and called him. Suan, the first sentence she wanted to ask should have been questions like, "Who are you? What is your identity? What is your strength?" However, she finally suppressed her curiosity. Lu Bin's ridiculous and absurd 5-knife suicide death, she also felt ridiculous, but when Sister Hong reminded her, as a combatant of the Samsara division, she certainly realized what kind of meaning was contained in this absurd farce. Someone did take action and killed Lu Bin in this way. The person who took action was helping them. She shouldn't have thought about it this way, but there is no doubt that Suan, who asked them to keep it secret and return to the Qinglong gang's territory together, is the most likely person to make a move. Even if he is not the one who made the move, he is related to the one who made the move. So, what is Suan's strength and identity? Mu Qingling decided to stick to her previous promise and keep Suan's possible strength and identity secret. For this confidentiality, Mu Qingling no longer asked whether Suan made a move in this matter. As a member of the Samsara division, she couldn't keep it secret from her superiors, but if she was uninformed and only stayed at the level that it might be related to Suan, and she was not sure, then there was really nothing to report. "Thank you very much, I will keep it secret. If the Qinglong gang must make trouble, then I will let the trouble stop here and will never disturb you." Mu Qingling said this. Suan smiled and nodded. "Don't think of me as timid or cold-blooded. That was a misunderstanding. I formally apologize to you." "I'm sorry, Suan," Mu Qingling said seriously. "It's good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. See you at school tomorrow." Suan was in a good mood. Cleaning up a scum like Lu Bin would only benefit more innocent citizens. What's more, the person he saved was still in front of him. Living well was better than anything else. Suan Tangyun pulled Tang Shishir to Suan. As soon as she said a name, tears started to flow again. "Thank you for helping us. We will keep it a secret for you. We will definitely keep it a secret for you." Suan nodded. "Well, I believe you. Following Mu Qingling, at least your safety is guaranteed, and the Qinglong gang will not dare to act rashly in a short time. You can rest assured." Tang Yun and her sister thanked him again. Suan was not very good at dealing with such a scene. Although he saved people, he would feel embarrassed if he said something nice like "for justice." The world does not allow anyone to do evil. After saying goodbye, Suan took a car back home. His father was at work, and his mother did not feel strange that he came back so early. After becoming a combatant, the cultural courses were basically abandoned. The school mainly taught common sense and combat cases in the reincarnation world. Half-day classes were the norm, and it would be strange to have classes all day. If you were confident enough, even if you didn't go to class for a few days, the school would at most call to ask about the situation, as long as you didn't die easily in the reincarnation world. After Suan and his mother had lunch, they prepared to enter the reincarnation center to take a look. Some of the latest and more in-depth information needed to be summarized by himself. You can't expect others to tell you everything. For example, Mu Qingling's teaching to them was only the basics on the one hand, and Mu Qingling's main goal before was to invite Suan to join the reincarnation department. How could she openly tell too much to those students who joined the Evergreen group and the Giant group? After what happened today, Mu Qingling should not try to win over Suan again, but she would not tell him some of the knowledge summarized by the reincarnation department. Enter the reincarnation center. "Teacher Mu, I want to go into the reincarnation world for adventure." After calming the frightened Tang Shishir to sleep, Tang Yin gently closed the door and said to Mu Qingling, who was sitting in the living room. Mu Qingling was a little surprised, then shook her head. "No." "Why?" "Teacher Mu," Tang Yun asked. "The first reason is that you have a congenital heart disease. It is dangerous to go into the reincarnation world for adventure," Mu Qingling said. Tang Yun said seriously, "I will overcome it. In order to protect Shirshir and to repay the kindness of teacher Mu and classmate Suan today, I must obtain enough strength from the reincarnation world. The second reason is that there is no reincarnation world suitable for you at present. Mu Qingling said, there are 5 reincarnation worlds in Xia country this year, and none of them is suitable for novices to enter. After national exploration, the least dangerous third-level reincarnation world, Mr. Zombie, was finally selected as the combat member qualification test. Even if it is the least dangerous, everyone is very careful, and there are still casualties in the test. Although it is like a picnic in long-distance running for senior high school students across the country, casualties are inevitable. Tang Yun, at this step, it is a miracle for you to pass the combat personnel test. However, the current situation is that Xia country currently does not even have a third-level reincarnation world. There are only 2 fourth-level reincarnation worlds and 1 fifth-level reincarnation world. You can only wait until a new low-level reincarnation world appears before you can take the risk and try it. There is not even a third-level reincarnation world? Tang Yun opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Unbelievable. That was because a strong man codenamed Miro successively closed 2 third-level reincarnation worlds. Mu Qingling sighed and explained the Miro matter to Tang Yun. Tang Yun had been troubled by the debt before, and really didn't know about this matter. He was amazed when he heard it. However, although you cannot enter the current reincarnation world to die, you can enter the reincarnation center to look at the red bounty posts and blue posts to gain some knowledge. Tang Yun nodded, chose to enter the reincarnation center, and disappeared. Mu Qingling shook her head. This child is too naive. Which combatant enters the reincarnation world without protection like this? I have to teach her well, otherwise she will suffer a great loss. After a while, Tang Yun came out of the reincarnation center and said in surprise, Teacher Mu. What's wrong? Mu Qingling said lazily. What did Tang Yun see? She looked very surprised. A new world has appeared. Mu Qingling widened her eyes and jumped up. What did you say? A new world has appeared. Tang Yun said. It's so fast. Mu Qingling screamed and entered the reincarnation center to confirm, then put on her coat. You guys wait at home, I have to go to the reincarnation department immediately. In the reincarnation center, Suan had already read a lot of posts. The reward posts made him understand that the most concerned thing for the fighters of Xia country is the true identity of the mysterious Miro. As the reincarnation department and major groups really checked it out, many people who investigated it seriously also investigated it seriously, and basically understood that Miro either appeared in a small force or was a lone individual. And as time went by, more and more people gradually recognized that Miro was a single person, because no matter how small the force was, as long as there were other people, it would be impossible to keep a secret under the temptation of reincarnation points. Moreover, would a small force not think about waiting for a price and developing into a big force? Only if Miro was a person and there was no interest dispute, could there be no news at all and no one could investigate. Regarding the reincarnation world, Xiagua currently has 3 reincarnation worlds that have not been cleared: the 4th-level reincarnation world A Chinese Ghost Story, the 4th-level world Iron Man Part 1, and the 5th-level reincarnation world Goblin Slayer. With Suan's D-level comprehensive strength and understanding of the plot, it should not be difficult to enter this level of world and complete the task. But if you want to completely clear the world, it will be a bit difficult. Should I buy a plane ticket and try the reincarnation world in other countries? The reincarnation world in Xiagua is indeed a bit difficult at the moment. Suan was thinking, and the reincarnation center suddenly shook slightly, and the light screen showed, a new reincarnation world has arrived, a total of 40 in the world, and a total of 3 reincarnation worlds can be entered in Xiagua. The first-level reincarnation world Love Apartment, the second-level reincarnation world Infernal Affairs, and the third-level reincarnation world Swordsman. The new reincarnation world has arrived. That's what happened. Sister Hong respectfully reported to a machine in front of her about Lu Bin's death today. A phantom figure floated on the machine, and it was Du Qinglong, the leader of the Qinglong gang, who was thousands of miles away. This technology of projecting thousands of miles away was not possible a few years ago, but later the Eagle Head country opened a reincarnation world with strong science and technology. This kind of ultra-long distance projection dialogue made small flying cars possible and gradually apply to reality. Similar examples include certain flying swords. However, for now, real-time remote projection dialogues like the one between Sister Hong and Du Qinglong have not yet entered the homes of ordinary people, and are more used in large companies and powerful forces with assets. For ordinary people, video conversations are enough, and real-time projection seems unnecessary. Compared with the original cars, small flying cars only account for a quarter of the total, mainly due to various market unfamiliarities, route divisions, new traffic rules and other issues. After hearing this, Du Qinglong said calmly, "Xiu-hong, what do you think about this matter? There is something strange about Lu Bin's death. It doesn't seem like he had a brain attack. Maybe it is related to Mu Qingling of the Samsara division. Mu Qingling may not know about it, but the one who took action is likely to be someone from the Samsara division." Sister Hong said hurriedly. "Your judgment is correct," Du Qinglong said. "Lu Bin is a cowardly guy. In addition to bullying women, he is also good at making money. The water hall is the source of income for the Qinglong gang. The Qinglong cannot be without water, and the Qinglong gang cannot be without the water hall. The people from the Samsara division pretended to be so mysterious and killed the head of the water hall of my Qinglong gang. They can't just pretend to be confused and get away with it. It just so happens that there are only 3 relatively dangerous Samsara worlds left in Xia country, and a large number of people in the 4 Elephants group are idle. I just need to report to the group, and I will definitely make the Samsara division pay the price." The gang leader is wise, that's true. Sister Hong agreed repeatedly, thinking, "This is not me who deliberately leaked the information, so the old guy shouldn't blame me, right? You can take care of Shu Weitang for the time being. I think you are no stranger to making money. Don't be like that idiot Lu Bin, who lost his life because of exploiting women and thinking about the women in the Samsara division," Du Qinglong ordered. Sister Hong was overjoyed and quickly agreed, and then began to express her loyalty. "Boss, I will definitely work diligently for our Qinglong gang and devote myself to it until my death. From today on, you just watch Shu Weitang, I will definitely." As she spoke, she suddenly saw the projected Du Qinglong turned around and looked to the side, as if someone was reporting some information to him. Finally, Du Qinglong nodded and waved his hand to let the person who reported leave. "Xiu-hong, there is a new situation. Let's put the matter of the reincarnation department aside for now. All the fighters need to be busy with something else. 3 new reincarnation worlds have appeared in the territory of Xia country. We can start training our fighters." Upon hearing this, Sister Hong hurriedly agreed, but she was even more fortunate in her heart. "In this way, the Qinglong gang will basically cover up this matter, and my life will be no longer in danger." Just when I thought of this, I heard Du Qinglong ordered, "Send all the surveillance videos of Mu Qingling appearing near to the Lei Hall, and let the people in the Lei Hall see if they can find any signs of action. At least we have to take this opportunity to understand the masters of the Samsara department. It seems that the death of Lu Bin, the head of the water hall, is not so easy to cover up." Sister Hong's heart was lifted again, and she didn't dare to say no, so she quickly agreed. The first level reincarnation world love apartment. According to the name, this should be basically free of danger. We may choose to pass it quickly. Of course, considering that there are still many high school students in the whole Xia country who have not taken the combatant test, we should not pass it so quickly. After all, the combatants who have passed the test now basically choose to join major groups. The more they pass, the better it is for us. Qin Mingho, the eldest son of the Changqing group, sat in the boss chair, with his secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing beside him. Qin Mingyuan sat not far away. They were all listening carefully to the analysis of several think tanks of the Changqing group. After analyzing the first Samsara world, the logistics personnel who had entered the new Samsara world to test the waters had reported back the general situation of the 3 worlds. Of course, the precious combatants could not be used in this regard, and since the logistics personnel also had the qualifications to enter the Samsara world, it was normal to conduct such a test. Moreover, according to the contract signed by the Changqing group, the compensation for the dead combatants and the dead logistics personnel differed tenfold, so there was no doubt who would be sent to risk their lives. The intelligence was circulated among the brothers Qin Mingho and Qin Mingyuan, and then handed over to several think tanks. The think tanks discussed in a low voice and said, "My 2 lords, the first reincarnation world, Love Apartment, is indeed a modern urban scene. The third reincarnation world, the Smiling Proud Wanderer, is like the previously cleared white horse roaring in the west wind and 7 weapons, and is a story of ancient knights, which is not beyond our expectations. Only the second-level reincarnation world, Infernal Affairs, is also a modern urban scene, which is beyond our expectations. This name seems to come from some legendary hell, but the reincarnation world named after this powerful name is an urban background with a low level of power. It's really hard to understand. It's probably some kind of murderer, involving a nickname for hell. The analysis of the think tanks is very reasonable. In this way, except for the third-level swordsman which needs to be cautious, Love Apartment and Infernal Affairs can send people in to complete the mission and let our combatants grow further." Qin Mingho stood up and said. The think tanks all smiled modestly, and Qin Mingho signaled them to continue the discussion and analysis. Qin Mingyuan yawned, not very energetic. For safety reasons, he must have entered Love Apartment to complete the mission and grow up slowly. This is probably not challenging, and of course it must be very difficult to obtain reincarnation points. Today, Mu Qingling from the Samsara division took 2 students from your school to do something. The head of the water hall of the Qinglong gang, Lu Bin, died because of it. Did you know that? Qin Mingho suddenly asked. Qin Mingyuan was stunned. There is such a thing? Well, one of the students she brought is Suan, who you want to deal with. Qin Mingho said, you should be careful and don't be bitten by such a small. Yes, big brother. Qin Mingyuan nodded, but he became more and more unhappy. That Suan chose to join the Samsara division, so I can't do anything to you? A post quickly appeared on the Samsara Central Forum. Announcement and suggestions from the Xia Country Samsara Division. In order to better test the qualifications of combatants, please do not rush to pass the newly emerged Samsara worlds. Below this post, there are statements from major groups. No one is against it. They all said that they will not rush to pass the first and second level Samsara worlds for at least a few months. In this matter, all major groups and the Samsara Division have the same goals and interests. In particular, the National Samsara Division is currently responsible for the qualification test of domestic combatants. After the test, combatants are basically recruited by major groups. What else is there to be dissatisfied about for them to get benefits for nothing? Suan looked at this post and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The Xia country in this other world is really a country that is too dedicated and responsible, and these big groups have seized the opportunity to dig out their talents. As a result, the big groups have grown to the point where they are too big to be eliminated, and the power of the National Samsara Division can't suppress them. Now this time, the announcement and suggestions of the Samsara Division are simply equivalent to requests. The country with the power to suppress should directly order. Fortunately, this time, the goals and interests of the big group and the country are the same. If one day, the interests of the Xia Kingdom's reincarnation department are different from those of the big group, what a terrible situation it will be. I am afraid that by then, the division and differences between the country and the big group will be known to everyone. Xia Kingdom is in this situation, coupled with the continuous invasion of the reincarnation world, it is already very dangerous under internal and external troubles. However, Suan has no need and qualifications to intervene in these things at present. What is more important is to take advantage of his familiarity with the plot and grow up as soon as possible. Love Apartment and Infernal Affairs, these 2 reincarnation worlds do not have any powerful skills. Suan will probably only get 1 or 200 reincarnation points after completing the task. Passing these 2 reincarnation worlds will interrupt the qualification test of combatants in the whole Xia Kingdom. What's more, even if these 2 worlds erode the real world, what's wrong? The world of Love Apartment is as beautiful as a fairy tale. It's just a group of adults performing jokes, and there is not much worry. The police and the thieves in Infernal Affairs fight each other, and the battle of wits and courage is indeed amazing. Compared with the people in the real world, the big groups suppress the people of the reincarnation department and scrupulously, killing and robbing people, it seems no different. The police don't need a few more, and the thieves are not afraid of a few more. The 3rd level reincarnation world is Swordsman, the 4th level is A Chinese Ghost Story and Iron Man Part 1, and the 5th level is Goblin Slayer. Which reincarnation world should I enter for adventure? I can understand the first 3. I remember that Goblin Slayer is about catching weak monsters like goblins and killing them non-stop. At most, because of the existence of magic and skills, the 3rd level world is about the same, and the 4th level is barely enough. What qualifications does it have to be a 5th level reincarnation world? Suan pondered and recalled the plot he had seen. Then he felt a little bit surprised. If it was like that, maybe the 5th level was still a little low. In the story of Goblin Slayer, goblins obviously have the terrible ability to reproduce by force, and have the terrible habit of feeding on humans. Villages are often destroyed by goblins. Many humans always do not take goblins seriously, and regard goblins as monsters as jokes. This is a very strange and terrible state. If a wolf pack kills the village next to it, those people will laugh as if nothing has happened. The wolf pack is a weak thing, I can scare them away if I go. What kind of mentality is this? Then, the goblins destroyed them again. They didn't realize until they fell into the hands of the goblins that the goblins were so terrible before they died. The whole world is like a mental retardation. But this mentally retarded state is not their own will, or they are really mentally retarded. Instead, the goblin race was created by the god of that world to punish humans and control humans. They fooled the world and made all humans unaware of the harm of goblins. Obviously, the gods in the world of the Goblin Slayer are the biggest difficulty in passing the level. Perhaps those gods have low moral character and power, and they are not the so-called omnipotent gods, but after all, they are the masterminds who control the entire world, and they must be difficult to deal with. The 5th level is really a bit low, and the 6th level of the reincarnation world is about the same. And now, the goblin invasion has begun to appear in Shagwa. It must be said that the reincarnation department in Shagwa have really tried their best to serve the country and the people. Until now, there has been no tragedy caused by goblins. The major groups are pulling their legs and poaching people to preserve their own strength. In the final analysis, they have not yet realized the terrible degree of the reincarnation world and the severe situation they will face in the future. The chaos is about to appear, and as more and more reincarnation worlds descend, greater chaos is about to come. All Suwon can do is to become stronger first and then talk about other things. Ponder for a while and make a choice. Before entering the reincarnation world, Suwon posted a post under the codename Miro, Swordsman Reincarnation World. Then choose to enter the reincarnation world. The post turned blue, then slowly rose, and more replies were received, and finally it was pushed to the top, displayed in front of all those who were browsing the reincarnation center forum. Many people rushed into the reincarnation center to check the situation because there were 3 more reincarnation worlds. There were also many blue, relatively credible posts describing the general situation of the 3 reincarnation worlds. There is no great danger in the 2 urban worlds. Finally, the senior high school students can take the combat qualification test. Yes, this year's test was too complicated. First, it had to be conducted in the 3rd level world, and then the big boss Miro cleared the world. I like the story of the ancient knight. While posting, someone suddenly posted a comment, "Big Boss Miro posted." Everyone hurriedly clicked out and saw the post posted by Miro, the reincarnation world of swordsman. The reincarnation world of swordsman? Worship the big boss. Worship the big boss in the front row. Is it really Miro? After a series of meaningless replies, someone finally got back to the point. Miro went to clear the world of swordsman. You're kidding, brother. The reincarnation world has just appeared, and everyone doesn't even know who the protagonist is yet. How can he clear it now? This is clearly a record post. Miro wants to record his experiences and lessons from each failed clearance in this post so that we can all learn from it. Talking about clearing the clearance is just a joke, but Miro is such a strong man with a broad mind. He is willing to open this clearance record post for us to see. From now on, I am Miro's die-hard fan. That's right. It is indeed impossible to clear the clearance. Before, Miro was able to clear 2 3rd-level reincarnation worlds, and he spent who knows how long collecting intelligence. Lord Miro is mighty, domineering. The discussion in the central forum was extremely heated. Fans who worshipped Miro were even more crazy, led by a person called Anon Rabbit, posting posts to express their admiration and worship for Miro. They discussed whether Miro was a man or a woman, and even began to consider what the codename Miro meant. As they posted posts, the normal replies under this post were basically unreadable. The Samsara division and large groups in Xia country, such as the 4 Elephants group, Evergreen group, and Giant group, also paid attention to this post and discussed it urgently. At the same time, some foreigners living in Xia country also passed the news back through the Samsara Central Forum and told their own intelligence agencies. The mysterious Miro finally appeared and opened a record post to record the clearance of the Samsara world. He wants to continue his legend? That's impossible, unless he directly records his clearance of this 3rd-level reincarnation world in the record post, and it must be within 10 times. With more attempts, people will realize that Miro is not a myth or a miracle, but an ordinary fighter in the reincarnation world. Even if he has C-level comprehensive strength or B-level comprehensive strength, he can't be as amazing as he is boasting now. That's impossible. That's right, this record post Miro has unveiled his mysterious cover, and at the same time he will definitely break the myth he created. After analyzing these forces in and outside Xia, they all found it quite funny. Miro opened the record post. Obviously he couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to enjoy the cheers of everyone. But he didn't understand that if he stood up like this, his miracle halo would soon lose its effect and his true colors would be exposed. It seems that this Miro is nothing to pay attention to, and there is no need to be afraid of him. He should be a person with no plans and vision. After he mustered up his strength to clear 2 3rd-level reincarnation worlds in one breath, he couldn't wait to stand up. They thought so and stopped paying attention to this matter, waiting for Miro to reveal his true form. Enter Swordsman D-level charm takes effect, obtain identity, Fuwei agency Suwon. Suwon came back to his senses and nodded slightly. This time it was another reincarnation world conducted by one person. In front of the reincarnation world, humans actually have no room for reason, and many things have no rules to speak of, so they can only follow the arrangements. But overall, it is still relatively fair. For Suwon, knowing the plot well is the biggest advantage, and he has already grasped the biggest rules in his hands. Standing on the ground paved with bluestone bricks, Suwon looked at his clothes and dress, which were still modern. Because of his D-level charm identity, his appearance would not be noticed by people in the reincarnation world. After looking around in the yard for a while, a sound of horse hooves came from outside the yard. "Brother Su, the young is going hunting, let's go together?" A man riding a tall horse shouted. "The young is hunting?" That is, Lin Pingji was going hunting, and was about to meet people from the Qingqing sect, and in desperation he killed Yu Ringyan, the son of Yu Tsanghai, the master of the Qingqing sect. On the surface, it seems that this caused a disaster and brought disaster to the Fuwei Agency. In fact, Yu Ringyan and other Qingqing disciples traveled thousands of miles from Sichuan to Fujian just to destroy the Fuwei Agency. Even if he didn't kill Yu Ringyan, the Fuwei Agency would still be destroyed by the Qingqing sect. Suwon sorted out the timeline of swordsmen in his mind and deduced the plot he knew. At this time, the fake protagonist Lin Pingji had just started the plot, and the real protagonist Ling Hu Chang's plot had already started a lot. A few months ago, Ling Hu Chang beat up the four beauties of Qingqing and ridiculed the Qingqing sect. Because Huashan sect and Qingqing sect belong to the same righteous way, Huashan sect's second disciple Lao Danua was ordered by Gentleman Sword Yu Buchuan to go to Qingqing sect to apologize, but unexpectedly discovered that Qingqing sect was practicing the Fuwei Agency's sword technique to ward off evil spirits. So Yu Buchuan sent Lao Danua and his daughter Yu Lingshan to Fuzhou, where Fuwei Agency was located, to investigate the news. Gentleman Sword had always been prudent and modest. This initiative was obviously to find an opportunity to gain some benefits. After all, the conflict between Qingqing sect and Fuwei Agency had nothing to do with his Huashan sect. From today, Lin Pingji killed Yu Rinyan, and within a few days, Fuwei Agency was wiped out. Lin Pingji escaped by himself. Lin Pingji's parents were caught by Yu Tsanghai and tortured to find out the true secret of the sword manual of exorcism. Moreover, they were tortured on the way to Hangshan to attend Lu Jingfang's resignation ceremony. Then there was another tragedy of annihilation. Songshan sect wiped out Lu Jingfang's family. About the righteous Qingqing sect exterminating the Fuwei Agency, and the righteous Songshan sect exterminating the Hangshan sect Lu Zhengfeng, the righteousness of this world is so ridiculous. They can continue to act as if nothing has happened after doing such unscrupulous things, and no one will hold them accountable. It can be seen that the righteousness and the Sun and Moon Demon sect are actually not much different. If there is a difference, the righteousness is probably at the level of bandits and robbers, and the demon sect is at the level of non-human werewolves and zombies. There are many who eat human flesh, such as Xiang Wendian. There are those who tear people into pieces, such as the 6 immortals of Taogu. The real protagonist Ling Hu Chong probably feels that killing people is not satisfying enough, and that eating human flesh, dismembering bodies, and thieves are all real heroes. He is so close to these heroes. This poor kid must have been kicked in the head by a donkey, running from a bandit's nest among humans to a group of non-humans to find heroes. However, the plot of Swordsman is about Ling Hu Chong making friends with heroes, being full of heroic spirit, exposing his master's hypocritical face, and winning the beauty. The whole story lasts for several years, and the conditions for truly completing the game are estimated to be not simple. To complete Mr. Zombie, you need to kill the zombies and ghosts in the plot and restore the plot to a peaceful state. To complete Resident Evil 2, you need to save Angela in the plot and take a helicopter away from Raccoon City to complete the plot. What will be the completion of Swordsman? Suwon pondered for a moment and concluded that it is possible to complete the game by killing the villains in the original work and restoring peace to the world. Helping Ling Hu Chong complete each plot is not the key to completing the game. Therefore, Yu Tsanghai, Zuolingchan, Runwishing, Yu Buchuan, and Dongfang Bubi must all die in order to complete the game, because they are the main villains. As for the villains who are not the main characters, such as Mu Gaofeng, Mabe Xuanxiong, and Xiang Wendian, it may not matter if one or two are missed. After analyzing and judging in his mind, Suwon came to his senses and saw that the man from Fuwei Agency was still waiting for his reply. He smiled and led a horse. "Let's go hunting with the young." As the man from Fuwei Agency rode to the door of the agency, 2 stone lions were majestic without anger, and a large flag was fluttering in the wind, with 4 characters, iron painting and silver hook. Fuwei Agency look at a handsome young man riding on a white horse, looking neat and sleek, just like a bright white horse, a graceful young man, a golden and jade brocade, and a chivalrous man named Meng Chang. Who would not think that this chivalrous young man is the protagonist of Swordsman after seeing this scene? Unfortunately, he is a fake protagonist. The tragic experience of his family being wiped out did not allow him to encounter a master under the cliff, nor did he find the martial arts secrets to avenge his great hatred. It only led to the introduction of the real protagonist, drunkard Ling Hu Chong, and compared his helpless self-castration with Ling Hu Chang's adventures. This kind-hearted young leader gradually turned evil. He was unwilling to steal the farmer's fruit when he was escaping, and finally began to doubt the world with a malicious mentality, looking at everyone as if he wanted to harm him, and his end was miserable. Walking forward, Suan greeted with a smile, "Young leader." Lin Pingji was not arrogant. After a greeting, the group galloped out of Fuzhou City and hunted some wild game in the mountains and forests. The other escorts who followed him praised Lin Pingji's skills, saying that he would be able to catch up with the chief leader in a few years and be able to dominate the country. Lin Pingji had been praised too much since he was a child, so he really thought that the Lin family's evil-repelling swordsmanship could dominate the martial arts world. He felt a little embarrassed and a little proud. Who wouldn't want to make a sensation in the martial arts world and become famous throughout the world? Suan played with a few strands of hair with a smile. He had no interest in hunting, but was very interested in what was going to happen next. The group hunted until noon and came to a dilapidated restaurant outside the city. After greeting, an old man came out with a bow and nod, "Dear guests, please come in," and asked curiously, "Huh? Where's Lao Kai?" The old man had a head full of white frost and his hands were calloused. He quickly explained that he was returning home from outside, returning to his roots. The escorts didn't care. Lin Pingji had no experience in the martial arts world, so he didn't care. They handed the prey to the old man, asked him to cook, and then talked and laughed loudly again. Suan smiled, and with a slight movement of telekinesis, the old man stopped and turned around suspiciously. The ugly girl with pockmarks on her face who was burning the fire also looked around. The two of them were Huashan sect disciples Lao Dinua and Yu Lingshan, sent by Yu Buchuan. With internal skills, they are more sensitive to the outside world than ordinary people, so when a strand of hair on their heads moved slightly, they felt something was wrong. Could it be that there are masters in Fuwei Agency? Did they notice their identities? Suan smiled slightly, held the two people's hair in his hands, and said, "Shopkeeper, come over and have a chat?" This immediately attracted the attention of Lao Dinua and Yu Lingshan. Did this young see something? Lin Pingji was also a little amused. "Suan, what can you say to this old man selling wine and food? Let him go and prepare the wine and food." Suan said with a smile, "Young leader, you don't know. I like to hear some strange stories in the martial arts world. This old man has traveled all over the country and must have a wide range of knowledge. Maybe he knows a lot of things that we don't know." Lin Pingji and the escorts all laughed when they heard this. "You, an ordinary old man in the countryside, how can you know the strange stories in the martial arts world?" Lao Dinua hurriedly smiled and said, Yes, I really don't know." Suan shook his head. Since he has determined that the goal of passing the level is to kill the 5 main villains, he will not care about the original plot. Therefore, of course, he will not think of pretending not to know the identities of Lao Dinua and Yu Lingshan. What's more, his identity is Suan, the of Fuwei Agency, not making good use of this identity and relying on the power of Fuwei Agency, but watching Fuwei Agency perish and following the plot, that would be truly stupid. The voice suddenly turned cold, and Suan slammed the table and stood up. "No, you just know it." At this moment, Lin Pingji and the others were immediately surprised, looking at Suan and then at Lao Dinua. Lao Dinua and Yu Lingshan also felt a thump in their hearts, knowing that the other party must have seen through their origins, and whispered to Lin Pingji, "This old man replaced Lao Kai. Maybe there is something strange. Suan may have noticed it." Lin Pingji suddenly realized, so he is someone with bad intentions? He rubbed his hands and was excited. Let me try. Suan opened his mouth and said, "Young leader, don't be anxious, these two have steady and powerful steps, and their arms swing with the wind. It's obvious that they are good at kung fu. Let me ask them about their purpose." Lao Dinua and Yu Lingshan looked at each other, thinking, why didn't we see steady and powerful steps, arms swinging with the wind? How did you see this? Suan made up the excuse casually, which almost made Lao Dinua and Yu Lingshan doubt their own eyesight, but successfully fooled Lin Pingji. "You two, this place is far from the village and the shop behind. Basically, only our young leader comes here every 3 or 5 days to hunt and take care of the business. You deliberately bought this small shop. Can't it be that you came for our Fuwei Agency?" Suan asked. Lao Dinua felt that he could not hide it any longer, so he simply admitted his identity as a man of the rivers and lakes. He straightened his body without looking old, and replied, "My brother, the young leader, and all the brothers, I am indeed a man of the rivers and lakes, but I really have no ill will towards you, Fuwei Agency, please don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand, he was waiting for our young leader to come here. I don't know if he was going to poison or attack, it was us who misunderstood. Suan said coldly. Lin Pingji felt that it was indeed a misunderstanding just now, but after hearing Suan's mocking words, he realized that he was naive and believed the other party's one-sided words. The other party knew where I was hunting and waited here specifically. How could he not have any bad intentions? You are so bold, you dare to touch our Fuwei agency. Just as Lao Danua was about to explain, Suan spoke again. You too, can you tell us about your origins? If you are righteous people and you say you have no ill intentions, we can still believe you. If you are evil monsters, how can we believe you? Lao Danua hesitated and replied, in that case, I won't hide it. My name is Lao Danua, and I am the second disciple of Mr. Yu, the head of the Huashan sect. This is my junior sister, and Mr. Yu's youngest daughter, Yu Lingshan. Then you should be able to see that we really have no ill intentions, right? Suan pretended to be unconvinced. Words are not enough, use the Huashan sword technique and let us see? Lao Danua hesitated, but Yu Lingshan had no scruples after her identity was revealed. She directly reached out and wiped off the dark and yellow skin and pockmarks on her face, revealing a watery face. Look! He took out a sharp sword from behind the counter, used 2 sword techniques, and looked at Suan. Did you see it? Are we from Huashan sect? Lin Pingji couldn't tell, so he looked at the escorts beside him. An experienced said, it is indeed Huashan swordsmanship. They all looked at Suan again to see what Suan would say. Today Suan had seen through the 2 people from Huashan sect, and he spoke and acted in a methodical manner, so they couldn't help but look at how he would deal with this matter. Suan said calmly, then, the question arises again. Mr. Yu Buchuan, the gentleman swordsman of Huashan, is a gentleman recognized by the world. Huashan sect has been at peace with the world for 20 years. Why did they suddenly send their second disciple and daughter to Fuzhou City as spies, and they happened to be in the place where the young leader of our Fuwei agency was hunting? You too, don't you want to explain? This Lao Danua and Yu Lingshan were a little hesitant, and finally realized that telling the truth was the fastest way to resolve the misunderstanding, otherwise the people of Fuwei agency would think that their Huashan sect had bad intentions, and in this way, the reputation of Huashan sect would be ruined. This matter started with the conflict between our Huashan sect's eldest brother and the Qingcheng sect disciples. Lao Danua went to Qingcheng sect to apologize for Ling Huchong beating the Qingcheng sect disciples, and told the whole story of discovering that the Qingcheng sect disciples secretly practiced the sword of exorcism. Lin Pingji was proud and angry when he heard it. His own sword of exorcism was indeed the most powerful sword in the martial arts world, and even the famous sect like Qingcheng sect was secretly learning it. However, he was furious that his family martial arts had been stolen. How could the Qingcheng sect be so shameless? We even gave him a gift before the new year. Just after he finished saying this, there was a sound of horse hooves outside, and 3 horses came galloping. The horses stopped, and 3 people wearing green clothes, wrapped in white cloth and wearing straw sandals walked into the hotel. They were all surprised to see Suan and others confronting Lao Danua and Yu Lingshan. The leader shouted, I haven't even had a drink yet, and I'm in trouble. I'm very thirsty. Suan looked back and suddenly said, are you 3 friends from the Qingcheng sect? Yes. The leader didn't think so. He folded his hands in front of his chest, first looked at the handsome Lin Pingji, then looked at the beautiful Yu Lingshan, and finally fell on Suan and nodded, yes, he is very handsome. Suan was stunned and speechless, thinking, this guy really doesn't pick men and women, as long as he looks good, he is a maniac. The leading Qingcheng sect disciple said, we are from the Qingcheng sect. My name is Yu Renyen. These 2 are my senior brothers. Who are you? Lao Danua was experienced and realized, so you are the son of Master Yu. I am Lao Danua, the second disciple of Master Huashan Yu. Nice to meet Master Yu. Huashan sect? What are you doing in Fuzhou? Yu Renyen and the other 2 said with great vigilance. They were prepared to kill the whole family, but suddenly a disciple from a famous and upright sect showed up. Even if they wanted to kill the whole family in front of them, they had to think twice. What if the other party wanted to be chivalrous? Before Lao Danua could answer, Lin Pingji shouted angrily, we should ask you this. You Qingcheng sect are thousands of miles away. What are you doing in our Fuzhou city? Yu Renyen sneered, Mr. Rabbit, I won't tell you this. Lin Pingji was already furious because the Qingcheng sect had secretly learned the sword technique. Hearing that he dared to insult him, he immediately drew his sword and said, you Qingcheng sect disciples dare to secretly learn my family's exorcism sword technique, and dare to be rampant in front of my house? Take your life. He thought that if the Qingcheng sect disciples secretly learned the exorcism sword technique, their strength must be far inferior to the real exorcism sword technique passed down in our family, so he swung his sword confidently. Then Yu Ringyan raised his hand and knocked the sword in his hand away, pressing it to the ground. Lin Pingji was held down by Yu Ringyan, and he doubted his life. Am I so bad? Is our family's exorcism sword technique so bad? Is the Qingcheng sect crazy? Learning our family's exorcism sword technique? Suan almost laughed out loud when he saw this, whether it was Lin Jinan of Fuwei Agency, Lin Pingji's mother, or Shi, who was born in Luoyang Golden Sword. They were all well-known local gang leaders, and their real martial arts were far inferior to their reputations. Unfortunately, Lin Jinan and Shi thought they were very good, and felt that they were escorting, and they were given face everywhere in the world. They always regarded themselves as a martial arts giant, and therefore Lin Pingji also thought that he had good kung fu. If they really met a famous and upright sect, or a demon, they would actually be a dish to be slaughtered. It's just that they themselves didn't know that other martial arts sects were intimidated by the reputation created by Lin Yuantu's real sword manual, and they didn't know the true details of Fuwei Agency. This is why Fuwei Agency has been lucky enough to travel around the world for decades since Lin Yuantu's death. Until today, Lin Pingji was beaten by the disciples of Qingcheng sect and doubted his life. Disciples of Qingcheng sect, Suan shouted, I think we all know why you came to Fuzhou City. Today, 2 senior disciples of Mr. Yu from Huashan sect are here, and we will not tolerate your insolence. Let go of our young leader and return to Qingcheng Mountain. We will pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, our Fuwei Agency will not let you Qingcheng sect control us. Yu Ringyan looked at him and laughed strangely. Why, you also? Suan snorted coldly, picked up Lin Pingji's long sword and threw it over. Ivory cannot be spit out from a dog's mouth. This sword was thrown over, not only with his own strength, but also with telekinesis attached to it, and suddenly there was a sound of wind and thunder, and a loud bang. Yu Ringyan only had time to exclaim in his mouth and move the sword forward to block it. After the loud bang, the ground was in a mess. Yu Ringyan was knocked out by the sword that shot out, and his chest was pierced by the sword. The whole person was nailed to the pillar in front of this dilapidated shop, and the pillar was covered with blood. He looked at the sword on his chest, raised his head and stared at Suan in disbelief. Not only him, but also Lao Danua, Yu Lingshan, Lin Pingji and others were all stunned in disbelief. How strong is this Suan? How could he be so powerful? This kind of power can only be achieved by the senior masters in the martial arts world, who use their internal force to control the sword, right? What kind of martial arts are you practicing? Yu Ringyan panted and asked, pressing his chest. Suan saw that blood foam was coming out of the corners of his mouth. Under the current conditions, it is basically impossible to save him. If there is a master who uses internal force to save his life or kills the genius Dr. Pingyi, it may be possible. I was born with supernatural power and don't know martial arts, Suan said with a smile. I didn't expect I would die in the hands of someone who doesn't know martial arts. Yu Ringyan took a breath, closed his eyes, and spit out a mouthful of blood foam. What's your name? Fuwei Agency, Suan said. Okay, remember, let Dad avenge me. Yu Ringyan told the 2 Qingcheng disciples and died. The 2 Qingcheng disciples walked forward, panicked and struggled to draw their swords, and rode away quickly with Yu Ringyan's body. Lin Pingji came forward and said with some joy, I didn't expect that you, Suan, would have such great strength. Fortunately, you. However, he felt a little uneasy that Yu Ringyan is the young master of Qingcheng sect. This matter is probably very serious. Suan nodded and said, yes, it is very serious. Young leader, they originally came for Fuwei Agency. This matter has given them an excuse. Don't worry. Lin Pingji gritted his teeth and said, Qingcheng sect originally came for our family's swordsmanship to exorcise evil spirits. I won't let my father hand you over. We all know the 4 words of Jianghu morality. He was really full of chivalry and passion at this time. Suan just smiled at this. Several other escorts, including Lao Danua and Yu Lingshan, felt the naivety of Lin Pingji. Maybe Lin Pingji thought so. Would Lin Jinan think so too? Since you 2 from Huashan sect are so enthusiastic about the Fuwei Agency, why don't you go and be a witness together? Suan said again. Lao Danua was about to say no need, but suddenly saw the coldness in Suan's eyes, and quickly changed his words. The Qingcheng sect is plotting, and we just want to see what Master Yu Tsanlai will do. That's good, let's go back to Fuzhou City together, Suan said. The group returned to Fuwei Agency. Lin Jinan heard that something had happened and hurried out to ask what was going on. After listening to Lao Danua's story about the Qingcheng sect spying on the exorcism sword technique, the 2 sides started fighting again. Lin Pingji was captured by Yu Tsanhai's son Yu Ringyan in one move. Suan was born with supernatural power and threw out a sword to kill Yu Ringyan. Lin Jinan's face turned pale. It's a disaster. It's not us who killed his son, whispered. Lin Jinan glared at her. Women's opinions, what do you know? 50 years ago, Yu Sanhai's senior master was suppressed by Yuan-Tu with the exorcism sword, and died of depression. The Qingcheng sect is determined to obtain our family's exorcism sword. Whether his son is killed or not, we will definitely not escape. What's more, Suan is the of our Fuwei agency. He acted hastily to save Pingji, not to cause trouble on purpose. It is reasonable for us to protect him. He said this to Suan and others, and there was another thought in his heart that he didn't say. The Qingcheng sect has been scheming and planning for a long time this time. The Huashan sect is just watching the fun, and maybe they also want to get the exorcism sword. At this moment, the only one who can really fight in the entire Fuwei agency is Suan, a natural with supernatural powers. If you don't rely on him at this time, and want to sever ties with him, that would be courting death. Although thinking like this in his heart, Lin Jinnan was not a decisive person, and still had some luck in his heart. What if the Qingcheng sect did not make the worst plan? After all, the Qingcheng sect is a famous and upright sect, and they always have to consider their face. Moreover, Suan invited the 2 disciples of the Huashan sect to the Fuwei agency. As righteous people, they would not commit murder and be unreasonable in front of the Huashan sect, right? Therefore, when Suan proposed to use the relationship in Fuzhou City to find out the specific situation of the Qingcheng sect and make preparations for the response, Lin Jinnan hesitated and refused. The Qingcheng sect is a big righteous sect. If they have a dispute with us, they should come to visit us openly. Let's call all the escorts who have some kung fu, and the escorts who don't have much kung fu can take a few days off to rest at home. Suan did not comment on this. Who is Lin Jinnan looking down on? In swordsmen, except for a few naive young people and the fool Ling Huchong, the truly loyal and upright people died faster than one another. This is looking down on Yu Sanhai, thinking that Yu Sanhai might not be despicable enough. That night, the slap in the face came as expected, and a scream came from the door of Fuwei agency. And of the agency had his heart smashed by the Qingcheng sect's heart-destroying palm. Lin Jinnan lit a torch with an ugly face, as if he had eaten for dinner. Not long after, screams rang out from all over the Fuwei agency, and several escorts were killed by the heart-destroying palm. Lin Jinnan had no choice but to invite Lao Dinua and Yu Lingshan, and also called Lin Pingji, Suan, and the remaining escorts. How can we, the Fuwei agency, tolerate the Qingcheng sect's reckless behavior? Please ask the 2 disciples of the Huashan sect to speak up and mediate for our Fuwei agency. Yu Lingshan said angrily, the Qingcheng sect is too much. How can they be called heroes if they kill people indiscriminately? Lin Jinnan nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, Yu Lingshan did not continue, and Lao Dinua continued to speak. The general meaning was, the Qingcheng sect is not doing things right. How can they do this? We in the Huashan sect simply cannot stand it. But we are powerless. We can't let us fight Yu Sanhai, a martial arts master, to death, right? Lin Jinnan was overwhelmed. Then what can you do? When we return to Huashan, we will definitely spread the unjust evil deeds of the Qingcheng sect and let everyone recognize their true colors. Lao Dinua said seriously. Lin Jinnan almost cursed. By that time, all of our Lin family will be dead. Do you let others recognize the true colors of the Qingcheng sect have anything to do with us? In other words, did the 2 people from Huashan sect shrink back today? Lin Jinnan was stunned, and finally knew what the light of the famous and upright sects and the righteous path was. He looked at Suan for help, and Suan was also very helpless. What did I say during the day? You just listened. However, this is indeed the time for me to gather the Fuwei agency, and these people are still useful as my subordinates. He walked to the courtyard and shouted, my name is Suan. I was the one who killed Yu Ringyan. If anyone is brave enough, show up and fight me. Don't let me think that all the people in Qingcheng sect are cowards. As soon as he finished speaking, a man in nightclothes jumped over the wall and said, you are the one who killed my junior brother? Today I will kill you to avenge my junior brother. Oh, I see. What's your name? Suan asked. A real man should not change his name or surname. I am Yu Renhao of Qingcheng sect. Today, before he could finish, Suan drew the sword from Lin Pingji and threw it out again. With a loud bang, the telekinesis did not go in vain. The huge force directly nailed Yu Renhao to the wall. Well, I see. Suan said. He's dead now? Lin Jinnan muttered in surprise. Of course, I was born with supernatural powers. Suan laughed. What the hell? Is it so powerful to be born with supernatural powers? Suan, do you really not know martial arts? Lin Jinnan and Lao Dinua both stared at the name Suan. This person is born with supernatural power, which is stronger than many people who practice martial arts for a lifetime. This is a bit too exaggerated. After Suan killed Yu Renhao, no other escorts were killed that night. The other disciples of Qingcheng's sect were obviously frightened. Yu Sanhai should not have arrived in Fuzhou City yet, otherwise he would not be able to tolerate such a thing in front of the disciples. The next morning, screams came again. At the door of Fuwei Agency, 2 rows of corpses were lying in a row. They were all porters that Lin Jinan let go to rest at home. These porters were originally strong men who just practiced some boxing and kicking kung fu. There was nothing else. They were also people with families and children. It stands to reason that Fuwei Agency dismissed them, and those who seek revenge in the martial arts world should not find them. The Qingcheng sect was just like this, killing all of them. Even if they had any connection with the Fuwei Agency, they would find them all and kill them. This is simply not the moral code of the martial arts world. Lao Dinua said in surprise, I didn't expect the Qingcheng sect to dare to do such a thing. Beast. Lin Jinan's face was even uglier. These living lives were killed just like that. How could the Fuwei Agency in the future? No, it should be said that the Qingcheng sect killed all of these people, so there would be no possibility of letting the Fuwei Agency go. From today on, our Fuwei Agency and the Qingcheng sect will not reconcile. Master Zhang, please go to the Sanlao Association and Fucking Association in Fuzhou City. Let's find out the details of the Qingcheng sect and fight them. Master Zhang took the order and left. As soon as he walked out of the gate of the Fuwei Agency, he was pierced by a sharp sword and nailed to the gate of the Fuwei Agency with a scream. This is too much. Lin Jinan shouted, You Qingcheng sect, if you want our Lin family's sword technique to ward off evil, then come and fight us with real swords and guns. Killing innocent people from my Fuwei Agency is nothing. Humph. A sinister voice sounded from outside the door. It seems that the 2 Huashan disciples have said a lot of bad things about our Qingcheng sect. Your senior brother Ling Huchong despises the Qingcheng sect, and you two come to hinder our Qingcheng sect from doing things. Are you really going to provoke a fight between the 2 sects? We are not interested in the exorcism sword technique. I just came to avenge my son. It turned out that Yu Sanhai himself had come. If you kill the enemy, can you retreat? Lin Pingji's mother couldn't help asking. He. Yu Sanhai sneered, no one in the Fuwei Agency will be spared. Ah! Exclaimed, and Lin Jinan and Lin Pingji also turned pale. Lao Dinua whispered to Yu Lingshan and said to Lin Jinan, since the Qingcheng sect is here to take revenge, it is not good for us Huashan sect to participate in such a vendetta. I just hope that the 2 families will stop fighting and make peace. This was obviously nonsense, once again showing that the 2 Huashan sect juniors were powerless to interfere with the actions of Yu Sanhai, the martial arts master. Huashan sect could not possibly fight with Qingcheng sect for Fuwei Agency. Lao Dinua was shrewd and cunning. Although Yu Lingshan was angry, she was not the foolish person like Ling Huchong who ignored his own sect in a moment of anger. Thinking of her parents and Huashan sect, Yu Lingshan could only be angry in her heart, and she was not impulsive enough to fight Yu Sanhai. The excuse of Qingcheng sect was to avenge Yu Renyan, but the real purpose was actually understood by everyone present, which was to peek at the real evil repelling sword manual of the Lin family of Fuwei Agency. In this situation, Fuwei Agency was in a desperate situation. Moreover, people's hearts are separated from their stomachs, and it is inevitable that some people would think of blaming Suan. If you didn't kill Yu Renyan, Qingcheng sect would have no excuse to take action today, and Fuwei Agency might still be safe. This kind of luck and resentment is entirely due to the weakness of human hearts, and there is no way to eliminate it. Suan just smiled. As long as he did that, these people would not blame him anymore, nor would they dare to blame him. He strode to the door of Fuwei Agency, untied the body of the dead Zhang, and holding the sword in his hand, Suan opened his mouth and shouted, Yu Sanghai, how about listening to me tell you a little secret of the past? Are you Suan? Yu Sanghai's voice sounded, and then a short Taoist priest came out from the street with 7 or 8 Qingcheng sect disciples, and Yu Sanghai showed his true identity. Yes, I am Suan, and I am also an unknown person in the martial arts world who likes to inquire about strange things. Suan said, there are many things that the parties involved don't even know to be seen, and many people have forgotten them, but people leave their names and wild geese leave their voices. In the process of inquiring about strange things, I still learned the truth. What I want to talk about today is a secret story about the Lin family's evil-repelling swordsmanship. Yu Sanhai, are you willing to listen or not? Yu Sanhai opened his eyes wide and breathed a little faster. Lin Jinan, Lin Pingji, Lao Dinua, and Yu Lingshan were all stunned. Suan was a bodyguard of the Fuwei Agency, young and born with supernatural powers. This was all their impression of him. If there was any other impression, it was that he was handsome and more trustworthy. Apart from that, there seemed to be nothing special about him. What secret stories about the Lin family's exorcism sword technique could he tell? Was he trying to trick Yu Sanhai? When Suan said this, he laughed again. Mr. Jianyu, the gentleman of the Huashan sect, how about you come out and listen? Yu Buchuan is here? Yu Sanhai was shocked, and the others were also surprised. The head of the Huashan sect is here today? For a long time, no one responded, and no one came out. Suan shook his head. Come out now, you are still a gentleman, but if you don't come out, you will be a hypocrite. Think about it, you have nothing to do with the affairs of the Fuwei Agency and the Qingqing sect, but you sent your daughter to Fuzhou City. You are so concerned about this matter, why don't you come and take a look yourself? Especially, are you really at ease with your daughter? Lao Danhua, the second disciple of Huashan sect, was secretly a disciple of Zhuo Lingchan of Songshan sect and a traitor who joined Huashan sect. Yu Buchuan knew Lao Danhua's problem, but he sent him and his daughter to Fuzhou. How could he not follow him quietly? Wasn't he afraid that Zhuo Lingchan would take his daughter hostage? I am naturally concerned about the disputes among fellow martial artists. A gentle voice sounded, and a middle-aged scholar in a green shirt walked out from behind a roof. Even if it is for revenge, Master Yu of Qingqing sect has gone too far. Yu Buchuan is really here. Lao Danhua was shocked, but Yu Lingshan was overjoyed and ran over and said, Dad, are you really here? Why are you here, Mr. Yu? Yu Tsanghai's face was a little dark. He came for the exorcism sword technique, so he naturally understood the real purpose of Yu Buchuan's appearance at this time. It must be the exorcism sword technique, and he was trying to take advantage of it. It turned out that the appearance of Huashan sect disciples here was not accidental, they also targeted the exorcism sword technique. Yu Buchuan was embarrassed when Suan exposed his whereabouts, but he was thoughtful and had enough energy. When he heard Yu Tsanhai ask this, he seriously advised Yu Tsanhai to stop killing people. Yu Tsanhai almost wanted to laugh. You are a hypocrite, are you qualified to persuade me in a hypocritical way? He drew out his sword and shouted, Master Yu, the hatred of killing my son is irreconcilable. I must avenge it today. Do you want to stop me? Yu Buchuan said, why don't we listen to what this little brother Suan has to say? It's not too late to talk later, okay? Yu Tsanhai and Yu Buchuan looked at Suan together. Lin Jinan and Lin Pingji's family also understood that Yu Buchuan did not intend to give them justice. They seemed to be fish on the chopping board, and it all depended on the results of Suan's negotiations with Yu Tsanhai and Yu Buchuan. Suan smiled and said, in fact, it is not just the Qingqing sect that secretly practices the exorcism sword technique. Everyone from the Songshan sect, you have even practiced the exorcism sword technique in private. How about you come out and bear witness today? When these words came out, both Yu Buchuan and Yu Tsanhai were shocked. Lin Jinan's body shook and he almost fainted. I thought no one knew about the Qingqing sect's misdeeds and couldn't find anyone to help them. It turns out that these righteous sects are waiting to their exorcism sword technique and wait for their families to be wiped out. They are simply a group of jackals and tigers. Several figures hurriedly left from the roof, as if they had never appeared. But there is no doubt that it is the men that Songshan sect is spying on. In the original plot, Zhuo Lingchan also studied the exorcism sword technique in private, trying to find the secret of Lin Yuan to strength, and has been paying attention to Fuwei Agency for a long time. If Qingqing sect does not destroy Fuwei Agency, it will not be long before Songshan sect will also take action, and the Lin family basically has no chance of being spared. Suan smiled and stood at the door of Fuwei Agency after calling out Yu Buchuan and destroying Songshan sect. Lin Pingji's family and the escorts in the agency were confused, and Yu Buchuan, Yu Tsanhai and others outside the agency were also confused. Who is the Suan? Everyone is basically here. Does anyone want to hear the secrets of the exorcism sword technique? Suan asked. A hunchback with a cane came out with a strange laugh, and a few evil people who were obviously not good people also came out. Okay, little brother, you are very open and aboveboard. We all want to know what the secrets of the exorcism sword technique are. Yu Buchuan and Yu Tsanhai were both shocked. Mu Gaofeng, the camel in the north, the poison doctor, the flower scorpion. All of these guys are vicious and despicable evil masters, and they have also set their sights on the exorcism sword technique. Lin Pingji's family shut themselves up on the spot, trembling all over, sweating profusely. Can this world ever be better? When will our Lin family be able to properly? Suan glanced at everyone and nodded. Now that everyone is here, I will start my lecture. Everyone listened carefully, because this looked young, but he mentioned Yu Buchuan and Songshan sect one after another, and it was obvious that he had a great background. He said he knew the secret of the exorcist sword technique, so he probably really knew it. The story started in southern Shaolin. At that time, there was a master in southern Shaolin called Master Hongye. He obtained a magical book, which was a magical skill created by the of the previous dynasty. It was called the Sunflower Manual. Suan said here and began to deliberately mix in his own fabrications. Zen Master Hongya has a disciple, whose Buddhist name is Zen Master Du Yuan. He accidentally glimpsed this magical skill book, secretly learned part of it, and created a strange and extremely fast internal energy method. With this internal energy method, even peddlers and butchers can use swords to such a speed that others can't stop them at all, and can only accept death. Zen Master Du Yuan's martial arts improved greatly since then. He returned home and returned to his real name, Lin Yuan II. He opened an agency and was feared by the southern martial arts world for his casually created 72 moves of the Exorcist sword. Many people wonder why the Exorcist sword was so strong at the beginning but so weak now? Because Lin Yuan II's strange internal energy method has been lost. Without the drive of that strange method, the Exorcist sword is just the most ordinary sword method in the world. Everyone, do you want to obtain that internal energy method? No one answered Suan, but everyone felt their hearts surging. Even Yubuchuan, the gentleman's sword, couldn't help but clench the hilt of his sword. Then you guys go and think of a way. As far as I know, the Sunflower Manual has been taken away by the demon cult and has become the demon cult's supreme manual. The former demon cult leader Renwashing's star-absorbing technique and the current leader Dongfang Bubi's martial arts all come from the Sunflower Manual. Suan's words were half true and half false. Anyway, his purpose of clearing the level was to kill these villains. It was normal to cause some trouble for Renwashing and Dongfang Bubi now. As long as you get the Sunflower Manual, you can still dominate the martial arts world, right? The star-absorbing technique comes from the Sunflower Manual? Dongfang Bubi's martial arts also come from the Sunflower Manual? Everyone's eyes were full of enthusiasm, but some people seemed to have been poured with a bucket of cold water on their heads. How could they get the demon cult's supreme manual? Suan smiled mysteriously. Do you want to hear another secret? The former leader of the demon cult, Changwushing, is not dead. He is imprisoned in the basement of Meizhuan near the West Lake. He knows the Sunflower Manual by heart and has mastered the star-absorbing technique. He is guarded by a few jailers of the demon cult. Before he finished speaking, Mu Gaofeng and others turned around and ran away without a trace. Yu Buchuan hesitated for a moment, and left quickly with Yu Lingshan and Lao Danua without saying a word. Only Yu Tsanghai of the Qingcheng sect was left with a few disciples, who had not yet left. Don't you believe what I said? Suan asked. Yu Tsanghai shouted, believe it or not. What you said may be true, and it sounds like it to me. It seems that Yu Buchuan, Mu Gaofeng and others were all persuaded by you. They would rather believe it and quickly went to the West Lake to compete for the Sunflower Manual and the star-absorbing technique. But for me, even if it's true, I have to kill you first to avenge my son, and then destroy the entire Lin family to see if I can get Lin Yuan II's original internal skills. After that, it's not too late to join the fun by the West Lake and seize the divine power. Okay, you must kill me if you are so obsessed with it. You are finally worthy of the father and son of Yu Ringyan. Suan laughed and raised his hand. A strand of hair fell into his hand. It was Yu Tsanghai's hair that was pulled out by telekinesis. Just right, I will send you to the west and reunite with your son in the underworld. Telekinesis burst out, trying to break Yu Tsanghai's neck. Yu Tsanghai covered his neck in surprise and protected his whole body with internal force. What kind of magic is this? It seems that killing people directly with telekinesis is not enough. What about attacking a weak position like the eyes? Suan thought to himself, and the telekinesis burst out and went straight to Yu Tsanghai's eyes. This time Yu Tsanghai already had protection. Under the operation of internal force, he swung his sword and slashed into the void, making a sound of metal colliding. Invisible internal force. Suan, you still say you don't know martial arts? Yu Tsanghai shouted. I've said I was born with supernatural power. Suan laughed, and there was another use for telekinesis. Since it is similar to invisible internal force, it is estimated that it will be successful if you first sneak attack Yu Tsanghai's weak eyes. At present, this is the role it can play. With his hands together, a piece of talisman paper clamped Yu Tsanghai's hair. Suan stepped on the Tiangang step and pinched his fingers. The connection talisman was activated. Yu Tsanghai was stunned again. What? You still want to compete with me in Taoism? I am the master of Qingqing Temple, and I am familiar with Taoist scriptures. What are you doing? Before he could make up his mind, Yu Tsanghai felt that his hands suddenly became uncontrollable, and he actually raised the sword to wipe his neck. What a crooked way! Yu Tsanghai shouted in fear, and quickly controlled his arm with internal force, and threw down the sword in his hand with a clang, preventing his hand from trying to kill himself. This terrible situation. The effect of the Lian Fu paper can also resist 1 or 2. The effect of internal force is really good. Suan sighed in his heart, and once again sighed that he did not choose the wrong world. His body has surpassed the limit of ordinary people, his blood is extremely vigorous, and his Taoism is becoming more and more profound. It can be said that his skills are not inferior to Uncle Gio, but his experience is slightly worse. Coupled with the effect of telekinesis, Uncle Gio is not his opponent. However, the ability to respond to combat moves seems to be a little bit worse. Although it is good to drive Taoism with blood and qi, it seems a bit of a waste to leave such a good body quality without practicing martial arts and internal strength. Now looking at Yu Tsanghai's performance, it is indeed Suan's right choice to come to this world. Internal strength has some effect against telekinesis and Taoism, which is a direction for Suan to continue to become stronger. The Lian Fu was activated again, and Yu Tsanghai hurriedly used his internal strength to protect his whole body and suppress his hands that were ready to move. Just at this moment, a roar of wind and thunder was heard, and a huge force came straight towards him, penetrating his internal force protection and blasting a big hole in his chest. Suan used all his strength and telekinesis. Yu Tsanghai lost his sword, and his chest was wide open. His whole mind was controlling his hands and feet, but he was killed by one blow. This move was not enough to kill Yu Tsanghai. If Yu Tsanghai had a sword in his hand, he would be alert to Suan's trick and could resist it and dodge it. However, the string talisman first made Yu Tsanghai dare not take up the sword again, and he was only concerned with resisting the power of the talisman, so it was reasonable for him to be killed by one sword. Master? Ah! Master is dead. The Qingcheng sect disciples shouted loudly and ran away like birds and beasts. Yu Tsanghai lay on the ground and screamed for the last time, and died. Kill Yu Tsanghai and get 300 points of reincarnation points. A prompt came from the light screen. Suan didn't care. After entering the world of swordsmen, he got the identity of the Afuwei agency, and there was no mission displayed. Suan certainly understood what this meant. The world was dangerous, and the Qingcheng sect was about to be exterminated. Being able to survive was his own ability, and the mission would not be issued. If you are a little stupid, don't understand that the crisis of life and death is in front of you, and still think that it is a good thing to have no mission, and act casually, then you will probably die soon. The enemy who appeared today and peeped at the exorcism sword technique also illustrates this point. In the original work, it was only stated at the beginning that Yu Tsanghai and the Qingcheng sect were peeping at the exorcism sword technique. Later, the plots gradually revealed that Mu Gaofeng, Yu Buchuan, Zhuo Lingchan and others were already quietly paying attention to the Fuwei agency. As in of the Fuwei agency, if he dared to act recklessly, these peepers would be happy to capture him and interrogate him and then kill him. Suan Lin Jinan asked in a trembling voice, "Is Yu Tsanghai dead?" Suan turned around and smiled. "Yes, he was not prepared for me." "What do you mean by not prepared? You clearly have invisible internal strength." Lin Jinan wanted to say so, but when he considered Suan's strength, he decided to pretend to be ignorant and did not dare to get to the bottom of it. Moreover, he could not talk to Suan in the capacity of the chief. In this case, it was all you, Suan, who saved our entire Fuwei agency. Lin Jinan took his wife and Lin Pingji together and bowed to Suan. Suan smiled and said, "Captain, you don't have to be like this. I am also a bodyguard of Fuwei agency." Hearing this, Lin Jinan was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, "Yes, you are of course a member of our Fuwei agency. From today on, Suan, you are the chief of Fuwei agency. If there is anything, just do it. All the business of our Fuwei agency is handed over to you." What he thought was that if Suan was interested in the business in his hands, then let him take it. Negotiating the price with such a martial arts master, let him ask for it, and give it all to him, just as if it is a loss of money to ensure safety. "No, I have no interest in this, but I am a little interested in martial arts." Suan smiled. "Captain, let's find a place to talk first." "Talk?" Lin Jinan looked at him suspiciously. Suan showed a mysterious smile. "Captain, don't you want to become a martial arts master and reproduce the style of Yuan Tugong?" Lin Jinan was shocked and thought, "Does he already know where my family's exorcist sword manual is hidden?" Following Suan to the side, Suan whispered to him a few times. Lin Jinan was surprised at first, and then horrified, muttering, "It's like this. No wonder my father left a will that unless it is absolutely necessary, never go to the old house to get the sword manual to practice." Suan nodded slightly. "Yes, that's true. Chief, what do you choose?" Lin Jinan gritted his teeth, looked down, and said, "I have enjoyed my whole life, and I have enjoyed enough. I will practice this swordsmanship." "That's right." Suan smiled. "Fuwei agency, Tiannan divine sword, can return to the world again." "Then do you want to practice too?" Lin Jinan said a little uneasily. "No, I'm not interested in the sword manual of exorcism. I'm going to get involved in the affairs of the martial arts world," Suan said with a smile. Lin Zhinan was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, the Fuwei agency was busy mourning the deceased escorts and porters, and sending pensions to their families. Suan rode on Lin Pingji's white horse, with a sharp sword on his waist, and left Fuzhou City leisurely. In the storage space on his body, there were already gold and silver treasures used in this world, as well as a worn-out cassock. Lin Zhinan copied the sword manual of exorcism that night, moved it to a secret place for storage, and gave the cassock to Suan. In his opinion, since Suan even knew the content of self-castration, and indeed did not practice or pass it on, and helped the Lin family keep the secret, it would be best to do a favor. Suan didn't care, but he had more than 30,000 points, and the sword manual of exorcism might be useful in the future, so he spent 1,000 reincarnation points to turn this item into something he could take out of the reincarnation world. After Suan left, Lin Pingji became much more obedient. After seeing the dangers of the martial arts world, he began to practice martial arts with peace of mind. He no longer had the ambition to venture into the martial arts world, but only the hope of protecting his family business. Lin Zhinan had a serious illness. After he recovered, his voice was sharp, his fingers were often like orchids, his beard fell off, but his swordsmanship was extremely advanced, and he became a top-notch player in the martial arts world. From Fuzhou City to Hongyang City at the foot of Hangshan Mountain, Suan did not walk fast, and he heard a lot of rumors about the martial arts world along the way. In Meizhuang by the West Lake, the demon cult and various masters who emerged were already fighting each other. The news that Suan told spread to the interested people in the martial arts world, and evil people like Mingtamu Gaofeng in the northern part of the Saibei all flocked over to try to get benefits. Some ambitious people, such as Zhuo Lingchan and Yu Buchuan, also went to investigate secretly. Of course, the Sun and Moon demon cult also knew about it, and hurriedly mobilized many experts to the West Lake. The more this happened, the more intense the conflict became, and everyone understood that the rumor was true. Ranwuxing was indeed imprisoned in Meizhuang, West Lake. As long as this place was broken, the secret manual of the magic skill would be at hand. At this time, Dongfang Bubi had already ignored the world and was too lazy to care about Ranwuxing's life or death. The so-called experts of the demon cult were finally unable to hold on under the siege of Zhuolingshan, the 13 guardians of Songshan, Yu Buchuan, and many others. When Suan arrived at the branch of Fuwei Agency in Hanyang City, moved in as the big head and mobilized all the staff of the branch, the biggest rumor in the martial arts world was that Meizhuang was breached by many masters. Ranwuxing died at the bottom of the West Lake in Meizhuang, and the star-absorbing technique and the sunflower manual were taken by a mysterious person. The rumors in the martial arts world were so unreliable. It was clear that Ranwuxing did not have the sunflower manual, but everyone still believed that the mysterious person had taken the sunflower manual and the star-absorbing technique. As for whether the mysterious person was Yu Buchuan or Zhuolingshan, that was not something Suan needed to care about. His guest goal of clearing the level, to kill the 5 main villains and restore peace to the martial arts world. He had already completed 2 of them, Yu Tsunghai and Ranwuxing. Among them, Ranwuxing was the most frustrated. He didn't know who Suan was at all, and he was killed by him from thousands of miles away, using rumors to take advantage of others' danger. The remaining 3 Suans were really difficult to deal with for a while, because the weakest Yu Buchuan was much stronger than Yu Tsunghai, Zhuolingshan was known as a master of the generation, and was stronger than Yu Buchuan, and Dongfang Bubi was almost the strongest in this world. Suan arranged for the Fuwei Agency in Hanyang City to investigate the local situation, and also figured out that Lu Zhengfeng was preparing to retire. With these locals helping him collect intelligence, he immediately understood a lot of the situation. The situation has changed a lot from the original book. Yu Buchuan was robbing the secret book of magic skills over the West Lake, and only the eldest disciple Ling Huchong and others came to Hongyang City. Ling Huchong was also seriously injured by Tian Boguan, and he didn't know where to hide to recover. Apart from this, Suan didn't care about other things. How many guests Lu Zhengfeng invited, whether Songshan sect would kill Lu Zhengfeng's family, were actually completely irrelevant to swordsmen. As long as Yu Buchuan, Zhuolingshan, Dongfang Bubi and other sources of troubles were not dead, and the martial arts world did not return to peace, swordsmen would not be able to pass. Thinking of this, Suan suddenly realized, it seems that Dongfang Bubi is hiding and embroidering now, and there is no trouble in the martial arts world. If he is not killed, the martial arts world will not be in chaos. Does this mean that he does not actually need to kill the strongest person in swordsman? In this case, it is a little simpler. However, it is still unwise to kill Yu Buchuan and Zhuolingshan with the comprehensive strength of D level, and to fight them directly. Another layer of power of Taoism must be brought into play. The difficulty of passing this reincarnation world is not low. Suan muttered to himself, According to Suwon's familiarity with the plot, he judged that in order to pass through the reincarnation world, he needed to kill several people who were causing chaos in the martial arts world: Yuksanghai, Runwashing, Yubuchuan, and Zhuolingshan. Each of them was no less difficult than the strongest enemy in the third-level reincarnation world. If there was Dongfang Bubi, it would be even stronger. The string talisman could not control them, and telekinesis could not kill them. If they were to fight in close combat, it would be even more needless to say that the opponents were all superb swordsmen and swift, and they could not get close to the battle at all. Fortunately, Mashan Taoism has always relied on the power of external objects. Qi and blood only stimulate the effect of external objects. The strength of the external objects is only 10%, but the external objects can exert 100% of their strength. If Suwon wants to pass through now, he must also exert the full effect of Mashan Taoism. He can no longer fight these martial arts masters face to face. He ordered the subordinates of Fuwei Agency to buy 3 animals and 6 livestock, arrange the incense table, and set up the altar. Suwon held a peachwood sword, stepped forward and stepped on the 7-star step to perform the ritual. He chanted something, and the soul-attracting incense was quietly lit, lingering in the room. North Pole True Lord, Infinite Creation, Taishan Palace Lord, Divine Power and Great Virtue, the 10 Hells of Hell and the 8 Directions of the Ghosts listen to your request, but do good and never have evil thoughts. Soul, come back. A shout, the room was quiet. Soul, come back. A second shout, a chilly wind suddenly blew. Soul, come back. A third shout, a voice sounded from the front: young master, please give me your orders. Suwon did not open his heavenly eye, but he saw with telekinesis that on the empty ground in front of him, a beautiful girl in tattered brocade clothes was bowing down, with bloodstains in the corners of her eyes, as if she had tears of blood when she died. Big, are you okay? Several escorts from the Hongyang City branch of the Fuwei Agency rushed into the house and asked Suwon carefully. They were really a little creepy. This Big from Fuzhou didn't have any earthly things, with incense tables, altars, hundreds of livestock, and he was shouting soul, come back in the house like he was having an epileptic seizure. Is everything really okay? Suwon waved his hand. It's okay, don't worry. Where are the Huashan disciples now? Will Lu Zhengfeng's retirement ceremony be held? They are still in Hongyang City. I heard they are waiting to meet up with the leader Yubuchuan. Lu Zhengfeng's retirement ceremony hasn't started yet, said Suwon nodded slightly, motioning them to leave. Then he asked the female ghost with tears and blood, let's get to know each other. My name is Suwon. I asked you to help me this time, and I will naturally provide you with incense. I don't know your name or your ability. The female ghost said softly, Sir, my family is outside Hongyang City. My surname is Chen, and my maiden name is Shawan. I was killed by it 10 days ago. I can pass through walls, move objects, and kill people. I hope you won't let me kill good people. That's not what I really want. Tian Bogwan? Suwon asked. Chen Shawan screamed, it's that dog thief. Suwon nodded and smiled. I know he is also in Hongyang City now. If you help me, I will let you kill him and avenge him in the end, okay? Thank you for your kindness, sir. Chen Shawan was overjoyed. I am willing to die for you, sir. Suwon nodded slightly and let Chen Shawan try the maximum range of activities and the maximum attack power. The effect was very gratifying. Chen Shawan was willing to be driven by him and cooperated with him wholeheartedly. With such cooperation, she almost reached the power limit of the magic of summoning ghosts and gods. Chen Shawan's maximum range of activities is as long as 5 miles. She can penetrate the stone with one blow. If the enemy does not attach the sword with internal force, it will definitely not hurt Chen Shawan. Especially her speed is fast and can pass through the wall directly. In this world of the swordsman, the martial arts masters can't see her at all. They can only rely on intuition and keenness to sense her dark wind, so they are qualified to fight her. Of course, this is the cleverness of Su An's exorcism. Let Chen Shawan know that she is serving with all her strength to fulfill her last wish before her death. Chen Shawan will go all out no matter what she does. If you force a newly summoned ghost to drive, the effect will be at most half of Chen Shawan's current performance. Chen Shawan, in this case, I will need to rely on you for a while. I will obey you, young master. Chen Shawan expressed her loyalty again. Suwon nodded slightly, picked up the basic martial arts secret book of this world and looked at it. All he had to do next was wait. During the waiting process, it did not prevent him from starting to learn martial arts knowledge. For example, acupuncture points, meridians, and internal energy. After strengthening his body, Suwon was extremely energetic. With his concentration, his learning speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. He had a rough understanding of the basics of martial arts in just 2 days. In short, with a secret book in front of him, he could explore and learn by himself instead of taking chances. As for meditation and internal force extraction, Suwon has not yet started. In the martial arts world, it is common sense to practice internal force for at least several months of hard work. Suwon does not have the star absorption method or the North Sea divine art. It will take time to accumulate internal force bit by bit. Another day passed, and Chen Xiaowan reported, "Sir, the head of Huashan sect, Yu Buchuan, came to Hongyang City and joined his disciples. Lu Zhengfeng's resignation meeting will also be held the day after tomorrow. Does Yu Buchuan have any secrets? For example, he practiced the star-absorbing technique alone?" Suwon asked. "I didn't find that. People from Songshan sect also came to Hongyang City. It seems that they are coming for Lu Zhengfeng," Chen Xiaowan said. Suwon didn't care. Lu Zhengfeng was old, and he ignored his wife and children and insisted on playing innocent games in the dangerous rivers and lakes. He had his own way to die. Unfortunately, his family was implicated by him and became a tool for Songshan sect to kill chickens and scare monkeys. It didn't matter whether this family was saved or not. Suwon felt that it was troublesome and there was no need to save them. There is another thing. Some people from the demon cult have set their sights on us. Some of them are following the escorts of the agency. It seems that their goal is to find out our information." Suwon was surprised. Demon cult? Then he suddenly realized, they found out that I leaked Ren Wuxing's information and came to cause trouble for me. Who are they following? The 6 immortals of Taogu, and a few others who said they were ordered by the Saint Ant, also met the demon cult elder Chu Yang, but Chu Yang brought a little girl with him and did not agree to act with them. Chen Xiaowan replied. Suwon was originally careless, but his face suddenly became serious when he heard this. The swordsman that he disrupted finally revealed problems at this time. The plot that did not belong to the original novel had unfolded because he used rumors to kill Ren Wuxing. Xiang Wendian and Saint Ant Reningying brought the demon cult people under the Saint Ant to seek revenge on him. Not only them, if Yu Buchuan and Zhuo Lingchan had the opportunity, they would definitely want to catch Suwon, who knew the secret information of the Sunflower Manual. Suwon has now become the target of public criticism in the martial arts world, and people with ulterior motives are coming in waves. Suwon is not afraid of this. These people can only talk about a few people who can threaten Suwon. Xiaowan, do you think those people in the demon cult are good people? Suwon asked. No, they are all extremely evil people, Chen Xiaowan said without hesitation. Find out their whereabouts, and we will kill them. Suwon said. Yes, sir. Chen Xiaowan went out through the wall and walked around, finding out all the spies who were spying on the Hongyang branch of Fuwei Agency. Kill, Suwon said lightly, and several spies of the demon cult died immediately. 2 of the 6 immortals of Taogu died, and they screamed and yelled on the street, grabbing an innocent passerby and wanting to cut his body. Kill again, Suwon said, and Chen Xiaowan struggled to penetrate the internal force protection of the remaining 4-6 immortals of Taogu, killing them all on the spot and saving the innocent passerby. Suwon held the incense altar in his arms and left the Hongyang branch of Fuwei Agency. While walking, he listened to Chen Xiaowan's report and let Chen Xiaowan, who had just killed the 6 immortals of Taogu, recover some vitality. Forcibly killing a master who protected his body with internal energy was also quite exhausting for Chen Xiaowan. On the streets of Hongyang City, a handsome young man walked slowly with an incense altar. A scream was heard, and a man died tragically on the side of the road. Wu Laoer is dead. Someone screamed. He is Suwon. He has invisible internal force, everyone must be careful. Someone else shouted. Then a body was thrown down from a tall building nearby, and blood splattered all over the ground. The handsome young man did not even stop and continued to walk forward. Those who were killed were all the men of all kinds sent by Reningying. Some of them had low martial arts skills but strange abilities, some had extraordinary martial arts skills, and some were good at using poison. Starting from the Hongyang branch of Fuwei Agency, dozens of people died on one street, all of whom were the men of this kind of evil sect. At first, some people did not understand what happened, but as someone shouted, they all knew who the handsome young man holding the incense altar was. Suwon, the of Fuwei Agency, who revealed the whereabouts of Ren Wuxing, was a martial arts master with invisible internal force, and once claimed that he was born with supernatural power. The first identity can be left out. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that it was because he worked in the Fuwei Agency that Lin Jinnan's family was lucky enough to escape the disaster of being wiped out. He is clearly a martial arts master hidden in the Fuwei Agency. As for the origin of his martial arts, no one in the martial arts world knows. Seeing it today, this invisible internal force that can kill people from a distance without even moving hands and feet is really weird and unpredictable, and extremely terrifying. Some people have a life and death feud with the demon cult, and when they saw that the dead were all members of the demon cult, they couldn't help but cheer. Some people felt their scalps tingling and their backs chilled. If they were offended by such unpredictable means one day, how could they resist? As they were walking, Suan stopped and looked at Chen Xiaowan. "What's wrong?" Chen Xiaowan screamed, "Young master, Tian Buguang, it's that evil villain Tian Buguang." Suan frowned slightly and sighed, "So, our fate has ended. Since you have met Tian Buguang today, you can kill him to fulfill your last wish, and leave on your own." Chen Xiaowan shed tears of blood and kowtowed to Suan to thank him. She looked in the direction of Tian Buguang, and then looked back at Suan. Finally, she actually returned to Suan, "Young master, I will help you first." Suan looked at her in surprise, and Chen Xiaowan nodded firmly, "Young master has been very kind to me. I will help you first, and it will not be too late to take revenge later." "Xiaowan, you don't have to do this. Just follow your heart and fulfill your last wish." Suan said seriously, "I can ask another ghost to come out. I'm afraid they won't listen to you, young master." Chen Xiaowan lowered her head slightly and said softly. Suan looked at her and finally understood. He smiled and said, "Okay, Xiaowan, let's continue. But before that, I have to vent my anger on you." Chen Xiaowan was a little confused and followed Suan into the restaurant next door. In the most conspicuous place in the restaurant, two people were drinking. A young man in his 20s with a white cloth wrapped around his body and a serious injury was holding a wineglass, while the other was a middle-aged man with a knife and a rat-like face. Seeing Suan walk into the restaurant slowly, both of them were a little surprised. The young man in his 20s smiled and said, "Brother Tian, who is this? Look at this person holding the incense altar. Could it be your creditor who came to seek revenge? He is Ling Hu Chong." In the original novel, he was seriously injured by Tian Buguang and was also in trouble by Yu Sanghai, but now Yu Sanghai is dead, and Yu Buchuan was busy going to West Lake to seize the magic power and was not in Hanyang City to watch, so Ling Hu Chong soon became drinking buddies with Tian Buguang, who had injured him, and they regarded each other as heroes. The middle-aged man with his arms folded was Tian Buguang. Hearing this, he laughed and said, "Brother Linghu, you guessed wrong. This little brother is not here to find me, Tian Buguang, but to find someone from the demon cult. The little brother's name is Suan. Some time ago, he leaked the whereabouts of the former leader of the demon cult, Renwushing, which attracted many masters to the West Lake, killed Renwushing, and took away the two magical secret manuals, Sunflower Manual and Star Absorbing Technique. As a result, the people in the demon cult were furious and they were ready to kill him. On the street outside today, this brother Suan has used his unique invisible internal force to kill many people from the demon cult, and the hatred between him and the demon cult is growing." Hearing this, Ling Hu Chong couldn't help but shout, "Little brother, you are handsome and a hero. How about coming over and having a drink with us?" Suan chuckled, "I am a hero. Yu Sanhai of the Qingcheng sect wanted to harm the Fuwei agency, but I killed him. I killed Renwushing, who was causing trouble for the world, and I killed the people from the demon sect. Where are you two heroes who want to drink with me? I am Ling Hu Chong, the eldest disciple of Mr. Yu of the Huashan sect." Ling Hu Chong said. Tian Buguang said, "Walking alone for thousands of miles, Tian Buguang." Suan nodded, "The lecherous thief Tian Buguang?" Tian Buguang laughed, "It's me." Suan drew out his sword, threw it with all his strength, and shouted, "Left leg." "Ah! Do it now." Tian Buguang was also experienced in the martial arts world, and he wanted to dodge immediately. Chen Xiaowan had already understood, and blocked Tian Buguang with Yin Shi without being seen by ordinary people. After a roar, Tian Buguang's left leg was broken by the sword, leaving only the right leg on his body. This is called walking alone for thousands of miles. Suan said calmly, "From now on, you will walk alone for thousands of miles." Tian Buguang screamed and cursed while lying on the ground. Suan said again, "Right arm." Tian Buguang dared not curse anymore, but it was too late. The sharp sword flew up and cut off his right arm. Tian Buguang was left with only his left arm and right leg. He couldn't even stand up. He couldn't walk alone for thousands of miles, and it was difficult to walk alone for even 1 mile. Chen Xiaowan, who was floating in the air, was smiling and bowed to Suan. Ling Hu Chong could not help but slam the table and stood up. "You are so unreasonable. Brother Tian is considered to be upright. Why did you suddenly do such a heavy hand? The rules of Huashan sect do not allow making friends with bandits." Suan asked back, "Ling Hu Chong, have you violated it?" "This." Ling Hu Chong hesitated, then said frankly, "Brother Tian is trustworthy and upright, he is really a hero." "A is also a hero? Who doesn't have a wife, children, and elderly people? If your wife and family were insulted by him, then it must be a hero giving you face?" Suan sneered. Chen Xiaowan was so angry that she wanted to bite Ling Huchong. Tian Buguang is a hero, doesn't she deserve to be abused to death? Xiaowan, let this Ling Hu brother taste your taste before death, Suan said. Chen Xiaowan was overjoyed. Yes, sir, I will let him experience it now. Ling Huchong was already weak due to his injuries, and he drank more wine. He felt dizzy and didn't know why he was standing in a boudoir full of fragrance. His hands turned into delicate hands. Before he could react, a middle-aged man with a rat-like face grabbed him out of the boudoir and took him to the grove. He panted, spitting fishy saliva from his mouth, grinning and torturing him, and finally let him die in despair and pain. Ling Huchong opened his mouth and stayed there. The despair and pain before death seemed to still exist. So, this is what it is like. He looked at Tian Buguang and suddenly felt a little disgusted. Was he taken by him just now? His current fate is also his own fault. It seems that I really am. Before he could finish thinking, it happened again. He became Chen Xiaowan again and was tortured to death by Tian Buguang again. Then, the third time, the fourth time, until Ling Huchong could no longer bear it, he vomited and chopped towards Tian Buguang with a sword. Your mother, Tian Buguang, I will kill you. Ha? Suan looked at Chen Xiaowan with a question mark on her face. Did I hear some extraordinary name? Ling Huchong called himself this girl? Chen Xiaowan covered her mouth and laughed softly, blocking Ling Huchang's sword to kill Tian Buguang. She made Ling Huchong become Chen Xiaowan and was tortured to death by Tian Buguang many times. Ling Huchong couldn't bear it even if he was a piece of wood. After being blocked by her, Ling Huchong gradually came back to his senses. Seeing that there were only himself and Suan around, he let out a long breath. So brother Suan can cast magic. He showed me what happened to those girls. I, Ling Huchong from Huashan, have made friends with bandits by mistake. It is so despicable. Please don't stop me, brother Suan. Let me kill this Tian Buguang. Suan smiled and said, it is a great virtue to know one's mistakes and correct them. Ling Huchong, you are not a bad person, but you are confused and naive. Tian Buguang has an enemy who will come to take revenge in a few days. I ask you to send this to the Hongyang branch of Fuwei Agency and help us take good care of him and don't let him die. Are you willing? Ling Huchong saluted with his sword in his arms and said, I am very happy to do so. If this matter is not done well, Ling Huchong will commit suicide to apologize. After that, he carried the screaming and bleeding Tian Buguang to the Fuwei Agency in Hongyang City. Tian Buguang shouted, Brother Linghu, if you make noise again, I will chop you to death. Ling Huchong screamed. Suan finally couldn't help but laughed out loud. This girl, Ling Huchong. This feeling of disharmony is too hard to describe. A side door of magic, a demon of the left way. Suan was laughing when a woman's voice rang out, Suan, you are not from a famous and upright family. You should have joined our Sun Moon Divine Sect. Why did you make things difficult for the Divine Sect and even killed my father? Saint Aunt, Reningying? Suan asked, looking at Chen Xiaowan. Chen Xiaowan quickly turned around and pointed to the top of the building, reporting to him, there was Reningying upstairs, and two old men, one was Xiang Wendian and the other was Green Bamboo Old Man. There was no one else around. It should be that some of the men brought by Reningying were killed by Suan, and some were scared away. In the end, only these two were the most loyal. You really know a lot. Since you know I'm coming, there's no need for me to say anything more. Just commit suicide and apologize. Reningying said as a matter of course. I'm not a member of the demon sect. I killed an old devil in the martial arts world, and you want me to commit suicide to apologize? Suan was surprised. Why? Because you have no way to survive. Reningying said, do you know that the Sansan sect has come out in full force, and Zhuo Lingchan has arrived outside the city of Hongyang? Are they trying to capture you as a member of the divine sect? You can't escape from the city of Hongyang. Inside the city of Hongyang, Yu Buchuan, Mu Gaofeng and others are also looking for opportunities to obtain the locations of other magic secrets from you. You have nowhere to escape either. The city is full of dragnets. This saint lady reminds you and advises you to commit suicide as soon as possible to avoid being tortured and insulted by others. This reason is enough. Suan was a little surprised. I only knew that Yu Buchuan was here, but I didn't know Zhuo Lingchan was here too. That's good. After the original plot changed, it is really hard to find much of the original trajectory, especially since Suan has become a celebrity and the target of public criticism, so it is not surprising that Zhuo Lingchan was attracted. However, Reningying was clearly using clever words to win hearts and minds. Yu Buchuan was just reuniting with his disciples normally, occasionally paying attention to Suan's news. Zhuo Lingchan led the Songsan school to come, and he also wanted to destroy Lu Jingfeng's family first, and then find Suan. So far, These two people have not had any intention of robbing or killing Suan. After being told by Reningying, it seems that there is really no way out. It is purely a false threat. Reningying is good at winning hearts and minds, which is also reflected in the original novel. She played Ling Hu Chong around and arranged everything properly. At the critical moment, she won the heart of Dongfang Bubi, becoming the most important part of killing Dongfang Bubi. However, this time, when her words were spread, Yu Buchuan, Zuolengchan and others really couldn't wait to catch Suan and torture him, because they were also afraid that others would succeed. This was Reningying's sinister conspiracy, not just a heart-wrenching one. Reningying saw that Suan was not afraid, but happy instead, and she felt helpless. Uncle Xiang, old man Lu Zhu, you can't scare him. Kill him and avenge my father. After saying that, 3 figures flew down from the upstairs. The graceful woman with a veil in the middle was Reningying, the old man in his 50s with a white robe was Xiang Wentian, and the other old man with a hunched back was old man Lu Zhu. As soon as they landed, they felt the cold wind blowing, and their hair tips moved slightly. They hurriedly used their internal energy. Did Suan want to sneak attack them with invisible internal energy? But nothing happened. Shin Shaowan just took the hair of the 3 people and handed it to Suan. Suan shook his head inside, and put down the incense altar in his hand. 3 masters, I am no match. With a wave of his hand, 3 talisman papers appeared in front of him. A hair was stuffed into each talisman paper, and then they quickly pinched the formula together to activate it. Reningying's eyes moved, and suddenly shouted, Uncle Xiang, smash the incense altar. The incense altar either had some secrets, or was used by Suan to commemorate an important person. As long as it was broken, Suan would definitely go crazy or lose his way, and his strength would be weakened. Xiang Wentian didn't ask any more questions, and jumped directly, punching the incense altar. At this moment, Suan's telekinesis fell on the eyes of Reningying, Green Bamboo Wang and Xiang Wentian at the same time. The eyes of the 3 people suddenly became painful and black, screamed, and attacked randomly. Green Bamboo Old Man slapped Reningying with his palm, causing her to spit blood and fly out. Xiang Wentian punched down with his fist, causing Green Bamboo Old Man's chest to dent. Green Bamboo Old Man screamed, and fought back, hitting Xiang Wentian desperately with red eyes. Originally, the 3 of them were not in a position to attack each other. No one expected that under the effect of Suan's string-pulling talisman, they only unconsciously turned their feet half a step to attack each other, and the enemy they attacked became their own people. After rubbing his eyes and seeing everything around him clearly, Xiang Wentian was a little dumbfounded. Reningying was nowhere to be found. Green Bamboo Old Man was beaten to death by him, and he was also injured. Suan stood aside with a smile, unharmed. Monster! Where is the Saint Ant? Xiang Wentian shouted in panic. She ran away. She already knew that I was invincible, so she got up and ran away. Did you know? Suan smiled. Xiang Wentian hesitated, looked up, and saw that Reningying was indeed rubbing her eyes and limping to the street. Suan did not intend to chase her. He bowed and said, Thank you for your mercy, sir, and quickly caught up with Reningying and escorted her out of Hongyang City. Sir, aren't you going to kill them? Chen Shaowan asked with some doubt. It's impossible to kill them, so why not kill them? Suan said, There are too many people like this in the martial arts world. At this point, the demon cult will not bother me again. He then ordered, Shaowan, go see if Zuolengchan is really here. If he is, let's kill some of the people from Songsan sect tonight. Chen Shaowan responded and went away. After a turn, she replied, Sir, there is no Zuolengchan in Hongyang City. But the disciples of Songsan sect talked about it. It is true that all the people from Songsan sect came here, just like Reningying said. Maybe they really came for you. Suan nodded slightly. This is also our negligence. The Hongyang branch of Fuwei Agency has limited power. Shaowan, you can't move outside Hongyang City. We didn't notice that Zuolengchan, who was not going to come to Hangshan, also came here. Lu Zhengfeng is really looking for death. It's fine if he just hastily held a ceremony to retire from the underworld, but he waited until now. If I hadn't wanted to kill Zuolengchan, he would have died even more miserably than before. Chen Shaowan didn't quite understand what Suan said, but she nodded quickly. Anyway, everything should be done by the master, that's right. That night, outside Hongyang City, there were screams from the residents of the Songsan sect. Suan and Chen Shaowan took advantage of the night to kill 2 of the 13 guardians of the Songsan sect, and then killed several disciples of the Songsan sect. After that, all the torches and lights were turned off. The people of the Songsan sect were pitch dark at night, hacking and fighting randomly, and many of their own people killed each other first. Zuolengchan realized that something was wrong after he killed several disciples of the Songsan sect with his ice palm, and ordered all the disciples of the Songsan sect to stop. Whoever started again would be the enemy.
As soon as he finished speaking, Suan used the string-pulling talisman, and Zhuo Lingchan moved involuntarily. Then several Songsan guardians and disciples of the Songsan sect all hit him in the direction he was in.
Wrong hit! Wrong hit!
Zhuo Lingchan shouted angrily, "The enemy is very evil, and can make me helpless.
Don't act rashly."
He listened carefully and suddenly heard a sound of wind.
He gritted his teeth and said,
"Come here, use the star-absorbing technique." A suction force suddenly came out from his hand, and then Chen Shaowan was sucked over with a sword, piercing through his palm.
Despicable, shameless! Zhuo Lingchan shouted angrily, "Fight me if you dare." Suan smiled and said, "You should thank me. How can you say I am despicable? If you didn't have any information about me, how could you go to the bottom of the West Lake to kill Runwushing and obtain the star-absorbing technique? Ah, it turned out to be you, Suan."
Zhuo Lingchan drew out the sharp sword in his palm, followed the sound and slapped it, but it missed again. "You are a demon who brings chaos to the martial arts world. You come to harm my Songsan sect again.
What exactly do you want to do?" Suan was surprised and amused. "So I am the one who brings chaos to the martial arts world? Oh, now that I think about it, it seems to be true. Actually, I do this for the peace of the martial arts world and the tranquility of the rivers and lakes. Do you believe it? No one would believe it."
Zhuo Lingchan cursed inwardly, listened carefully to his position, and prepared to give him a fatal blow.
The masters of this world are really hard to kill, Suan thought in the dark night.
In the reincarnation world, his comprehensive strength is rated as D-level, but after he invites ghosts and gods, he should be able to defeat ordinary C-level fighters with telekinesis and talisman paper. If it is a ghost, it will be even more unstoppable if it is restrained by talisman paper. However, in the third-level reincarnation world of swordsmen, the martial arts masters with internal strength can be almost comprehensive except that they cannot attack remotely and cannot detect ghosts and telekinesis in advance, and the rest can be called comprehensive without obvious shortcomings. These martial arts masters use their internal strength to exert strength, speed, and power. Although they cannot detect ghosts, telekinesis, and the power of Taoist spells in advance, they can feel a little clue after being careful and vigilant, and they can also fight under the protection of internal strength. Just like now, the top martial arts master Zhuo Lingchan is in the dark, and Suan's means are still confusion and sneak attacks, and he obviously cannot kill him directly at once.
The gap in strength between the two sides is obvious. Face to face, Suan is definitely not an opponent.
Therefore, he still had to clear this world and improve his internal strength and martial arts, which would make up for his shortcomings. Another gust of cold wind blew by, and Zhuo Lingchan immediately reacted and hit the direction of the cold wind with an icy palm. This time he did hit the target, and the icy palm force clearly hit something, but that thing flew away without a trace, between tangible and intangible. It didn't look like an internal force collision, it was simply indescribable, like a legendary ghost.
"Suan, you are a hero, let's set up a ring in Hanyang City tomorrow to fight." Zhuo Lingchan felt very aggrieved.
He had always been the only one who sent his own guards to kill people, or sent his own whiteboard evil star, Xing Haixiao and others to sneak attack others at night. How could it be his turn to be sneak attacked by someone in the dark? This Suan, as long as he agrees to a duel tomorrow, I will definitely let him know what it means to be unscrupulous.
Unfortunately, Suan ignored this and just asked, "Shaowan, are you okay?"
Chen Shaowan responded, "Sir, I was injured, but it's not serious."
Suan nodded, then continue.
The two cooperated again, and took advantage of the night to attack Zhuo Lingchan, causing injuries to Zhuo Lingchan from time to time. About half an hour later, there were no Songsan disciples around Zhuo Lingchan. Some left, some were killed by Suan, and some were killed by Zhuo Lingchan by mistake. Zhuo Lingchan himself was also covered with scars and roared, "I actually died under such despicable and rogue means.
Save me! Save me!"
As Suan pierced a sharp sword into Zhuo Lingchan's chest, ending this time-consuming battle, he also ended the life of Zhuo Lingchan, the leader of the Five Mountains Sword Sect, a generation of heroes, and a generation of masters.
Kill Zhuo Lingchan and get 600 points of reincarnation points.
Suan went forward to search, but Zhuo Lingchan had nothing on him. As the head of a sect, he didn't need to carry silver with him, nor could he carry martial arts secrets with him.
Suan cursed him as a poor ghost and took Chen Shaowan back to Hanyang City. As soon as the sun rose, the news that Suan had killed Zhuo Lingchan in Hanyang City had spread.
All the people in the martial arts world who heard about it were in an uproar. After Suan killed Yu Tsanghai and repelled the demon sect, he did something that shocked everyone.
He killed Zhuo Lingchan, the leader of the Five Mountains Sword Sect, outside Hanyang City.
The disciples of Songsan sect seemed to have lost their spirits all of a sudden, and became headless flies, running around in and out of Hanyang City.
Some people simply gave up on themselves and spread the news that Songsan sect was going to destroy Lu Jingfeng's entire family.
Lu Zhengfeng was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat and directly announced that he would quit the martial arts world. In short, he would leave the martial arts world from now on, and all the martial arts masters should go back to their own homes. The disciples of Songsan sect were so sure that they actually made public the fact that Lu Zhengfeng had made friends with Chu Yang, the elder of the demon sect.
How could Lu Zhengfeng not be afraid?
If someone else had a bad idea like the Songsan sect, he would really want his whole family to die. Therefore, the most important focus of the gathering of martial arts masters in Hongyang City shifted. The leader of Huashan sect, Gentle Sword Yu Buchuan, took the initiative, and the leaders of Hangshan sect, Master Dingy, Taoist Tianmen, and Mo De responded. In addition, several guardians of Songsan sect, the Five Mountains Sword sects, gathered outside the Hanyang branch of Fuwei Agency, asking Suan to give them an explanation. Perhaps the four sects had been bullied by Zhuo Lingchan before, but in any case, they were still the same blood of the Five Mountains Sword sects, and Zhuo Lingchan was their common leader. The leader was killed, so of course they would come to the door to avenge their hatred. The Five Mountains Sword sect surrounded the entrance of the agency, and several escorts were a little panicked. We have never had such a person in Fuwei Agency.
That is to say,
Yuan Tugong also guarded Tiannan with his sword, but he never killed the leader of the Five Mountains Sword sect.
Isn't this bringing disaster to us?
With our few pounds and ounces, we can only fight against the bandits.
If we meet the disciples of famous families, we will be at a loss. But he is good.
He killed the leader of the famous and upright sect. It is impressive, but our lives are about to be gone.
Yes, we are not so lucky to enjoy the best treatment in the world.
Just as they were discussing anxiously, Suan opened the door and walked out. Those who are not lucky enough to stay in Fuwei Agency, then leave. The escorts of Fuwei Agency looked at each other and wanted to leave. They didn't want to be involved in such a big dispute in the martial arts world, and die without knowing how they died. But after taking a step, they saw Ling Huchong leaning on the railing with a sword in his arms.
If you had left, you would not have survived today. Ling Huchong said, how many innocent escorts died in Fuzhou City's Fuwei Agency before? Don't they want to escape from the trouble?
The escorts looked at each other, sighed, and went back to their rooms.
Suan smiled and said, isn't this Ling Hu, young master? How come you figured it out this time? I thought you would help them leave safely.
Ling Huchong sighed and shook his head. From yesterday till now, I have thought a lot. Tian Buguang, a scum of the martial arts world, has harmed so many good women, but I think he is a hero just because he drinks a lot and keeps his word.
What kind of person am I? As long as I like him, no matter if he is a scum or a villain, no matter how heinous he is, he can become my confidant and friend, right? Aren't you? Suan asked in surprise.
Ling Huchong was speechless, his face flushed, and after a long time he said, I was indeed like that before, and Brother Suan was right in teaching me.
Well, knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue,
Suan said to Ling Huchong, but thinking of the price Ling Huchong paid for knowing his mistakes, which was being possessed by Qin Xiaowan and being tortured to death by Tian Buguang more than 10 times, it was inevitable that his expression was a bit strange. After Ling Huchong had that experience, he could better understand the pain of others, and would never be an invisible who acted willfully and made friends with bad people. Ling Huchong was so angry at what he saw, and it was obvious that he was recalling his own unbearable experience.
Suan, this.
The 3 words this girl almost came out of his mouth, and Ling Huchong was afraid of losing face, so he quickly stopped talking.
After a light cough, Suan suppressed his laughter and said, Ling Huchong, everyone from the Five Mountains Sword sect is here now. Why don't you go out and return to Huashan sect to pay a visit to your master?
Ling Huchong sighed, if it were the old me, of course I would do this. Returning to Huashan sect in public would bring great trouble to my master. Outsiders would spread rumors that the leader of the Five Mountains Sword sect was Yu Buchuan, the gentleman sword, who bribed Suan to kill him. The appearance of Ling Huchong, the eldest disciple of Huashan sect, in Fuwei Agency is the biggest evidence. I can explain it 100 times and 1,000 times, saying that I came to Fuwei Agency because I came to and guard the Tianbuguang, but why should others believe my explanation? If I go out now, I will only bring disaster to master, mistress, and the entire Huashan sect.
Okay. With such a statement, you have grown up.
Suan smiled with satisfaction. Compared with the original novel, where Ling Huchong made many brainless friends with evil ways, causing Huashan sect to be suspected and attacked, this Ling Huchong has really grown up overnight and is no longer naive. After praising, Suan decided to go out and kill Ling Huchang's master Yu Buchuan to celebrate Ling Huchang's growth.
Ling Huchong didn't know what kind of crazy gift he was going to receive. After hearing Suan's praise, he was still a little happy.
Seeing Suan walk out of the door, he hurried back to the house and hid, guarding the dying Tianbuguang, not daring to reveal his whereabouts. No matter what, he couldn't bring trouble to Huashan sect. Standing at the gate of Hanyang branch of Fuwei Agency, Suan looked around at the crowd. Masters of good and evil gathered. Some were there to watch the fun, such as the leader of the Beggars sect, the head of the 5 tiger swords, the head of the 8 diagrams palm, etc. Some wanted to fish in troubled waters, such as Mu Gaofeng, an evil master hiding in the crowd. The group of people in the middle were obviously going to settle accounts with him. The head of Huashan sect, Yu Buchuan, the head of Hengshan sect, Master Dingy, the head of Taishan sect, Taoist Tianmen, the head of Hengshan sect, Emode, and several guards of Songzhan sect, and behind them were dozens of disciples of the 5 Mountains Sword sect.
"Hello, everyone, have you eaten?" Suan asked with a smile.
This man is such a scoundrel, as if we came to him for breakfast. Yu Buchuan was good at cultivating qi and was eloquent, so he immediately said, "I haven't eaten yet. After receiving the bad news about senior brothers Wa, I am still in a state of confusion, so how can I have the mind to eat?" At this point, his voice suddenly rose. "Suan, you killed the leader of my 5 Mountains Sword sect and the head of the famous and upright Songzhan sect. Do you think you can still eat?" "I can eat more, I can eat more. I ate 3 full bowls." Suan raised 3 fingers very seriously and said. Yu Buchuan was stunned, and the masters of good and evil were also stunned. Where did this guy come from? What kind of crazy questions and answers are these? Ding Mian, one of the Taibao of Songzhan sect, was almost vomiting blood in anger. "You little beast, how dare you make fun of us?" Suan's eyes lit up. "Yes, I came here specially to make fun of you. Bring 10 pounds of lean meat, cut it carefully, and don't let there be a trace of meat in it." Unfortunately, no one could understand his joke, and they only heard that his words were simply crazy and confusing. "What the hell? You call for 10 pounds of lean meat and there is no meat? Did your 10 pounds get chopped up by the kitchen knife or the chopping board?" Suan. Yu Buchuan also felt that this man was simply too calm to describe, but he had seen a lot of storms after all, and finally he spoke again. "I know you are not an ordinary person. You have invisible internal force and the magic of fortune-telling and chaos finding. You are a small and Fuwei agency without seeking fame and fortune. If it weren't for Yu Tsunghai of Qingqing sect who forced you to take action, you might not have become famous in the martial arts world. In this case, Yu Tsunghai peeked at the sword manual of exorcism and asked for his own death. You can kill him, but why do you want to make things difficult for our 5 Mountains Sword sect? We have never made things difficult for you." "Well, it's a long story." Suan said. "Xiao Wan, bring a chair." A master's chair slowly flew out of the agency and landed behind Suan. The position was specially adjusted to make Suan sit more comfortably. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, Suan sat on the master's chair leisurely and crossed his legs. This is the art of exorcism and communication with gods. The masters of good and evil martial arts were all stunned. They thought Suan was a fellow martial artist, but they didn't expect that he was actually practicing Taoist magic. Compared with him, my martial arts seems to be more than 1 level behind. "Where should I start?" Suan said in a deep voice. "This." Yu Buchuan said boldly, "Master Suan, or I should call you Master. I have something to ask you?" "Go ahead. You have achieved success in cultivation. Since you even know the magic of exorcising ghosts and communicating with gods, your lifespan must be very long. Among the fellow practitioners of Taoism, have you heard of my Huashan sect's founder, Guanning Jinren Hao Datong?" Yu Buchuan asked with some expectation. Suan shook his head. "Then you should know something about Master Chongyang and Master Changchun, right?" Others couldn't hold back, and Taishan sect's Tianmen Taoist master also hurriedly shouted, and our Taishan sect Suan raised his hand and scolded, "Quiet, quiet. I tell you the secrets of the martial arts world, and you ask me about practicing Taoism. Isn't this a mess? You practice your martial arts, and I practice my Taoism. We don't interfere with each other. How great is that, right?" We were speechless. Everyone thought in their hearts, "How dare you say this? Didn't you, who practice Taoism, beat the great masters of the martial arts world to death and messed up the whole martial arts world? How can you say that? Since you are unwilling to say more, please tell me what you are willing to say." Yu Buchuan said with respect. No one else laughed at him for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Even the people of Songzhan sect felt uneasy. "It turns out that we are dealing with an immortal master who has practiced Taoism and can drive ghosts and gods. How can we take revenge?" Under the attention of everyone, Suan slowly said, "In fact, I killed Zhuo Lingchan to eliminate harm from the martial arts world." As soon as the voice fell, several people from Songzhan sect could not help but shout. However, intimidated by Suan's identity as an immortal master, they could only shout in a low voice, "Nonsense!
It's just nonsense. I'm talking nonsense?
Suan said with a smile, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. I don't bear grudges, but I am best at exposing people's weaknesses and making them die without a burial place.
Why did Runwushing die, you know it? Several people from Songhan's sect did not dare to say more.
Ding Mian, the tower-holding hand, was a little worried, and quietly raised his hand to Suan to apologize.
How did Runwushing die?
It was just a few words from this man in front of him that led the masters of both the good and evil to search for magic skills, and finally killed Runwushing, who was imprisoned under the West Lake. He did not do it, but he did kill Runwushing with just a few words.
How could people not be afraid?
Seeing that their attitude was acceptable, Suan did not continue to torment them. After all, without Zhuo Lingchan, the leader of a powerful and capable leader, their Songhan sect would lose its spirit and energy, and would definitely have internal strife and decline in the future.
What did you see at the bottom of the West Lake, Yu Buchuan? Suan asked.
Yu Buchuan was shocked and denied it repeatedly. I happened to go to the Green Forest Road to eliminate bandits at that time, and I did not go to Hangzhou. Suan just smiled at this, and the rest of the people present were also puzzled. Many people thought that Yu Buchuan was a true gentleman sword before today, but they would change their views after today. This gentleman sword, who also craves for the secret book of divine skills, is just a Jianghu guest like them, but he is more sinister than them. The upright Tianmen Taoist snorted coldly. Master Dingy curled her lips, Mo aside, and touched the Huqin with cloudy old eyes.
In this world, who can see through fame and fortune?
Gentleman Sword wanted both fame and fortune, but today he lost both.
Even if you don't tell me what you saw, I know it.
Zhuo Lingchan took action before you, killed Runwushing, wrote down the star-absorbing technique that Runwushing had carved in the cell, and chopped the entire cell into a mess.
Suan said, Yu Buchuan, what you saw was Runwushing's body in the chopped cell, right?
Yu Buchuan remained calm and silent. He knew that it was meaningless to deny it, so he simply did not refute it. In the crowd, Mu Gaofeng pinched his throat and shouted, the star-absorbing technique was written down by Zhuo Lingchan, and no one knows about it.
What about the Sunflower Manual? Where is the Sunflower Manual? Suan smiled. Mu Gaofeng, you dead hunchback are disgusting, and you still think about the Sunflower Manual? Kill him. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Gaofeng covered his throat and died in the distance, and Chen Xiaoan returned to Suan without being seen by everyone. This immediately frightened everyone. Suan can kill people with just one word, without even having to do anything. It seems that their lives are all in Suan's hands. How can they not be afraid?
I used the Sunflower Manual to fool people, Suan said with a smile. Nowadays, there is only one person who has truly mastered the Sunflower Manual, the leader of the demon cult, Dongfang Bubi. This manual is very special. After you practice it, you will never want to compete for power, fame, and fortune again.
Now Dongfang Bubi almost no longer cares about the affairs of the demon cult. Most of the evil deeds of the demon cult's subordinates are extremely evil. In fact, Dongfang Bubi has already ignored them and let them go many years ago. Runwushing does not have the Sunflower Manual. The masters of good and evil were dumbfounded. How could this man be so shameless, deceiving so many people to fight with the demon cult, killing Runwushing, and then killing Zhuo Lingchan himself, and finally shamelessly saying that I actually lied to you? Your Excellency set up such a shocking conspiracy and caused chaos in the martial arts world. What is your plan? Do you want to catch everyone in the martial arts world and kill them all? Yu Buchuan asked in a deep voice. No. Suan waved his hand. Everything I did was just to restore peace to the martial arts world, at least to prevent any big conspirators from coming out to stir up trouble. Yu Buchuan felt that a sentence was stuck in his throat, and he didn't know whether he should say it out. No, it should be said that he wanted to roar out in anger. You are the biggest conspirator, you are the biggest troublemaker, what are you talking about? How can the martial arts world return to peace? Suan said here, and raised his hand to Yu Buchuan. Come on, you are the only conspirator missing, I will deal with you and everything will be fine. Yu Buchuan was very panicked, and hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands. No, I am not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. I am not a conspirator, I don't want to harm anyone, I just want Huashan sect to revive the reputation of its ancestors, I really don't want to harm anyone. Oh, you are too modest, the higher-ups have already decided, let you be the conspirator, Suan said with a smile, and suddenly looked at the front in surprise. The world of swordsmen has been cleared, do you choose to announce it? So far, there are 65,030 combat personnel and 3120 logistics personnel in this world. You can choose to expel or retain them. In the future, you can control the entry and exit of this world. Ha! Cleared it already? I haven't killed Yu Buchuan yet. What exactly is the standard for passing the level? waved his hand to indicate that Yubuchuan was fine.
Suan sat on the master's chair and fought in front of the martial arts heroes, which condition was met to pass the level.
The world is peaceful? Indeed, Yubuchuan doesn't dare to make trouble now. The other villains are dead. Dongfang Booby is hiding on the Blackwood Cliff and embroidering.
It's true that nothing happened.
Or the Fuwei Agency and Lu Zhengfeng's families were not wiped out? Or Linghu's surfing turned back? Suan was not sure after thinking about several possibilities, so he simply stopped thinking about it.
Anyway, this reincarnation world was cleared by himself, and he would be able to enter and exit freely in the future. Not only that, the plot of the world of Smiling Proud Wanderer is only halfway through, and the martial arts training system is also in Suan's hands. There is also a copy of the Sword Manual of Exorcism. If necessary, Suan can even mass-produce martial arts masters. Thinking of this, Suan's mood improved a bit. The plot was only halfway through, and it was a pleasure to force through it in this way.
Shawan, my work is over. Our fate has ended.
He said, go and kill Tian Bugwan to fulfill your last wish.
Yes, sir.
Jin Shawan looked at Suan deeply, knelt on the ground and bowed deeply, reluctantly shed 2 lines of tears, and sank into the agency. After a while, Suan felt that the ghost he invited had dispersed, and shook his head slightly with some melancholy.
Ghosts can also shed tears, but it's not suitable for us girls.
Notify Miro to pass the level, and then leave this reincarnation world.
After Suan finished speaking, his body turned into white light and disappeared in public.
The martial arts masters stared at this scene in a daze, and their swords fell to the ground from their hands.
Immortal Master, he is really a god. Clear the world and get 20,000 reincarnation points.
Charm is upgraded to C level, and you will get a more important role in the next single-player dungeon. Get any 2 opportunities to learn or improve martial arts in this world.
This is the reward for this clearance of the reincarnation world of swordsmen.
Suan nodded slightly with satisfaction. He can choose 1 martial art in this world, learn it directly and improve it once, or choose 2 martial arts to learn. This choice is not difficult to make, because there are too many martial arts with defects in the world of swordsmen, such as the Sunflower Manual and the Sword Manual of Exorcism, which require self-castration and great changes in temperament, and the Star-Absorbing Method, which will cause trouble sooner or later, and Zhuo Lingchan's Ice Palm, which is also hurtful to others and oneself. There are only 2 internal skills that can be chosen, Huashan Purple Cloud Divine Art and Shaolin Yi Jin Jing. Compared with the advantages and disadvantages, Purple Cloud Divine Art is time-consuming, has a deep foundation, and is slow to achieve results, while Yi Jin Jing is very effective in dissolving other internal forces. As for the sword technique Dugu Jiujian, it is a sword technique that requires spirituality and understanding. It is suitable for Linghu Chon but not for others. Even Yubuchuan, who has practiced swordsmanship for many years, is not suitable in Feng Qingyan's evaluation. Suan feels that there is no need to force himself to learn a famous sword technique, betting that he is a peerless swordsman like Linghu Chong. If he loses the bet, it would be too embarrassing to use this sword technique in his hands like killing chickens and dogs. Moreover, he will be able to freely enter and exit the world of swordsmen in the future. If he is really a swordsman, the Dugu Jiujian will not be able to escape, and there is no rush to use it. On the contrary, the internal strength training must be tempered with time, which is the only opportunity to increase the internal strength by taking advantage of the opportunity of improvement. Suan considered and compared it, and it was also for the convenience of entering the world of swordsmen in the future, and finally made a choice. After choosing to learn Zisha magic skill and upgrading it once, Suan only felt that he could sense the warm current in his body. After a little operation, his ears and eyes became extremely clear, and he could hear sounds and see scenes that were several times farther away. Moreover, it was mighty, surging, and as long as clouds, with an unstoppable momentum. This kind of magic skill is really the top internal skill in the world. Even the Songsan school has to admit that Zisha magic skill is much better than Songsan internal skill. Unfortunately, this internal skill cannot be rushed. It takes time to accumulate to exert greater power. The longer the practice time, the more unstoppable it is. In the original plot, Yubuchuan just couldn't wait for the Zisha magic skill to be successfully practiced, and the outside world was too malicious against Huashan, so he had to go on the evil path and peek at the quick-made sword manual of exorcism. Now that Suan has learned Zisha magic skill and upgraded it once, the internal strength he has obtained is comparable to the martial arts people who have practiced internal skills for 15 or 16 years. Maybe it's worse than Yubuchuan, but it's also quite good. Combatant Pass, Suan Comprehensive Strength Rating, C Charm Rating, C Own Items, Portable Storage Space, Sword Manual of Exorcism, Peachwood Sword, Talisman Paper, Cinnabar, etc. Own Skills, D-Level Skill Purple Cloud Magic, D-level skill Maoshan Taoism, E-level skill Maoshan body refining, E-level telekinesis. Unfolding the light curtain and looking at his attribute list, Suan nodded slightly. Without C-level skills, his comprehensive strength has reached C-level, just like he had D-level skills in Maoshan Taoism before, but his comprehensive strength was still rated as E-level.
Skills are skills, comprehensive strength is comprehensive strength, and advanced skills do not represent advanced strength.
However, Suan can also feel that his comprehensive strength is now rated as C-level, and his attack and defense methods are much richer. If he really fights, he should be able to easily defeat a C-level like Lianhua Lan Ruxin.
Even if they are both C-level, their strengths cannot be completely equal. What is Lan Ruxin doing at this time? Should she be on the way to Jiangcheng? In fact, Lan Ruxin has arrived in Jiangcheng and obtained all the information about Suan. In fact, there is nothing to check. Suan was originally just an ordinary senior high school student.
His parents and family background are ordinary, and he has not even been carefully cultivated and supported by the fighters in the reincarnation world.
Relying only on himself, can he pass through 2 third-level worlds in succession? What kind of genius is this? The future is limitless. What a handsome guy. Lan Ruxin picked up Suan's photo from the file and kissed it. She quickly put it down with a guilty blush. Mirror shocked China and became famous all over the world.
This inevitably made her ignore the ages of both parties, especially after the last time they kissed under the windbreaker. Every time she recalled it, she felt her lips numb and uncomfortable.
I can't think about it anymore. Lan Ruxin was lying on the big bed in the room.
She felt that her head was about to hum like a locomotive. She quickly interrupted her delusion and entered the reincarnation center to check the posts in the forum.
The red bounty posts and blue posts will help people understand the latest situation in China. They have a bit of news function.
There are also some white posts that are meaningful and have been replied to many times.
You can take a look.
As for the sensational white posts, basically there is no need to click in to read them.
It is probably a waste of time.
This is Lan Ruxin's experience in reading posts on the Reincarnation Center forum. First of all, there are posts dedicated to adventure and analysis of the 3 newly appeared reincarnation worlds. The newly emerged first-level reincarnation world Love Apartment has the most analysis posts, because it is the least dangerous and obviously safe. Not only combatants, but also many logistics personnel who only have the opportunity to enter the reincarnation world once every 5 days rushed in. They looked at the situation and then sold intelligence, or wrote analysis posts to attract the attention of large groups, and then went to large groups to apply for jobs and become logistics personnel with higher salaries.
Senior combatants analyze Love Apartment. This story may be more complicated than we thought.
Zhang Xiaoxian, Lu Ziqiao, Huifei, Chen Meijia, Guan Guxinqi, Lin Wanyu.
So many men and women, does it mean that every man has to fall in love with every woman once? After all, it's Love Apartment. Who is a pair with whom? I can't figure it out at all. Everyone, please be careful. Once you enter this Love Apartment world, you will receive strange tasks. For example, I need to find a way to live in the Love Apartment, but I have to save money to earn rent first? If I don't move in within 2 days, the task will fail. I also received a strange task, asking me to help Zhang Xiaoxian become a TV anchor. I want to double the sales of Huifei's online store. Lan Ruxin read and analyzed. Well, it's an ordinary urban love story. The Chinese reincarnation department in this reincarnation world should not pass it again. It will be used to test the qualifications of combatants in the future.
The last reincarnation world was passed because the first-level reincarnation world was special.
This time, there is no fear that Love Apartment will erode the real world. That should be the case.
Looking at the posts of the second-level reincarnation world Infernal Affairs, there are fewer, and some people say that the novice combatants they know went on adventures and died in it. More than one person said this, and there were also E-level combatants who posted analysis posts. I failed to complete the mission and was nearly beaten to death.
The reincarnation world of Infernal Affairs is very dangerous.
The mission was to meet a guy named Brother Chen, and then I asked for directions and inquired about who Brother Chen was,
and I was shot. How can I complete this mission?
I wasn't given the secret code, and I would be shot for asking for directions or asking who Brother Chen was.
No wonder so many novice fighters died after entering. Another E-level fighter posted, "The world of Infernal Affairs is crazy. When you are talking to a policeman, he may ask you if you are a traitor and then pull out a gun to shoot you. When you are talking to gangsters, they may also pull out guns and shoot you. It's too dangerous. Logisticians and novice fighters who do not have any self-protection ability should never go. You will basically die unless you fail to complete the mission and your reincarnation points are deducted. Don't forget, the reincarnation world does not accept any negative points. If the reincarnation points are negative, you will be forever transformed into a part of the reincarnation world and you will no longer have a self. The confrontation and exchange of fire between the police and gangs? Lan Rushin shook her head slightly. The reward is so low, the danger is so great, and the shooting is so decisive. This is not a good choice. The third level reincarnation world swordsman, how is it better than the already cleared White Horse roaring in the West Wind and 7 weapons? Just thinking about it, Lan Rushin suddenly noticed a post with tens of thousands of replies, and her expression was stunned. The reincarnation world of swordsman. This was the title of the post, and there was nothing in the content. Lan Rushin had even ignored it before. But when she went back to search for the analysis post of the reincarnation world of swordsman, she found that this post was the first of its kind, with more than 10,000 replies. What does it mean? When she saw who posted it, she was stunned. Miro. It was Miro who posted this post. Did he open a record post to try to clear the reincarnation world of swordsman? Lan Rushin looked at the replies below, and this thought first popped up in her mind, and then she laughed at herself. How is it possible? These people didn't know who Miro was, and thought that he cleared Mr. Zombie and Resident Evil 2 because of how much intelligence he had collected before. Lan Rushin knew it clearly. When Suan entered Mr. Zombie, he was just a temporary tester, passed the test to become a combatant, and cleared Mr. Zombie without any intelligence support. On the same day, the game Resident Evil 2 was cleared within 12 hours. Suan also did not prepare anything and relied on his own skills to clear it again. This time, since Miro clearly pointed out this swordsman reincarnation world, of course he wanted to clear this third-level reincarnation world in one go. He wanted to create a miracle. Lan Rushin was very sure of this, and then he frowned and thought again. Suan is not the kind of person who gets carried away by success, I am very sure of this. So, what makes him so high-profile? Lan Rushin's eyes fell on another previous post announcement and suggestions of the Xia Kingdom Reincarnation Department. In order to better test the qualifications of combatants, please do not rush to clear the newly appeared reincarnation world. The tone of the request from the Xia Kingdom Reincarnation Department, the fact that the big groups in the country are powerless. Lan Rushin's eyes lit up slightly. If he guessed correctly, although he was not qualified to participate in such things now, he had begun to lay out. That's right, this loose power situation is very unfavorable for resisting the erosion of the reincarnation world. The big groups have their own selfish desires and are trying to protect themselves, but they are enjoying the benefits provided by the country. This situation must change. So far, Xiagua has not been able to pass the 5th level reincarnation world Goblin Slayer. Monsters such as goblins and orcs have already appeared in the real world. Under the current circumstances, if a higher level reincarnation world appears, it will be completely over. Suan must have thought further and is planning for this matter, starting to attract followers and create a reputation. Lan Rushin thought so and felt that everything could be explained smoothly. However, when she saw a guy named Anan Rabbit leading a large number of Mi Luo's fans to post replies, all of which were Lord Mi Luo is mighty, Lord Mi Luo is so handsome, Lord Mi Luo, I want to have a baby for you, she couldn't help but frown. Is this guy and those fans too fanatical? In reality, he must be a weak, fat, dead fat otaku to worship the strong so much. Lan Rushin muttered to herself as she looked at these shameless replies unhappily. However, after pausing for more than 10 seconds, she couldn't help but reply once, Lord Miro is mighty. Then she clicked out again and began to check the information about the smiling proud wanderer. Although she also hoped that Suan could create a miracle and pass through the reincarnation world again, she also knew that it was not easy to do. If he couldn't pass through this time, then the information she collected next would come in handy. However, after a few glances, her heart was lifted, because more than one person complained about the difficulty of this world. I entered this world as a disciple of the Sun and Moon sect. My mission was to kill an enemy, but the enemy was so strong that anyone could fly over the eaves and walk on the walls. If I didn't have some trump cards, I would have almost died. The companion who wanted to enter the world with me for adventure is dead. I work for a large group. I don't want to say too much. The group sent 5 logistics personnel to explore the way, and all 5 logistics personnel died in it. This third-level reincarnation world is very dangerous. Are there so many strong people in this reincarnation world? That's really not easy to pass. I saw another blue post about swordsmen with detailed content, and Lan Rushin read it carefully. Hello everyone, I am your old friend Shuang Zheng, and now it's time to evaluate the new world. First of all, new and old friends know that my overall strength is D level, and my charm is E level. Before entering Love Apartment, the E level charm allowed me to live in Love Apartment more easily and simply,
and become bad friends with Zhang Xiaoxian and Lu Ziqiao. From this, I concluded that there is no fighting and no threat in the reincarnation world of Love Apartment. You need to be very careful in the reincarnation world of Infernal Affairs, because the relationships between the characters are intricate and very tense. If you try to test the police or gangs, it will be a dead end. And my E-level charm can only get marginal characters. The task asked me to choose to join the police and become an informant. I paid the price of 200 reincarnation points, did not complete the task, and avoided danger. Now, let's talk about the newly appeared third-level reincarnation world Swordsman. When I posted this, I saw that the famous Miro had posted a clearance record post, preparing to clear the level. To be honest, I am not very optimistic, because this Swordsman world is more difficult than ever. Without sufficient intelligence support and sufficient strength, it will be difficult for Miro to clear it 8 or 10 times. Is none of your business? Lan Ru snorted in dissatisfaction and wanted to close this post and stop reading it, but this guy named Shuangjian was indeed different from other posts. He posted a lot of content and published a lot of details. In the end, she continued to read it. I'll post a post to scold him first. Just thinking about it, I have seen a long string of replies. Isn't Lord Miro better than you? You are the only one who can whine? And then Rabbit. Lord Miro is mighty. Lord Miro is mighty. Lan Ruxin gave up the idea of replying and continued to read the post. Under the leadership of N and Rabbit, Mi Luo's fanatical fans arrived. Their fighting power was amazing. Although they also brought more replies to this post, it also made people feel relieved. Well, in the future, if you see someone in the forum being disrespectful to Mi Luo, it is a good choice to let them take care of it. Shuangjian talked about his adventures and the detailed information of Swordsman. His E-level charm made him a disciple of Hangshan sect. He had little relationship with Lu Zhengfeng, who was retiring from the underworld. He was a marginal disciple. He collected the following information about the underworld: the Sun and Moon sect and the Five Mountains Sword sect were in opposition, and the Hangshan sect belonged to the Five Mountains Sword sect. The two super sects of Wudong and Shaolin did not participate in this opposition. They stood with the Five Mountains Sword sect in name, but they did not actually form an alliance. The two biggest things that happened in the martial arts world were, Fuwei Agency was wiped out by Qingqing sect, and Lu Zhengfeng of Hangshan sect wanted to retire from the underworld. In Hanyang City, Ling Huchon, a disciple of Huashan sect, colluded with the Tianbuguan, killed people from Taishan sect, and kidnapped a young nun from Hongshan sect. He was really good at playing. This world mission is a survival mission, and there are no requirements. You can quit after Lu Zhengfeng has completed his retirement. But, brothers, this world is too dangerous and too complicated. Shuangjiang wrote in the post with emotion. On the day Lu Zhengfeng retired from the underworld, the leader of the Five Mountains Sword sect came and said that he had colluded with the demon sect and killed Lu Zhengfeng's entire family. Because of a little suspicion, one's own people killed one's own people so cruelly? I'm afraid that the internal strife in the Five Mountains Sword sect is very fierce. When they start fighting, there's no need to say anything. In my opinion, it's like a fight between gods. The short, fat, and kind Lu Zhengfeng should be of sea-level strength. The tower-holding hand Ding Mian and the big Songyang hand Fei Bin are also sea-level strength. Any disciple of the Songshan sect is either D-level or E-level strength. Fortunately, I shook my head when they asked me if it was related to Lu Zhengfeng, otherwise I'm afraid I would not be able to come back alive. After reading this section of Frost's intelligence, Lan Ruxin sighed. It's bad, it's impossible to pass this time. They, the combatants, know very well what the rules of the reincarnation world are. The rules are basically reliable, but sometimes they are unreliable. For example, the evaluation level of the reincarnation world is sometimes really difficult. The second and third levels of the reincarnation world are really difficult. For example, in Goblin Slayer, where you can complete the mission by killing a group of goblins, it is actually rated as the 5th level. It is really confusing why. There are so many forces in the intelligence of swordsmen. Only the internal conflicts of the Five Mountains Sword sect have produced a sea-level strongman, and they have reached the point of exterminating the whole family. The real masters are probably only at the B level. Such a reincarnation world is called the 3rd level? The reincarnation world is cheating again. Not only is it impossible for Suan to pass the level, but even his life is a little dangerous. I hope he can return safely. Clicking into the post posted by Miro before, many people were surprised to reply to her previous message, Lotus? Sea-level strongman Lotus? And in Rabbit even replied a lot, Lotus, are you the sea-level strongman Lotus? Do you also admire Lord Miro? In fact, before Lord Miro, you have always been the most admired and admired strongman.
I am so happy to be able to worship Lord Miro like you. Where did this little girl come from? No, maybe it could be a dead fat otaku. Lan Rushin didn't have much mood to care about such things.
Even when others were surprised that Lotus also worshipped Miro, she didn't have much mood to explain. In this post, Lan Rushin began to wait anxiously.
Come out quickly, come out quickly. Don't create any miracles, just come back safely. Miro, Suan, come out quickly, that world is too dangerous. She looked at the post, clicked out and looked at other people's posts. Whenever someone came out of the world of swordsman, whenever there was a related post, she would quickly read it. Even if it was not blue, even if it was a bragging rubbish post, she read it carefully and analyzed it. The more she read, the more uneasy she felt. The reincarnation world of swordsman was too unsafe.
There were too many masters, and killing people and killing families seemed to be not uncommon. Some people experienced the extermination of the Fuwei agency, some people witnessed the extermination of Lu Jingfeng's family, some people saw a couple being tortured to death in a ruined temple, and some people saw a killing people in public in a restaurant.
When Lan Rushin was waiting anxiously, time became particularly long.
I don't know when, a series of oh my god, incredible, unbelievable replies appeared in the post published by Mi Luo.
Lan Rushin was refreshed and thought, what's wrong?
At this time, she saw that the content of the top post had been changed to Swordsman Reincarnation World, completed, Mi Luo. Lan Rushin covered her mouth, widened her eyes, and then laughed wantonly.
That's right, that's right.
The person who creates miracles, Mi Luo, you are the one who creates miracles. Now, everyone in Xiagua will be shocked by your strength, and everyone will realize that the most powerful challenger and troublemaker has appeared in front of them.
The wind is about to rise, the clouds are about to change, maybe heavy rain will pour down, or it will be merciless hail. Mu Qingling returned home, feeling a little uneasy.
The headquarters issued a task to the Jiangchang Reincarnation Division. The first-level Reincarnation World Love Apartment was basically proved not to be a dangerous world. The country is preparing to open the battle membership test for senior high school students across the country again in 3 days. If there are no other changes, it is necessary to prevent anyone from passing this simple reincarnation world. For example, the Chongqing Group and the Giant Group, which are headquartered in Jiangchang, and Miro, which has recently become famous.
This is a major event related to the country and the future. No one is allowed to hinder it.
Lieutenant General Luo Hui explained this to them seriously through the projection. However, Mu Qingling can't help but think about it one more layer. The country in the future should be like this, but at present, more than 90% of the senior high school students tested have joined large groups.
What benefits will it bring to the country and the future?
For example, the Qinglong gang under the Four Elephants group, who oppressed the good and used all their wisdom, were all cowards and weaklings in the fight against the world of reincarnation. For example, this year, except for Suan and Tang Yun, all the others in Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School joined the big group and tried to please Qin Mingyuan and Jiang Lin, becoming slaves of the big group.
Is this also the future of the country? Just focusing on the test, regardless of the choices of these fighters, and letting the big groups and individuals go on the road of selfishness, what good will it do to the Xia kingdom? What is the cabinet thinking? What does Luo Hui, the leader of the reincarnation division, think? Just as she was full of thoughts, she saw Tang Yun washing dishes in the kitchen and Tang Shishir slurping a bowl of instant noodles, and Mu Qingling's mood finally improved a little. I don't have much to eat at home, just this kind of fast food. Wait a minute, I'll order some takeout, she said to Tang Shishir. Tang Shishir put down the bowl and thanked her with wide eyes. Sister Mu, thank you very much, the instant noodles are also delicious. So cute and sensible. Mu Qingling smiled and hugged her. Come on, don't save money for your sister, order delicious takeout, your sister will treat you to a delicious meal today. After Tang Yun washed the dishes, she took the instant noodles bowl into the kitchen. Mu Qingling waved, Tang Yun, don't be busy, you also order one of your favorites, Shishir is such a cute child. Tang Yun hurriedly declined, and finally ordered the cheapest one out of helplessness. Tang Shishir also hurriedly followed and ordered an identical one. Mu Qingling sighed, the two sisters are so sensible that it makes people feel distressed, but such good children from the common people can't even live in peace. In the end, Mu Qingling ordered a few dishes for herself. While waiting for the takeaway, Mu Qingling asked about Tang Yun. It turned out that Tang Yun had completed a mission in the World of Love apartment and obtained 200 reincarnation points. This made Mu Qingling a little scared. You are too risky. Tang Yun smiled slightly and said softly, Teacher Mu, I can only do this. You can't help me forever, and classmate Suan can't help me forever. If I don't grow up quickly, Shishir will have no one to protect her. No matter what, I must let Shirshir live safely until she is 18 years old and become a combatant. Only then can I rest assured. Mu Qingling's heart sank. Only then can I die with peace of mind, right? This Tang Yun has made such a big decision for her sister. This topic is a bit heavy. Mu Qingling didn't say anything more, but asked Tang Yun how she felt. Tang Yun talked about her experience of completing the task, which turned out to be to help Lin Wanyu drive a hand tractor. Mu Qingling was a little dumbfounded when she heard it. The tasks of the first-level reincarnation world are indeed too strange and even have a sense of funny. Fortunately, Tang Yun had some knowledge of cars and such, so after some exploration and consulting a farmer, he finally drove all the way safely. Teacher Mi Luo posted again, and it seems that he is going to complete the reincarnation world of swordsman. After finishing his task, Tang Yun told Mu Qingling about this matter again. Mu Qingling frowned slightly. The third-level reincarnation world? Then her brows relaxed. He opened a post to record his clearance process. What on earth is this guy going to do? Attracting so many people's attention. Is he sure that he can reach the clearance within a few times? That's not likely. Just as he was talking, a phone call came in. Hurry up and check the Samsara Central Forum. Miro has passed the level again. Mu Qingling jumped up and screamed, "Is that true? I'd rather it wasn't. This is too amazing." Jobo, director of the Jiangcheng Samsara department, no longer had the grace to drink tea from a cup of water, and shouted excitedly, "This guy is too crazy. He created a crazy miracle. I'll go and see now." Mu Qingling said, "Director, in this way, this Miro, no matter which group he joins, he can immediately turn that group into the strongest in the country, and he can even immediately call for the support of all and establish a large group. You can see from his posts in advance that he is building his reputation, and he must have some plans." Jobo shouted, "This matter is too big. I must report to Lieutenant General Luo and several major generals. They probably know about it and are discussing countermeasures." Mu Qingling put down her phone and found that her palms were shaking slightly. She didn't know whether it was excitement, or fear. With the current domestic situation, is the appearance of such a genius who has repeatedly created miracles Miro a good thing or a bad thing? It's Miro again. Qin Mingyuan exclaimed in the office on the top floor of the Chongqing Group building. Qin Mingho also said solemnly, "It is indeed Miro again. This person is very strong, and his strength is estimated to be at least B-level, otherwise it would be impossible for him to pass through 3 third-level reincarnation worlds in a row so easily. Notify everyone, find him, and win him over at all costs. If he likes women, any woman can satisfy him. If he likes money, the shares of Chongqing Group worth 5 billion are waiting for him. If he likes other things, as long as it can satisfy him, he must be satisfied." Similar situations occurred in large groups all over the country of Xia. Lan Ruxin and the Samsara division's judgment was not wrong at all. Miro passed the third level of the Samsara world for the third time, and it was completed without intelligence support. It can only mean one thing: Miro is terribly strong, far beyond their imagination. Whether it is strength, wisdom, or other things, in short, it proves that he is powerful. Especially when Miro is alone, it is undoubtedly extremely powerful. The changes in the Xia country that he stirred up are destined to be unable to calm down in the next period of time, and even this vortex has just begun, and it will only get bigger and bigger. Suan returned to the Samsara Center, took a look at the forum that had already exploded, and smiled slightly. All this is just as he expected, and this post is also the purpose. After clearing the reincarnation world of swordsman and the reincarnation points he obtained in the world, Suan now has 58,000 reincarnation points, which is already a huge number that other fighters can hardly imagine. Only some large groups can have such an exaggerated total number of reincarnation points through the savings of many fighters. With so many reincarnation points, it is time to buy some items and increase your other means appropriately. Read in the mall of the Reincarnation Center. Suan took a glance and found that the goods were still displayed by those daydreaming people who tried to sell inferior items at high prices. Probably they couldn't wait to bring some things from the reincarnation world with reincarnation points, and then found that they were useless garbage, so they could only try to cheat people in this way. For example, the 2 silenced pistols and a pistol from the Republic of China in Suan's storage space now have basically no effect except for dealing with reincarnation world characters with strength below D level. At present, Suan does not need to use a gun to deal with the D-level characters in the reincarnation world. "Let's go to the square now, we should have enough strength." Suan hesitated and chose to enter the square. Please choose to completely hide your identity, origin, or strength, or hide one of them, or not hide at all. The light curtain prompted. "Is the hiding method reliable?" Suan asked. The light curtain did not respond, so Suan chose to hide completely and entered the square. There were bluestone slabs underfoot in the square, and it was full of people. There were no buildings, just people walking back and forth, or standing aside and talking. When someone wants to talk secretly, they will spend some reincarnation points to enter an opaque bubble. After the conversation, the bubble will disperse by itself. Some people also spend reincarnation points to get the right to set up stalls to sell items without spending reincarnation points. They cannot sit on the ground to sell things. Suan looked at the things sold at the stalls and immediately felt that the trip was worthwhile. They were much better than the things sold by those daydreamers in the mall. Some people sold high-tech weapons, such as laser guns and charging guns. Some sold highly toxic poisons that were effective against D-level strength, and some sold martial arts skills, magic skills, fighting skills. There were a wide variety of things, very rich. The items sold at these stalls are not only items that appear in the reincarnation world of Xia country, but also items from the reincarnation worlds of other countries. This is also the biggest function of this square, which allows people from the entire Blue Star to trade and exchange what they have. Suan took a look around and did not rush to buy anything. He estimated the approximate value of the items. Some items look very useful, but the reincarnation points are unexpectedly few. It is unlikely that they are bargains. Basically, there are restrictions on their use. For example, magic skills that must be used in a specific magic world, such as divine skills that can only be used if you truly believe in a god and obtain the permission of the god. If you happen to meet the conditions, then you have made a profit. If you do not meet the conditions, then you have wasted your reincarnation points to buy a useless thing. Suan walked and looked, and soon he had a better understanding of everything in the square. For safety reasons, most people basically conceal their appearance, strength, origin, and accent. They are just a group of white figures, communicating directly through the meaning conveyed by the reincarnation world. There are also some who are more confident in their strength, or think they are more harmless, or they especially need to indicate their identities to increase credibility. Therefore, Suan estimated that the majority of fighters in the square were below sea level. Fighters in the reincarnation world of each country can enter the territory of another country and have the qualifications to enter the reincarnation world of another country. For example, a fighter from Xia country went on a business trip to Eagle Head country. If he wanted to adventure in the reincarnation world, he could only enter the reincarnation world of Eagle Head country, and it was impossible to enter the reincarnation world of Xia country. The reincarnation world of each country is basically related to the country. Within the territory of this country, the reincarnation world entered is the reincarnation world recognized by the country, and the same is true for the reincarnation center and the mall. Only the reincarnation square is common to the whole world. This is also the biggest function of the reincarnation square. Fighters from various countries take it out and sell it for reincarnation points, and then buy other items to exchange what they have. Otherwise, if everyone wants to get something, they must run around the world and go to the local country's territory to adventure in the reincarnation world, which is too unworthy. Moreover, some items are useless and cannot be sold locally, but they can be sold at a high price in the square, which is also a very normal situation. The psychic summoning contract is an item from the 5th level reincarnation world of Crane Island. As long as you have chakra and make the correct hand seals, you can randomly summon a talking toad. From the reincarnation world of South Korea, a mosquito that sucked the blood of a vampire can become a powerful vampire. From the 3rd level reincarnation world of Eagle Head country, a giant python from ancient society is very useful for practicing internal skills. The familiar summoning contract comes from the 4th level reincarnation world. It is a summoning contract with a willing person, making the other party a familiar, obeying oneself, and not betraying. Suan stopped and asked about several items before finally stopping in front of the stall selling ancient pythons. The random distribution of the reincarnation worlds was not subdivided. Just as Xiagua had obtained many reincarnation worlds with blonde hair and blue eyes, other countries were also able to obtain martial arts worlds for practicing internal skills and martial arts. However, I had no idea what was going on and could only stumble upon it. What on earth is this big python? Which world did it come from? It comes from the 3rd level reincarnation world of Eagle Head country, the legend of the Condor heroes. The other party responded, "This is a very precious python, raised by a prince named Jinghua. Several of our companions died before we got such a treasure." A python raised in the palace? Good for internal skills? Suan immediately remembered the medicinal snake that made Guo Jing's internal skills soar and catch up with the best young man in the martial arts world. It seemed that it could only be that medicinal snake. How many reincarnation points? Suan asked. To trade now, you need 1,000 reincarnation points. Fearing that Suan would hesitate, the man hurriedly said, "And it's still alive."
Suan was also very satisfied and chose to trade directly. The man in the white mist took out a medicine basket and opened it carefully. The fragrant smell of medicine came out, and a big python slid out and popped its head out, and was quickly covered by him.
Yes, it was indeed the medicine snake.
After giving the 1,000 reincarnation points to the man, Suan called him.
Are you a combatant of the Eagle Head country?
Yes, so what? The man was about to leave after completing the transaction, and said impatiently, the transaction is completed, it's too late for you to regret it. As for the python just now, if you can continue to enter the reincarnation world of the legend of the Condor heroes later and catch it back alive for me, I can continue to give 1,000 reincarnation points.
Suan said.
The man became suspicious and responded, it seems that I sold 1,000 reincarnation points too cheaply. I should sell you at least 3,000 reincarnation points.
Will you accept 3,000 reincarnation points? No, get out of here. I don't plan to trade with you anymore.
Suan heard that he was greedy and regarded the transaction between him and him as something he needed from him.
He wanted to ask for a sky-high price. He immediately realized that this was not a good partner.
Such a greedy guy will definitely have no bottom line in the future. The man hurriedly apologized to Suan and asked Suan how much he would offer. Seeing that Suan was really going to leave, he hurriedly said that he could accept the price of 1,000 reincarnation points.
Suan laughed, a typical combination of merchants and pirates. Blackmail is their nature. Since you are like this, I will tell you that I will not use 1,000 reincarnation points to buy the python. If you still want to sell it to me, I will only use 800 reincarnation points. The man exclaimed immediately, and then reacted quickly, fearing that the angry Suan would lower the price again. Okay, this is the price, we will trade at this price in the future. After agreeing with Suan on the approximate location and method of the transaction, he probably guessed that Suan was rich and powerful, so he didn't rush to leave, but asked again, do you need to buy anything else? I have a holy spring, a holy cross that can kill ghosts and werewolves, and some talismans from Oriental Taoist priests. I don't really need these things. Suan said. Then I need to introduce my trading company and partners.
We are the Scrooge Trading Group, the greatest and most powerful trading group in the history of Eagle Head Country, and also a trading group that clearly marks the price of everything.
The man said hurriedly. Are you so arrogant? Suan became interested. Take me to see it for yourself.
The Scrooge Trade Group is the strongest trade group in the Eagle Head Country. It has cleared a total of 3 reincarnation worlds. Among them, there is a 4th-level reincarnation world, a 2nd-level reincarnation world, and a 1st-level reincarnation world. Currently, the main force is being concentrated on clearing the 2 3rd-level reincarnation worlds, The Legend of the Condor Heroes and Game of Thrones.
Can you imagine how powerful it is?
A 4th-level reincarnation world is cleared and used by our Scrooge Trade Group, and then we train combatants and quickly form combat effectiveness. We basically have no rivals in the Eagle Head Country, and even the leader has to look at our face. In the future, it is better to say that we are the Eagle Head Country of the Scrooge Group rather than the Scrooge Group of the Eagle Head Country.
Can you understand this difference?
The man who completely concealed his name and identity claimed to be a member of the Scrooge Group and excitedly introduced their great group to Suan. The information was very specific, even specific that Suan had never thought of.
What is the name of that 4th-level reincarnation world? Suan asked.
It's called Spider-Man.
You definitely can't guess what the story is when you hear the name.
Ha ha, the man said with a smile.
Spider-Man?
That is the so-called Spider-Man.
This is a translation problem in Suan's previous life. Some foreign film and television works are always forcibly added with their own wishes by some people who pursue translation. Similar to the translation of Spider-Man, Iron Man is translated into Iron Man.
Even more exaggerated is total mobilization of something. As long as it is a foreign cartoon, it must be forced to be total mobilization.
The first Finding Nemo was actually called Finding Nemo.
It tells the story of a father looking for his son Nemo. Forcibly translated as total mobilization. It seems like there is a war or something. The translator probably learned English well and forgot Chinese, and didn't understand what total mobilization meant.
Suan secretly criticized this nonsense translation in his heart.
He estimated the strength of Spider-Man. At that time, it was about the 3rd to 4th level.
The most important thing was probably the unscientific things called science.
For example, spider bites can give you superpowers, or when the police and robbers are in a normal world using pistols, the Green Goblin and the Green Goblin flying vehicle suddenly appear, which are completely inexplicable black technologies. Don't ask, it's scientific research, and this is the most pseudoscientific science.
What can be obtained from this world? What can the Scrooge Trade Group bring out for trading? Suwon felt a little bit unpredictable.
His current abilities are basically based on Maoshan Taoism, supplemented by telekinesis and physical qualities. He is not familiar with the role of internal force and has not yet been applied to turn it into real combat power. This situation is a bit too unrelated to the Spider-Man world controlled by the Scrooge Trade Group. Therefore, Suwon is more prepared to broaden his horizons, familiarize himself with the rules of the square, familiarize himself with the rules of the big group, and by the way, to find out some information. Finally, they arrived at a more secluded place in the square, in the middle of several stalls, where a blonde, fat man was laughing and talking to several men and women who were obviously of Eagle Head country appearance.
They actually revealed their true appearance. Mr. Scrooge. The man who led Suwon here greeted and bowed. The fat man raised his hand and called out, "Who?"
"I'm Joey, an employee of the group, and I'm proud of the group."
"Oh, very good." The fat blonde man was obviously perfunctory. "Anything else?" Joey quickly replied, "I found a customer for the group."
This customer said that he is willing to purchase the python full of medicinal smell and the legend of the Condor Heroes for 800 reincarnation points, and is willing to purchase multiple times.
The fat blonde man immediately became interested. Willing to purchase multiple times? Maybe we should raise the price a little? Joey quickly stopped him. "No, Mr. Scrooge, don't," he whispered to explain the reason. "This customer obviously has plenty of reincarnation points and a very strong personality.
He is not the kind of person who is willing to accept bargaining. It is obviously impossible to try to manipulate him with price." Mr. Scrooge nodded and looked at the guest whose appearance he could not see clearly and who he was.
"This function of the Samsara World Plaza is not good. The real identity is covered by the white fog. Who knows if you are someone I am willing to trade with?
However, Samsara points are very precious after all, and I don't want to miss such an opportunity."
The guest opposite, "Are you willing to remove your disguise and let's have a good talk?" "There is no need for that," Suwon said lightly. "Then can I know the total number of Samsara points you have?" Mr. Scrooge said again. Suwon responded, "It seems that we don't need to trade. Scrooge, you obviously don't know any etiquette and taboos. Do you think you should ask a strange guest like this?"
Mr. Scrooge shrugged, opened, and closed his hands, as if he was playing an accordion. "It doesn't matter, there will always be people who are frightened by my momentum and say the answer I want. If I am just rude and offend others, I can get the other party's trading cards, so I can trade calmly and offer a high or low price."
"Why don't I offend others?"
Suwon, who was about to leave, was a little surprised. Looking at Scrooge, who was unusually straightforward, she realized that this blonde, fat man looked rude, but he actually knew everything in his heart.
"Politeness and morality are not in your consideration?"
"It can be exchanged for money or reincarnation points, which is in my consideration. I can also perform, although it is not comfortable for me,"
Scrooge replied. "You are so shameless and fearless that I am really surprised."
Suwon said, "Tell me about the items and prices that your group can trade, and I will see if it is possible to buy one."
"Maybe you have something good that I need."
"Of course." Scrooge laughed. "Come and tell our guests what we are selling." A young man in a black suit and pale skin stood up and read a form to Suwon. "Demon's Blood, priced at 3,000 reincarnation points. Eagle Head Country Semi-Automatic Rifle, with 500 bullets, priced at 500 reincarnation points.
Eagle Head Country Fully Automatic Rifle, with 1,000 bullets, priced at 1,000 reincarnation points. A Good Luck Pendant, priced at 1,000 reincarnation points. A rocket launcher with 10 shells, priced at 2,000 reincarnation points." Various weapons with the characteristics of the Eagle Head Country were read out one by one. Suwon listened carefully without any impatience.
Many of these weapons are not very practical, such as rocket launchers, mortars, and ultra-small bullets, which take up a lot of space.
Now they are purchased with reincarnation points.
They may still be useful in the real world, but there must be restrictions when they are brought into the reincarnation world.
Otherwise, would Xia Country still have to struggle to pass the reincarnation world? Large-scale modern bullets, rocket launchers, and even nuclear bombs basically solve everything.
Things like semi-automatic rifles, fully automatic rifles, machine guns, and grenades are used randomly in many reincarnation worlds. One is that it is difficult to complete the tasks in the reincarnation world, and the other is that the reincarnation points are expensive. It takes money or reincarnation points to buy these military weapons, and it takes reincarnation points to obtain permission from the reincarnation world. Some other items that are obviously from the reincarnation world do not need to consume reincarnation points again to obtain permission from the reincarnation world. However, considering that Scrooge is an obvious profiteer, Suwon believes that few of these items are reliable. Demon Blood, Mysterious Flower, Mysterious Amulet. Such vague descriptions are likely to be designed to deceive some people who are trying to get a bargain. The Chuanjin internal energy training method is a D-level skill that comprehensively improves physical fitness and requires 3,000 reincarnation points.
Suan stopped the pale young man and said, "Does this D-level skill require a long time to practice?"
Although it does require a long time to practice, basically all skills have this problem. I think 3,000 reincarnation points are still acceptable for a D-level skill that comprehensively improves ability.
The young man said, "Too expensive.
If you buy it now, we can give you a 20% discount, only 2,400 reincarnation points."
The pale young man said.
Suan was a little annoyed. "It seems that it is difficult for me to trade with you here.
I don't like bargaining like this.
For a D-level skill like this that obviously does not require 2,000 reincarnation points, it is meaningless to bargain and try to take advantage of each other at this price."
The pale young man was a little at a loss, looking at the blonde fat man who was talking to others again, Mr. Scrooge. Scrooge said a few more words to those people, and walked over impatiently. "My father spent money and reincarnation points to hire you, just for you to order his son?
If you don't have the ability to solve such a small matter, why do you stay in Scrooge Group?"
The young man quickly relayed Suan's words. Scrooge waved his hand impatiently and asked him to roll aside.
"Holding the form," he said, "a troublesome customer will always be solved in my hands in the end. My father hired a group of rubbish who only took the benefits of our Scrooge Group but refused to work seriously.
I'll give you one last chance. Don't make any inflated prices and try to make me bargain with you," Suan warned him. "Then let's talk about it. What exactly do you need? How many reincarnation points can you trade?" Scrooge said, "If it's less than 5,000 reincarnation points, then don't say anything."
As the senior manager of Scrooge Trading Group and the son of my father, Donster Scrooge, I don't have time to discuss the price with you. If you are a poor guy, please go away. This straightforward and despicable villain, Suan, is the first time he has seen such a guy.
"I have more than 10,000 reincarnation points." After a pause, Suan said, "That's great." Scrooge's eyes lit up. "I think we have a lot to talk about. For example, Scrooge Group has many non-sale items. I can get them and sell them to you.
The price is that you need to pay me some reincarnation points as a reward."
Suan was a little suspicious whether he had heard it wrong. "You mean, you take the initiative to provide me with Scrooge Group's non-sale items and ask for reincarnation points as a benefit?"
"Yes,"
Scrooge said with certainty. "Why? Isn't Scrooge Group your father and you?" Suan asked.
"That's the problem," Scrooge said. "The Scrooge family is not a small family, and I am not my father's only son. It is very likely that my father, Donster Scrooge, will not leave me to inherit his shares and control, so I need to increase my savings and property and have as much capital as possible. In the future, controlling the entire Scrooge Group or rebuilding a group will require money and reincarnation points.
I will not miss this opportunity." Suan understood a little and asked, "What are the non-sale items of your Scrooge Group?" "Safe Werewolf Transformation Potion, Vampire Transformation Potion, Magician Physique Change Potion," Scrooge said. Suan was surprised. "You even have this? It should be easy to create a large number of combatants, right? The price is very high. We will not sell it to ordinary combatants at a loss." Scrooge said, "Each one is sold for 10,000 reincarnation points.
If you are willing to give me 2,000 reincarnation points, I can take it away with 7,000 reincarnation points, saving you 1,000 reincarnation points.
How about it?" Suan smiled. "This is not what I need. Let's continue the medicinal snake trade. Each one costs 800 reincarnation points. It looks like there's no business to talk about." Scrooge thought of another thing. "There's one more thing you may need.
The Green Goblin aircraft, which is allowed by the reincarnation world, has a flight speed of 400 kilometers per hour, can carry 1 ton of cargo, has a perfect night lighting system, and has a 5,000 round machine gun. The price is only 10,000 reincarnation points, which is also 9,000 reincarnation points.
How about it?" Suan was surprised. "The Green Goblin aircraft is the Green Goblin skateboard, right? Why didn't you say it carries blades, micro-bullets, and a navigation system? Don't you have it?"
Scrooge's expression froze, as if he had been struck by lightning.
After a few seconds, he growled, "You've actually been into Spider-Man's world before? And you know so much about the Green Goblin's flying machine." He leaned forward and lowered his voice. "Even so, a flying machine with a speed of 400 kilometers per hour and a load of 1 ton, and a machine gun with 5,000 rounds, requires 3,000 reincarnation points to be allowed through the reincarnation world. Think about it, it is still very worthwhile. Give me 1,000 reincarnation points, a total price of 7,000 reincarnation points, how about it?" Scrooge raised his eyebrows and asked, "What about the fuel endurance problem? How far can it travel?" Suan asked again.
Scrooge was a little embarrassed and said, "Electricity is stored and used. Every 1000 degrees can be used for 2 hours, and a full charge can be used for 40 hours.
A Green Goblin aircraft that can fly continuously for 40 hours? Should I buy it?
Suan pondered for a moment, thinking about the zombies he had to kill one by one to get on the road in the world of Resident Evil 2, and the days he had to ride a horse to get on the road in the world of Swordsman, which really wasted a lot of time. If there was such a fast aircraft that could be used most of the time, he could arrange it more calmly and go straight to his desired target, such as Rinwishing in Swordsman, such as the Umbrella Company in Resident Evil 2, he could get more things and be one step or even several steps ahead.
Besides this, what else do you have to sell? Suan asked.
Scrooge thought for a moment and said, "You should know that our Eagle Head country has a special suppression on Crane Island country. Crane Island country's national defense is in our hands, and we have Eagle Head troops stationed there. If you want to go to Crane Island country as a special personnel of the Scrooge Group, I can sell you a quota of 200 reincarnation points.
It is absolutely safe.
No matter who goes with this certificate, Crane Island country will never dare to stop you."
200 reincarnation points per quota?
Faced with such a straightforward, shameless and profit-seeking guy, Suan didn't need to be euphemistic. Are there similar quotas in other countries? Yes, Crane Island country, South Korea, Maple Leaf country, Duckbill country, and Eagle Head country. The special personnel quota of the Scrooge Trading Group has absolute access rights in these countries.
No other proof is required, nor are there any troublesome procedures and verifications. Okay.
Suan smiled and said, "Give me one special personnel from each of the 5 countries, and I'll give you 1000 reincarnation points."
Scrooge was very happy. "It seems that you are a good customer. A total of 8000 reincarnation points. Do the transaction now? Let's sign the transaction contract to avoid any accidents," Suan said. Scrooge's expression suddenly became a little unhappy. "If you insist, okay. Really going to take the reincarnation points without giving anything?" Suan immediately cursed inwardly. This guy is really a scumbag. Not only did he cheat his family's trade group to profit from it, but he also planned to get something for nothing. Fortunately, there is a transaction contract, otherwise it would be impossible to trade with this person. After signing the detailed transaction contract, Suan handed over 8000 reincarnation points, obtained the Green Demon aircraft without missiles and navigation systems, and the passage quota for 5 countries. "Is the medicine snake transaction still going on?" Scrooge asked. "Of course it will continue," Suan said.
"Very good." Scrooge smiled again, as if the unhappiness on his face had never existed. "Like a chameleon, my name is Don St. Leonard Scrooge, and I am generally called Mr. Scrooge."
"May I ask what your name is?" "My name." Suan smiled faintly. "My name is a secret. You need to exchange my reincarnation points for my name and code name." "Forget it then." Scrooge was unhappy. "In short, the next time I trade medicinal snakes, I will just look for the Scrooge Trading Group. If you raise the price, I won't buy it." After saying that, Suan turned and left. Scrooge calculated and muttered to himself in a low voice with some displeasure, "I could have earned thousands more reincarnation points, but this kind of trading guy made me earn less. The size of the Green Goblin aircraft is about the same as a small speedboat, and it is obvious that it cannot be stored in the storage space." After spending 3000 reincarnation points to buy a few pieces of information, Suan left the square and returned to his reincarnation center. The 5 special passes were placed in the storage space, and it would be better to use them later. The Green Goblin aircraft was placed in the reincarnation center first, and there was no rush to take it out to the real world. Suan took a look at the forum. In addition to the heated discussion about Miro passing through the reincarnation world of Swordsman again and expressing admiration for Miro, Suan saw 3 interesting things. The first was the reply from Lotus Lan Rushin, which made him smile. The second was that after Miro passed through the 3rd-level reincarnation world again, Miro's fans headed by and Rabbit increased rapidly, and it was obvious that they admired him too much. Perhaps they could obey orders and become his subordinates in the future. Of course, among 100 people who worship online, it would be good to have one real diehard fan. Considering the future that I have thought of, this can only be a backup option, and it is not very reliable. The third is the logistics staff of Jiangcheng University, a doctor of biology, who published another post, detailing and calculating that the harmfulness of the T-virus of the biochemical crisis is enough to destroy the world. Below, a person named Han Jie responded, "The analysis is good, maybe Miro really saved our world once. People sacrifice every day in the Samsara division, and they all think about saving our world every day. You are a talent. Are you willing to join the research department of the Samsara division?
Because of this response, this post quickly became popular. On the one hand, some people were surprised that Han Jie, a major general of the Xia Kingdom Samsara division, actually agreed with this view, and then some people carefully read the argument of the logistics staff and were also shocked.
Is it really possible for the virus and the biochemical crisis to destroy the real world?
While clearing the third level of the reincarnation world, he also saved the world once. The treatment in the research department of the reincarnation department is very good, and there is no danger.
I envy you. I am also a logistics staff.
I only have one chance to post a day, and the rest of the time I can only browse the forum.
The poster finally came as a logistics staff.
Among these answers, there are also several people who are obviously fans of Miro. Awesome, my Lord Miro.
Proud face, Lord Miro is mighty.
Clear the world, save the world once, I just ask, who else? Screaming hoarsely JPG, among them is Miro's #1 fan and in Rabbit. Interesting, if it continues like this, how long will it take for the reincarnation department and major groups to no longer be able to sit still?
Suan chuckled and began to check the information he bought.
Lotus, whose real name is unknown, used to be a member of the first rank of combat personnel in the Zhongguan Tian Xia group.
Friends, codename Peony. Enemies, Peony Little Emperor Chai Ti.
Current status, alone, strength is C-level, possesses D-level internal force, D-level swordsmanship, E-level proficiency in close combat, physical fitness enhancement beyond the limit of ordinary people, and quick reaction. Miro, name unknown, strength above C-level, power unknown, skills unknown.
The approximate sphere of influence and distribution of masters of the Changqing group.
The approximate sphere of influence and distribution of masters of the giant group. The current status of the Xia Kingdom's Samsara division. The current names of the Samsara worlds of various countries. Combined with the intelligence in front of him, Suan has a better understanding of the current situation.
Lotus Lan Rushin's past simple experiences and enemies, the leader of the Samsara division, Lieutenant General Luo Hui, Major Generals Han Jie, Mu Yulin, and Daiyu, the president of the Changqing group, Qin Chuanji, the eldest son Qin Mingho who is currently in charge of things, the second son Qin Mingyuan, 2 C-level combatants, the head of the giant group, Jiang Yuadao, and the only daughter Jiang Lin, also have 2 C-level combatants, the top 5 domestic groups, Shindu group, Zhongguanqing group, Xishan group, Zhaozhou group, and Lingnan group. Changqing group and giant group are not among the top 5, ranking 12th and 14th respectively.
If the Samsara division is ranked among these groups, it should be comparable to any of the top 5 groups at present. However, considering that the Samsara division has been investing manpower to resist erosion, making great sacrifices, and insisting on the responsibility of the country, it is estimated that it will soon not be able to maintain even this strength. Therefore, now we have a group of selfish ghosts who are too powerful to be eliminated. Similar to the 4 Elephants group, they have plenty of energy to oppress the good and kill civilians, but they have no interest in taking risks for the country. These guys will only become obstacles in the future, and they are already the biggest termites in this country. With a sigh, Suan left the Samsara center. It was already pitch black outside, with a few cold stars in the sky. Suan rested for a night and went to school early the next morning, and then he got the news that made him helpless. He was the only one in the class composed of all combatants. Because 3 new Samsara worlds appeared yesterday, those students who chose to join the Evergreen group and the Giant group all reported to the group and began to enter the first level Samsara world to try to carry out tasks and obtain Samsara points.
Mu Qingling was of course busy with the affairs of the Samsara department.
After all, 3 new Samsara worlds appeared, and Mi Luo cleared a 3rd level Samsara world on the day they appeared. There are many analyses and arrangements after this, so it is reasonable not to come to school. Tang Yun estimated that she was accompanying her sister Tang Shishir, and might also enter the 1st level of the Reincarnation World Love Apartment adventure.
So Suan was left alone and felt no tension. He came to school leisurely, and found that no one came. Suan. Just as he was about to leave, someone called his name, and Suan looked back. He saw that Hao Jun, the head teacher of class 3 and 4, was standing in front of the glass window of the original classroom, waving at him, and then some classmates of class 3 and 4 were also looking at him. Suan walked to the original teaching building in the original classroom, greeted Hao Jun teacher Hao, and casually greeted the original classmates. Most of the students in class 3 and 4 have completed the test and confirmed that they have not become combatants. Only the last few were still in temporary access when Miro passed the reincarnation world of Mr. Zombie. When the new test comes, they will be eligible to enter the new test again. There are only 6 people in this part. Tell these 6 students about your experience and knowledge.
Hao Jun said with some expectation. Others don't come to school anymore, and they probably won't come to school for much time in the future. In a few days, a new test will start, and we don't know what it will be like yet.
Suwon didn't refuse, and told these 6 students who still had temporary test qualifications about the general situation. The first-level reincarnation world love apartment is almost danger-free.
If you enter the test, the tasks are probably some relatively simple tasks such as making money, renting a house, and helping others. The 6 students all breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing the world of Mr. Zombie, this love apartment is simply safe and harmless, as relaxing as sightseeing.
That's great.
Jun solemnly told the 6 students, in the next few days, before the test comes, you must read more books on various aspects, experience life carefully, observe life, and try to become combatants. The 6 students nodded in agreement. After he gave a few more instructions, he smiled at Suwon and said, "Your words have helped us a lot." After that, he whispered, "I have something to tell you."
Suwon was a little surprised. "Teacher Hao, is there anything else?"
Jun nodded, took him to the empty office, pondered for a moment, and said, "Suwon, after you passed the test and became a combatant, you should have entered the reincarnation world again, right?"
Suwon nodded. "It's hard to enter the reincarnation world, right?
Do you feel that it's difficult to take a step forward and there are crises everywhere?"
Jun asked again.
Suwon recalled the 3 reincarnation worlds that he had passed and smiled, "It's okay."
Jun shook his head. "You are just stubborn.
Everyone in the reincarnation world says it is difficult, but you are still barely holding on.
To be honest, the teacher admires your stubbornness and courage. But you also have to consider the reality, right? For example, your parents, your future." Suwon looked at him calmly, to see what he was going to say.
Jun did not notice the change in Suwon's expression, and continued to persuade him. "I heard that you have a good relationship with Mu Qingling of the reincarnation department, but I have to say that personal friendship is one thing, and joining the reincarnation department is another. Do you know that the reincarnation department is a place with military orders as heavy as mountains?
When the state issues an order, you have to go to the most dangerous place? So I can't join the reincarnation department?" Suwon asked.
"Yes, you can't join the Samsara division, but you can choose a large group to join." Jun said here and lit a cigarette. "Qin Mingyuan from Changqing Group called me and asked me to tell you about your specific situation, including your parents and home address."
Suwon's expression became cold, and he did not hide it. "Then what? Should I join Changqing Group?"
"No, I didn't tell Qin Mingyuan.
By the way, I left you the school information."
Jun smiled, took out a file bag from the drawer of the table and handed it to Suwon. "This is your information." Suwon realized that he had misunderstood, took the file bag and thanked him. "Thank you, Teacher Hao." Jun smoked a cigarette, puffing out clouds of smoke. "You're welcome.
I'm just using the tiger's skin as a banner.
I told Qin Mingyuan that the Samsara department took your information and seemed very interested."
Because Mu Qingling did look at you differently, Qin Mingyuan didn't doubt my statement. But the education department must have a backup of your academic records from childhood to adulthood.
It's not very difficult for Qin Mingyuan to get your information from there. At most, he just needs to make a few more phone calls. Suwon listened to Jun's words and narrowed his eyes slightly.
To what extent can Qin Mingyuan of Changqing Group obtain Suwon's home address and parents' information?
Suwon is not only prepared for war, but also wants him to pay the price.
Once and again can be glossed over, but not again and again. "Teacher Hao, what do you think?" Suwon asked Jun, the former head teacher. He could see that this head teacher was a person who was willing to take care of students, and he wanted to hear his thoughts. "Joining the Samsara division is a dangerous path, and I don't recommend you to take this path. Joining the Changqing Group, Qin Mingyuan will humiliate you in every way, and I don't recommend it either. I suggest you join the Giant Group." Jun said. "Giant Group? Jiang Lin?"
"Yes,
Jiang Lin's Giant Group."
Jun said. "You, Qin Mingyuan, and Jiang Lin are all students I have taught for more than half a year.
I know you very well."
Qin Mingyuan is a gentleman, but once he holds a grudge against someone, he is extremely narrow-minded.
Jiang Lin is arrogant and thinks she is capable.
In fact, she is kind-hearted, just like a little princess, so she always puts on airs. If you go to her, she will definitely not let Qin Mingyuan bully her subordinates again.
This is her arrogance and her kindness. I see. Suwon smiled. "Thank you, Teacher Hao, for your guidance, I understand."
Seeing his answer like this, Jun looked at his face and expression again, and shook his head with emotion. "You have changed, really changed. When you were not a combatant before, I have never seen you with such a confident expression."
"Suwon, you have changed a lot."
Suwon just smiled at this, and after talking to Jun for a few more words, he took the file bag and said goodbye and left.
Qin Mingyuan of Changqing Group. What he did has crossed the line. We are classmates, so don't rush yourself to death. There was no class at school, so Suan didn't stop and walked straight to the school gate. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he saw a woman in a sky blue windbreaker talking to the guard at the door. I'm looking for Suan, whoja? The guard's ears were not very good, so he asked very seriously. Suan, uncle. Lan Rushin looked helpless. Who could? Lan Rushin was helpless, and when she looked up and saw that Suan had arrived at the door, she waved her hand quickly. Okay, uncle, you don't have to worry about it. Suan walked over with a smile. Is it troublesome? It's okay, not too troublesome. Lan Rushin pressed the car key and opened the door of a rough off-road vehicle. The two got in the car one after the other. Let's find a place to talk? Suan had no objection, so the off-road vehicle started and drove to a nearby park. Lan Rushin talked to him intermittently, like an old friend who hadn't seen him for a long time. The current aircraft are not very reliable. The accident and failure rate is higher than that of cars, and there is always data sent back to the aircraft's head office. In short, if you buy an aircraft, many of its whereabouts can no longer be kept secret. It's nothing for ordinary people, but it's not for us fighters. Where's the SUV you drove? After she parked the car, Suan closed the door and said, it has undergone special inspection and cost 100 reincarnation points. Lan Rushin said, that's quite cheap. Suan bought a bag of fish feed, and the two sat in a corner by the water, slowly feeding the fat and colorful koi in the park. Lan Rushin laughed immediately. 100 reincarnation points are also cheap? How many F-level and E-level combatants enter the reincarnation world just to get 100 or 200 reincarnation points, and they are thankful to God when they complete the mission? They are not like you. Suan didn't say much, quietly feeding the fish and scanning the surroundings with telekinesis. After making sure that there was no one, he nodded and said, welcome to you, Lotus. Well, I'm also very happy. Congratulations on clearing another reincarnation world yesterday. Lan Rushin said with a smile, especially the ancient knight-errant type, which makes me feel like I've found a big leg. How about we talk more in depth? Suan put down the fish feed in his hand and said. Lan Rushin sat up straight. I'm very happy. Are you coming to me to surrender or cooperate? Suan asked. Fund me. Lan Rushin said without hesitation. Why do you want to surrender? Because I think you are the hope for the future. Lan Rushin saw Suan's expression and knew that he was dissatisfied with this answer, and added in detail, I used to be a member of a large group, and the treatment was definitely generous, but I don't see hope for the future. I feel that the Xia Kingdom's reincarnation department can't go on like this, and the major groups can't go on like this. Even if they work together, it is still difficult to pass the 4th and 5th level reincarnation worlds. When the 6th, 7th, and even unprecedented 8th and 9th level reincarnation worlds appear, will Xia still have hope? Do we still have hope? Plus, there was a guy who tried to sell me out, and there were also people in the Zhongguanqiangxia group who wanted to take action against me, so I simply left the big group. Miro. Suan, you are a miracle worker. I have never seen a fighter like you before. Yesterday I saw the post you posted on the Samsara Central Forum, and I understood your ambitions and aspirations even more. So I am willing to join you and work hard for the hope of the future. Suan nodded. Yes, you see it. A gentleman waits for the right time to act, and when he acts, he will thunder and lightning, plowing the courtyard and sweeping the caves. Lan Rushin's palms trembled slightly, and she wanted to say something to express her excitement, but she was a little at a loss for words for a moment. Anything else? Suan asked again. Lan Rushin exhaled lightly, with a blush on her face, lowered her head to feed the fish, grabbed a large handful of feed and threw it all down, not afraid of stuffing the fish to death. Suan smiled. It seems that I will have a very good assistant in the future, Lan Rushin, let's go. Lan Rushin nodded, and her eyes fell on the file bag in Suan's hand again. Suan, this is. Qin Mingyuan from Changqing Group wants to make trouble for me, and a teacher helped me get the file out. Lan Rushin frowned immediately. She still remembered the performance of several combatants from Changqing Group in the reincarnation world of Resident Evil 2. Changqing Group is one of the 2 local bosses in Jiangcheng. Can this matter be resolved? I guess they can't get through. I'll wait for them to come and kill themselves. Suan said coldly. Do you need my help in any way? Lan Rushin asked. Well, one person can't handle everything. I'll tell you when the time comes. Suan said as he got on the SUV. Let's go to Jiangcheng University first. Jiangcheng University? Lan Rushin was a little confused, but she didn't stop. She started the off-road vehicle and headed towards Jiangcheng University. There is a doctor of biology who is a logistics staff. The post he posted on the Samsara Central Forum is very interesting. I have never paid attention to this. What is it about? Lan Rushin asked. If she had the opportunity to put the post in front of her before, she would not have read it. After all, a post from a logistics staff itself means nonsense, and such a post is really not worth clicking in to read. Are logistics staff qualified to sit and discuss with combatants? Obviously impossible, this is recognized by the world. Suan repeated the content of the post, and Lan Rushin responded with some sharpness. In other words, your inference is the same as his. If someone brings the zombie T-virus to the real world, or the biochemical crisis world begins to erode, then the real world will fall into destruction. Ordinary people and logistics staff, who account for more than 90% of the total population, are impossible to resist. Suan said, do you think that counts as destruction and doomsday? Yes, of course it counts. Without ordinary people to provide food, labor and services, how long can the combatants last? What a terrible situation the whole world would be like. Lan Rushin thought while looking forward. She has always understood the danger of the reincarnation world, even more than anyone else, and is more pessimistic, so after seeing Suan's hope, she had the idea of joining and working together. However, even so, she never thought that the third-level reincarnation world Resident Evil Part 2 that Suan had cleared before actually contained a danger that almost destroyed the world. How many other reincarnation worlds could such dangers exist in? Thinking of this, recalling the past, Lan Rushin even found it difficult to suppress her anger. Everyone only sees the petty profits in front of them. How many combatants who joined the big group, thinking of getting reincarnation points and improving their treatment, are ready to clear the customs? How many people realize that clearing the customs is beneficial to the country and the people and protecting humanity itself? The senior executives of those big groups, one by one, are slicked with powdered hair, dressed in suits and leather shoes, and have extraordinary demeanor, but they still consider the interests of their own groups. The group is this and that, other groups are this and that. How many deadly dangers like this are hidden? The Huaxin aircraft landed on the campus of Jiangcheng University. Major General Han Jie and Mu Qingling of the Samsara Division walked out, and the driver drove the aircraft to a suspended parking space on the side. Is a logistics personnel worth a special trip for Major General Han Jie? Mu Qingling said. Han Jie nodded slightly. It's worth it. Regardless of whether his analysis is right or wrong, this kind of positive attitude and good academic qualifications are enough to join our Samsara Division's research department. He said seriously, although Lieutenant General Luo has given me the task of finding Miro, I have no clue about this matter for the time being. I must seize every opportunity to unravel it. Like this logistics personnel, he is happy to analyze this matter. I think I can use him to analyze some details. Also, Yulin heard that you got into some trouble, so I came to see if you were doing well. After all, my search for Moreau was a long and safe task, but Yulin took over the increasingly dangerous erosion of the reincarnation world. I always want him to fight with confidence. Mu Qingling nodded seriously. What's the name of this logistics personnel? His name is Zhao Hua. Han Jie said, I'm afraid your matter with the Four Symbols group is not over yet. Do you know what the position of the head of the water hall of the Qinglong gang does? They specialize in doing things that are harmful to the world and make money. This person died because of you, and the reincarnation department's deterrence of the Four Symbols group is not enough. It's hard to say what they will do next. No matter what they do, I'll take over. Mu Qingling gritted her teeth and said, as a member of the National Reincarnation Department, am I afraid of them? Han Jie didn't say anything more. Is the Reincarnation Department afraid of these big groups? Even he couldn't tell. The cabinet situation is always changing, and it is not easy to explain. Several cabinet members enjoy the offerings of large groups, and they are convinced that the large groups are their dogs in white gloves, and they can take back everything at any time. The Samsara Division has reported many times that the large groups have reached the point where they must be contained, but they are considered to be unwilling to lose power in a means of power struggle, and they just laugh it off. The superiors always want to check and balance, but they make the blood of countless victims cool in vain. The two came to a laboratory, and after disinfection measures, they stood in front of the door and knocked. A man with an indifferent expression and fair skin opened the door. This man was gentle and clean, and there was not even a speck of dust on his body. After seeing Han Jie and Mu Qingling, this gentleman frowned slightly. Major General Han Jie of the Samsara Division, do you want me to join the Samsara Division? Yes. Han Jie said concisely. Can I do research on my own? Zhao Hua asked. I can cooperate with the Samsara Division to study the topic. Han Jie said. Zhao Hua raised his hand. Please, sorry, I won't entertain you. Han Jie's eyes narrowed. You want absolute freedom to research as someone who has not yet proved his research ability? Otherwise there is no point. Zhao Hua said.
Goodbye. Han Jie said, and turned away with Mu Qingling.
He is too arrogant,
Mu Qingling said as they walked out of the building.
Han Jie said, forget it, it's just by the way.
I'd better think about how to help you solve the troubles of the Four Elephants group.
Tell me the whole story and I'll see what to do.
At this point, his eyes sank and looked at a man and a woman 100 meters away.
There are so many masters in Zhangcheng? Mu Qingling followed his gaze and was suddenly surprised. Suan? What is he doing at Jiangcheng University?
There is also a beautiful woman wearing a sky blue windbreaker, rimless glasses, and excellent temperament.
Do you know him? Major General Han Jie asked. Mu Qingling nodded. I know one of them.
Han Jie suddenly realized, you have good knowledge.
I also know that person. The one in the blue windbreaker is indeed the sea-level Lotus.
I don't know the young man next to her, who is about 20 years old. Both of them are masters. Mu Qingling opened her mouth to speak, but finally held back. Major General Han Jie is an extremely smart person, just like his brother Mu Yulin. If she said that she knew Suan, he would definitely be able to obtain more detailed information about Suan, and then find out that Suan had only been a combatant for a few days. This was obviously not information that Suan was willing to disclose, and she had to keep her promise and not disclose these things.
Let's go. Mu Qingling asked the driver to drive the Huaxin aircraft over. This aircraft was developed by Xiaogui itself and is specially used in the Samsara department and other departments.
It takes into account the advantages of aircraft and avoids the secret of being mastered by the aircraft manufacturer.
Yeah.
Major General Han Jie took a deep look and saw that the other parties seemed to be looking back, and he reaffirmed his thoughts.
Not only Lotus, but that young man is also not simple. When did Jiangcheng have so many masters?
Zhao Hua, a doctor of biology at Jiangcheng University, analyzed the samsara world that Miro passed through.
The master who did not belong to Jiangcheng happened to appear at Jiangcheng University.
Han Jie, who was originally looking for Miro's whereabouts and looking for something strange, was suddenly touched in his heart.
Am I thinking too much, or is there something strange about this matter itself?
Thinking of this, Han Jie stopped and looked at the man and woman who left again. Seeing that their footsteps were heading towards the building where Zhao Hua's laboratory was, he began to ponder.
Were they also attracted by that post? Did they fancy Zhao Hua's analysis, or did they fancy the clues related to Miro?
It seems that Jiangcheng doesn't need to leave in a hurry. Let's see which side reaches out and what discoveries can be made.
Lotus seems to be a lone wolf and has never shown that it has joined a certain force. This is also a huge new discovery.
Han Jie followed Mu Qingling onto the aircraft and closed his eyes for a long time. When the aircraft arrived at the Jiangcheng Samsara Division, he opened his eyes. I want to take over the Jiangcheng Samsara Division.
Ah? Mu Qingling looked at him in surprise.
Han Jie said again, I want to take over the Jiangcheng Samsara Division.
What's the matter? Mu Qingling asked, puzzled. Maybe Jiangcheng is more complicated than I thought. I want to stay here for a while and see if there is anything I can gain. Han Jie said, by the way, mastering the entire Jiangcheng Samsara Division can also better solve the troubles you are facing. Mu Qingling thanked him, and at the same time, she was confused. The situation in Jiangcheng is very complicated? Why didn't I feel it? Mu Qingling? Han Jie, the Major General of the Samsara Division who had appeared on TV? What were they doing here? Suan was a little puzzled. Han Jie's eyes swept over, and the two of them missed each other tacitly. Suan and Lan Ruxin were both sure that Han Jie had noticed that their strength was unusual, and Han Jie was also sure that they had noticed Han Jie's identity as a Major General of the Samsara Division. A few seconds later, noticing Han Jie and the woman in black leather jacket boarding the aircraft and flying away, Lan Ruxin said, Major General Han Jie of the Samsara Division is also a strong one among the sea-level warriors, and he is energetic and has amazing insight. What is he doing at Jiangcheng University?
Suan said, he should also be looking for Zhao Hua, a doctor of biology. It was only after he replied to the post on the Samsara Central Forum that many people began to reply and believe it. He is just a doctor of biology, which is not too high in terms of degree. Lan Ruxin was a little surprised. He is valued by both you and the Samsara Division.
This Zhao Hua is really lucky. It's not just good luck, right?
Suan said, posting on the Samsara Central Forum is one thing, and making the Major General of the Samsara Division return empty-handed is another. It should be a good thing for a logistics staff to join the Samsara Division Research Department.
Many people are envious. Why didn't he agree? It's really strange to say that. Why didn't Zhao Hua choose the Samsara Division? Lan Ruxin said with curiosity. We need to talk about this after we meet Zhao Hua.
Arriving at the door of the laboratory, Lan Ruxin knocked on the door.
Zhao Hua frowned and opened the door. looking at Suan and Lan Rushin. Who are you? Are you also from the Samsara division?
No, we are not from the Samsara division.
Suan said, we invited you to be our logistics staff and help us with research. Who are you? Which big group? Zhao Hua continued to ask. We, just the two of us. Zhao Hua showed his surprise without disguising his expression, neither the Samsara division nor the big group, only the two people in front of him? You are.
My name is Suan, and this is a sea-level fighter, codenamed Lotus.
My name is Zhao Hua, a doctor of biology from Jiangcheng University.
Zhao Hua closed the door of the laboratory, washed his hands several times in front of the two, and came to an empty and simple single-person office.
You are looking for me because of the post on the Samsara Central Forum? Is it because Major General Han Jia praised me and thought I might be a talent?
Not really, Suan said, because we really know that the T-virus in Resident Evil 2 is indeed dangerous to destroy the world. As far as I know, the T-virus only affects humans at first, turning them into zombies, but later it will affect all species on Earth. A large number of animals and plants will either die or become zombies, and more than 95% of the land and oceans in the world will be lifeless. In addition to the zombie humans, animals and plants, the number of humans who actually survived is less than 1 in 100,000. There is no doubt that this will destroy the world.
Zhao Hua stopped moving and almost asked the question, who are you, again. The information that Suan just said has exceeded all the information Zhao Hua had collected before. It is something that no one else has ever said, and has never said on the forum. Is the virus that zombies infect scientifically called the T-virus? How did you come to the conclusion that it affects humans and animals and plants? How did you get the data of 95% and 1 in 100,000?
Suan's description was vivid, as if he had seen it in person, and it was more detailed and thorough than Zhao Hua's inference.
It can even be said that this is not something that inference can do. Why do you know so much about the reincarnation world in Resident Evil 2?
Why are you so sure?
Zhao Hua asked. It's a secret. You can only know it after you join us. Suan said. Secret? Zhao Hua was a little tempted. Can I study something independently? Will you assign me some research goals? Or is it similar to the big groups in the Samsara division, where all researchers have their own tasks and can only do things related to that task every day?
You can study and analyze as you like, but when I need you, you must put down what you are doing and help me study and analyze.
Suan said. Zhao Hua pondered for a moment and said, okay, I can join you. But first you must understand and accept me before I can join you. Please speak.
Suan was a little surprised.
Zhao Hua's words were indeed unusual, they needed to be understood and accepted. Did Zhao Hua do something sinful or against common sense? My name is Zhao Hua.
As early as 4 years ago, I was qualified to obtain a higher degree in status. Postdoctoral, master's, and even professor, more famous expert professors, as long as I wanted, I could get them, but I didn't. I don't pursue those who don't even pursue becoming stronger when I entered the reincarnation world.
I just wandered around and became a logistics staff.
This is indeed very strange.
Suan and Lan Rushin
looked at each other, and they didn't understand what this fair and gentle young man was thinking.
A degree and status that are easily obtained, isn't it good? Isn't it good to be a combatant?
Even if you don't like it in your heart, the change in status and increase in income brought about by it should be something that ordinary people can't refuse. What kind of mentality does this Zhao Hua have to refuse to make his situation better? Just as you are wondering why I have no feelings about status and money, and even used my own knowledge to get a laboratory from Jiangcheng University, and I don't ask for anything else. That's because I was born with a defective body and don't have the normal desires of a man. Zhao Hua said indifferently, the changes in status and money are partly to satisfy appetite, and most of them are to satisfy vanity and sense of honor, to make the same submit, and to make the opposite secrete hormones, so as to gain a lion-like status. And conquest, this is the male instinct caused by hormone secretion, but I don't have it.
No? Suan asked in surprise, is this what you call physical disability?
Yes, according to my own observation, I was born like this, not only with a defective body, but also with insufficient hormone secretion. In ancient times, eunuchs all had twisted hobbies, because they once had it and lost it.
I have never had admiration for the opposite, nor for the same.
Except for appetite and curiosity to explore, I don't have any other urgent demands.
When someone tries to control me, make me work, and doesn't allow me to have extra curiosity, I can't accept it.
Zhao Hua said this, looking at Suan and Lan Rushin calmly.
I am like a monster, an alien among humans. Can you accept me?
Lan Rushin looked at Suan, and Suan smiled. It's completely acceptable.
I can even say that this may be just right. Zhao Hua raised his eyebrows. Are you kidding? I'm not a very humorous person. I can't tell what's funny about what you said. No kidding. Suan said seriously. Zhao Hua snorted, that means you are more perverted than me. It's already very rare for someone to accept me. What's the point of saying just right? Do you like being born, eh? His language is very direct and harsh, and he even describes himself as a born. As he said, he was born unable to understand and appreciate the sense of honor and vanity of men who are in the limelight, so he didn't think it was a shame to be a born. Hearing him speak like this, people who hear him usually feel embarrassed and uncomfortable, such as his parents, who cut off contact with this monster a long time ago. I have a book of martial arts. Normal people cannot practice it. Only eunuchs can practice it. For a natural like you, it's great, Suan said. Lan Ruxin's eyes widened. There is such a martial art? Zhao Hua was also surprised, and then showed a happy expression. Very good, it seems that you are willing to accept me. When should I start working for you? That magical martial art, I really want to start studying it now. Do you have enough knowledge of the basic meridians of traditional Chinese medicine and common sense of martial arts? Suan asked. I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be difficult. It only requires some common sense from the world of reincarnation. Zhao Hua said, according to my observation, if a person simply practices martial arts with certain knowledge from the real world, there will probably be problems. The rules of some martial arts must be practiced according to the rules of martial arts in the world of reincarnation. Okay. Suan stood up. Where are you going to conduct experiments in the future? A place you think is safe and absolutely quiet and undisturbed. Zhao Hua said, the laboratory here at Jiangcheng University is full of things that are not presentable. I have always used them to kill time. Now I can leave at any time. You can leave at any time. Suan pondered for a moment and looked at Lan Ruxin. Arrange a temporary residence for him to live first. How about building the laboratory in the world of reincarnation? Lan Ruxin was surprised. Built in the world of reincarnation? How many reincarnation points are needed to do it? 10 or 20,000 should be enough, right? Suan said, if it doesn't work, you can have more. I still have 40 or 50,000 reincarnation points here. Considering that the laboratory is for future investment, I think we can increase the investment. You have so many reincarnation points? Lan Ruxin exclaimed in surprise. This is comparable to the total revenue of reincarnation points of a large group for several months, right? Zhao Hua was also surprised. Are you willing to invest so many reincarnation points in my research? Suan said calmly, it doesn't hurt to try. Zhao Hua, you are different from ordinary people. I think you should also be able to exert extraordinary abilities. Okay, I am willing to accept your arrangement. As long as the laboratory is in place, I think it is much safer to study in the reincarnation world than in the outside world. Zhao Hua said, and the time in the reincarnation world seems to be faster, right? Yes, it can be faster. It can probably be done in dozens of days inside, and only one day outside. Suan said. In that case, doesn't it mean you only need a few days to get my research results, and I will have enough time to study? Zhao Hua's tone was a little excited. That's right. Zhao Hua was overjoyed. Great, let's go now. He tore off a piece of paper and wrote, I have been invited to leave, please don't look for me. Zhao Hua slapped it on the table, and then put the laptop into the backpack. Let's go, I just want to start working right away. Very good, Suan nodded, and asked Lan Ruxin to drive the off-road vehicle to take him and Zhao Hua around Jiangcheng. Lan Ruxin spent millions to buy the laboratory equipment, solar energy equipment, and simple construction equipment that Zhao Hua needed. Then, Suan said to Zhao Hua, apply to enter the third-level reincarnation world swordsman, I will allow you to enter. The third-level reincarnation world swordsman? Hasn't it been cleared by Miro? Only those allowed by Miro can enter? Now Suan actually said allowed to enter, doesn't that mean Zhao Hua's body froze, looking at Suan in disbelief? Lan Ruxin smiled like watching a play and nodded, yes, it's exactly what you think. Miro, and the sea-level lotus, it's really a big shot I didn't expect. Zhao Hua was very excited, no wonder you came to me, it seems that I guessed right. My speculation and analysis of the biochemical crisis has been proved to be correct by you. No wonder you have a clear understanding of the biochemical crisis reincarnation world, you are a passer, of course you know it better. The key to his excitement was not that he was shocked by the true identity of Miro as Lan Ruxin thought, but that his analysis and inference were verified to be correct. This made Lan Ruxin a little disappointed, and she always felt that she didn't surprise Zhao Hua to the extent she thought. Cooperating with Miro is really something I have never expected, Zhao Hua said. I am very much looking forward to the future scene, several times more than my previous expectations. Afterwards, more questions popped up from Zhao Hua. Why not use Mr. Zombie and Resident Evil Part 2 as the location of my laboratory, but Swordsman? Swordsman is a world of ancient martial arts knights.
Your behavior spreads very slowly, and not many people notice it.
It may not even be noticed in your lifetime. After all, it is an ancient society.
For my personal reasons, Mr. Zombie is not going to be open to the public, and it is not suitable for building a laboratory. In the world of Resident Evil, Umbrella, which created the T-virus, can basically monitor any area in the world by satellite.
Its technological strength is higher than that in the real world. It is best not to hope that they will not discover your laboratory. Suan explained. Okay, what is the content of my research this time? Do you have any specific content?
Specific content. Suan pondered for a moment and said, first, I bought a Green Goblin aircraft from the Scrooge Trading Group in Eaglehead Country.
Are you familiar with this kind of equipment? I know a little bit.
Zhao Hua said, after all, a person who has no desires but only curiosity knows a little more.
Can you remove the monitors and trackers that may exist on it? Zhao Hua nodded. This is very simple. Considering that you put me in the reincarnation world of swordsman, I can only do this. Modification is impossible. Moreover, the technological strength of Eaglehead Country is indeed not to be underestimated. Okay, let's do this first.
Suan said, the second thing is that you practice martial arts and compare the so-called internal strength and swordsmanship in swordsman.
Other than that, I will not make any more requirements.
Very good, I have an idea of my own, and I hope Lord Miro can agree to it. Zhao Hua said, I hope to study the formation and working principle of the T-virus.
Can Lord Miro bring me a bottle of related virus concentrate?
This. Suan pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. I'm afraid it's impossible for the time being. You should also know that the T-virus is a virus that is powerful enough to destroy the world. Firstly, I don't want to take risks, and secondly, I need to consider the Umbrella Corporation in the Resident Evil world.
Zhao Hua, Umbrella Corporation is a company that destroys the world and puts human elites into a deep sleep. Then the human elites become the masters of the new world and the more superior new humans. Such a crazy and powerful company that is capable of destroying the world is called a company, but in fact it is a commercial empire that controls the world. The weapons they have include laser weapons, nuclear bombs, and all kinds of bombs. With the existence of such a company, how much risk do you think I need to take if I try to obtain the T-virus concentrate from them? Zhao Hua became even more excited when he heard this. I want to see the Umbrella Corporation. This company is so interesting. Then he shook his head slightly. I can't do it for the time being. When I have practiced martial arts well and Lord Miro becomes stronger, we will go to the world of the second part of Resident Evil to see how powerful the Umbrella Corporation is. How about it? Okay. Suan said. That's all. Zhao Hua said, I can do my research with peace of mind. Suan gave him all kinds of items, and transferred 20,000 reincarnation points to him, letting him choose to enter the reincarnation world of swordsman. When Zhao Hua was about to enter, Suan suddenly said, I know there is another world similar to Resident Evil, but I guess there is no T-virus. Maybe I can go and have a look. Lan Ruxin was surprised. Suan, are you going to take a risk for this? Didn't Zhao Hua say that he could wait? It's not an adventure, but I need time to improve my strength. It just so happens that there is such a world that is not too dangerous, which saves me the time to exchange for reincarnation worlds for cultivation. Suan said, the second-level reincarnation world of Crane Island, Gakuin Apocalypse. Is it also a zombie? Zhao Hua asked. Suan nodded. There is actually a zombie world of the same type. By the way, the world Train to Busan that was once cleared is also of this type, but that is a foreign cleared world, and it is basically impossible to obtain more information. If possible, just bring me some zombie flesh and blood, I will use it for experiments. Zhao Hua said. Strictly control, high-temperature disinfection. Suan said, don't turn my reincarnation world into a biochemical crisis for me. Yes, I will definitely do it. At this point, Zhao Hua took a deep breath and bowed to Suan. Thank you, Lord Miro, for your trust and support. I will definitely repay this trust with my death. After the ceremony, Zhao Hua took a large number of experimental items, Suan's Green Goblin aircraft, and the sword manual of exorcism, and chose to enter the reincarnation world of swordsman. After Suan allowed it, Zhao Hua's temporary residence returned to peace, and only Suan and Lan Ruxin were left. Is it worth it? Lan Ruxin was a little uneasy. What if he betrays? He is a logistics staff and it is impossible for him to betray me. And I gave him these reincarnation points because of his special qualities. Suan said, besides, trying to betray me in my reincarnation world? There is no way he can succeed. Lan Ruxin nodded.
She was not surprised that Suwon chose to enter the reincarnation world of Crane Island, nor did she have too many questions. As Miro, Suwon naturally has his own considerations. As Suwon said, on the one hand, it saves time for cultivation, and on the other hand, it also helps Zhao collect some materials for experiments. Another reason that Suwon did not say is that the special quota of the Scrooge trade group is enough for him to travel to Crane Island without hindrance. He is also ready to see with his own eyes the situation of Crane Island, a foreign country outside Xia country, to see if he can gain any lessons. It is good to continue to clear the reincarnation world in Xia country, but if you go down to clear the lower levels of the reincarnation world in Xia country, such as Love Apartment and Infernal Affairs, you should not move lightly, so as not to interrupt the test of Xia country's combatants. If you go up to the 4th level reincarnation world, such as A Chinese Ghost Story and Iron Man Part 1, Suwon is not well prepared. It takes time to transform the internal strength into real combat strength, and it takes time to remove the hidden dangers of the Green Goblin aircraft. When these two aspects are ready, Suwon will be more confident in clearing the 4th level of the reincarnation world. After leaving Zhao Hua's residence, Lan Ruxin also bought a place for herself in Zhangcheng. She discussed with Suwon the approximate time of the trip to Crane Island, and also discussed the arrangements between them. Both sides had an idea of what was going on. After returning home, Suwon also said hello to his parents and said that he was going out for 2 days. His parents were naturally a little worried, but Suwon considered that telling the truth would make them more worried, so he told a white lie, making them think that he was going to a large group to check the situation and put their minds at ease. It's good to go to a large group, Su Zhangshan said, and fell silent for some reason. Suwon glanced at him in confusion, then looked at his mother Chenrong, and found that she was also about to open her mouth to speak, and asked, "What's the matter? Did something happen at home?" Su Zhangshan shook his head and said nothing. Chenrong couldn't help but said, "It's nothing. There's no need to hide this from you. Your father has lost his job temporarily and is looking for a new one." Su Zhangshan nodded. "Director and I are close friends. I didn't do anything wrong. He fired me just because he said so. It's really strange. I've been thinking about it for a whole day and I still don't understand what he is doing. This man is really good at judging people by their appearance. Maybe he has some dissatisfaction with me in his heart, even though we were good brothers in the past." As he was talking, the text message on his mobile phone rang. It was a text message from an unmarked mobile phone number. Su Zhangshan took a look and sneered, "It's Lao. Not many people know his number, and I am one of them. Look at what he said. He is still playing tricks on me." Then he read out the content of the text message. "Brother, I have no choice. Be careful in everything." Su Zhangshan naturally felt that Lao was playing tricks on him and sent such a text message to ridicule him. Chenrong was also a little annoyed. "If he didn't insist on firing you, how could this happen? This guy is just making sarcastic remarks." Suwon's heart sank. Su Zhangshan and Chenrong did not understand the whole story. They just thought that Su Zhangshan's old friend director was deliberately making fun of them. But how could Suwon not understand that director sent this message from a hidden number because he was really forced to do so? Qin Mingyuan of the Changqing group, who is currently targeting Suwon, is very likely to be the pressure from the Changqing group. Although the Four Elephants group is also possible, it can be basically ruled out. But with the style of the Qinglong gang under the Four Elephants group, how could they let people lose their jobs in a friendly manner? If they really wanted to attack Suwon, they would have gone to Suwon himself to start fighting and killing, and kidnapped people for interrogation. In particular, Suwon is still holding his own information file bag. Today, the class teacher Hao Jun mentioned that Qin Mingyuan had inquired about this matter, which basically confirms that Qin Mingyuan is behind this matter to deal with Suwon. His purpose is very simple, that is, to make Suwon unable to bear the pressure and beg him, so that he can vent his anger. As for what humiliating means will be used later, it is obvious that there will be. In a fit of anger, he used other people's lives and families to make fun of them. Qin Mingyuan had already crossed the line when he ordered his own fighters to take action in the reincarnation world. Now that his family is in trouble, there is no bottom line at all. "Dad, don't rush to find a job. I should be able to find you a job when I come back from this trip," Suwon said. Su Zhangshan was a little puzzled, but thinking that Suwon had already become a combatant, he might have more ways than himself, so he agreed. After arranging things at home, Suwon took what he should bring, changed his clothes, covered half of his face with the brim of his hat, bought a new mobile phone number, and dialed the service number of Scrooge Trade Group. "Hello, Scrooge Group Xiagua resident is serving you." A Xiagua woman's voice sounded softly. "I'm in Jiangcheng, preparing to go to Crane Island country. The special service password is 89,910. Suwon said directly. "Please locate a place nearby where a helicopter can park." The helicopter can arrive within 30 minutes.
The female customer service hurriedly asked. Suan glanced at a building not far away and reported the name. The female customer service confirmed that the location could accommodate a helicopter. Suan took the elevator to the top of the building.
After waiting for about 20 minutes, a helicopter with the name of Changqing Group landed.
Special pass personnel of the Scrooge Group, going from Jiangqing to the military base of the Eagle Head Kingdom in Zhongliu Island, Crane Island? The pilot asked.
Suan looked at the logo of the Changqing Group quietly, pressed the brim of his hat, boarded the plane and said the special service password.
The pilot did not ask any more questions and drove the plane directly to the East China Sea.
The Changqing Group of Xia Country, the Scrooge Trade Group of Eagle Head Kingdom, the military base of the Eagle Head Kingdom in Zhongliu Island. The cabinet and the Samsara department of Xia Country completely misjudged the degree of loss of control of the power of the big groups. The Changqing Group has actually speculated on foreign capital groups and foreign military forces. Originally, no matter how the big groups refused to obey the state's control, it was still the internal fighting of Xia Country, and the meat was rotten in the pot. Now it seems that this piece of meat is not only not rotten in the pot, but also ran to other people's pots to stew. Changqing Group is like this. What about other big groups? It can be said that on the surface, it was just that the Samsara division was weak and could not control the situation. In fact, the major groups were already on the verge of losing control. I don't know how many were mainly foreign and how many were mainly Xia. 2 hours later, the helicopter landed at the military base of Eagle Head Country. The pilot asked, "Sir, when are you going to go back?" Suan said, "Within 48 hours. Okay, I'll wait for you here." After getting off the helicopter, an officer from Eagle Head Country ran over quickly, took the pass from Suan's hand, took a look at it, handed it back to Suan with dissatisfaction, pointed to the exit direction of the military base, and motioned him to leave quickly. Obviously, the Scrooge Group used its own Chable status to use the Eagle Head Country's military base to transport its own personnel, and the Eagle Head Country's officers were also unhappy. This feeling is probably similar to the people of the Samsara division seeing the big group do whatever they want in Xia Country.
No one will be happy.
Suan laughed in his heart. If the officer of the Eagle Head Country knew that this pass was not even from the Scrooge Group, but from the blonde, fat-faced, despicable and shameless little Scrooge who sold himself for profit privately, he would probably be even more upset. The meanness and lack of integrity of the upper echelons of the capital group are so difficult for normal people to understand. If you have to describe it, it is a profit-seeking blood-sucking worm, and the prophet can even devour their own wisdom and brains.
Leaving the Eagle Head Country's military base, Suan turned around the street. When the women of Zhongliu Island saw that he came from the Eagle Head Country's military base, they all ran away in a hurry. Even many men turned their heads away and dared not look at him. People with children also took their children home in a hurry. Suan was just wondering what happened when he saw 2 drunken, armed Eagle Head soldiers staggering over and stopping a Zhongliu Island woman with a smile. The other people on Zhongliu Island looked at him with anger and sadness, and hurriedly fled. On another street, a group of people wearing colorful hats blew loud trumpets and shouted, "We are not afraid at all. Not afraid at all. We are warriors, invincible warriors." On the big screen of the TV sold on the street, such a scene happened to appear. The female host and the guests also discussed the issue of tourism in Zhongliu Island. Combined with most of the Xia Country characters, Suan roughly guessed what the above conversation meant. In short, Zhongliu Island has great scenery. I recommend everyone to go and see it during the holidays. Yes, but I heard that some of their customs are a bit difficult to accept. After all, they are naturalized savages. Suan watched this scene silently and retracted his gaze. Zhongliu Island was originally a deserted island with only Aboriginal inhabitants. Later, a large number of reclamation groups from Crane Island moved in, seized the living space of the Aboriginal inhabitants, and exterminated their race. Finally, all the residents of Zhongliu Island were residents of Crane Island. However, the entire Zhongliu Island was given to Eagle Head Country by Crane Island as a military restricted area, and the residents of Zhongliu Island were basically not regarded as human beings. Now Zhongliu Island is a wonder that is half a tourist attraction and half a military base. On one side, the scenery is beautiful, and on the other side, there are guns and cannons. It is inevitable that soldiers from such an army get drunk and come out of the military zone to cause trouble. Suan has no sympathy for the current residents of Zhongliu Island. They are not even the original Aboriginals of Zhongliu Island. Most of them are descendants of the reclamation group of Crane Island who immigrated later. However, what the soldiers of Eagle Head Country did was indeed disgusting. With a flick of his finger, a yellow-brown hair like mixed hair floated over. Suan sneered and turned the corner to activate the matchmaking talisman. The eagle-head soldier who was holding the woman in his arms was laughing wildly and reaching out to touch her. Suddenly, he felt his belt loosen and a chill on his back. He looked back in surprise and saw that his companion not only did not grab the woman, but instead aimed his eyes at him. What are you doing? Yes, I can. Two soldiers from the eagle-head country started fighting on the street, punching and kicking each other, and no longer cared about other things. The innocent woman was dumbfounded, and she wiped her tears and ran away after a while. After choosing a secluded hotel to stay, Suan entered the reincarnation center after confirming that it was safe and there was no abnormality. Fortunately, the reincarnation center has a language communication function, otherwise Suan would not be able to understand what was said in the forum and mall of Crane Island. The mall of Crane Island and the mall of Xia Country have the same problem, full of garbage and waste, and the real useful transactions are actually still in the square. In the forum, the communication of Crane Island is much more intense than that of Xia Country. It is common to see yin and yang and mean and vicious, but direct insults are rare. The most popular posts are, how to bring the perfect girlfriend Siko Dakujima back to the real world. The reply is a group of perverted otakus frantically trying to find a way, and some people click in to laugh at these guys. A remarkable figure, Miro, has appeared in Xia Country. Each hero of our country will not lose either. The replies below this one are quite uniform, all expressing the pride and support of Crane Island Country's own genius. If someone occasionally doubts, a large group of people will chase and scold, how dare you doubt Ichiro Okubo, let me see who you are. What color is your blood? Maybe he is a spy from Xia Country, or maybe from South Korea. The protagonist Naruto in the 5th level reincarnation world. Naruto is a waste, why is he the protagonist? This is about the 5th level reincarnation world Naruto of Crane Island Country. Of course, this is another translation problem. In fact, it is the Naruto that Suan knew in his previous life. The real name of Naruto is Naruto, without fire and shadow. Naruto is the translator's summary and refinement of the content of the comics, not the real name. Under this reply, it is similar to the dispute over comic characters in Suan's previous life. Naruto's party, Sasuke's party, and Kakashi's party have repeatedly spoken, but the most are fans of Uchiha Itachi. The culture of Crane Island does not judge charm by virtue. First, it is whether it is strong, and second, whether it has a tragic core. The secret of Uchiha Itachi has not yet been revealed, but many Crane Island people have already felt that kind of characteristics and feelings, and thus many admirers have been born. These guys are having a lot of fun. Maybe they forgot about the erosion of the reincarnation world. If they continue to do it, guys like Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya will run out of your Crane Island reincarnation world, and the whole world will suffer. Suan shook his head and chose to enter the 2nd level reincarnation world, High School of the Dead. This is a very unreasonable work. It started from the unreasonable novel, then the unreasonable comics, and then the animation sold meat to nonsense shots. Although it is a zombie movie, to be honest, it is mixed with too many messy things. The sense of urgency brought by the zombies is interrupted every now and then, and it is more like an amusement movie. The zombie film is mixed with high school love, jealousy, teachers suppressing students, and fighting for dominance, which is messy enough. There is also a person who leaves alone and returns safely after another thrilling experience. During the battle, there are only a few high school students who fight in multiple places. It also tries to mix in national political factors, but the viewpoints are extremely ridiculous and naive, and the interests inside cannot be seen through. This is outrageous. Such a mess makes the story completely messed up, and the main line is unclear and then it stops abruptly halfway and cannot be continued at all. The biggest problem with the story of High School of the Dead is that the strength of this group of high school students has not improved at all. On the surface, they are just ordinary people. Why do they keep rushing around and rushing through a city, and none of the protagonists are dead? Being entangled in trivial emotions and mentality can only show that the author has no feeling for the great terror between life and death. Do you really think that between the doomsday disaster and the terror of life and death, there are still people who care about my former class teacher made me repeat a year and my boyfriend and my current boyfriend are one gentle and the other not gentle? This idea is unreasonable. The biggest problem is, why do these high school students think they will not die, and they will not die if they act recklessly? The protagonist group Komuro Takashi and his group are not injured or killed, acting recklessly, entangled in various trivial matters, and saying that they are under great pressure, but in fact they have no survival pressure. This is probably a summary of the whole story. The light dissipated, Suan stood in the corridor of a school, looked around, and knew that this was the Fujimi school where the original plot began.
Screams came from the direction of the school gate, and zombies bit people and broke into the campus. Seeing this situation, Suwon was not prepared to intervene. Completing the plot is one aspect, and extending the time in this world as much as possible to practice internal strength is also an important aspect. If so, you can't rush to drive away from Fujini Academy. Instead, you have to stay here as much as possible, first delay the time to go to Minami Rika's residence, and then delay the time to go to Takagi Saya's house. A male high school student ran past Suwon, ran straight to the classroom where he was in class, grabbed a girl's wrist and pulled her out. "Rei, come with me." This male high school student is the male protagonist Komuro Takashi, and this girl is his childhood sweetheart Miyamoto Rei. At this time, Miyamoto Rei is the girlfriend of Komuro Takashi's good friend Jing Haoyoung.
Komuro Takashi has always had feelings for Miyamoto Rei.
When he saw someone killing someone at the school gate and a school violence incident occurred, he hurried to pull Miyamoto Rei to hide. As for the good buddy Jing Haoyoung, to be honest, who would have no grudges in his heart that his good buddy robbed his childhood sweetheart? The relationship between the two is good on the surface, but it is actually quite embarrassing.
Miyamoto Rei stood up and slapped Komuro Takashi in the face.
Igo Yon came over after hearing the news, and the three of them started an extremely awkward and difficult to look at emotional conversation. In short, Komuro Takashi is a love loser who likes Miyamoto Rei but wants to pretend that he doesn't care. Miyamoto Rei and Igo Young are in a good relationship, and I feel that Komuro Takashi is a bit of an eyesore. Suwon watched the scene happen and shook his head. In zombie movies, people like you who waste time talking about high school level relationships and are jealous from the beginning are really unique.
Okay, don't say too much. Suwon said, school is not a place for you to talk about love. If you want to talk, go home and talk.
Now there is an emergency in the school. Komuro Takashi, Igo Yon, and Miyamoto Rei looked at him.
It's teacher Suwon from the next class. Suwon heard this and his expression was a little subtle. What the hell? I am also an 18-year-old high school student in the real world, how can I become your teacher? However, the automatically generated identity under the sea-level charm is not bad. In the island country, there is a clear distinction between seniors and juniors among students, and teachers have greater authority over students. Basically, students have to listen to teachers. For example, in the original plot, teacher Zitong is a poor person, talks a lot, and wants to intrigue to control the leadership of the protagonist group. Komuro Takashi and others were all angry and silent.
For a while, they were intimidated by the teacher's authority and did not dare to stand up and resist. Miyamoto Rei had an old grudge with teacher Zitong and left angrily, which made several people separate from teacher Zitong and form a real protagonist group. Until this time, no one dared to directly resist the teacher's leadership authority, but just ran away to express protest. This is the greatest role of the teacher's identity. With a light cough, Suwon quickly adapted to his teacher's identity and began to give orders. There was a campus violence incident in the school. You must protect yourself and go to the school's health room to wait. This is a bit weird, but it can also be understood as gathering in the school's health room. There should be other students and teachers coming. Komuro Takashi and the other two thought so and hurried to the school's health room. Suwon looked at the task that rose on the light screen in front of him: kill 5 corpses.
5 dead bodies?
The zombies in this world have changed their name to dead bodies. However, compared with the evolved zombies such as zombie dogs and lickers, dead bodies are obviously just the most ordinary human zombies, not as good as the name of zombies.
Just over 10 minutes later, Fujini Academy was completely in chaos and noise.
The classmates and teachers were quickly bitten and became so-called dead bodies and began to bite people crazily. Suwon took out a sharp sword, took a few glass bottles of dead bodies and then replaced them with his evil repelling peachwood sword. With a touch of his palm, the evil repelling effect was activated, and the peachwood sword was swung in a circle, and the corpses fell to the ground and died one after another.
Complete the task. Do you want to leave? No. Stay for 24 hours and you can leave at any time. If there are follow-up tasks, you can continue the task.
Suwon glanced at it lightly and continued to walk forward with the peachwood sword. In front and behind him, those slow-moving dead bodies had no power to resist at all. The dead bodies that others had to hit in the head to kill were just evil things that Suwon could kill with a light touch of a peachwood sword. The essence of the dead bodies is that the bioelectricity drives the corpses, plus the instinct of hunger to eat. If that little driving force is eliminated, they will really become corpses. From the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor, and then from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, a steady stream of zombies came, one after another. Suwon didn't even move much, and he had killed hundreds of zombies in a short time. The corridor from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor was silent, and the corpses piled up together. Suwon gently knocked on the corridor wall with a peachwood sword, dong dong sound, and no zombies came out for a while. Almost all the zombies in this teaching building were killed, and there should be many in the other 2 teaching buildings. He was not in a hurry. He stretched his sore arms a little and walked towards the health room. With a soft click, a classroom door quietly opened and a fat head popped out. "Hello." Teacher Suan took a look and recognized him as the fat otaku Hirano Toda from the protagonist group, the legendary military otaku who had received special training at the Blackwater Employment Company.
He nodded slightly and said, "You didn't turn into that kind of monster, Hirano Toda."
"Yes, teacher,"
Hirano Toda said. "Come on, let's go to the health room to take a look," Suan said.
"Yes, teacher,"
Hirano Toda said and followed Suan, holding a nail gun in his hand.
Behind him, a girl with pink hair and twin ponytails appeared.
It was Takagi Saya. "Teacher, can I follow you too?"
Takagi Saya was a very arrogant young lady, but she was obviously not the one to be arrogant with in front of the teacher, so she was still quite polite. Suan nodded slightly, led the 2 to the health room, and knocked on the door.
A man's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me."
The door was opened, and there were 4 people in the room: the male protagonist Komuro Takashi, whose hair was like a hedgehog, the female protagonist Miyamoto Rei, whose hair was like antennas, a purple-haired girl holding a wooden sword for practice, Siko Busujima, and a school doctor with long orange hair, a confused expression, and an extremely exaggerated figure, Shizuka Morikawa.
Komuro Takashi's face was full of confusion, Miyamoto Rei's eyes were red, and Jing Haoyang's body was lying on the ground.
In addition, there were 2 other bodies, both of whom had their heads smashed by wooden swords. Busujima Siko is a woman with great kendo skills and amazing strength. She can smash a human head with a wooden sword. It is difficult for an adult man to do this, and ordinary wooden swords are not so hard.
"Teacher Suan, Teacher Morikawa, what should we do now? The whole school has become like this," Komuro Takashi said anxiously.
Miyamoto Rei was sad, and she didn't know who she was talking to, or she was talking to herself. Young also died.
"Ha! Morikawa Shizuka is a school doctor with a rough mind and an incredibly naive mind.
Even now, she can't tell the difference between a dead body and a normal student."
She tilted her head and looked around, asking, "What happened?"
Suan opened his mouth and said, "Teacher Morikawa, don't think about this.
Let me tell you for now. Teacher Suan is really mean and underestimates me."
Morikawa Shizuka pouted in dissatisfaction, even a little bit like a spoiled child. Suan thought, with this IQ and this exaggerated figure, he can basically handle 13 times with a bowl of spicy hot pot, and solve all the expenses from meeting to having children.
"There is an emergency on campus, not just the entire Fujimi Academy.
I think the whole turmoil can spread to the entire Bedmaster City, even the entire country, the entire world,"
Suan said. "You also saw it, right? It only takes a drop of blood to burst into your mouth, and you only need to be bitten by that monster and have your skin scratched. Within a few minutes, you will also become a monster, one of their kind.
Such a degree of spread is inevitable in every place with people.
So, we can't act rashly. Running around will only put us in danger."
After Suan finished speaking, everyone in the health room fell silent, thinking about what he said.
Will this doomsday-like future really happen? But there are so many people in the academy, and there must be a lot of monsters. Are we going to stay here and not leave? Busujima Siko frowned and asked.
"Don't worry, Teacher Suan has just cleared and killed all the monsters in this teaching building."
Takagi Saya said, "There are probably hundreds of them." "No way? Hundreds?"
Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei exclaimed, and Busujima Siko was even more surprised. There are only more than 1,500 students in Fujimi Academy.
It was only about 20 minutes just now, and Teacher Suan killed 1/3 or even more of them?
At this point, her eyes fell on the traditional Chinese peachwood sword in Suan's hand.
A double-edged wooden sword. Your swordsmanship must be very powerful.
She couldn't help but lick the corner of her mouth with her ruddy tongue, and the feeling of excitement and eagerness surged throughout her body.
"I want to fight with such a strong kendo master. I want to fight him until I use up my last bit of strength. Is this true, Teacher Suan?" Miyamoto Rei confirmed with Suan again.
"It's true," Hirano Toda also said. "Teacher Suan is really amazing." Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei were immediately in awe and had no other thoughts, since it was true, Suan was the strongest among them, and he was also a teacher, so he could naturally make proper arrangements and instantly become the big backer and leader of all of them. Even Busujima Siko, who thought she couldn't do the same thing, also agreed. "It is indeed dangerous to act recklessly, but we can reduce the danger to the minimum by following a strong person like Teacher Suan, so we are willing to follow Teacher Suan's orders."
Suan said calmly, "It's too much to say it's an order.
We may have to go through a very difficult time together in the future."
"Everyone is too much.
A soft impact came from behind, trapping Suen's head in the middle.
Morikawa Shizuka leaned on Suen's back with dissatisfaction and hugged his neck. I am also a teacher. Why are you praising Teacher Suen?
I am also a reliable teacher who needs everyone's praise.
Yes, yes, yes.
Suen raised his hands to remove the fat on both sides of his head, and said perfunctorily, Teacher Morikawa is also very powerful, simply a wonder of the world.
Morikawa Shizuka then stood aside with satisfaction and stopped being confused.
The reason we chose the school is because the things on campus are more complete than in other places.
There are enough beddings and other supplies for us to use.
The reserves of clean water, food in the cafeteria, and various foods and daily necessities in the school store are far more than what ordinary families have.
You know, there is drinking water and food for 1,500 people every day.
There are also emergency reserve water sources and emergency backup power equipment.
Is this something that other places can have?
As long as we clear out the monsters in the entire academy and close the school gates, this will be a castle that can supply us for years.
There will be enough drinking water and food, enough electricity, and even transportation equipment. We can evacuate at any time.
Suen said this and added, I can clean up those monsters today. Tomorrow, I will have to trouble you to clean up the drinking water, food, gasoline, and other supplies for the entire school. Then we can quietly wait for rescue and see what the situation is like outside.
Maybe all this is just a false alarm.
What a reassuring arrangement. Teacher Suen Busujima Siko bowed slightly. As the daughter of a military family, I request to follow you to fight together.
Okay, I agree.
Suen said with a smile, and the others also felt relieved and saw the hope of survival. At this moment, a violent collision suddenly came from outside, followed by screams.
Teacher, please, let me go up. Several people hurriedly stood in front of the window and looked out, only to see a white car crashing into the school gate, and behind the car were two boys screaming and being dragged and bitten by zombies. The car did not stop, and once again crashed into the iron gate of the school.
Miyamoto Rei gritted her teeth and cursed, Beast.
Suen asked in surprise, what's going on?
That car is the car of Zitang. Zitang must want to escape, so he doesn't care about the life and death of the students.
Such a guy is not qualified to be called a teacher at all, Miyamoto Rei said angrily. Suen nodded, suddenly realized, it turned out to be Zitang.
I heard that he once prevented you from going to school?
Miyamoto Rei lowered her head sadly. Yes, that guy wanted to avenge my father.
I will never forgive such a guy.
Komuro Takashi exclaimed in surprise. Rei, is there such a thing? I don't know anything about it.
Miyamoto Rei looked up and glared at him, then shifted her gaze. You clearly said you like me, but you don't care about me.
Is this also considered love? Jing Haoyang is much gentler and more considerate than you. Even Teacher Suen knows about me. You don't know why I failed a grade.
In the original plot, the protagonists had already boarded the school bus.
Morikawa Shizuka drove the car to the city of the bed owner in a panic.
Ziting took a few classmates to get on the school bus and began to nag for leadership. But now no one is going to drive the school bus. Zitang and a few classmates can only think of a way by themselves. After sacrificing 2 classmates as bait, Zitang took 3 classmates into his car and rushed towards the iron gate of the campus. After rushing twice, the front cover of the car was deflated.
The school gate was not knocked open, and the airbags were ejected.
The advantages of private cars in the island country were undoubtedly revealed. Compared with the sturdiness and durability of the school bus, it was even more incomparable. Zitang was bounced on the seat by the airbag, and the whole person broke out in a cold sweat.
How can he escape from death? Do you want to save them?
Seeing the white car in trouble at the school gate, Komuro Takashi asked actively and enthusiastically.
Miyamoto Rei looked at him with murderous eyes. Didn't you hear what I just said? Zitang has almost made me depressed, and you are going to risk your life to save him? Do you want to chase me or him?
Then he looked at Suen worriedly. Teacher Suen is the only one who is capable of saving people, right?
He won't save that disgusting beast, Zitang, right? Suen smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and rubbed Miyamoto Rei's beetle-like antennae. What do you want me to do?
I hope that Teacher Suen will not save him.
Zitang is just a scumbag.
Miyamoto Rei gritted her teeth and listed all the bad deeds of Zitang and Zitang's father.
Anyone who can make my beautiful students so sad is indeed not a good person.
Suen nodded and said, Miyamoto Rei, I believe in your kindness and sense of justice.
You will not let me down, right?
Miyamoto Rei's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she took Suen's hands and said solemnly, Teacher, I absolutely have not let you down. I am willing to swear on the honor of the Miyamoto family.
I trust you,
Suen said in a deep voice, then turned around and stopped looking out the window. Busujima Siko watched this scene. She didn't feel that Suwon was taking human life lightly, but rather had some respect for him.
Is this the demeanor of a strong man?
Giving trust to the person in front of you and judging everything in the world by your own heart really makes people more excited.
Takagi Saya and Hirano Toda were a little uneasy. Is this okay? After all, it is a human life, and a teacher's life.
But they are all relatively wise. They can see that teacher Suwon has made up his mind, and Miyamoto Rei does have an irreconcilable hatred with teacher Shido, so they didn't raise any objections. Only Komuro Takashi swept his eyes across Suwon's hands wrapped in Miyamoto Rei's hands, and the fire in his heart burned fiercely.
This won't work, absolutely won't work. Suwon smiled. What's your opinion?
Teacher Shido is a human being, a living life. It's not okay to just leave it alone.
You obviously have enough strength, why don't you save him? Komuro Takashi didn't know what kind of mentality he had when he shouted such words to Suwon.
Maybe it was the frustration of watching Miyamoto Rei start to fall in love with another man, or maybe it was jealousy, or maybe there was really a sense of justice in his heart. When he shouted such words, the health room suddenly calmed down.
Komuro Takashi, Miyamoto Rei said indifferently. Komuro Takashi looked at her blankly. Miyamoto Rei walked up and slapped him in the face. This was the second slap he was slapped by Miyamoto Rei today. He didn't realize what happened until he was done. Rei, please call me by my name, Miyamoto Rei. Also, please don't contact me if you don't have anything to do in the future. I will be very troubled. Miyamoto Rei said this indifferently and never looked at Komuro Takashi again. This is also the most decisive and serious expression in the general social interaction of the island country. I am troubled to communicate with you, you are a worthless trash, let's never have any contact with each other. Komuro Takashi covered his face and took a step back, unbelievable. Then he took a deep breath, opened the door of the health room and was about to run out. At this time, a peachwood sword fell from behind and knocked him unconscious. As a high school student, it's a pity to die because of the second-year disease of love and justice. Suwon said, let him rest and calm down. Hirano Toda and Takagi Saya hurriedly lifted the unconscious Komuro Takashi and put him on the bed in the health room. Miyamoto Rei, show your spear skills, keep an eye on the health room and teacher Marikowa Shizuka. And Hirano Toda, Takagi Saya, you also have to be careful and work together. After Suwon finished speaking, he took Busujima Siko out of the health room and closed the door. It's really reassuring, teacher Suwon and Miyamoto Rei whispered. As strong as a monster or a ghost. Takagi Saya curled her lips. Is this guy really a teacher, not something more terrifying? He doesn't even look like a human being. Please don't be disrespectful to teacher Suwon. The spear in my hand might accidentally stab the wrong person. Miyamoto Rei said with a somewhat cold expression. Okay. It seems that you have a new destination. The idiot Komuro Takashi still has no chance. Takagi Saya said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Such a bad guy. A guy who is unwilling to understand my predicament and my sadness. How can he say such words? What do I have left to him except my body and appearance? Miyamoto Rei asked coldly. Takagi Saya was stunned and speechless. Saya Takagi likes Takashi Komuro a little, and even feels that Takashi Komuro's obsession with Miyamoto Rei is not worth it, and feels a little unfair for Takashi Komuro. But when Miyamoto Rei asked back, she was speechless. On the one hand, Takashi Komuro pretended not to care, and on the other hand, he seemed to really like Miyamoto Rei, but he knew nothing about the difficulties Miyamoto Rei encountered. When Miyamoto Rei needed his understanding, he righteously expressed his desire to save Miyamoto Rei's enemies. So, when he said he liked her, he actually liked himself more. Saya Takagi is known for her high IQ, but in fact, her worldly wisdom is only at the level of an ordinary female high school student, but she has more knowledge from books. After being speechless, she sat by Takashi Komuro's bed, thinking silently about her own affairs. If it is really a national and global crisis, are my father and mother okay now? The peachwood sword just waved, and the dead bodies fell to the ground one after another, and could never stand up again. Suwon walked forward, relaxed and casual. Siko Busujima followed behind, shouting and smashing the heads of the dead monsters that escaped the net and jumped out of the corners. Her muscles were a little sore and her palms were slightly tingling, but such a violent scene made her more and more excited and unbearable. She couldn't help but want to swing the sword, not just the wooden Japanese sword, but the real sharp blade, the sound of chopping the human body. She felt a little tired, but it was far less than the impulse to hear the crisp sound of the sword chopping the human body with a slight sense of obstruction. It must be wonderful. The body was trembling slightly, almost uncontrollable. At this moment, Suwon suddenly stopped and looked back at her. Dekujima Siko, this teaching building seems to have been cleared by us.
There are only 100 monsters left in the campus and the monsters in another teaching building.
Really? That's all?
After saying this, Dekujima Siko felt that she had said something wrong, and hurriedly added to cover it up, "The teacher's swordsmanship is really amazing.
In fact, it is no longer a swordsmanship, but a superpower, right? We need to destroy the monster's head to stop the monster from moving."
Teacher Suan just tapped and touched it with a wooden sword, and the monsters died one after another.
Is there really such a power in the world?
Suan shook his head slightly, opened a classroom door and walked in, sat on the desk, and motioned Dekujima Siko to sit on the desk as well.
Dekujima Siko, if you have anything to say, you can tell me. Dekujima Siko was stunned and shook her head subconsciously.
Suan smiled, "No need to hide, your expression and reaction have already said a lot."
"Teacher, do you understand what kind of woman I am?" Busujima Siko lowered her head and said disappointedly.
Suan nodded, "I understand. Yes, there is a violent and murderous temperament hidden in my heart.
I am a woman possessed by a murderer,"
Busujima Siko said softly. Suan smiled and reached out to stroke her long purple hair. "It's okay."
Busujima Siko looked at Suan in surprise, as if asking him, "A woman like me, do you mind touching me? Is it really okay?"
Suan nodded slightly, lowered his head, and whispered, "If you are a murderer, then I am the Yaksha demon king who kills more people.
Student Siko Dekujima, please follow my footsteps and obey my orders, okay?"
The warm breath rushed to her face, and the trembling feeling like an electric shock spread throughout her body. Trembling slightly, Siko Dekujima suddenly felt that perhaps her violent demands were all for waiting for this day, everything was waiting for this miraculous man.
"Teacher Suan," her palm trembled, "can I?
Do you have such qualifications?"
"Yes, you are qualified. But maybe it will make you give up everything."
Suan recalled the discussion posts of the otakus in Crane Island country, how to bring the perfect woman Siko Dekujima out of the reincarnation world. The reason why they were so amazed was that Siko Dekujima combined the traditional woman's sensibility and her own strong character too perfectly, almost without any flaws. Suan also didn't know how to bring Busujima Siko out of the world of reincarnation, but that didn't prevent him from having the best impression of Busujima Siko. Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya both performed like normal female high school students. Although Marikowa Shizuka had an exaggerated figure and was mature in age, she looked like a mentally retarded person.
Busujima Siko, who was truly mature, sensible and heroic, was obviously much more outstanding than them.
When this best woman told her weaknesses with an uneasy look on her face, took care of the man's mood, and was willing to cook with a gentle face, she was indeed more able to comfort the man's heart than the other women, and there were almost no flaws. However, Busujima Siko obviously misunderstood what Suan said about everything.
Everything? Busujima Siko took a deep breath, put down the wooden sword, and unbuttoned her clothes. "Teacher, I'm ready."
Suan thought to himself, "That's not what I meant." But this didn't hinder his actions, nor would he say it out loud. Another hour later, Busujima Siko tiptoed back to the health room with a slight blush on her face.
"Where is Teacher Suan?" Miyamoto Rei asked nervously.
Busujima Siko said softly, "The teacher is clearing out the last monsters. The whole school will soon be calm.
Since my help is not needed, I will return here first. Of all the survivors, only we are left."
"Ha?"
Marikowa Shizuka realized it later. "Are we the only ones left?" Busujima Siko nodded slightly. Marikowa Shizuka held her chin and said, "That's still a pity. Are Teacher Shido and the others still alive?"
Miyamoto Rei was almost frightened by her words. Just half an hour ago, the white car was overturned by the monsters, and Shido inside was dragged out and bitten to death.
It happened right in front of her eyes, but Marikowa Shizuka didn't care? Even a natural fool can't be this stupid, right? Marikowa Shizuka looked at Busujima Siko in confusion. Is Busujima-san injured? Why does she look like she can't stand steadily? She must have been seriously injured by those monsters, right?
As soon as these words came out, Miyamoto Rei, Takagi Saya, and Hirano Toda were all shocked.
Busujima Siko is injured? Doesn't that mean she might also turn into that kind of monster?
Busujima Siko waved her hand. "Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just a strained leg muscle."
The few people were relieved,
and after waiting for another half an hour, Suan pushed open the door of the health room. "It has been confirmed that there are no such monsters in the entire Fujimi campus.
We are the only survivors.
From now on, collect supplies, arrange defense measures, and wait for rescue and subsequent changes in things." The orderly arrangement was originally discussed, and everyone was mentally prepared and began to act according to Suan's instructions. Hirano Toda woke up Komuro Takashi, and followed Suan to check the campus walls, safety passages, and school gates, and moved some heavy objects to prevent the corpses from entering. Miyamoto Rei, Busujima Siko, Takagi Saya, and Marikawa Shizuka began to count all kinds of supplies, including not only the school's storage items, but also the lunchboxes, snacks, and other foods brought by the students. There are generators that can be used for freezing in microwave ovens, and these lunchboxes are all clean meals served by housewives, most of which can be eaten,
and only a small part needs to be discarded. They were busy until late at night, and the group gathered in the principal's lounge. After reporting their respective gains to Suan, they were all quite excited. The drinking water and food added up to be enough for them to use for several years, and then they just had to wait for rescue. Turning on the TV station broadcast live footage of corpses biting people to death, even biting reporters and police to death, and soon the TV was full of no signal. The joy suddenly dissipated, and except for Suan, everyone's expressions became dull. Just as Suan inferred, this is a national and global disaster, and there is no way to stop it. Dad! Mom!
Miyamoto Rei sobbed softly, and Takagi Saya also cried softly and wiped her tears. At this time, they also understood the cruel reality. They were safe, but their families were unlikely to be safe.
Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya were thinking about their parents and couldn't help crying.
Komuro Takashi, Hirano Toda, and Busujima Siko were calmer than them. At least they knew that crying now would not help. Although thinking about family is inevitable for everyone, it is useless. As for Marikawa Shizuka, she stared blankly for a long time, poured a cup of hot tea for everyone, and touched Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya's heads, coaxing them like a child, "Be good, don't cry." Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya were immediately at a loss for words. They held the hot tea and wiped their tears, feeling embarrassed to cry anymore. After everyone calmed down, Suan began to speak. "Our current situation is still good, and the number of survivors is even less than we expected, and the situation outside is extremely bad. We seem to be trapped on an isolated island called Fujimi Garden, and we won't be rescued in a short time. For this reason, we have to consider more comprehensively and long-term. At present, tap water and electricity are being supplied and have not been interrupted. But in the next few days, power outages, tap water outages, and even water sources being contaminated by monsters are all foreseeable."
Takagi Saya said, "Everything is ready. Increase the reserve water.
Don't use it as drinking water, but as consumable water for washing.
Should that be okay?" Suan nodded and said, "There is one more thing. In this case, will the country drop bombs or other weapons for bombing in order to eliminate this monster? Will it pose a threat to our power equipment?"
As a military otaku, Hirano Toda is very familiar with this and said, "It should be, within 2 or 3 days at the latest. After this time, it means that the country has either taken control of the situation and no longer needs to drop bombs, or the situation is completely out of control and it is no longer able to drop bombs. There is indeed an electronic pulse bomb that can instantly destroy all running electrical equipment, not just power generation facilities, but even appliances such as televisions, if they are turned on, will be instantly destroyed. So starting tomorrow we have to take the initiative to disconnect the power switches and electrical appliances for 2 days, and put the necessary electrical appliances in the school warehouse."
Suan said. "Yes, Teacher Suan, this is the best way." Hirano Toda replied, and no one else objected.
"In addition, while there is water now, clean up those corpses and sort out the areas we often use."
Takagi Saya shouted, "If we don't sort them out, so many corpses will easily cause plague."
In ancient times, many wars where the minority defeated the majority were because the other side had a major plague.
"Okay, you can start to clean up these things from tomorrow,"
Suan said, "and from tomorrow, I also need to practice."
"Practice?" Everyone exclaimed and looked at each other. Miyamoto Rei said, "Does someone as powerful as the teacher also need to practice?" "Sure enough, there is a reason why Teacher Suan is so powerful." Takagi Saya said, "I'm really curious about what kind of practice can produce such a result." Everyone was talking about it, and Suan smiled and assigned everyone the work to start tomorrow, and everyone began to rest. The next morning, everyone put on work gloves and began to move the bodies, throwing them in one place and gathering them together. Takagi Saya held a water pipe to wash the ground. "Hey, Busujima seems a little," Miyamoto Rei suddenly said while holding a spear. "Isn't that obvious?" Takagi Saya said, "You were beaten to it." Miyamoto Rei blushed and said a little embarrassedly, "That's the teacher. As a teacher and student, you shouldn't do that, right? If it's you, it's okay, right?"
Takagi Saya said contemptuously, looking at Komuro Takashi who was moving the bodies. Komuro Takashi is very confused. Although he is working, he doesn't know what he is doing.
"Ha!" Miyamoto Rei didn't say anything, just took a look, and then looked away.
"That kind of guy, no matter what, can't understand me, he only cares about his own mood, there is no need to pay attention to him." In the quiet office, Suan cleared a space, and Busujima Siko stood at the door with a wooden sword.
Are you going to start training, Teacher Suan?
Busujima Siko asked softly. Suan nodded slightly, recalling the inner strength of Zisha, and then began to work. As the inner strength worked, a touch of purple appeared on his face, and the whole office was filled with a faint warmth of the rising sun. Siko Dekujima looked at this scene in surprise, and placed her palm on the wrist of her other hand to feel it. It was not an illusion. Suan's face was indeed purple, and the temperature in the office was indeed a little higher than before. In Suan's perception, the sounds of all things in the world are in his ears, his body is trembling slightly, the blood flows like a stream, and the inner strength is constantly moving.
Siko Dekujima's weak emotions are filled with curiosity and nervousness.
Not only that, but also in the distance, there were the sounds of Komuro Takashi and Hirano Toda moving corpses, and the sounds of Takagi Saya and Marikowa Shizuka spraying and laughing with water pipes. Open your eyes, and all the scenery outside is reflected in your eyes and heart. These are the additional effects of purple cloud magic, which are also described in detail in the original book. Ubuchuan relied on the purple cloud magic many times to hear, see, and sense other things. In addition, it can be attached to weapons and used on the palm to suppress the enemy and dissolve other heterogeneous internal forces.
This is indeed an amazing magic skill.
However, in the original book, Ubuchuan was facing a precarious situation.
Zhuo Lingchan killed Lu Xingfeng's family in the name of colluding with the demon cult.
Ling Huchong, Ubuchuan's disciple, was also unclear with the demon cult, and Zhuo Lingchan could find an excuse to kill him at any time. He even sent Huashan sword sect first, and then sent masked masters to kill him. Ubuchuan couldn't wait and had no way to wait, so he chose the quick-made sword manual of exorcism. It can only be said that it is a pity to have no time to practice when you have divine power. Turning to look at Busujima Siko felt that she suddenly met the eyes of a prehistoric carnivorous beast, and subconsciously turned her eyes away. However, she then forced herself to hold back. If I couldn't even bear the gaze of Teacher Suan, how could I be a good woman who followed in his footsteps? However, when she continued to look at him, she felt that the pair of eyes with a faint purple light really stung her like a knife, and tears flowed down involuntarily.
Siko, don't be so stubborn. This is my practice, you can't bear it.
Busujima Siko was relieved, happy for the teacher's strength, and respectfully stepped forward. Yes, I know, teacher. A day passed quickly, and Suan practiced Zisha magic, showing more and more extraordinary strength. Attaching the inner power to the feet, plus his own strong physical fitness, he jumped up to the third floor several meters high, and then jumped down safely. Attaching the inner power to the wooden stick, he directly smashed a desk, and attached it to the peachwood sword. In addition to the power to ward off evil spirits, the peachwood sword can actually cut a finger-deep hole in the wall. Attaching it to a real sword, it goes without saying that it can penetrate deeply into the wall. The power of the purple cloud magic is enhanced for hands, feet, fists, and external objects. When Komuro Takashi, Hirano Toda, Takagi Saya, Miyamoto Rei, Marikowa Shizuka, and others who cleaned up the campus saw Suan's performance, they couldn't believe it.
Is this a real monster? Is this really something that humans can do? Is Teacher Suan a superpower or a superhuman? That night, the city was completely dark. It was also completely dark when looking out with a telescope. Except for the low whimpering of the dead bodies, all other sounds in the entire Bedmaster city had disappeared. Everyone gathered together again, and Hirano Toda put down the telescope and said, "The country's response has been carried out, but the rescue has not come. There is no sign of recovery in the entire city, and there are no lights even farther away. Teacher Suan, the situation is worse than expected. Everything outside is collectively out of control. There are very few surviving humans. It is estimated that the only place with undamaged power equipment is here." Takagi Saya and others were very depressed by the scene of the end of the world. The worst situation happened just like this. There is also good news. There is plenty of food and drinking water. There are also many libraries, videotapes, and schools. Everyone can live a long life. Hirano Toda said, "It's a pity that there are no military firearms for us to have fun." Because Suan accomplished something incredible, he built Fujimi Academy into their isolated Academy Island, which was extremely safe and stable. And because Suan is their extremely reliable leader and decision-maker, the protagonists are no longer like in the original book, "You have an idea, I have an idea, you want to go home to find your mother, I want to go home to find my father," and then go out and rush into the city without thinking, and act separately until the end. It is a miracle that they survive. As long as you have a little brain, you will know that staying here is the best choice. Even if you have any personal ideas, you dare not put them forward capriciously and selfishly in the face of a powerful and recognized leader. However, there are exceptions, such as Komuro Takashi, who said, "Teacher Suin is very strong, so strong that it is beyond our understanding. In this case, why not save more people and save our country? Don't force others to do anything. If you have such an idea, it is better to try it yourself, isn't it, Komuro Takashi?" Busujima Siko spoke coldly, interrupting Komuro Takashi's words. She would not allow anyone to challenge the authority of Teacher Suin, and she still used that kind of nominal righteousness to suppress Teacher Suin. "Since you are so righteous, why don't you take action yourself?" Asking Teacher Suin to do something he had no plan for is already an act of rebellion. Busujima Siko looked at Komuro Takashi with an especially unfriendly look, and her hand couldn't help but tighten the handle of the wooden sword. "This is a traitor." The others were all shocked by Komuro Takashi's words, and then they were frightened by Busujima Siko's reaction. What Komuro Takashi said was not quite right, and Busujima Siko's reaction was also very extreme, as if the team that had just settled down had a contradiction. Suin said calmly, "Takashi Komuro, forcing others to take risks and save more people is not what a normal person should say. It will cause trouble to others. As a teacher at Fujimi Academy, I have done my best to maintain everyone's survival here. It should be the country that saves the people, and it is good enough for the people to save themselves. Now the people are asked to save the country that has military power. Do you think it is right?" Takashi Komuro was silent for a moment, feeling that no one supported him, and bowed to apologize. "I am very sorry, I was inconsiderate and caused you trouble." Suin did not say much, just asked him not to say it again next time. Another day passed, and everyone began to do their own job, preparing meals, and then reading, watching videos, chatting, and entertaining. Suin continued to practice, and Siko Busujima was responsible for guarding him, training and fighting. The family kendo of Siko Dakojima is the consistent kendo style of Crane Island. It is a sharp chopping and pressing step by step, without any moderate and peaceful sword moves. After all, the sword of Crane Island is a sword, and the sword is a knife. Some of these sword moves are directly chopping with a knife, and the other part is stabbing and flirting. Suin didn't learn any moves in the world of swordsmen. The most used ones are telekinesis and physical fitness, and the other is the Maoshan Taoism of summoning ghosts and gods. In the process of fighting with Siko Dakojima, his experience in close combat also increased rapidly, and he learned Siko Dakojima's family kendo. In this process, Suin did not consume reincarnation points, because the light curtain gave him another task. Mission: ensure that Takashi Komuro, Rei Miyamoto, and Saya Takagi survive, and you will be rewarded with 300 reincarnation points. Suin knew, of course, that according to the original plot, the protagonist group should have gone to live at the home of Shizuka Marikawa's friend that night, and discovered a variety of weapons and equipment, and amphibious armored vehicles. This outrageous plot unfolded. Then that night, they rescued a little girl and she joined the protagonist group. However, Suin didn't have to follow this plot. After all, the original story itself was a story that came to an abrupt end and was told halfway. Find an absolutely safe place, turn it into a place to live with no worries about food and clothing, and wait for a few months until the bodies of the dead bodies have decayed into bones, completely unable to move, and the whole world is safe. Wouldn't that be more comfortable? After several days, Suin was already proficient in the use of internal force, and when he began to practice every day to increase his internal force and telekinesis, the light screen lit up again. Complete the task, get 300 reincarnation points. Do you want to continue to stay in this world? You need to consume 100 reincarnation points every day. This made Suin a little confused. In this case, what are the conditions for passing the level? Does it mean that none of the protagonists die and live well? Or do they have to follow the original plot? However, he was not in a hurry and continued to choose to stay in this world and continue to increase his strength. Consuming reincarnation points was nothing to him who still had 20,000 or 30,000 reincarnation points. 5 days, 10 days, 20 days. The corpses on the street couldn't stand up, their bones fell off, and they began to rot. Suin looked at this scene and thought to himself, that's it? That's it? No wonder it's a second-level reincarnation world. There is no transformation into a liquor, no widespread spread, no continuous spread for many years, and the destruction of all animals and plants. It's just letting humans die and become monsters like dead bodies, and then it's over after a while. Could it be that this is also an environmental education film? Telling everyone that the population is too large, and more than 90% need to die to be better for Mother Earth? Given that the original plot only lasts for 2 or 3 days, if it follows the original plot, it would have ended long ago, and it might even be cleared. However, Suin's peculiar operation of holding the protagonist group has caused this reincarnation world to continue to move forward and is still in progress. Anyway, Suin is not in a hurry. He practices during the day and at night. Seiko Busujima, Rei Miyamoto, and Shizuka Morikawa all need his night training and guidance. Although it was a bit awkward, fortunately, Busujima Seiko was not jealous, and Miyamoto Rei was also aware of her smelly cat. She only looked for Suan when she couldn't help herself, and she didn't consider herself a girlfriend. Morikawa Shizuka was a pure accident. This silly girl just felt good about herself. She came to Suan whenever she was free, and she acted like a spoiled child without any scruples. Sometimes even Busujima Seiko couldn't help but be jealous of her bold behavior. As for Takagi Saya, she was caught in a love triangle with Komuro Takashi and Hirano Toda. She liked Komuro Takashi, and Hirano Toda liked her. Komuro Takashi was dissatisfied with Miyamoto Rei's behavior, and was envious and jealous of teacher Suan but didn't dare to hate her, and was extremely entangled. In this peaceful life, another month passed, and the dead bodies completely rotted to the point of rotting bones and flesh, and lost the ability to move. Suanjuan, can we go out now? There are no new clothes to wear here. Morikawa Shizuka leaned on Suan, shamelessly dawdling, asking to go out. Seiko Busujima's palms involuntarily clenched the wooden sword, and Miyamoto Rei turned her head and laughed like watching a play. According to the previous situation, Suan would definitely refuse decisively. This time, Suan hesitated for a moment. During this period of time, he also felt that his cultivation improvement had reached the limit. Thousands of reincarnation points were consumed in this world of Gakuin apocalypse. It was not worth it not to continue to improve. Although there was Seiko Busujima's heroic figure, Miyamoto Rei's worship and dependence, and Morikawa Shizuka's silly and cute as a temptation, he knew more that these were all passing gardens on the road to becoming stronger. Although the scenery was beautiful, it was unlikely to move forward with it. Okay, let's go and see outside tomorrow. The next morning, the group arranged Fujimi School and, led by Suan, walked along the approximate route of the original plot. There were no humans or dead bodies on the road, only rotten corpses lying on the ground. When I arrived at Morikawa Shizuka's friend's house, I unexpectedly discovered that a dirty little girl was still alive. She was the little girl who joined the protagonist group in the original plot. Suan was a little speechless, thinking that he finally understood the key to passing the level. The first was the protagonist team, and the second was to reach the designated location. There were no other requirements. It was barely reasonable for this little girl to enter the house of Shizuka Morikawa's friend. After all, the original plot was about the dangers encountered near this place. As for relying on the stored food in the refrigerator to survive for 50 or 60 days, it can only be said that it was almost a miracle. Take the little girl and continue to go to Saya Takagi's house. There was no danger along the way. When we arrived at Saya Takagi's house, only one person survived, that is Saya Takagi's mother Yuriko Takagi. Saya Takagi's father Soichiro Takagi and the island organization Yukuniya Shinkai that their family had set up had all been eaten by the corpses. I heard that you are a super businessman on Wall Street. After meeting Soichiro Takagi, you immediately gave up your wealth and went home to be a housewife? Suan asked Yuriko Takagi with a smile. Yes, teacher Suan, Sada survived thanks to your care. Thank you very much. Yuriko Takagi said gently and generously. Suan covered his head and thought, Crane Island's fantasy is really outrageous, and it is not much worse than Dragon King's son-in-law. 3 years of forbearance. What is the concept of Wall Street super businessman? The original author can't understand it at all. Anyway, it's just a boast that the Eagle Head Country super businessman married my Crane Island man, and from then on she can only be a housewife. You see how awesome my Crane Island is. First of all, the real super businessman on Wall Street is the one who can use political means to make Eagle Head Country pass a certain influence on the whole country, and even affect the world policy, and a net worth of hundreds of billions of dollars is the starting point. Secondly, this kind of cool point is too ridiculous. Stifling women's creativity is proud, and making women live at home is proud of Crane Island? Anyway, in the story created by others, the other party said so. Suan just endured the idea of complaining in person and listened to it. However, there was still a little accident that night. Seiko Busujima got the famous sword Murata sword from the Takagi family and went to practice kendo excitedly. When she came back, she found that there was an extra person on Suan's bed. It was someone who called himself Wall Street Super Businessman. The next morning, Suan said to Takagi Saya awkwardly, from now on, we will talk about our own things. I will call you Saya and you will call me stepfather. Takagi Saya's mentality collapsed immediately, and she said with her teeth and claws, you guy, die. Die. Suan coughed dryly, and it was really embarrassing to see the situation surrounded by women. He quickly raised his hand, then, everyone, I will take my leave first? Everyone was puzzled. Goodbye? Where is he going? Suan smiled.
Today he finally got the hint to pass this world, and now he has stayed here long enough, so he said goodbye.
Teacher Suin, I want to follow you. Byusuji Masiko was the first to stand up and say.
Shizuka Marikowa said, don't leave me, Suin-kun.
Teacher Suin, can you take me with you? Miyamoto Rei said.
Saya Takagi yelled, go and die.
Die 100 times first, you perverted teacher.
Suin could only wave his hand at them, we'll talk when we have a chance.
Select the codename Miro to notify the reincarnation world. A prompt sounded, this reincarnation world is special and unique after you clear it.
Because the original plot is narrow, all activities are limited to one city, Bedmaster City, and time stops.
Time starts to flow after you or someone you allow enters.
100 reincarnation points are required for each day of exchange, and the time exchange ratio can be as high as 1 day for 1 year.
Clear this world and get 8,000 reincarnation points.
You can choose an E-level skill in this world to learn. The options are firearms proficiency and swordsmanship proficiency.
In the second level of the reincarnation world, the points for clearing the level are only 8,000 reincarnation points? And there is only one skill to choose.
In comparison, the rewards for clearing the third level of the reincarnation world are greater. However, Suin also knows that his gains are not here. In addition to enjoying the tenderness of several women, Gakuen Apocalypse is a reincarnation world with a narrow plot map and a narrow field of vision. The total number of appearances is also small, not to mention that it is a story that has not been completed in the original plot, and Suin has detained the protagonist group, achieving the effect of the dead bodies dying cleanly. In the end, this world has become a special world, and it can even be called Suin's exclusive world. Time stops, and it will flow again when Suin enters, and the time ratio can reach 1 day to 1 year, without the need to pay more reincarnation points. With the dead bodies and most humans dead, it is difficult to gain more from Gakuen Apocalypse, but as a place to practice new skills and release pressure, it is indeed a good place.
Choose Kendo proficiency.
Suin made the choice, and the fierce and aggressive Kendo of Crane Island was mastered by him more proficiently, becoming an E-level skill, which is roughly equivalent to Crane Island practicing Kendo for 20 to 30 years.
His strength is still C-level, his charm is still C-level, and his samsara points total 28,000 points.
Compared with the previous strength evaluation, it has not improved, but as Suin mastered the application of internal force and mastered Kendo, close combat is also enough to fight with C-level strength. It can be said that he is the strongest and most flawless among the C-level combatants. After leaving the Samsara world, Suin left the hotel where he lived and returned to the military base of Eagle Head Country. 8 or 9 hours had passed, and Suin took a helicopter and flew directly back to Jiangcheng, Xia Country. When he left, the Samsara Central Forum of Crane Island exploded.
Miro cleared High School of the Dead? Why did Miro from Xia come to our country to clear the reincarnation world? What are we doing? God will punish the traitors. Our country is full of tax thieves.
And under the post discussing how to bring the perfect Byusuji Masiko out of the reincarnation world, there was even more grief, filled with the wailing of otakus like losers, my Byusuji Masiko.
Miro, my Byusujima Senior. Miro. God will punish you. Go to hell.
These things are irrelevant to Suin, but for the countries and forces that are always paying attention to the reincarnation world, it is like a thunderclap.
Miro came from Xia to Hadao, and cleared the second-level reincarnation world of Hadao? We must do our best to find out Miro's true identity. All people with Xia identity who enter the country within 24 hours must be checked once. The leader of the parliamentarians of Hadao slammed the table and roared loudly, the glory of our Hadao cannot be tarnished by the Xia people, and must not be tarnished by the Xia people. The country and major groups in Xiagua also took full action to check all people who went to Crane Island within 24 hours. What's more, in order to prevent Miro from transiting through a foreign country and then going to the island country with a false identity, all people who went abroad within 24 hours were checked. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible to check. No one knew whether Miro was a man or a woman, an old man or a young person. In other words, except for those who were very old or very young, the rest could not be ruled out. However, what no one expected was that Miro did not go through the normal entry and exit procedures at all. He just relied on the special pass of the Scrooge group and took the helicopter of the Changqing group of Xiagua to the military base of the Eagle Head Country in Crane Island. No one was aware of the whole process. The Changqing group thought that they were working for the Scrooge group. They picked up a person from the Scrooge group and went to the military base of the Eagle Head Country to do business. They would never think that it was Miro. Scrooge group would not know, because that was when Scrooge, Jr., secretly resold the pass and used it for his own benefit after presiding over the transaction. Even he himself did not know who the pass was sold to.
If someone asked Scrooge, Jr., what was the special pass from Jiangcheng, Shagwa to Crane Island, and who used it, he himself would not be able to answer. After watching the helicopter leave, Suan took the elevator to leave the building, and Lan Ruxin called.
Suan, have you read the news about Crane Island? Lan Ruxin asked. I know. Suan responded.
Lan Ruxin screamed excitedly, is it really you?
Yes, it is me. Suan responded.
Lan Ruxin was overjoyed, cheered on the other end of the phone, and then hung up.
Suan smiled, and just as he put down the phone, the ringing sounded again. Dad, is there something wrong? Something happened at home. You don't have to come back for the time being.
Your mother and I are going to visit relatives in Nanming. During this time, you can live in a classmate's house first, or settle down and work in the big group,
Su Zhengshan said.
Suan's good mood was immediately dispelled, and his expression darkened.
What's going on, Dad?
I don't know what's going on, maybe someone doesn't like our family.
Su Zhengshan laughed. Anyway, I'm out of work for the time being, so I'll go visit my relatives and go out for a while to relax. Things are not that simple, nor are they as easy as Su Zhengshan said, otherwise why would his parents leave in a hurry and tell him not to go home?
I'm already a combatant, Dad, tell me what's going on.
Suan said.
Su Zhengshan hesitated, wondering whether to tell the child. After all, the child has grown up and may not be scared. Just as he was thinking about it, a voice came from his ear. I'm sorry, sir, these 2 ID cards cannot be used to buy tickets. You now have a financial dispute with someone, and the police department reminds you that you can travel freely only after resolving the financial dispute.
Ah?
Su Zhengshan took back the ID card returned by the conductor in surprise, and felt a little cold.
You can't leave. Who wants to do this to our family?
Suan heard the voice of the ticket seller and Su Zhengshan's mumbling on the other end of the phone, and he already understood what was going on. Evergreen Group, the second son Qin Mingyuan. He may not have done it himself, but the current actions against Suan and Suan's family must be the actions of his men. Just now, Suan took the helicopter of the Evergreen Group and the identity of the Eagle Head Country Scrooge Group. He did not feel the superiority of the convenience provided by the other party, and he was already filled with deep disgust for this traitorous Evergreen Group. Now, Qin Mingyuan's men are still holding on, trying to make Suan surrender. Suan understands that this situation does not allow him to retreat even a little bit.
Must fight back. Dad, which station are you at now?
Suan asked Su Zhengshan which station he was at, but he didn't get an answer. Instead, Su Zhengshan told him not to think too much and to work hard, and then hung up the phone. If he had hesitated before, Su Zhengshan didn't hesitate now. The other party could even change his and his wife's ID to a state where they couldn't travel.
Even if he told the child, what would happen?
After all, Suan had just become a combatant in the reincarnation world for a few days, and he wouldn't have any way.
You didn't tell the child? Chen Rong asked. I'm stupid, I told the child. Su Zhengshan said disapprovingly, and was a little confused. Who did I offend?
The couple was sitting in their seats at the station, not knowing whether they should go home or wait a little longer. Several people in security uniforms came over and stood in front of them.
Suan's parents? A man in blue stood in the middle of the security guards with a smile. Come and have some tea with us?
Su Zhengshan and Chen Rong looked at each other, and then they realized that the other party was coming for Suan. Putting down his phone, waving to call a flying taxi, Suan went straight to his own community. As soon as he walked to the apartment building, Suan saw a smelly dead chicken thrown at the door. The doors of the neighbors were closed, and on the door of his own house, 4 big characters were written in green paint, Changqing Mighty. When he opened the door, a piece of window glass was broken. His mother Chen Rong's clothes were covered with paint and thrown hastily on the washing machine. The vegetables just bought in the kitchen were also covered with paint. This happened more than 10 hours after Suan went to Crane Island. He could even imagine that his mother bought vegetables in the vegetable market and was splashed with paint for some reason. Some of the subordinates of Changqing Group were mean and shameless, which made Suan unable to restrain himself. Entering the reincarnation center, Suan chose to enter the reincarnation world of swordsmen and arrived directly outside the laboratory where Zhao Hua was.
Many days have passed. Why are you here just now? I'll report to you about the current situation in the laboratory.
The water and electricity have been solved, and I have started to practice the sword manual of exorcism.
Suan raised his hand to stop him. Don't talk about this for now. Have you removed the tracking device from the Green Goblin aircraft? It has been removed. Leave it to me.
Suan said, and handed a few bottles of corpse flesh and blood from High School of the Dead to Zhao Hua, and quickly compared the difference between zombies and corpses.
Zhao Hua nodded. Completely different viruses, although not as terrible as the T virus, are also very valuable for research. After handing the Green Goblin aircraft to Suan, Suan hurried away. Zhao Hua didn't care. He put on a mask and gloves, took out a microscope, glassware, tweezers, and biological tissue culture vessels, and began to study the corpse flesh and blood. After studying for a long time, he did not feel tired and murmured to himself with great satisfaction, "The book of the Sword of Exorcism is really easy to use. The movements are fast and accurate, and I don't feel tired. My research speed has greatly increased." After bringing the Green Goblin aircraft into reality and removing the tracking device of the Scrooge Corporation without exposing his whereabouts and identity, Suan can finally use this item with confidence in the real world. After boarding the Green Devil aircraft, Suan first called Lan Ruxin, then after a pause, he called Mu Qingling of the Samsara division. Going directly to the Changqing group was certainly a bold move, but he had to be fully prepared. With the despicable methods shown by the Changqing group's subordinates, it was difficult to expect them to be fair and reasonable. Although Suan was very strong, he had to guard against their rushing forward and using random punches and guns. A large group killed an unknown combatant, and the current Samsara division and state agencies would not be able to deal with the Changqing group because of this. Therefore, he still had to borrow the power of the Samsara division and the name of Lan Ruxin's Lotus just in case. "What? You want to cause trouble for the Changqing group? You are too reckless," Mu Qingling exclaimed, and when she heard the other party hang up the phone, she pursed her lips and finally stood up. "Who is going to cause trouble for the Changqing group? Who are you going to help?" Major General Han Jie asked. "The trouble with the Qinglong gang under the Xishan group has not been solved yet, and you are going to provoke the Changqing group again. Are you worried that Mu Yulin is living too comfortably, and you want him to worry about you all the time when he fights with the outside world?" Mu Qingling opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She certainly knew that it was better to have less trouble than more. The Samsara division was not suitable for making random moves against these big groups. Otherwise, once the big groups joined forces, the whole country would fall apart, which was a situation they didn't want to see anyway. But Suan, she couldn't ignore it. His potential was too great, his strength was too strong, he had a sense of justice and kindness, and he was unwilling to join a big group just for the sake of immediate interests and stability. Although he didn't join the Samsara division, a person like him should not be killed by a big group anyway. If the Samsara division didn't take action, he would definitely die if he went directly to the Changqing group. "Major General Han Jie, I must go," Mu Qingling said. "He is a very special person." "Not from the Samsara division? Your boyfriend?" Han Jie asked. "No, he has not joined the Samsara division or any other large group," Mu Qingling said. "He is going to the Changqing group now because Qin Mingyuan, the second son of the Changqing group, invited him to join the Changqing group, and after he refused, he used some means to force him." "Interesting, how strong is he?" Han Jie asked. Mu Qingling pondered for a moment and said, "He just became a combatant this year, and his strength is already stronger than mine." Han Jie's pupils suddenly shrank. In recent days, Mu Qingling, whose strength has exceeded that of D-level, is this speed of improvement too terrifying, right? Really? Really, the young man who was with Lotus before was him. It's him? That's even more interesting. Han Jie pondered for a moment, took down the two swords from the wall and hung them around his waist. "Let's go and take a look together. Gather all the people in the Jiangchang Reincarnation Department who have not yet entered the reincarnation world, and go and take a look together." "Yes. Major General Han Jie, I'll call everyone now." Mu Qingling happily straightened her body, saluted, and ran out quickly. A moment later, all the people in the Samsara division gathered, boarded more than 10 Huaxin aircraft, and quickly flew towards the Changqing group building under the leadership of Han Jie. After hanging up the phone, Suan stood on the Green Demon aircraft. A moment later, it had stopped in front of the Changqing group building. Zisha magic power was applied to his throat and tongue, and Suan opened his mouth and made a loud noise. "Changqing group, Qin Mingyuan, come out. Evergreen group, Qin Mingyuan, come out." A loud bang exploded, booming throughout the Evergreen group building, startling everyone. Immediately, someone flew up in a flying vehicle. Who dares to be so presumptuous outside the Evergreen group? More fighters also flew up in flying vehicles. More than a dozen fighters surrounded Suan from front to back, all holding silenced pistols in their hands. With the muzzles pointed at Suan, Suan remained calm and showed no fear. At such a close distance, his telekinesis was enough to deflect the muzzles of these people's silenced pistols and kill each other. At this moment, a window opened, and Qin Mingyuan stood in front of the window with a woman in his arms, smiling. "Oh, Suan? How dare you come to Changqing group? What are you doing here? If you beg me for mercy, just be nice, and I will give your whole family a way to live, and you just have to stay by my side like a dog in the future." If you don't beg for mercy, that's easy to deal with. Since you came to our Changqing group building today, don't even think about leaving. Suan shook his head slightly. I thought you could at least show the elegance you pretended to be in school. It seems that I really overestimated you. Qin Mingyuan, you look like a rogue now. Ha, in school, that's because I need to show off. Is there any need to show off in front of a small fry like you? Qin Mingyuan waved his hand. Let me ask you one last question. Suan, will you be a dog for this young master? You're almost a dog for me. Suan responded.
Qin Mingyuan was furious and waved his hand. Then there is no need for you to live, shoot him to death.
The people holding silenced pistols hesitated for a moment, and one of them asked, do you want to ask the eldest son?
Another person said, the eldest son is in the reincarnation world now, and there is no way to come out to deal with things.
Qin Mingyuan was silent and pushed the woman beside him away.
I say, shoot him to death. Seeing that everyone still did not move, he stomped his feet and shouted hysterically, shoot!
Shoot! Shoot thee out! Shoot him to death!
Seeing that the second son was furious, everyone dared not say anything more and pulled the trigger at Suan. They did not realize that the muzzles of the guns were deflected at a great angle. After pulling the trigger, they found that some people shot at the sky, some shot at the bottom, and some did not even react, and were directly shot in the head by the opposite side. The gunfire stopped, and there were exclamations.
Suan was safe and sound, hovering in the crowd. 3 people from the Changqing group were killed by their own people. An aerial vehicle was damaged and staggered down. The glass of the Changqing building was broken on 5 sides. Everyone in the Changqing group was dumbfounded. How did this fight happen?
Qin Mingyuan looked at this scene and almost jumped out of the window. He wanted to kick these stupid subordinates one by one. An enemy stood there for you to fight. You killed 3 of your own people, damaged the property of the Changqing group, and the enemy was not hurt at all.
How could a human being do this? You guys don't want to listen to me, so you deliberately missed the target? Are my words less effective than my eldest brother's?
Thinking of this, Qin Mingyuan roared even more furiously. Don't be perfunctory with me, all of you, beat this to death.
Trash. Low-class person.
Everyone looked at each other, carefully aimed at Suan and pulled the trigger, and then the gunshots fell. 2 more people died, and several others were injured, cursing. The person on the opposite side, are you blind?
You are blind, I aimed and shot. Lu Laosan was also shot to death. How did he shoot? Our shooting skills are usually good. Qin Mingyuan finally realized that something was wrong at this time.
He looked at the aircraft Suan was riding under his feet. It was not an ordinary family flying car, the Green Goblin aircraft of the Scrooge group that secretly cooperated with our Changqing group?
The one with 10,000 reincarnation points? How can this guy afford it? How can he have it?
In addition, the 2 times everyone shot and no one was injured at all. This is not luck, or it can be explained by the inaccurate shooting skills of everyone.
Is his strength so high? How to deal with him? Let the strong men of the Changqing group besiege him? Or wait for Qin Mingho to come out of the samsara world? What is Changqing group doing? A pleasant voice sounded from below. Are you here to welcome me? The person wearing a blue windbreaker and frameless glasses slowly rose up on a flying vehicle. It was the famous sea-level strongman Lotus. Qin Mingyuan's eyes lit up when he saw such a beautiful woman with outstanding grace, such a powerful person, and so beautiful, just like the blue snow lotus on the high snowy mountain that can only be seen from a distance and not close. However, isn't this the sea-level strongman Lotus? How did she come here?
Taking a deep breath, Qin Mingyuan resumed his usual graceful demeanor, signaled his men to drive the flying vehicle over, and got on the flying vehicle himself. Lotus is here. We at Changqing Group are very welcome, but we didn't know about it beforehand, so we really didn't welcome you. As for the matter in front of us, it is not arranged by our Changqing Group, but someone has a conflict with Changqing Group.
Oh, is that so? Lan Ruxin smiled. What exactly happened? Can I hear it?
Of course.
Qin Mingyuan said with a smile, and suddenly woke up. Lotus, do you know Suan? Are you here specifically for this matter? Lan Ruxin smiled. Yes, it is true.
Qin Mingyuan was a little surprised. His eyes swept over Suan's green demon flying vehicle, thinking about Suan's strength improvement, and Suan's courage to come to Changqing building to be presumptuous.
There is no doubt that it was because of Lotus.
I don't know what the relationship between Lotus and Suan is, but now, Lotus really came to support Suan. Qin Mingyuan cursed in his heart that things were really troublesome. Originally Suan's strength had improved to this point, which made him feel unexpected. Even if Suan was killed and rooted out now, it would be used by his elder brother Qin Mingho as a proof of failure, and then it would show that he was far inferior to him.
Now there is another Lotus with sea-level strength.
Not only will Qin Mingho think he is incompetent, but his father who is abroad will also think he is incompetent when he receives the news. There is no hope for him to inherit the family business of Changqing Group. Just when his scalp was tingling and he didn't know what to do, more than 10 aircraft flew into the sky and hovered in front of Changqing Building. 2 people poked their heads out of the aircraft. Major General Han Jie of the Reincarnation Division and Mu Qingling.
Suan, are you okay? Mu Qingling asked. Han Jie said, it seems a little uneasy here. What happened?
Mu Qingling and Han Jie's words came one after another, and Qin Mingyuan's heart and even his whole body were chilled.
When did Suan, this guy, meet Manhwa, a strong man with sea-level comprehensive strength? When did he have such a close relationship with the Samsara division? It's okay that Mu Qingling admires Suan, but Han Jie, the Major General of the Samsara division, is a leading figure of the Samsara division who often appears on TV. Even he is involved in this matter. Is the Changqing Group going to deal with a small figure Suan?
Lianhua and Han Jie, the Major General of the Samsara division, just these 2 people came forward. Qin Mingyuan felt trouble. Suan is indeed not an unknown person who can be easily dealt with. According to normal thinking, at this time, the 2 sides should either shake hands and make peace, or fight to the death.
Qin Mingyuan expressed his attitude to Lianhua and the Samsara division to fight to the death?
He knew that he didn't have the qualifications, let alone the strength, because the Changqing Group was first controlled by his father, and secondly, only his eldest brother Qin Mingho would inherit the Changqing Group. Only these 2 people could represent the Changqing Group to declare war on the enemy. Qin Mingyuan usually instructs someone to do something, and gives a little reward to ordinary combatants. That's fine. When it comes to a big thing, he doesn't have the power to decide the direction of the group.
Don't make such a statement, just shake hands and make peace? Qin Mingyuan was really unwilling in his heart. Suan, such a lowly guy, just because of good luck, can jump to the same level as himself? Why do Lotus and the Samsara division think so highly of him? In terms of excellence, am I not much better than him?
Qin Mingyuan was disgusted with all the words of his elder brother Qin Mingho, and he wrote them down. At this time, what he thought of was what Qin Mingho said, either don't make enemies, or cut the grass and wipe out the roots. The key is that now he and Suan have already made a feud. Does he have the strength and courage to cut the grass and wipe out the roots? Even if his father and elder brother are here, they will never fight to the death with Han Jie, the young general of the Samsara division, just because of a little Suan cut the grass and wipe out the roots, right? Although Changqing Group is powerful and can easily crush Jiangcheng Samsara Division in Jiangcheng, it is far inferior to Samsara Division in the whole country. If Samsara Division is really upset, Changqing Group will definitely not be able to withstand the combined power of the country. After hesitating and thinking over and over again, Qin Mingyuan asked Han Jie directly, Major General Han Jie led the Samsara Division to come here for Suan? I guess so, I'm more interested.
Han Jie nodded and looked at Suan.
When Suan saw them coming, he knew that things would definitely not be as simple as he thought. Mu Qingling might come by herself, and said that Samsara Division would deter the situation, but Han Jie led 20 or 30 Jiangcheng Samsara Division fighters to come together, which was definitely not Mu Qingling's idea. It was only because Han Jie knew about it and made a decision. Han Jie brought people here this time, of course, with good intentions. As for how much Suan's strength was guessed by him, it was inevitable and needed to be considered afterwards. The only important thing at the moment is that both parties agree to do what Suan wants to do first. Therefore, Suan also nodded to Han Jie. Both parties were smart people. They understood after seeing each other, we can talk about it later. Let's work together to suppress Changqing Group first. Although Qin Mingyuan was not surprised by Han Jie's answer, he still felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Suan came to our Changqing Group, killed 7 or 8 of us, and damaged our property. Lotus and Samsara Division, you still come to help Suan. Don't you think that our Changqing Group really has no power to resist? Lotus Lan Ruxin smiled, pushed her frameless glasses, and said nothing. Suan faced the people of Changqing Group alone, but he was safe and sound, and even killed so many of them in return.
It was indeed an amazing result for her.
Taking advantage of this, she couldn't say things like protect Suan's safety and Changqing Group hurt Suan just to make things difficult for me, Lotus.
Suan is Miro, so if he really fights, why does he need her to protect him?
Mu Qingling was also speechless. Suan was very powerful and ruthless, which clearly gave him an advantage.
Were they a bit redundant? Major General Han Jie said, can you tell me the reasons and process of this matter? If the Changqing Group is wrong, then let's see what Suan will do today. If Suan is wrong, we will persuade him. After all, peace is the most precious thing. Isn't it obvious that he wants to take sides?
If our Changqing Group is wrong, then continue to mess with us. If we are not wrong, then peace is the most precious thing.
So we killed these 7 or 8 people in vain?
Today you have more people, and the Changqing Group is not prepared. But tomorrow, the Changqing group will not let go of those who offend us. Qin Mingyuan said this first, indicating that he was not afraid and did not lose the prestige of the Changqing group, and then he was ready to start from the beginning. At this moment, Suan looked impatient.
Qin Mingyuan, do I need to tell you what is right and wrong again? I'll give you a chance.
Pull out all the ditch rats under your command who did those things and hand them over to me for disposal. Today I killed several people from the Changqing group. They were innocent to say the least. They were killed because of your selfishness and the despicable actions of a few ditch rats. Qin Mingyuan gritted his teeth and looked at him. If I were threatened by you and handed over my men, wouldn't I be?
Your men? Your despicable men?
Suan sneered. I don't want to say more about this kind of verbal dispute, and I don't care about your interests, dignity, loyalty, and other considerations. I just ask you, do you want to hand them over or not? The last shout, the sound suddenly exploded, and all the aircraft shook violently. Lan Ruxin and Han Jia, who were reading the sea-level comprehensive strength evaluation had their hearts thumped, not to mention that the people in the aircraft couldn't help but tremble, which led to the strange sight of the aircraft trembling with a shout. Qin Mingyuan was originally able to think calmly and weigh the pros and cons, but he was immediately frightened by this shout and calmed down.
Hand over. Hand over the person.
Suan nodded slowly. Okay, I'll spare your life for now. More than 10 minutes later, a manager in a suit and 3 thugs with dyed yellow hair were pushed to the window of Changqing building, only 10 meters away from Suan, who was standing on the Green Devil aircraft.
That's it? Where are the combatants? Suan asked back.
Qin Mingyuan snorted, but he had no choice but to compromise and continue to do it, and pushed out another combatant in the matter. 3 hooligans, a combatant, and a manager who was responsible for buying off connections. 5 people were held in front of Suan, their eyes filled with hatred for someone unknown. If they had known that they were called here today to apologize to Suan with their lives, why would they come? They were just following orders. How could the Evergreen Group push them out to die at the last minute? What are these 5 people responsible for? Suan asked. Qin Mingyuan glanced at him and did not answer. Although the situation did not allow him to compromise, he was unwilling to explain to Suan, a good-for-nothing guy, anyway, which would simply make him feel humiliated to please the other party. Not far from Qin Mingyuan, a person from the Evergreen Group observed his words and said quickly, Mr. Suan, these 5 people are. After he finished introducing, Suan knew that the 3 yellow-haired hooligans were responsible for splashing paint, smashing glass, and throwing dead chickens. They were not combatants, but the younger brothers taken in by the combatant who specialized in doing dirty work. As for the manager who caused Suan's father to lose his job and temporarily invalidate his ID, all he did was make a few phone calls, explain the identity of the Evergreen Group, threaten the other party, or use his interest relationship with the Evergreen Group to achieve his goal. If Suan didn't come today, then soon when Suan's parents returned home, they would be harassed by smashing windows, and there would be random people coming to investigate, survey, and repeatedly ask questions several times a day. If they wanted to go out and hide, then I'm sorry, most regular hotels will not accept guests with invalid IDs. In other words, without any way to fight back, and even without knowing who was targeting them, Suan's parents had nowhere to hide and could only bear it. Lan Ruxin and Mu Qingling showed some anger. This kind of despicable behavior is simply destroying the normal life of a small citizen, like a nightmare, right? Han Jia said with a serious expression. The cause was a small disagreement between Suan and you at school, and it can't even be called a conflict? Qin Mingyuan, you are too much. If there is no deep hatred, why force it so hard? Qin Mingyuan was silent and did not answer. Who knew that he, an ordinary person, would have such a relationship and such power? If I had known this, I would not offend him easily even if I did not make friends with him. However, even an hour ago, Qin Mingyuan still would not believe that Suan would become someone he could not afford to offend. Now this idea is just a thought. If it happens again, Qin Mingyuan still would not think that the other party is so powerful. He would still despise him and send people to suppress this unconvinced nobody. Don't worry, Suan said. Qin Mingyuan, I said I won't kill you for now, so I won't kill you today. After all, today is just to solve a small trouble, and it is not to the point of uprooting the Changqing group. Now fighting with the Changqing group, Suan, on the one hand, does not understand the specific strength of the other party, on the other hand, is not prepared, and cannot benefit from it. It is simply meaningless and reckless. Qin Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Suan would be angry and kill him directly. Suan looked at the 5 men again. There is no need to keep you 5 people in the way. I'll give you one last chance. A yellow-haired thug shouted, my big brother is. The Green Devil aircraft shook slightly, and a machine gun came out and sprayed a string of flames. The yellow-haired thug immediately fell to the ground and died. The password is wrong, Suan said calmly. Next. Brother, spare me, I'm just following orders. The other two yellow-haired thugs shouted. The machine gun sprayed flames again, killing the two thugs.
Suan said, the survival password is wrong. Is begging for mercy also death?
The fighter broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. He suddenly glanced at Qin Mingyuan, thought of a possibility, and shouted, I am an important fighter of the Changqing group.
If you kill me, the Changqing group will definitely.
Suan snorted and fired the machine gun of the Green Devil aircraft again. The fighter wanted to escape with agility, but he was only F-level strength, not even reaching the limit of ordinary people, and was eventually killed by the machine gun.
The password is wrong,
Suan said again lightly, looking at the last manager. The manager trembled all over, holding his head and shouting, Your parents are now in the North Station Hall of Jiangqing Station, temporarily detained by the security room, and there is also an E-level combatant from Changqing Group. I know a lot of things, Lord Suan, please spare my life. Suan looked at him coldly, then smiled, the survival password is correct, congratulations on your survival.
Follow me to the North Station of Jiangqing Station.
The manager nodded hurriedly and was caught by Suan on the Green Devil aircraft. Qin Mingyuan opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but he didn't have the courage to say it. This manager knows a lot of things. If he tells Suan and the Samsara division everything. Just as he was thinking this, a gunshot rang out. Suan's eyes were slightly purple, the Green Goblin aircraft slightly deflected, a sniper bullet rubbed the cheek of the manager next to him, tore off his ear, and blood immediately flowed half of his face.
After watching for a long time, you finally can't help it?
Suan looked up and asked, Let Qin Mingyuan come out and embarrass himself, but you sit and strategize without losing face.
When you find out that I can really get the secrets of the Evergreen Group, you finally want to kill this person who may leak the secrets?
No one responded to him, as if there was no one in the Evergreen building at all, as if the shot just now was an illusion.
It's Qin Mingho, it's Qin Mingho. The manager who lost one ear screamed in pain. He didn't enter the reincarnation world, he wants to embarrass Qin Mingyuan and make him unable to shake his position as heir. Ha, you don't dare to come out after all.
Suan shook his head, let's go, I'll bandage you up. The dog-eat-dog fight within the Changqing group seems quite interesting. Suan took the one-eared manager out of the Changqing building, and Lianhualan Ruxin and the people from the reincarnation department also left with him.
Qin Mingyuan looked gloomy and raised his head. So that's it, Qin Mingho, you really do whatever it takes to suppress me. I won't let you succeed, I must fight with you.
In the office on the top floor, Qin Mingho watched this group of people leave from the sky on a flying vehicle through the one-way glass, leaned back in his chair and snorted coldly. Qin Mingyuan, that loser, no matter how I teach him, he can never become anything useful. I can't root him out, nor can I deliberately curry favor with him, and just make these enemies for nothing. It's a pity that the manager was not killed to silence him. Suan, please wait a moment. Mu Qingling shouted to Suan on the Green Devil aircraft. Suan stopped the Green Devil aircraft and waited for the Huaxin aircraft of the people from the Samsara division to approach. However, the people from the Samsara division did not approach immediately, but the aircraft that Mu Qingling and Han Jie were riding approached. Mu Qingling handed over a medical box with a quick hemostatic spray and bandages.
Suan handed it to the manager of the Evergreen Group and asked him to bandage it himself.
Thank you very much. Everyone from the Samsara division went out today to help me suppress the momentum of the Evergreen Group.
I owe you a favor, Suan said seriously.
Mu Qingling nodded, put her body back in the seat, and asked Han Jie to open the door from the aircraft and talk to Suan. I've called the North Station of Jiangqing Railway Station. The security guards there are state-run. Although they were lured by outsiders for a while, they are still state-run people after all. And there are also people from the Samsara division stationed at the station to prevent major accidents from happening. The situation will be under control soon. The person from the Changqing group probably doesn't know what the situation is yet. He won't choose to fight with the people from the Samsara division before getting permission from his superiors.
Han Jie said quickly.
After that, he looked at the text messages on his mobile phone and confirmed with Suan, the matter has been resolved.
Both elders are safe and sound.
The E-level combat member of the Changqing group has chosen to wait for us to come over and see what to do. Obviously, he doesn't know that he has been abandoned by the Changqing group, nor does he know that we are going to the Changqing group. Suan nodded slightly. If this E-level combatant gets the news or gets instructions from Qin Mingho and Qin Mingyuan, he will do something crazy at the risk of his life. He may escape or do other responses. In short, he will not wait there. The matter was resolved at this point. Suan solemnly thanked Han Jie and the people from the Samsara division again. You're welcome. Your position and strength are the most important.
Let's settle the two elders first, and then we can talk in detail.
Suan nodded slightly. See you in Jiangqing Samsara division in 2 hours.
Okay.
Han Jia agreed and left with everyone from the Samsara division. Suan asked Lan Rushin to keep an eye on the manager, and went to the station to pick up his parents. He spent money to settle them in a high-end residential area where you can live with just a bag and your identity is highly confidential. Unless you verify your identity and get a pass, even aircraft and ordinary vehicles are not allowed to pass through or enter this residential area. The dignitaries of Jiangcheng live here, and it can be said that such rogue and shameless means are basically eliminated. Su Zhengshan and Chen Rong were detained in the security room at first, and they were very anxious and worried about whether Suan would be in trouble. Later, the security guard smiled and apologized, and then their son took them away in a flying vehicle and sent them to live in a high-end community. Until Suan left again on the Green Demon aircraft, the two still felt that the experience of the past 2 days was like a dream. Are other people's children so powerful as to become combatants? No. It's only been a few days. Our children are so powerful and the trouble is so great that we can't interfere. Su Zhengshan and Chen Rong looked at each other. Although they were happy for Suan, they were also worried about the dangers and troubles that the child would face. What they had faced in the past 2 days was probably less than 1/10 of the difficulties that Suan had faced. Suan was so difficult that they could not be happy even though they lived in a high-end community. Riding the Green Demon aircraft across the sky, Suan met up with Lan Rushin and flew to Jiangcheng Samsara division with the one-eared manager. As soon as Mu Qingling welcomed him into the door, Suan couldn't help but laugh. "You Samsara division really makes the best use of people." Just inside the gate, Han Jia was earnestly persuading a man who had just changed into the uniform of the Samsara division. This man was the E-level combatant of the Evergreen group who had been at the north station of Jiangcheng Station before. It can be seen that Han Jia was very serious, but the man's eyes were rolling back and forth. Although he nodded repeatedly, it was obvious that he was not sincere. He was originally an E-level combatant of the Evergreen group, with generous treatment and not too much danger. He had no intention of joining the Samsara division. Now the Changqing group and the Samsara division are in conflict. He is a small figure caught in the middle and has no choice. He is worried that the Changqing group will hold him accountable, so he can only temporarily join the Samsara division to see how things go. If it weren't for the special situation, only a ghost would be willing to join the Samsara division. We have no business getting promoted or getting rich, but fighting to die is a mandatory order. Seeing Suan and Lan Rushin walk in with the one-eared manager, his face changed slightly. The Changqing group really has murderous intentions. If he goes back, he is afraid that it will be really dangerous. Okay, go get some subsidies and think about it carefully. It's not shameful to serve the country and the people, but it's shameful to join a big group and become a deserter. Han Jia patted him on the shoulder and motioned him to leave. This E-level fighter hurriedly responded and left in a hurry. The group came to the meeting room. Mu Qingling closed the door, served tea and water, and isolated the sound in the corridor. Han Jia spoke first. "I'm sorry for what happened just now. The reputation of the Samsara division is getting worse and worse. People say that joining a big group is a blessing, and joining the Samsara division is a death sentence. In order to increase the strength of the Samsara division, I have to cheat a little." Suan nodded slightly, not being polite to him. A glimpse of the whole picture. Even you, Major General Han Jia, who often appears on TV, have to do this. The situation of the Samsara division is really difficult. If the people below don't support it, don't the higher-ups have any countermeasures? Han Jia hesitated. This is not something I can say casually. Maybe the higher-ups have their own considerations, and we didn't consider it carefully. Suan sneered. With this situation, anyone who joins the Samsara division will enter a dead coffin, letting a cavity of blood flow in vain. Who will join the Samsara division? Before Han Jia opened his mouth, he had already heard Suan's implication. The current problems of the Samsara division are almost unsolvable, and he will not join the Samsara division. This has really, directly blocked all his fantasies. Han Jia thought that if he pointed out Suan's strength, discussed his ideals in detail, and made a request, he might be able to recruit Suan and even Manhwa into the Samsara division, allowing the Samsara division to instantly increase its strength by 2 sea-level fighters, and continue to maintain its deterrence against large domestic groups. Unexpectedly, Suan pointed out one of the shortcomings of the Samsara division one step ahead and expressed that he was not interested at all. The Samsara division was originally for the country and the people. How did it end up like this? He sighed in his heart. Student Suan, since you don't think highly of the Samsara division for the time being, let's not talk about it. Han Jia's expression was a little regretful, but considering that Suan was already a strong man who could stand on his own, and had a sea-level companion Lotus, he also knew that this matter could not be forced, so he said this. "I have also heard about your position from Mu Qingling. Although you are unwilling to join the Samsara division, you have no intention of joining any large group.
Such a position is already a good partner for us. In the future, we can cooperate and take care of each other, just like the convenience provided by the Samsara division to you today. In the future, if you meet someone from the Samsara division of Xia country in the Samsara world, you can cooperate if you can. If you can't cooperate, at least don't kill them. At this point, Han Jia looked at Suan to check his reaction. Seeing that Suan did not refute, but nodded slightly to show his agreement, he was immediately happy. Suan and Lotus's kindness to the Samsara division was more than he had imagined. I am also very interested in the cooperation that Major General Han Jia mentioned.
Suan said, right now, there is an opportunity for cooperation. Is the Samsara division willing to try it? Han Jia was surprised. It was not us who proposed cooperation, but Suan who took the initiative to propose cooperation? Before this, Han Jia considered all possibilities. Suan might disdain the Samsara division, might insult the Samsara division, or might respect the Samsara division on the surface, and be really grateful to the Samsara division, but he did not think of this possibility. Suan took the initiative to propose cooperation, and all the predictions and response plans made by Han Jia before were useless. It depends on what Suan will say and how he chooses.
Student Suan, please speak, Han Jia said. How much do you know about the Changqing group? Suan asked.
As soon as these words came out, the conference room was completely quiet.
Han Jia and Mu Qingling looked at Suan, and the doubts were self-evident. Mentioning the Changqing group again? Isn't the matter of the Changqing group over? Are you going to find a way to completely destroy the Changqing group by yourself? Is there a need to fight to the death?
The manager with only one ear left was also instantly inspired, so this is why I was brought in. Lan Ruxin smiled, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea.
This is Ni Luo.
Although you will not associate Ni Luo with the handsome boy in front of you for the time being, you will have to truly feel the powerful ability and bearing of Ni Luo next. Changqing group is indeed a large group in Jiangcheng, and it can indeed be ranked among the top 20 in the whole Xia country, but its opponent is Mi Luo. Among the people present, no one else has the absolute confidence in Suan like Lan Ruxin. Han Jia and Mu Qingling came back to their senses and understood the reason why Suan brought the one-eared manager of Changqing group to the meeting room.
Student Suan, if you have anything to say or do, please do it.
Han Jia said, the Changqing group is not a simple large group, and it is impossible to leave two fatal handles. For ordinary cases such as murder, arson, etc., even if the evidence is conclusive, it is difficult for our Samsara division to damage the Changqing group. Suan smiled at his words. Don't worry, I also expected this. I certainly know that the current situation in Xia country is the result of some people above being biased and out of their common sense. From the perspective of ordinary people, no matter how miserable it is a trivial matter that some people can be indifferent to. Only independent standpoints and interests are what they really need to consider.
Han Jia was stunned. He didn't expect Suan to say such shocking and transparent words that went straight to the essence. It was like a sharp blade that directly cut through all the flashy disguises. It was like a seasoned politician who had experienced ups and downs in the political world, and he actually had such decisive and sophisticated words. He naturally didn't understand that Suan, who came from another world, had received the most precious and objective education in analyzing the country, analyzing the pros and cons and contradictions based on the theory of giants. It was easy to analyze the truth. Student Suan, you are an amazing wise man.
Han Jia sighed, and saw from the corner of his eye that Mu Qingling's forehead had been frightened by Suan's words that hit the nail on the head. She seemed to be in a state of shock, and for the first time realized the huge difference between the perspective of the above and them.
Since you are a wise man, you should know that some things are impossible. Why do you still do this? That's because I can do it. Suan smiled. Bang!
Han Jia almost couldn't control himself, and pressed his hands tightly on the table. How can you do it? He lost his composure because the wisdom and confidence shown by Suan were too amazing, as if he really found a way to destroy the Evergreen Group by himself.
Then please wait and see.
Suan smiled and looked at the one-eared manager of the Changqing Group. You have made your choice as early as the Changqing Group building.
There is no need to hesitate now, right?
Come, tell me about what the Changqing Group has done in the past.
Yes, I will tell you right away.
The manager of the Changqing Group is named Lu Yishu, a logistics staff member who has worked in the Changqing Group for more than 10 years.
Because of his outstanding ability, he was gradually promoted to manager.
Before, he chose to say those words in order to survive. Later, the sniper of the Changqing Group wanted to kill him and shot off one of his ears. He was completely disappointed with the Changqing Group and explained it thoroughly at this time. He didn't know much about the higher-level things of the Changqing Group. He had a deep understanding of bribing some officials in Jiangcheng, cleaning up the small obstacles of the Changqing group, and some of the finishing work of murder and arson. Originally, Han Jie and Mu Qingling also thought in their hearts, this is a small character, and what he said is indeed not enough to bring down the Changqing group, but later their expressions gradually changed. The high officials in Jiangcheng, from top to bottom, have become like a hornet's nest, full of loopholes. The two major groups, Changqing Group and Giant Group, operate in Jiangcheng. So far, everyone in Jiangcheng has become either related to the interests of Changqing Group or Giant Group, from the mayor of Jiangcheng to the cadres of the security department and the guard team. They actively run for Changqing Group and Giant Group, compete for interests with each other, provide convenience to cover up various things, and often bully ordinary people in Jiangcheng.
Jiangcheng is rotten. Han Jie frowned and said, unfortunately, even so, we still can't shake any of the big groups, because these things are trivial matters in the eyes of the higher-ups. That's right, in the Blue Star Xia country, which is gradually losing its absolute suppression power, as long as the position is right, no matter how the big groups mess with ordinary people, it is a small matter. In fact, from ancient times to the present, in Xia country or any other country, most rulers have made such a choice. Loyalty and position are the first priority. It's just that now the threat of the reincarnation world is becoming increasingly severe, and these guys are still in their own power field, delusionally thinking that they can check and balance each other to solve everything. They are bad and stupid, and they don't know the great mistake of the drastic changes in the outside world. Murder and arson are small things in their eyes. No matter how many small things the Changqing group accumulates, a scapegoat can solve it. And this one-eared Lu Yishu has said so much that his mouth is dry. No matter how many people he talks to, he still bribes officials, instructs the security department and the guard department to do things, or mobilizes people to surround and kill a certain combatant to obtain reincarnation points. When Lu Yishu finished speaking, Suan and Lan Ruxin both looked at Han Jie and Mu Qingling. Mu Qingling was obviously very angry. She had known that a large group like Changqing Group would bully others by taking advantage of its power, but she had never thought that the other party had become so powerful that they could directly take human lives and do whatever they wanted. 3 hours ago, she did not understand why Suan was so reckless and went straight to Changqing Group to confront it head-on. 2 hours ago, she felt that it was a good thing that Suan did not have a head-on conflict with Changqing Group, which prevented Suan from suffering greater harm. Looking back, she felt that she was as stupid as a pig. Changqing Group was operating in every possible way in Jiangcheng. If Suan wanted to fight openly and secretly with Changqing Group for a long time, or communicate privately, it would be equivalent to competing with Changqing Group for connections and relationships. Wouldn't that be a reminder to Changqing Group so that Changqing Group could mobilize more people to deal with him? There was really only one option that caught the other party off guard, which was to rush directly to Changqing Building and catch Changqing Group off guard. Han Jie said, although I feel bad watching them harming the people, I have to say that in the eyes of the higher-ups, as long as they are loyal and stand firm, it is still a small matter that can be forgiven. If that's all, the Samsara division won't take action. If there is ironclad evidence, at most they will arrest someone from the Changqing Group to make a scapegoat, and the Samsara division will still not be able to intervene. Major General Han Jie Mu Qingling shouted unwillingly. Han Jie shook his head seriously. It's impossible. Even if your brother Mu Yulin and I were there, it would be impossible to deal with a large domestic group because of this kind of thing. If we can't explain it to the higher-ups, the power of the Samsara division will be further restricted. If we can't explain it to other large groups, they will find an excuse to attack us in groups. We haven't settled the matter of the Four Elephants group yet, so it's impossible for us to provoke the Changqing group like this again. Suan heard this and had a better understanding of the situation of the Samsara division. The matter of the Four Elephants group was the Lu Wudao who was manipulated to commit suicide by himself, right? Speaking of this matter, I really cannot just stand by and watch. I should help the Reincarnation Bureau to resolve it when appropriate. However, at present, the biggest threat still comes from the Changqing group. As the local snake in Jiangcheng, the other party is too deeply connected with all aspects of Jiangcheng. If it is not solved, Suan will not be able to enter the reincarnation world at ease, and even his parents' safety will be constantly worried. Major General Han Jie, I understand what you said. As the saying goes, meat eaters are vulgar. Some people come from political families and have never seen how real people live. How can they understand the joys, sorrows, anger and happiness of these people? So they don't care if the Changqing group oppresses a few people or kills a few people. But what if we can prove that there is a problem with the position and loyalty of the Changqing group? Suan said calmly. Han Jie was immediately surprised. Is there a problem in this regard? Can you prove it? It shouldn't be difficult, Suan said. If there is evidence in this regard, then we don't need to worry, but the ones who will be anxious will be the higher-ups.
As long as I submit the evidence, the Changqing group will definitely encounter the most severe suppression at a very fast speed.
Han Jie said seriously. Suan laughed, just suppressing?
If they suppress him until he surrenders, or the people above compromise with each other, they should stop. Han Jie said, this is already the best result.
What if he betrayed Xia country? Suan said slowly.
What? Han Jie and Mu Qingling both exclaimed and looked at Suan in disbelief. Suan smiled slightly and put a printed photo in front of the two. A helicopter of Changqing group parked at the Zhengliu Island military base of Yingtu country, with several soldiers of Yingtu country in the background.
When did this happen? How did Suan in Zhengcheng get this news?
Han Jie subconsciously looked at Lotus. Lan Ruxin knew that he had misunderstood that the photo was provided by her, but she did not explain it. She just smiled and helped Suan to bear this misunderstanding. The photo was real, Mu Qingling said. The Changqing group actually dared to betray the country. Now, no one can protect them, and whoever tries to protect them will surely be in a mess and very embarrassed.
Han Jie nodded. With this reason, the major groups will have no excuse to besiege us.
They can only watch our Samsara division wipe out a large group and become stronger than them again, making it even more difficult for them to act rashly.
Maybe they will be deliberately checked and balanced in the future. But there is no time to think about it.
I will report this matter to Lieutenant General Luo Hui immediately and prepare to take action.
If Elder One allows us to take action, then we can act immediately.
After that, he thanked Suan again. I have to thank Suan and Lianhua for the important information you provided.
Whether it succeeds or not, I will give you a reply. If there are spoils of war in the future, you will be allowed to choose a few. Suan smiled and stood up. Call me when you take action, it's not too late to talk about it then.
Han Jie didn't expect that he was actually going to participate in this matter. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, classmate Suan, I will inform you when the time comes.
It's not too late to talk about cooperation later. Suan and Lan Ruxin got up and left.
Lu Yishu, who had one ear, stayed at the Samsara division for the time being. After all, the Samsara division has a guarded and protected site and many personnel.
Suan and Lan Ruxin can't always bring such a logistics personnel. Classmate Suan is really amazing.
Han Jie said softly. With the matter of Changqing group he brought up, my investigation of Miro will be delayed for a while. Mu Qingling nodded, but what she recalled was the death of Lu Wudao and the sisters Tang Yun and Tang Shishir. In any case, Suan is a kind and righteous boy, and she is willing to protect the boy's secrets as much as possible.
Why are you so reckless today? How did you get there? What do you think of Han Jie and Mu Qingling?
Suan and Lan Ruxin stood one after the other on the Green Goblin aircraft, and Lan Ruxin asked. Suan smiled and said, very good, I have discovered more interesting facts and room for maneuver.
For example, after defeating the Changqing group, I don't plan to take any spoils. Why? Lan Ruxin asked in surprise. You are not doing this because Mu Qingling is your teacher, or because you have some unreasonable thoughts to please her? Of course not.
Suan drove Lan Ruxin to Zhao Hua's residence, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with Zhao Hua, they went to the hotel where Lan Ruxin was currently staying. After entering the room and making sure there were no abnormalities, Suan continued to explain to Lan Ruxin, because I want to gain more. From the previous conversation, you and I can feel that Major General Han Jie and Mu Qingling are more conscientious, can get along with us, and have consensus. At the same time, Mu Qingling's brother is another Major General of the Samsara Division.
Han Jie's superior is Lieutenant General Luo Hui, and above him is Mr. One of the cabinet.
If this faction can make the decision to take action against the Changqing group, we can basically judge that this faction's bottom line and conscience are good, and their basic ideas are similar to ours. Lan Ruxin felt that she understood, and said happily, so we don't want their spoils, let them grow, and serve as our shelter tree?
Suan laughed again. You are wrong again. How can we expect others to give us shelter selflessly forever? If one day, facing a situation where we in Xia country must give up one, the other party will definitely abandon us without hesitation, right? Then, what should we do?
Lan Ruxin was at a loss. We don't want spoils, or we only need very little spoils, so that Jiangcheng Samsara Division can grow rapidly, replace Changqing Group's position in Jiangcheng, and become one of the two giants in Jiangcheng, or even the largest giant. Suan said lightly, as a basis for cooperation and sincerity, I put forward a request that the leaders of Jiangcheng Samsara Division must be Han Jie and Mu Qingling, two people we trust.
It's not too much, right? As long as we can do this, many things will follow naturally. I will carry out great cooperation with Jiangcheng Samsara Division.
Lan Ruxin frowned slightly in thought, then smiled.
So that's it, I finally understand. Suan, you are really worthy of being Miro. In the real world, you can also plan for such a long time and plan for the future. I really admire you and am shocked. Now Suwon does not join the Samsara division because of the various rules of the Samsara division and too many restrictions from the people above, and the hostility from other large groups. It can be said that it is surrounded by enemies and difficult to maintain. In this case, Suwon will support a Jiangchang reincarnation department that is more powerful, more cohesive, and closer to Suwon, rather than a reincarnation department that is restricted in every way. All of this needs to be done under the name and framework of the original Jiangchang Samsara division, based on the destruction of the Changqing group. The Changqing group is still doing well, and Suwon has already arranged its affairs properly. Thinking of this, Lan Ruxin even felt that the Qin family of the Changqing group was a little ridiculous. Qin Mingyuan was sinister, Qin Minghe was patient and cruel, and their father was even more powerful, but they still didn't understand what kind of person they had provoked. After talking for a while, Lan Ruxin talked about the reincarnation world of Crane Island. Suwon, I also completed the high school apocalypse. How did it feel? Very comfortable. Suwon coughed lightly, and changed his words, it's actually quite boring. The plot has no beginning or end. It's an unfinished story. All the monsters are just a group of zombies, not even mutated zombies. I only stayed in that world for a few dozen days. The zombies were rotten into skeletons, and the crisis was basically gone. Almost all humans in the entire reincarnation world were dead, and the story was completed. I don't understand why the group of high school students in the main storyline were rushing forward desperately. These zombies are stupid creatures with no combat power. Sooner or later they will rot due to the laws of nature in about a month. Is there any need to run around? This is really simple. But many things in the reincarnation world don't need to be reasonable. The main storyline does, and you can't blame the characters for being stupid. What's more, it is unlikely that there will be fighters like us who have power and are not panicked in the real world. Lan Ruxin was talking, and suddenly changed the subject. How many women? Suwon smiled and didn't answer. Lan Ruxin was a little angry, and said sourly, you really did it? You little pervert, don't even think about kissing me again. The discussion ended here. Lan Ru was angry for a while, and entered the reincarnation center in front of Suwon. But the next moment, she withdrew, go to the forum and watch the fun. Suwon was surprised, and also entered the reincarnation center to check the forum. The bright red post offering a reward of 10,000 reincarnation points for Michigan Luo's identity was still at the top of the list by other people's replies. Following closely behind was the post where Suwon cleared swordsman, which was also the only post posted by Mi Luo. It was filled with replies from some of Mi Luo's fans, such as Mi Luo is mighty and domineering, V587, and Miro is mighty. After that, the post offering a reward of 1,000 reincarnation points for Michigan Luo's identity disappeared. Obviously, as Miro created another miracle, no one cared about how to offer a reward of 1,000 reincarnation points for Michigan Luo's true identity. Instead, there was an extremely hot white post. Is not a red post offering a reward, nor a blue post that has been verified to be reliable, but an ordinary white post. The tone of the post is not smooth, and it is clearly not from Xia country. My name is Takema Kaiichiro, the 69th generation descendant of the 100 Flowers Burial Sky School of Crane Island. Miro passed through the reincarnation world of Crane Island and took away the most perfect woman, Siko de Kojima. He is a great humiliation to the island country, and I came here to challenge him. The outcome will be determined by real swordsmanship, and there is no room for retreat. I will clear your Xia country's reincarnation world and take away your Xia country's most perfect woman. Some of what this guy said was confusing and not very fluent, but it did not hinder Xia country's normal understanding. This kind of challenge letter-like speech immediately caused the entire Xia country's reincarnation central forum to explode. Miro is mighty, the guys from Crane Island really deserve to be punished. You couldn't clear the level by yourselves, but Miro cleared it for you, and you are still angry? Magical logic, a little NT. Ha 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 ha, I just like the way you are so angry and helpless with Miro. The comments of these people obviously irritated the warrior of Crane Island who posted the message. He responded to every post. You idiot! You idiot! Please die quickly. You are only causing trouble to people. This kind of reply was a severe scolding to the people of Crane Island, but it was not painful at all to the fighters of Xia country who replied to the message. It was even a little funny. Although the minds of Crane Island were always dirty, their style and habits would not insult other people's families, and they would not regard such things as insults. For example, and the like, they also felt it was not painful at all. If you want to fall in love with my uncle and make trouble, go ahead and do it yourself, what does it have to do with me?
On the contrary, if they were scolded as stupid, incompetent, and troublesome, it would be a substantial insult, and they would be extremely furious. So Takema Kyoichiro felt the contempt of Xia people for himself and Crane Island, and was extremely annoyed. He replied to almost every one of the previous 100 or so replies, but his reply almost made the fighters of Xia country laugh. This level of quarreling is below the 3rd grade of elementary school, there can't be more.
The family education is pretty good?
However, it was precisely because of Wuma Jinjilang's reply that more Xia country combatants and logistics personnel joined in the reply. This white post quickly received more replies than ordinary blue posts and red posts with rewards, and it was repeatedly ranked at the top than other posts. You only dare to bark wildly in the forum, like a dog with a broken spine. The so-called successor of the 100 Flowers Burial Skyflow Sword Art of Crane Island is just such an incompetent person.
What can an incompetent person like you do to Miro?
You are just so incompetent and furious, right? A reply surprised Suan a little, feeling that this post seemed to fully grasp the pain point of Wuma Jinjilang, the Crane Island. The person who replied was also familiar to Suan. It was Enin Rabbit, the #1 fan of Miro.
It was her again. She is really the #1 fan of Miro.
As expected, just as Suan guessed, after Wuma Jinjilang learned the content of Enin Rabbit's post by guessing, he really fell into a rage and gave 10 replies directly. Each reply was full of up to 200 words of die, so dense that it was almost like a curse. Finally, he left an address, Xiagua Imperial Capital, Hadao Diplomatic Hall, Idwa Zhangxianlia Wuma Jinjilang, waiting for Miro to challenge. All Xiagua martial artists and fighters can also come to challenge. After that, Wuma Jinjilang never replied to others again, and the entire post turned blue, proving that the post was indeed credible.
Many fighters suddenly clamored, shouting to flatten the Hadao Diplomatic Hall. Suan calmly looked at Wuma Jinjilang's last reply and snorted. Hadao country, there are always more tricks than upright ways.
It was obviously him who came to Xiagua to challenge Miro, but he seemed to be the master, accepting the challenge of Miro and Xiagua fighters. Secondly, the purpose of this challenge is not to defeat Miro, but to make Miro appear. Wuma Jinjilang looks furious, but in fact he is still following the strategy. As for the challenge of Xiagua's fighters, there will be many restrictions. Before Miro appears, Wuma Jinjilang cannot fail.
To ensure this, the power of the Tsurushima diplomatic embassy is not enough. Will there be anyone from the Xiagua cabinet and large groups to support them? Suan feels that his speculation should be almost right. It looks like an external enemy, but it is actually internal strife. It does not hesitate to damage the image and face of Xiagua, and only thinks about its own selfishness. Therefore, it is necessary for Jiangcheng Samsara division to become stronger. Suan is not in a hurry to verify his guess, but closes the forum in front of him and chooses the Samsara world he has already cleared. Resident Evil Part 2 Umbrella Corporation's threat is a bit big, monitoring the world and nuclear warheads, laser weapons. Suan is still unable to enter. In Swordsman, Zhao Hua is practicing the sword manual of exorcism and doing research. Suan does not need to disturb. As for Gakuin Apocalypse, there is a poem by Qinyang Zhenren as evidence. The body of a beautiful woman in her 20s is like butter, and she carries a sword at her waist to kill foolish men. Don't indulge in pleasure and miss the big things. After pondering for a while, Suan chose to enter the world of Mr. Zombie. This is the beginning of his clearance of the reincarnation world and the beginning of his gaining power. In this world, Uncle Joe treated him as his successor and taught him wholeheartedly, allowing him to gain 2 abilities. In the next 3 reincarnation worlds, Suan never met such a dedicated person again.
Even though Suan's strength is no less than Uncle Joe now, Uncle Joe's intention to pass on the legacy is still there, so of course he is still Suan's master.
An, what are you doing going out again in a mysterious way?
In the charity cemetery outside Renjia town, Uncle Joe looked at Suan strangely and said. Suan wanted to explain, but Xiao Shang and Wenkai came over and started to mess with him. Master, you see, his clothes are all Western clothes, and the materials are all things we have never seen. He must have used the magic he learned to steal money. More than that, he is so mysterious. He must be doing something evil. The 2 guys were salivating at Ren Tingting, who is not only beautiful now, but also rich and powerful after inheriting the Ren family's business. However, Ren Tingting has been thinking about letting Suan marry into her family recently, which makes them envious. Suan refused to agree, which made them want to shout to Ren Tingting, if he doesn't come, I will. I can marry into her family, no problem at all. So they seized the opportunity and quickly said something bad about Suan. Uncle Joe glared at the 2 funny guys, and they immediately fell silent and stood aside obediently. However, turning around, Uncle Joe looked at Suan very seriously, and, although they are ridiculous, what they say does make some sense.
You always go out and come back with noble looks and expensive clothes. Where does this money come from?
I see that your eyebrows are a little sparse, and although your eyes are full of energy, there are signs of losing yang energy, as if you have already committed adultery.
Do you still remember when I taught you some time ago? I told you that our Maoshan Taoism is destined to be poor and lonely? You can't make a lot of money, you can't make money that is not right, you can't make money by killing people, and you can't get close to women. Otherwise, you will be punished. Xiao Shang and Wen Kai are not good at magic, but there is still a way back. You are now as good at magic as I am. If you do evil, I am afraid you will die before you are 30. Suan was not angry when he heard this.
Uncle Jiu was indeed sincere and taught him earnestly, without any other meaning.
This is also a dedicated master of the older generation, who teaches by example like a teacher and a father. Compared to the intrigues outside, Joshu's sincerity is particularly warm.
Even the funny and jealousy of Qiu Shang and Wen Kai seem quite interesting.
Suan bowed to Joshu seriously and respectfully. Master, this matter is a little secret. Please follow me and I will explain it to you, okay? Joshu was a little confused. Can't I say it here? Suan smiled and looked at Qiu Shang and Wen Kai, and didn't say anything more.
Joshu also sighed helplessly. The three apprentices now have some problems. Qiu Shang is lazy and Wen Kai is cunning.
The two rely on their cleverness.
The third apprentice Suan is the most suitable for him.
He is calm and learns magic very quickly. He is about to surpass him. But he didn't see through the money and women.
I'm afraid that the higher the cultivation, the faster he will die. It is of course impossible to expect Qiu Shang and Wen Kai to keep it secret.
Joshu followed Suan out of the charity cemetery.
Qiu Shang and Wen Kai stood at the door of the charity cemetery, whispering a few words, and suddenly felt a little uneasy.
Master, be careful. Suan, you little brat, don't be a traitor. And don't plot against Master. Suan laughed when he heard that, turned around and threw a few dollars to them. What are you two thinking about? Go and have something good, and stop thinking bad about me.
Qiu Shang and Wen Kai scratched their heads embarrassedly, then took the dollars and returned to the charity cemetery with a smile. It seems that they were wrong.
Uncle Gio looked at this scene and sighed, and, you saw it too, it is impossible to expect these two brats to inherit my mantle. I originally hoped that you would stay in the charity cemetery forever, just like me, but now it seems impossible. And, is your heart in the outside world, and it can never be taken back?
Suan shook his head. Master, you probably misunderstood this matter. To me, your place is the outside world, and I come from another world, and I have to return to that world most of the time.
I can only come here to visit Master when I have time.
What? Uncle Gio felt that he didn't understand. The outside world, Uncle Gio was referring to the colorful world outside Rinjia town, but Suan unexpectedly said another world. When Suan explained in detail that he really came from another world, and demonstrated to Uncle Gio one by one using storage space in Green Demon aircraft, as well as Zisha's internal energy and telekinesis, Uncle Gio's expression was completely dull.
That is to say, the god of our world can't control you from other worlds. You can learn magic, make a lot of money, find women, and won't encounter bad luck? Uncle Gio asked in surprise. Suan nodded. Uncle Gio's expression suddenly became strange. This is really... I really didn't expect it to be like this. I just think that you are doing evil, making money and finding women, and a disaster is about to come.
Compared with Uncle Gio's world, Taoist priests are not allowed to make a lot of money, find women, and make ill-gotten gains.
Suan suddenly had no restrictions, and Suan's actions seemed to be no big deal, and Uncle Gio didn't need to warn him again and again.
However, Uncle Gio had been practicing hard for many years, and his mentality soon
stabilized. And, I'm also very happy that you didn't go astray. However, there are some things I still have to tell you.
After all, money is external to the body, and enjoyment is only temporary.
You have mastered the ability to use magic without scruples. First of all, you must be upright, and secondly, you must have a kind heart. For example, set an ambition to save innocent people and kill evil spirits. Only in this way will your life be meaningful, instead of focusing on making money and women. Yes, Master, I know. Suan said solemnly, I already have an ambition now.
After telling Uncle Gio about the chaos in Xia country and the erosion of Blue Star by the reincarnation world, Uncle Gio was relieved. Okay, I'm relieved that you have such thoughts of supporting the country and worrying about the country. There is one more thing, and, since there is no god to control magic, you can also teach some people with pure hearts our magic, and let our Taoism spread in your world. But remember, talent is secondary, and the heart must be kind. Uncle Gio said don't worry, still holding Suan's shoulder, and said a lot of words with some excitement. When they returned to the charity cemetery, Qiu Shang and Wen Kai were gone.
It was obvious that they had taken the money to go to Rinjia town to eat and drink or to seek the kindness of Rentingting. Suan shook his head speechlessly, said something to Uncle Gio, and placed the coffin in the charity cemetery and lit incense. In the afternoon, when Xiao Shang and Wen Kai came back, a sedan chair also came back with them. Rentingting, dressed in purple, has fair skin and beautiful red lips. She touches the jade ring on her hand. The security captain away runs around and strictly implements his status as a lackey. It is obvious that the innocent and spoiled Miss Rentingting, has become a qualified ruler of Rinjia town. After seeing Suan, Rentingting's eyes were obviously slightly bright.
And I heard Xiao Shang say that you were back. I didn't quite believe it at first, but you really are back. Why didn't you come to my house? Her voice was much lower, no longer as crisp and pleasant as before. Whether she wanted to or not, she had to maintain this voice and this demeanor, so that Ah Wei and the shop owners wouldn't question her authority. I would like to go, but I'm afraid that if I go, you'll detain me as your son-in-law, Suan said with a smile. You're still as good at joking as ever, Rentingting said as she looked at Suan, her eyes getting brighter and brighter. Compared with Xiao Shang and Wan Kai, two unreliable suitors, Suan is really calm and outstanding. Although Ah Wei is also pursuing Rentingting has him under her control now and doesn't look down on him. After looking around, Suan is still the one she likes best. However, no matter how much she persuaded him, Suan was unwilling to give up learning magic in the charity cemetery, and even more unwilling to marry into the Ren family, so Rentingting had to come with high hopes and leave with disappointment. After staying in Mr. Zombie for a few days, Suan once again said goodbye to Uncle Gio and left this world. Back to the reincarnation center, Suan is ready to enter the reincarnation world again to improve his strength, and looks at the choices in front of him: the 4th level reincarnation world Iron Man Part 1 and a Chinese ghost story, and the 5th level reincarnation world Goblin Slayer. Iron Man Part 1, although it is a 4th level reincarnation world, if it is completely based on Marvel's worldview, there are many powerful people who destroy planets and universes in it, and it is no different from the 6th or 7th level reincarnation world. However, since it is considered as the 4th level reincarnation world, then the strong men like the Ancient One will probably not take action, right? If the Ancient One takes action to deal with the fighters going to the reincarnation world, all the fighters on the Blue Star will go into the reincarnation world of Iron Man, and they will only die. The strength of the Ancient One is far beyond the current limit of the fighters. The C-level and B-level strength evaluations are not enough to describe her. At least the A-level or even S-level strength evaluation. After clearing the world of Iron Man, Suan estimates that the benefits she has gained are probably the technological products made by Iron Man Tony Stark. It is impossible to obtain the abilities of other Marvel heroes, not to mention the heaven-defying Mind Gem and Time Gem. The world of A Chinese Ghost Story is in line with Suan's exorcism spells. It seems to be a suitable choice as an adventure. Once cleared, you can gain stronger abilities. And as abilities of the same system, Suan can be sure that these abilities will not conflict with each other. In other words, you can choose either of these two worlds: technological products that exceed the current level of Blue Star technology, or Suan's ability is further improved, which can make Suan significantly stronger again. It is not so easy to pass the 4th level of the reincarnation world. Even if you have the most information and know more than others, you may not be able to pass it smoothly. You must choose carefully. Suan opened the Reincarnation Center for him and checked the information about the two worlds. Iron Man Part 1 is a 1st level reincarnation world, which can be entered by up to 5 people at the same time. So far, those who have entered this world to complete the mission have all rescued Tony Stark. Some people tried to pass the level, but they didn't understand what the key point was. Following Tony Stark, this Tony Stark is a very vigilant and smart man. Many people guessed that the exoskeleton armor developed by Tony Stark was the origin of Iron Man, but apart from following others to do the rescue mission, there was no chance to please this possible Iron Man. In the reincarnation world of A Chinese Ghost Story, many male combatants died in it. According to the descriptions of some combatants who survived and completed the mission and returned, the maximum number of people entering the world of A Chinese Ghost Story is 3, and sometimes 1, which is purely random. When there are 3 people, they should all be relatively weak. If there is only 1 person, he is a relatively strong combatant. He first appeared in a strange county called Guobei County, which was a mess, and some soldiers were killing people indiscriminately. Then he went to a temple called Lanruai Temple, and was blocked by ghosts and groups of wild wolves on the way. Arriving at Lanruai Temple means completing the task and leaving the world. The plot after that is very dangerous, and basically no one talks about it in the Reincarnation Central Forum. This information may only be superficial for others, and it has a little reference value, but for Suan, it has already drawn the most critical points. There are many versions of A Chinese Ghost Story. The story starts out similar, and the Tree Demon Grandma and the Black Mountain Demon are similar, but the expanded worlds are different.
The movie version is different from the TV version, and it is very different from the original Liurzhai novel version.
Even the movie has several completely different developments. There are versions in which Yin Xixia and Ye Xiaoqian have an affair. Now, Suan basically determined that this is the most classic movie version. It is also the story that has been changed and enriched after absorbing the original novel Strange Stories from a Chinese studio Ye Xiaoqian.
For Suan, this is enough.
Thinking of his plan, Suan smiled slightly and posted again under the codename Miro, the 4th level reincarnation world A Chinese Ghost Story.
There is no need to say anything else, just enter the reincarnation world directly.
The 4th level reincarnation world A Chinese Ghost Story Miro. When the post turned blue, the replies instantly exceeded hundreds, and in a short time reached thousands and tens of thousands.
In the Jiangcheng reincarnation division, Han Jie's figure appeared, and he muttered in disbelief, Miro is crazy? This is a 4th level reincarnation world.
No large group in the country dares to say that it can be cleared.
He wants to fight alone and open such a clearance post. It can't be that he can clear the 4th level reincarnation world at once, right?
No. The more important thing is to explain that Miro went to Crane Island to clear the 2nd level reincarnation world Gakuan Apocalypse. Now he has returned to Xia Country and started to clear the 4th level reincarnation world in Xia Country. Comparing the list of people who left Xia Country before and the list of people who returned to Xia Country today, the scope can be greatly narrowed down. Miro's identity can be narrowed down to less than 100 people, and he finally has a target.
Finally, I can finally catch some signs of Miro. However, before that, the Changqing group's betrayal must be reported to Lieutenant General Luo Hui and Elder One. Han Jie's expression is sullen and heavy-hearted. Everything cannot be taken lightly.
In the personal space of the Reincarnation Center, Lan Ruxin looked at the blue post on the forum that had more than 10,000 replies in a moment, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
Are you going to clear the 4th level of the reincarnation world? Miro, you are really going to create a miracle. I am looking forward to you and waiting to see this scene. Don't let down your own grand blueprint and let down that expectation.
In the imperial capital of Xia Kingdom, the diplomatic embassy of Crane Island Kingdom, Wuma Jinjilang, who had just withdrawn from the Reincarnation Center, had a gloomy expression and told the people in front of him what he had just seen.
Manager Du, Mr. Bai, is Miro afraid of me? So he hid in the 4th level of the reincarnation world? Or is this just an excuse? Maybe, or maybe not.
The shock in Manager Du's eyes was slightly restrained. This matter is not small, I must go back and report to the Lord of Heaven. Mr. Bai also nodded. Wuma Jun, wait a moment, what exactly is Miro's plan? Whether he can clear the 4th level of the reincarnation world, we should be able to know today.
Wuma Jingyilang snorted coldly, the 4th level of the reincarnation world? He can pass it?
He thought in his heart, the Xia people are really good at bragging about themselves. This is just a bluff. In the kendo of Crane Island, this kind of bluff is even a part of kendo.
Do you think I will believe this ridiculous boast?
However, the two people in front of him are both current partners, representing the two forces.
Wuma Jingyilang did not say anything bad after all. He just snorted coldly and watched them leave. Awesome. Awesome. It's really amazing. Sister Zhu, how come he is so awesome?
In a villa in Beijiang district of the imperial capital, a young girl sat in a wheelchair and excitedly said to the strong female bodyguard beside her.
The female bodyguard couldn't help but smile when she heard it. Missanin is talking about me Luo again? What did he do? If I start from the beginning, the first thing he did was the 3rd level reincarnation world, Mr. Zombie.
The girl in the wheelchair said excitedly. The female bodyguard's temper was always not very good, but she was always a little more patient with this poor girl in the wheelchair. She listened to the girl's clear and logical talk about Mr. Zombie and listened carefully. From Mr. Zombie to Resident Evil to Swordsman, and then to Mi Luo's trip to the island country to clear the 2nd level reincarnation world High School of the Dead. Although Sister Zhu had heard similar content 2 hours ago, she still listened to Miss Ann's story for 10 minutes and finally heard new content. Miro has angered the 69th generation descendant of the 100 Flowers Burial Heaven Stream Sword Art of Crane Island. He came to Xia Country specifically to ask Miro to fight him.
He doesn't even look at who he is.
Miro ignored him and directly opened a record post of clearing the 4th level reincarnation world A Chinese Ghost Story. In my opinion, Miro will definitely be able to clear this 4th level reincarnation world this time. Sister Zhu had not entered the reincarnation center before, so she didn't know about this and was a little surprised. However, after being surprised, she heard the assertion of the wheelchair girl and looked at the girl's hopeful and confident look, and she smiled immediately. Miss Anan didn't know the real situation here, so she made such a judgment. How could a fourth-level reincarnation world be cleared by one person? However, Miss Anan rarely had such joy and happiness, so let her think so first. There was no need to say it out loud. After chatting and laughing with the wheelchair girl for a while, when it was time to go out for a walk every day, Sister Zhu pushed the wheelchair, put on the girl's coat, and went outside the villa. This villa area is the most upscale residence. Not far away are lawns and flowers, as well as a small lake. There are all kinds of fish specially cultivated in the lake, which is perfect for fishing. There are alpacas and sika deer by the lake, two relatively docile animals. There is a group of pigeons on the open space, and there are also a few peacocks, dragging their beautiful big tails and walking proudly. The service staff slowly cleaned the lawn and cared for the animals, which did not make people feel abrupt at all. The wheelchair girl smiled and watched the scene that can be seen every day, which was full of vitality and quite beautiful. However, after watching for a while, she felt boring. Go back, I want to go to the forum to see if anyone dares to speak rudely to Lord Miro. Sister Zhu laughed immediately. Miss Anan, with your identity, even if Miro is really a strong man of B-level strength, you are not worthy of your title, right? Also, the doctor wants you to relax more, go out for some time every day. I can't go against the doctor's advice. Sister Zhu, the wheelchair girl, wanted to act coquettishly, and a voice sounded from dozens of meters away. Anan, come here quickly and help Grandpa figure out the chess moves. The old guy surnamed Rong is not easy to deal with. Sister Zhu quickly pushed the girl over and came to a pavilion. Even though this was the Beijiang Villa district, which was difficult for outsiders to enter, there were still 4 men in black standing outside the pavilion, 2 C-level comprehensive strength fighters and 2 D-level comprehensive strength fighters. Old Wen, Old Rong. Sister Zhu bowed respectfully. Old Wen didn't care and raised his hand to signal her not to be polite. Old Rong lowered his eyelids, glanced at the girl Wen Anan sitting in a wheelchair, and then lowered his head to consider the chess moves in front of him. Anan, help Grandpa deal with this old guy surnamed Rong. Old Wen said to Wen Anan with a laugh. Wen Anan looked down at the chessboard, revealing a bit of contemplation. 10 seconds later, she reviewed the entire game in her mind, as if she had witnessed it from beginning to end. Grandpa Rong, you two are not in good condition today. You both made at least 2 mistakes to play like this. Well, it was a little thing. I was delayed while playing chess. Elder Wen said with a smile. Elder Rong said, Anan, it's amazing that you can see that. If you are a politician with your wisdom, I'm afraid nothing in the world can be hidden from you. Wen Anan smiled slightly and began to help Elder Wen play chess. After only 5 steps, Elder Rong pondered and finally stood up. Old Mosquito, your victory is not fair. It's not that I lost to you, but your granddaughter is good. Let's play together next time when we are free. Well, next time together. While packing up the chessboard, Elder Wen asked casually, the matter in Zhangcheng. I lost to you, so I lost to you. You can do whatever you want. Elder Rong did not turn around under the protection of 2 bodyguards. He stopped and said this, and then walked away. Elder Wen's face was a little ugly. When Elder Rong's motorcade went away, he slapped the chessboard heavily with his palm. What kind of words are you talking about? Wrong is wrong, right is right. You are clearly wrong. How can you lose to me in national affairs? Old Rong is no longer the same as before. Alas, who can remain unchanged forever? Grandpa, what's going on? Wen Anan said softly, I just saw that Rong Huaishan seemed a little angry, but he just suppressed it. What are you talking about? Old Wen explained, originally, we were talking about the cabinet and people's livelihood issues today. It happened that Luo Hui came to report something. One of Old Rong's dogs went crazy and got in touch with the Eagle Head country. Old Rong wanted to give the dog a warning and let it go home. I feel that if a dog is a traitor, it is an ungrateful person. It is useless to warn it. It must be killed to warn other large groups. Old Rong feels that I am using the Samsara division to fight him. When has I, Wen Shengze, ever sacrificed public interests for personal gain when it comes to national affairs? He speculates about me like this and regards betrayal of the country as a condition that can be measured. I am very sad and disappointed. It's even more shocking. How insensitive and indifferent has Old Rong become without realizing it? It's hard for me to say about this kind of thing, Wen Anan said. I can guess the chessboard because there are rules for playing chess, but where are the rules for the human heart? Yes, there are no rules for the human heart. When Lao sighed and changed the subject, since Lao Rong has given up, the Samsara division can free up its hands to deal with that ungrateful wolf. You definitely can't imagine what interesting things are happening in Jiangcheng right now. The Lone Ranger codenamed Lotus is also in Jiangcheng, and is working with a young man with amazing potential to move closer to the Samsara division. Although he didn't choose to join the Samsara division, it's also a great thing for the Samsara division.
Lotus? Wananin was a little surprised, and suddenly thought of something. Lotus had always been a lone ranger before, and was also relatively indifferent. 2 days ago, she just posted a reply in support of Miro among thousands of replies. A lone ranger like her, a woman with a cold personality, would express admiration for Miro just because Miro passed the Samsara world? Is she such a personality? Could it be that as a lone ranger, she knew the news of another lone ranger Miro?
Wananen remained calm, but in his heart he was concerned about things related to Lotus.
Lotus is a very powerful woman among us. Sister Zhu, I think she is also very powerful. Can you give me a copy of the relevant information about Lotus?
Sister Zhu responded with a smile, thinking, Miss Nen is interested again. Seeing this scene, Mr. Wen's depressed mood also improved a lot, and Nen is interested in the outside world like this, which is energetic and hopeful. Don't disturb your good granddaughter with the disturbances of the outside world.
Her life is already hard enough.
The light faded, and Suan appeared on an old street, with a green demon aircraft floating beside him.
The light curtain in front of him floated the task: arrive at Lanruai Temple and get 200 points of reincarnation points.
A Chinese ghost story has a maximum of 3 people, but this time he is the only one who enters the reincarnation world.
Obviously, Suan's strength is already considered to be relatively strong.
Because it is a single person entering, sea-level charm also plays a role, allowing Suan to obtain a very good identity, a martial arts swordsman. The heavy rain has just passed, and the streets and alleys of Guobei County are hung with banners of the Ulambana Festival, and people making yellow paper money are everywhere. In addition to the bustling crowds on the streets, there are also soldiers wrapped in headscarves and holding sharp blades constantly walking around, and from time to time they catch people for interrogation to see if they are wanted criminals. They each hold a large stack of wanted orders in their hands, including bandits, murderers, court rebels, and ministers. This is exactly the background of a Chinese ghost story. The court is incompetent and lawless, the war is chaotic, human lives are like grass, and the people are like ants.
Nie Xiaoqian's father was a big shot in the imperial court.
He returned home with his family, but his beloved daughter Nie Xiaoqian was killed by someone, and his family was killed by a traitor. As a result, Nie Xiaoqian became a lonely ghost in Lanruai Temple and was controlled by the tree demon grandma, forcing her to come out and harm people with her appearance.
Hey! Are you a wanted criminal?
A soldier ran over with a knife and shouted to Suan. Suan looked at him indifferently. The soldier immediately realized that the man in front of him was not easy to mess with.
He dared not shout again and ran away quickly with the knife.
Suan controlled the Green Goblin aircraft to fly to an unmanned courtyard on the side.
People in the streets and alleys suddenly exclaimed and dispersed.
They didn't know whether Suan was a master or a ghost. They were all scared. Ignoring these people, Suan took out the sword from the storage space and walked towards an inn called Jibazai with the sword. The name of this inn sounds like it sells antiques and books, but the doors and windows are wide open, and there are a lot of people.
Passers-by can see that this is an inn. Sir, please come in. Agan, come and greet the guests.
The shopkeeper came forward with a laugh, and the waiter also bowed and came forward. Seeing that Suan had no luggage, he wanted to take Suan directly to see the guest room. But Suan sneered and slammed the sword on the counter. The shopkeeper and the waiter were both shocked, and the guests who were eating were also frightened and wanted to leave.
The shopkeeper bowed hurriedly and said, "My knight, my hero, what are you dissatisfied with our shop? I apologize to you, please don't be angry." "Humph, I am a knight invited by Jibazai.
I heard that your Jibazai in Guobei County has owed Jibazai's head office for 6 years, totaling 100 taels of silver.
Why don't you pay it back? Did the gentleman who came to collect the debt this year come? Was he killed by you again?"
Suan shouted directly. Hero, this is unfair. We are a small business, and we pay 10 taels of silver to Jibazai every year.
Where did we get 100 taels? Besides, there is chaos and war outside, and deaths are common.
The debt collectors took the silver away a few times before, and were killed on the road.
You can't blame us for this, right?
The shopkeeper cried out in grievance, and seeing that Suan refused to believe him, he said, "Besides, the gentleman who collects the debts this year really didn't come.
How could we have killed him? Maybe he died on the way here."
As he was shouting, a handsome scholar who looked a bit like a goose came up with a book box on his back, all wet, and said, "Hello."
The shopkeeper nodded. He was in no mood to greet the guests. He signaled the waiter Agan to come over and greet the guests.
He explained to Suan, "My dear hero, I swear to God, the debt collector of Jibazai General Store really didn't come this year. It was definitely not us who killed him.
The goose-like scholar leaned forward and said, "Well, I'm here to collect the debts." This is the protagonist Ning Kaichen. The scene suddenly became quiet. The shopkeeper smiled dryly at Suan and Ning Kaichen with an ugly face, and retreated back to the counter. "Both of you are here. Good that you are here. Bring the account books, let's check the accounts." "Anyway, I don't care about the accounts that were taken away in the past few years. My accounts are clear and have been given to the head office. The debt collector took the money away, and I don't know whether he is dead or alive." Ning Kaichen shook his head, took out the account book and said, "This won't work. It's not easy for me to find this business. If the head office doesn't receive it, the money will." He suddenly closed the account book, looked at Suan and then at the shopkeeper. The account book in his hand was soaked by the rain and blurred into a ball. No one could tell what it was. But he was not stupid. He closed the account book so that no one could see it clearly, and said to the shopkeeper, "Let me see the account book of yours first." The shopkeeper was a smart man. "You want to see my account book, and I also want to see your account book. Without the account book, who can give you money?" He bowed to Suan again. "Hero, you can see that it is not the fault of our inn. This debt collector has damaged the account book. We really can't give this money." Suan didn't say much, and left the inn with Ning Kaichen. If he came to collect the debt simply, Suan could complete it immediately, or if he wanted to stay in this inn, there were also ways. However, how can the story of a Chinese ghost story be without Ning Kaichen? The requirements of the reading task are also to go to Manhwa Temple. Suan lives in Guabei County, which means that he has chosen to fail the task, so he can forget about passing the level. "Hey, hero?" Ning Kaichen greeted Suan and said, "Are you from Jibazai as well?" Suan nodded and said, "Yes, I was also invited by Jibazai. The head office hasn't received any reimbursement from here for several years. They felt it was not appropriate to send a scholar like you, so they asked me to come along to take a look. How come you set out 2 days earlier than me, but came later than me?" Ning Kaichen's doubts were immediately gone after this question, and he hurriedly explained that he had been through wind and frost all the way, and when he was about to reach Guabei County, it rained heavily and he had nowhere to hide, and even his account books were soaked. "I was originally a poor scholar, doing some debt collection for Jibazai to save money for the exam. Who would have thought that this journey would be so difficult? Next, I have no money and don't know where to stay." Suan nodded. "Then you look for it carefully. There are still 2 hours before dark. I will find a place to rest first." After that, he left on his own. "Hey, hero!" Ning Kaichen was stunned and quickly stretched out his hand and shouted, "Can I stay with you for a while? I really have no money." Before he finished speaking, Suan could no longer be seen. Ning Kaichen had no choice but to ask on the street if there was anyone who was kind enough to let him stay for a night. Suan actually did not go far away, but returned to the uninhabited courtyard where he placed the Green Devil aircraft. When he saw Ning Kaichen, he understood when the plot would develop. It was feasible for Manhwa to take Ning Kaichen to Lanrua Temple immediately, but it was inevitable that he would be cautious and did not understand how strong the ghosts were. He planned to set up an incense altar and summon ghosts to see how strong the ghosts in this world were, so that he could be prepared. However, before he could summon ghosts, he unexpectedly discovered that there were many more ghosts in this world than he had imagined. The Green Devil aircraft was suspended in the uninhabited courtyard, and there were 2 female ghosts, a fox, and a wild boar watching curiously, discussing while watching. "Sister, what is this? It's so strange. Is it a Taoist's magic weapon? Or maybe it's a monk's. Maybe it's from the ghost mother or the tree demon grandmother." Suan first heard these voices, and then saw this scene with telekinesis. When he pushed the door and walked in, the female ghost, the fox, and the wild boar immediately hid. He smiled and said, "For spirit friends, how about coming out to talk? Are you a Taoist?" A shrill roar sounded, and a sound of breaking air came from behind. Suan's body swayed, turned around and chopped down with a sword, and the purple air on the sword was proud. The sword passed by, like chopping golden iron, which was originally very difficult to cut. Fortunately, the purple cloud magic power was attached to the sharp sword, and Suan was strong enough to lift 1,000 pounds. This sword finally cut off the attacking thing. A wild boar head as big as a water tank fell down, and the huge body fell to the ground, twitching slightly and dying quickly. The Taoist killed the demon. 2 white shadows and 1 yellow shadow screamed and rushed out. Suan used telekinesis to block the 3 figures and said, "Don't worry, I'm not killing innocent people. I'm just passing by and want to ask you something." The 2 female ghosts and a fox were skeptical. After Suan repeated it again, they turned around and revealed their figures. The female ghost was wearing white clothes and her skin was pale, and the fox turned into a girl wearing silk, with a charming and beautiful face. "Master, what can I do for you?"
Suan waved his hand, used his heavenly eyes to look at them intently, and nodded with satisfaction. You three are quite good.
You have never killed anyone's life. You can be called good ghosts and good foxes. Of course, I won't kill you indiscriminately. It's just that I just came here and I don't understand what kind of ghost the tree demon grandma you are talking about is. The fox girl was relieved to see that Suan really didn't kill them, and hurriedly whispered, Master, the tree demon grandma is a tree demon in Manhwa temple.
She controls dozens of female ghosts and specializes in earning the blood and lives of passers-by.
Are those female ghosts strong? Is the tree demon grandma strong?
How can ordinary female ghosts be strong or weak, said the female ghost next to her. Master, you don't know. If we ghosts are not specially cultivated by the underworld or by someone with ulterior motives, we are generally the same. It is not difficult to deal with 10 or 8 ordinary people, but it is probably impossible to deal with martial arts masters. If the other party has Buddhist scriptures and talismans, we can't get close to them. The tree demon grandma is very strong. The whole Manhwa temple is her nest. In addition to the female ghost, some birds and trees are also used by her. His tree roots are very long. Anyway, she is very powerful.
Suan nodded slightly, thinking, the female ghost is D level to E level, but the tree demon grandma is B level.
If there are Buddhist scriptures and talismans to restrain her, she should be able to suppress it to C level.
Hitting the vital point can get rid of it. However, the key to the matter is not this. There is another stronger guy.
The Black Mountain Old Demon who can open and close the passage to the underworld and drive thousands of troops and ghost soldiers.
This guy's strength is so strong that it is terrifying.
In the original plot, Yan Xixia, Nia Shaoqian, and Ning Kaichen fought hard, and the Black Mountain Old Demon just played with them. If it weren't for the extremely powerful Diamond Sutra in Yan Xixia's hand, it would have all fallen on the Black Mountain Old Demon by accident, which happened to completely restrain the Black Mountain Old Demon. They would have no power to fight back.
Do you know the Black Mountain Old Demon? Suan asked.
As soon as these words came out, the two female ghosts immediately hugged each other, and the fox girl screamed, revealing her true form and huddled up.
The Black Mountain Old Demon, that is the great demon in the underworld, a terrifying existence that even the 10 kings of hell can't do anything to. Taoist priest, how could you not even know him? Didn't the Black Mountain Master swallow the Black Mountain Master because they angered the Black Mountain Master? The female ghost said tremblingly. Suan frowned slightly. The Black Mountain Master and the ox-headed horse-faced demon were eaten by him? This Black Mountain Old Demon is so rampant and powerful that even the tree demon grandmother has to bow down and call him Black Mountain Master. Of course, his strength has reached the A level. Face to face with him, Suan can't do anything with all his current means. In the final analysis, we have to rely on special means to subdue demons and monsters. Reads, for example, the Diamond Sutra, Talisman Paper, and talismans that appear in the original story, Yan Xixia's The Infinite Heaven and Earth, the Universe Borrowing Method. There are only these few methods to fight against ghosts, tree demons, and Black Mountain Old Demons. It is impossible to win by directly attacking the opponent with force. 3. I am not going to trouble the Black Mountain Old Demon. I just can't stand the tree demon grandmother's cruelty to living beings. Today I want to kill this tree demon grandmother. Are you willing to help me? The two female ghosts and the fox girl were very unhappy. They were all here to see the green demon flying vehicle, a strange thing, not to help others fight. Moreover, the tree demon grandmother is extraordinary. What are they trying to do by helping this Taoist priest to fight? There is no benefit, right? Suan smiled and said, You three are unwilling? I won't force you. I would like to ask you to find me some things for the incense altar and I will invite the ghosts and gods to help me. That's feasible, said the fox girl, and ran out the door. In less than a quarter of an hour, the fox girl brought incense, tributes and other items, placed them for Suan, and then fled. Seeing that the Taoist priest was powerful, she did not dare to cause trouble for her family, so she simply obeyed his orders and fled back home. The two female ghosts looked at each other and saw with their own eyes that Suan had summoned a ghost by performing a ritual. After hesitating for a while, they finally agreed to Suan's request. They were also afraid that the Taoist priest would turn against them, and this grace of mercy would suddenly turn into a disaster of killing. Suan saw that it was getting late, so he took the three female ghosts on the green demon flying vehicle and headed straight for Manhwa Temple, 3 miles outside Guobei County. On the way, he heard someone screaming and running away, so he stopped and caught Ning Kaichen, who was being chased by wild wolves, on the green demon flying vehicle. Hero, what are you doing? I'm worried about you, a scholar, so I came to see you. Are we flying? Ning Kaichen exclaimed.
Suan smiled, stopped the green demon flying vehicle, and stood in front of a dilapidated stone tablet.
Lanrua Temple has arrived. Arrive at Lanrua Temple, complete the task, and get 200 points of reincarnation points.
You can complete the task now and leave, or you can stay and wait for other tasks.
Hero, is this Lanrua Temple? Where we rest tonight?
Ning Kaichen was frightened by the wild wolf just now, and Suan pulled his arm and flew for a long time. At this time, he was still in shock and uneasy, staring at the Lanrua Temple stone tablet in front of him in a daze. The green demon flying vehicle was suspended beside Suan, just like the magic weapon used by the legendary masters, adding a bit of strangeness. Even if it is a hero with high martial arts skills, you have never heard of anyone being able to control a magic weapon and fly, right? What is the origin of this hero invited by Jibazai? Ning Kaichen was thinking in his heart, and a burst of shouting suddenly sounded from not far away, and two figures flew vertically and horizontally, with swords crossing and clanging.
He was dizzy and didn't know who was fighting where.
He only felt that he heard a sound on the left, and when he turned back, it was on the right. Suan also watched the two people fight seriously.
The two people are Yan Qixia and swordsman Xiahou.
One of them is the first martial arts master, and the other is the second martial arts master. They are the strongest humans in the world of A Chinese Ghost Story.
Swordsman Xiahou is also upright. He does not kill good people indiscriminately. He just pursues the title of the world's number one.
He does not know the horror of demons and monsters. After being seduced by Nie Xiaoqian with female beauty, he let down his guard and was sucked dry by the tree demon. In addition to Yan Qixia's martial arts being higher than Xiahou, he also has the Taoist method of beheading demons and eliminating demons. In terms of the level of human martial arts, Yan Qixia is a little better than Xiahou. In terms of the level of dealing with demons, Xiahou is almost ignorant, while Yan Qixia has experienced hundreds of battles.
The gap between the two is a world of difference. Judging from the strength shown by the two, they are not much stronger than Zhuo Lingchan and swordsman.
In terms of martial arts, they are only stronger among C-level strengths, and have not yet reached B-level.
If his ability to slay demons and monsters is included, Yan Qixia should be able to be classified as Class B in terms of overall strength, while swordsman Xiahou is still Class C. This is the biggest difference between the two.
The two sharp swords paused and pointed at each other. A man with a full beard was Yan Qixia. The other man, wearing a Ding Sifang gauze hat, with a white face and no beard, and a stern expression, was swordsman Xiahou.
Yan Qixia, I will take away your title of the best in the world sooner or later. Xiahou shouted.
Yan Qixia sighed, the more you cling to this kind of fame and fortune, the duller your sword will be.
The more you think about the best swordsmanship in the world, the less you will get it. Humph.
Xiahou disagreed and turned to look at Suan and Ning Kaichen. Ning Kaichen was a poor scholar in tattered clothes, which would be fine, but Suan was holding a sword, and there was a large piece of strange objects floating beside him, which even Xiahou could hardly ignore.
Who are you? What is that behind you? He asked.
A nobody in the martial arts world, who also exorcises ghosts and kills monsters.
Suan said. What's your name? Xiahou asked.
Suan Xiahou thought for a moment, thinking, he is really an unknown person, I have never heard of this name before. However, his floating thing is very strange, so it is better not to cause trouble. He put away his sword, raised his hand and clasped his fists, and was about to leave.
Suan said, wait a minute, there are many mountain spirits and ghosts here.
Xiahou, you'd better stay and leave tomorrow, otherwise you won't be able to leave tonight. Xiahou naturally had his own high confidence as a martial arts master. He just smiled when he heard this, but he was thinking, is this Suan in the same group with Yan Qixia, and what conspiracy is he planning against me?
Leaping up, Xiahou was ready to leave with Qinggong.
At this time, a white veil flew over, and a woman's sinister sneer came, since you are here, don't leave.
The white veil flashed by and then disappeared. Xiahou jumped back with a shudder, with lingering fear, there really is a ghost? Yes, there really is a ghost, and I released it.
Suan thought to himself. Although the swordsman Xiahou's strength is only C-level, he is also a help, especially his flexible body shape, which is only slightly worse than Yan Qixia. As long as he plays it properly, he can play a greater role against the tree demon grandma. Therefore, Suan released one of the 3 female ghosts he brought with him, and immediately scared Xiahou back. Yan Qixia frowned and looked at Suan. Although you are not famous, your skills are really not small.
Is that the legendary magic weapon behind you? Suan smiled, I think so. This place is a bit dangerous. Let's go in and talk.
Xiahou nodded quickly. Yan Qixia hesitated and nodded. Ning Kaichen had no room to say more, and hurriedly carried the shabby book box on his back and followed behind. A group of 4 people walked into the dilapidated Manhwa temple and saw the cold wind blowing the fallen leaves, and a bleakness came to their faces. Dust was everywhere, and the doors and windows were leaking everywhere, and there was no place that was not dilapidated. Yan Xixia had actually lived here for a while. He and the tree demon grandmother kept their distance. Yan Xixia would not save those who were obsessed with. If they could control themselves and not be obsessed by the female ghosts, Yan Xixia would intervene, and the tree demon grandmother would give Yan Xixia a face and let this gentleman go.
However, so far, Yan Xixia has not saved anyone.
The beautiful women transformed by the female ghosts are simply irresistible to men. Even if they feel strange, they always want to seize the opportunity and indulge in women out of the mentality of I am taking advantage anyway, and I have nothing to lose. Xiaoho came here after hearing the news, and came here specifically to challenge Yan Xixia. Lighting an oil lamp, the 4 people sat in the room, looking at each other in silence for a while. It was not the scene in the original story where Yan Xixia lived next door to Ning Kaichen, the swordsman Xiaoho died, and Ning Kaichen met Nia Xiaoqian, but the 4 of them sat together at Suan's invitation.
You should know very well about the ghosts in Lanruwa Temple, right, Master Yan? I'm not a hero, and don't call me a hero.
Yan Xixia said, I am just like a ghost in the crowd.
When I see a ghost, I think that I am still a human being after all.
After sighing twice, he finally said with a soft heart, this ghost place Lanruwa Temple has been haunted for a long time.
The monks in the temple have all left because of the haunting.
There is a 1,000-year-old tree demon here, named the tree demon grandma, who controls dozens of female ghosts and specializes in seducing passers-by with their beauty.
As long as the passers-by are tempted and behave improperly, the tree demon grandma will seize the opportunity and all their blood in essence. This tree demon is difficult to deal with, and I can't deal with it. Xiaoho and the 2 of you, don't be tempted by women tonight and leave quickly tomorrow.
Ning Kaichen was also quite perceptive.
He nodded immediately upon hearing the danger and prepared to leave tomorrow. It would be best if he left tonight. Hero Yan. Call me by my name, I'm not a hero.
Yan Xixia said dissatisfiedly.
Then I'll call you Captain Yan. Suan smiled. That so-called #1 captain in the world is not what I want.
I'll just call myself Yan Xixia. Yan Xixia shouted dissatisfiedly. He was dismissive of this, but the swordsman Xiaoho on the side was envious. He had been craving for the title of the world's #1 master and the world's #1 captain for a long time, but it was a pity that he couldn't defeat Yan Xixia and take the position legitimately.
Suan nodded slightly and said, Okay, Yan Xixia, I know you are different from Xiaoho.
He is a martial arts master among ordinary people, but you have the ability to kill ghosts and monsters.
I don't know why you are with monsters in Lanruwa Temple instead of killing such ghosts. You have a righteous spirit in your heart, but can you be so tolerant? Righteousness?
Yan Xixia smiled bitterly, took out the wine bag and drank a big gulp.
Young man named Suan, let me ask you, what is good and what is evil? The ghosts in Lanruwa Temple will kill people when someone stays here.
In the past half-month, only 5 people have been killed, and all of them were lustful men who couldn't resist the temptation of female beauty. I advised them to leave, but they didn't take it seriously.
When they were tempted by the female ghosts, they couldn't help themselves.
It can be said that they were seeking death. These ghosts can't kill 1 person a day, but an imperial decree from the court can kill dozens of people in a day. The confiscation of property and the extermination of 3 clans will implicate thousands of people, and their families will be sent to slaves as officials. Ghosts kill lustful men, but the court kills honest officials. The treacherous officials are domineering and have no retribution. The good people who are honest officials suffer from disasters from the sky. Not only do they die, but their wives and daughters are insulted, and their ancestors have been reduced to slavery and cannot stand up. How can this be possible in this world? People are not as good as ghosts, and the world is not as good as ghosts. How many people can ghosts kill, and how many good people can survive in the world? A string of resentment burst out from Yan Xixia's mouth. Obviously it had been accumulated in his heart for a long time. Ning Saichen's face flushed when he heard it, and he couldn't help but stand up and said, Yan Xixia, although the world is like this, it is not unchanging. The court is now unjust, but it will not be unjust forever. When I pass the imperial examination in the future, I will definitely dash. There are also Jinshi and #1 scholars who were beheaded and their property was confiscated.
Yan Xixia sneered.
Ning Kaichen was speechless for a moment.
The current court was indeed a bit absurd and foolish. Xiaoho disagreed. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. I don't have to worry about anything. Whoever provokes me, I will kill him. Why think so much? I drink big bowls of wine, eat big chunks of meat, compete for the first place in the world, sleep with the most beautiful women, and live a happy life.
Yan Shisha sneered, so you are almost the same whether you are alive or dead, you are just a stinking skin bag. Xiahou was furious. Yan Shisha, you dash. Suan pondered, thinking, what Yan Shisha said about the court being unjust and incompetent, I feel the same way in the real world. Some people in Xia country indulge the big groups, and the threat from the reincarnation world seemed to be non-existent. The big groups had their own selfish motives and harmed the people, which was also a sign of the beginning of chaos. However, Yan Shisha chose to hide in the mountains, preferring to see ghosts than to see the chaotic world. Suan's plan has already begun, and one of the purposes is to calm down all the chaos.
Chattering and complaining are of no use.
Suan said, Yan Shisha, although Jibazai asked me to help collect debts today, I am actually here to slay demons and eliminate evil.
Are you willing to lend a hand to get rid of the demons in Manhwa Temple? You?
Yan Shisha was a little skeptical. You'd better go.
From what I see, it will be extremely difficult to completely eliminate the tree demon.
Seeing that he was a little evasive, Suan simply started to provoke him. Yan Shisha, you haven't been here for a long time and have some feelings for these ghosts, so you don't want to kill them?
Who said that? Yan Shisha had a very fierce temper.
Hearing this, he slapped his sword and cursed first, then said, I just can't stand it either, so let's do it.
Okay. Suan smiled and looked at Xiahou. What about you? Do you dare?
Xiahou was a little uneasy, but seeing that Yan Shisha had agreed, he was unwilling to be weaker than him, and nodded immediately. Why not? Very good, then, let's discuss how to start. Suan said with a smile, the three of us join forces, plus a bait, it will be enough.
Ning Kaichen listened to their discussion and came forward inexplicably.
Bait, who are you talking about? Suan, Yan Shisha, and Xiahou looked at him together. Ning Kaichen was immediately inspired. 3 heroes, I can't do it, I'm just a poor scholar, that's it, the bait is real. Suan smiled and persuaded him repeatedly, telling him that he and others have a great chance. This Yan Shisha is the best fighter in the world and the best detective in the world. This Xiahou swordsman is also not weak at all and has great skills. And I am a little worse in martial arts than you two, but I am proficient in the art of exorcising ghosts and slaying demons. Today I brought 3 little ghosts, many evil repelling talismans, immobilizing talismans, exorcising ghost talismans, as well as blood repelling ink, peachwood swords, talisman paper and other items, and I am well prepared.
Not to mention that there is also a flying magic weapon.
Even if we can't beat the ghosts, the 4 of us can immediately leave on the magic weapon. After Suan said this, Yan Shisha and Xiahou also felt that their chances of winning had greatly increased. Ning Kaichen felt that this matter was not so difficult to accept, even though he was terrified. He took out the blood-repelling ink and poured it on the swords of Yan Shisha and Xiahou. Suan also pasted the evil-repelling talismans and ghost-repelling talismans on their swords respectively. After the preparations were completed, he said, I don't care about all the female ghosts under the command of the tree demon grandmother, but there may be one named Nia Xiaoqian, please be careful not to hurt her. Nia Xiaoqian's father was once an honest official, but he couldn't stand the court's corruption, so he resigned a year ago, and as a result, his whole family was killed nearby one after another. I know this girl better, she is kind by nature. Yan Shisha and Xiahou nodded, indicating that they would remember this. Suan smiled again, and used telekinesis to sense the surroundings. 2 swordsmen, please try your swords. Lanrua Temple not only has female ghosts and the tree demon grandmother, but also many corpse ghosts formed after the tree demon grandmother extracted her essence and blood, and they all want to harm people. After being reminded by Suan, Yan Shisha and Xiahou searched the surroundings, found the corpse ghosts and killed them one by one.
The power of the 3, the blood ink to ward off evil spirits, the talisman to ward off evil spirits, and the talisman to exorcise ghosts, all flowed on the sword.
These corpse ghosts were the residue left after the tree demon grandmother sucked away their essence and blood. They had little power to resist at all. They were completely killed by Yan Shisha and Xiahou one by one with one sword, which was extremely easy. Suan originally wanted to get some reincarnation points, but after killing a corpse ghost, he found that he didn't even have a single reincarnation point. The light screen in front of him showed a new killing task, so he simply stopped.
Kill the tree demon grandmother and get 800 reincarnation points. Kill ordinary female ghosts and ghost soldiers and get 200 reincarnation points. Kill the Black Mountain Old Demon and get 2000 reincarnation points.
The 3 killing tasks were displayed, which also explained the difficulty.
Suan didn't have any luck in killing the Black Mountain Old Demon by chance like in the original book. If he fought head-on, he would definitely die.
Only in the original story, it is certain that the Diamond Sutra in Yan Shisha's hand can kill the Black Mountain Old Demon. This is the most clear and powerful item, and it cannot be damaged. When Yan Shisha and Xiahou killed all the corpse ghosts, and Ning Saichen's confidence increased. Suan showed the 3 female ghosts he controlled and told them that he also had female ghosts to help. Yan Xixia hesitated when he heard this, and took out a wooden box. Since you, Suan, are not hiding, I will not hide my means.
To be honest, I also know how to deal with ghosts. It is said that this Diamond Sutra was recited by the Buddha himself. As long as you hold the Diamond Sutra and recite the Prajnaparamita, you will be immune to all kinds of attacks. The Black Mountain Old Demon, reciting Prajnaparamita. Suan inexplicably thought of another comedy story of Journey to the West, and even felt a little bit of a daze. It turned out that the Moonlight Box stalk came from a Chinese ghost story. This Diamond Sutra. Suan pondered for a moment. Can I take it first? Yan Xixia laughed. That's right, I want you to take it first. I was afraid you wouldn't dare to take it. Suan immediately shook his head, took the wooden box and put it in his arms. So you are still afraid that I am a demon? Seeing that Suan could hold the Diamond Sutra without any pain and put it close to his body, Yan Xixia was relieved and determined that the person in front of him was indeed a human and not a demon. Those who can drive ghosts and monsters, in addition to masters, are likely to be more powerful ghosts, so he has to be on guard. With a laugh, Yan Xixia and Xiahou went to the house next door and prepared to attack. Suan waved his hand to let the 3 female ghosts retreat and hide. He took out the peachwood sword, prepared the blood ink and talisman paper, and put them into the storage space. The Green Goblin aircraft parked in the corner of the room motionless. Su Da Xia. Ning Kaichen looked around a little uneasily, called Suan, and didn't know what to say. Suan responded lightly, opened the wooden box, and checked the Sanskrit Diamond Sutra with the light of the oil lamp. Legend has it that the Diamond Sutra, which was recited by the Buddha himself, requires 1,000 reincarnation points for each page that can be taken out of this world. There are 18 pages in total, and it would cost 18,000 reincarnation points to take one out. If Suan must use the Diamond Sutra next, he would like to choose to take this magical item out immediately. Apart from anything else, with such 18 pages of powerful Diamond Sutra, most of the demons, ghosts, and strange reincarnation worlds can probably be forced through. The value of 1,000 reincarnation points for each page is enough to illustrate the power of this Diamond Sutra. Unfortunately, the Diamond Sutra is estimated to be gone when we have to deal with the Black Mountain Old Demon next. After reading it for a while, Suan couldn't see any mystery, so he put away the Diamond Sutra and walked to the door. If he, the knight, had been in the house, it would be difficult for the female ghost to come in and seduce Ning Kaichen. It's impossible for the female ghost to come in and say that 2 men are also good. How hungry and desperate a man would be to choose to accept it. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw a figure standing in front of the stone tablet of Lanrua Temple, seemingly luring him over. Really good at pretending. Do I need to catch up with you? Suan smiled and walked to another house next to him, waiting for the female ghost to come to the door. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the room, a woman in green appeared not far behind him. Sir. Suan raised his head and put his hands behind his back. The night is long and I can't sleep. I thought I was the only one like this, but I didn't expect you to be the same. The woman in green looked at him strangely. Sir, are you going to recite a poem? No, I just saw the girl and felt something. Suan said lightly, where is the girl from? The woman in green chuckled and said, Sir, why do you ask so much? Isn't it the best thing to come here late at night and get married? As she said that, she was about to step forward to remove Suan's clothes. Suan sighed, I thought the girl came here to discuss elegant things, but I didn't expect the girl to just be greedy for my body. The woman in green froze. Is this guy mentally ill? Whose girl would be greedy for a man's body? What kind of nonsense is this? Oh no, I am a ghost, and I have never heard of such nonsense. Forget it, since you are greedy for my body, it's not that I can't give it to you, but you have to swear. Suan said seriously. The woman in green was stunned. I swear? Okay, I swear. Please tell me, sir, what oath do I need to swear? Before me, you didn't have physical contact with other men, and after me, you are not allowed to hook up with other men. From now on, you can only concentrate on being good to me. You are responsible for the 2,000 taels of wedding gifts, buying a house and a car, and I will go out and find other women as confidants, go to bars, dance and get tattoos, but I am still a good man. If you violate the rules, you will die under my sword. Suan said seriously. The woman in green looked puzzled. Huh? What kind of underworld words are these? Can you speak some human language? It seems that you can't swear. Suan shook his head. I know that there is no woman in the world who is truly good to me. Okay, I swear. The woman in green raised her hands quickly. I have not had any physical contact with other men, and I will not hook up with other men. From now on, I can only concentrate on being good to you, young master. And I will be responsible for the 2,000 taels of wedding gifts, buying a house and a car, and you will be responsible for clubbing, dancing, and tattoos, all kinds of messes. I can't stand it anymore. Grandma will kill him. At the end, she screamed and shook the bell on her ankle, asking the tree demon grandma to eat the hateful man in front of her. A peachwood sword pierced her head, and Suan smiled. You don't take the oath seriously, and you still say you love me? Walking to the next door, Ning Kaichen was face to face with a woman in white. The style of the two kind people was completely different from Suan's previous underworld operation. Are you Nie Xiaoqian? Yes, young master, I am Nie Xiaoqian. Do you know my name?